The smell of disinfectant rose from the cracks in the floor. A patch of wall paint had peeled off, curling below the air conditioner vent, trembling with each gust of air. One of the fluorescent tubes overhead was broken. The remaining one emitted a buzzing hum, its frequency unstable like a dying mosquito. The iron armrest of the bench was painfully cold. Chen Yi's fingertips rested on it, his fingerpads pale. Across the corridor were 3 interrogation rooms with numbers on the doors, A1, A2, A3. The door of A2 was ajar. Someone inside was speaking, their voice low, the words indistinct, only the rising tone at the end of each sentence suggesting a question. Chen Yi sat at the far left end of the bench, his handcuffs caught between the armrest and the metal rail, his wrist bone growing numb. He did not switch hands, nor did he move. The bench was a 3-seater. The middle seat was empty. On the right sat a man in a navy blue jacket scrolling through his phone. The screen lit up and dimmed, his thumbs slid rapidly as if handling something urgent. At the end of the corridor was a window sealed. March 2020, the pandemic lockdown. Even the court's windows were sealed. Chen Yi's handcuff chain hung between his knees, the metal buckle occasionally tapping the edge of the bench. The man on the right scrolled his phone, then shifted slightly away as if avoiding something. Occasionally, someone walked down the corridor, the soles of leather shoes dragging on the floor, making a rustling sound. Every step was very slow, as if walking on cotton. The March lockdown, the court had scheduled half a day of hearings, but only 2 courtrooms were open, the rest postponed. Chen Yi's case was scheduled for the last hearing of the morning. He had waited 3 hours. In those 3 hours, 4 groups of people had sat on the bench, and then left. Only the man in the navy blue jacket never moved. The sound of the gavel came from the courtroom, muffled, as if striking cotton. Chen Yi counted the 3rd strike. He didn't need to turn around to know that Zhao Lei was sitting in the witness stand. 3 months ago they had been drinking together, and Zhao Lei had patted his shoulder saying, "Brother, that 765 kV project, I'll connect you with the client." 2 months ago the project ran into trouble, accounts didn't match, the client accused them. 1 month ago the police found a transfer record on Chen Yi's computer that he had never seen before. The amount on that transfer record was precise, to the cent, 12000000. The 2 zeros after the number were like 2 eyes staring at the person who looked at them, making their skin crawl. Chen Yi had never handled that money, not even a fraction of it. But the signature handwriting analysis report stated 97.3 similarity, and the appraiser's signature column was stamped with a red seal, the edges of the seal blurred, as if too much ink had been used. During the pre-trial investigation, Chen Yi had looked at that report very slowly, word by word. When he finished, he placed the report back on the table and said one word: forged. The prosecutor didn't respond. The signature on the transfer record was 9/10 similar to his handwriting. Chen Yi. The bailiff called him. When he stood up, the handcuffs clanged against the armrest. The man on the right scrolling his phone looked up at him, then looked down again. Chen Yi noticed that the man's jacket cuffs were worn white and the tips of his leather shoes had mud spots. During the pandemic lockdown, few people came to the court. This man had come, sat in the last row of the gallery, and never said a word throughout. The courtroom was even colder than the corridor. The air conditioning was on full blast. Chen Yi's shirt was soaked with sweat on the back, then dried, becoming stiff. The gallery seats were wooden, the paint cracked, dust accumulated in the cracks. From the defendant's bench, Chen Yi could see the far corner of the gallery where the man in the navy blue jacket sat, his jacket collar turned up as if to shield himself from the air conditioning. The court clerk was typing on a computer, the keyboard sounds crisp and dense like raindrops hitting a tin roof. The prosecutor's table was piled with case files, the sides of the files labeled with tabs. The topmost file had a red label reading, "Supplementary Evidence," very conspicuous. The defense lawyer sat opposite the prosecutor with only a few thin pages of material on the table. When the wind blew, the corners of the paper curled up. The judge wore a mask, his voice muffled. The court has found that the defendant Chen Yi, using his position, embezzled company project funds totaling 1,200,000 yuan. Chen Yi stopped listening to the rest of the number. Chen Yi looked at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei sat in the witness stand wearing a dark gray suit, his tie neatly tied. Chen Yi recognized that suit. They had bought it together last year, the same style and different colors. Chen Yi's was navy blue, Zhao Lei's was dark gray. Zhao Lei's left hand was on his knee, his right hand holding a pen. The tip of the pen tapped lightly on the paper once, twice, 3 times. It was his habit, tapping when thinking. Chen Yi used to think this was a sign of Zhao Lei's seriousness. Now he watched the pen, the tip, tapping the paper, leaving small blue ink dots. When Zhao Lei testified, his voice was steady, his pace, even every answer seemed rehearsed. The prosecutor asked, was Chen Yi responsible for the project's fund approval process? Zhao Lei replied, yes, all approvals were handled by Chen Yi alone. I was only responsible for technical liaison. Chen Yi listened to these words, remembering last November when Zhao Lei had brought him a process change form assigned, saying the client wanted to simplify the approval process and speed things up. Chen Yi signed it. That signature now lay in the case file, turned into evidence of a crime. Zhao Lei's testimony continued. At that time I repeatedly reminded Chen Yi to pay attention to compliance, but he did not adopt my suggestions. The defense lawyer objected, saying the witness's statement lacked written evidence. The judge said objection overruled. Witness may continue. Zhao Lei's pen tapped the paper again, 3 times, 4 times. The facts of the crime are clear. The evidence is sufficient and conclusive. Zhao Lei looked up, his eyes meeting Chen Yi's. He did not look away. Instead, he nodded slightly, and the corner of his mouth moved. It was not a smile, nor was it comfort, it was a confirmation. As if to say, yes, it was me. The courtroom was very quiet. Someone in the gallery coughed a dry cough, as if covering something up. The cold air from the air conditioner vent passed over the defendant's bench, and the fine hairs on the back of Chen Yi's neck stood up. When Zhao Lei sat back, the chair legs scraped against the floor, sharp and short. He did not look back at Chen Yi, his back straight, his suit without a single wrinkle. The witness testimony ended, and the judge announced a 10-minute recess before sentencing. During those 10 minutes, Chen Yi did not sit down, and the bailiff did not urge him. He stood behind the rail of the defendant's bench, his handcuffs resting on top, his gaze fixed on the stack of case files on the prosecutor's table, the red label on the topmost file, reflecting the fluorescent light. Chen Yi did not blink. Sentenced to 6 years in prison. The gavel fell. Chen Yi did not move. He watched Zhao Lei put the pen back into his pocket, slowly, steadily. Then Zhao Lei stood up, bowed to the judge, and nodded to the gallery. His gaze swept over the gallery, paused on Chen Yi for a second, then moved away. There were 6 or 7 people in the gallery. Chen Yi recognized 3 of them: old Zhang from the finance department, engineer Liu from the project team, and a representative of the client Wang with whom he had dinner twice last year. No one looked at him. Old Zhang was looking down at his phone. Engineer Liu had his hands folded in his lap, fingers intertwined. Representative Wang leaned back in his seat, his eyes half closed above the mask, as if watching a play that had nothing to do with him. In the far right corner of the gallery sat a man in a navy blue jacket who had not said a word from start to finish, his posture unchanged. Chen Yi was led by the bailiff toward the side door. The handcuff chain was short, forcing him to hunch slightly. The side door frame was low. As he bent his head, he smelled the paint on the door frame, fresh and pungent. Outside the side door was a short corridor, narrower than the previous one, with dimmer lighting. The walls were painted with whitewash which had become damp and was peeling in patches, bulging like rashes on the skin. The floor was covered with gray plastic tiles, soft and springy, making a sticky peeling sound between the soles of shoes and the floor. Chen Yi smelled a stronger smell of disinfectant mixed with the smell of cigarette smoke. The smoke came from the bailiff, faint, as if he had smoked long ago, the smell still lingering in the fibers of his clothes. At the end of the short corridor was an elevator. The bailiff pressed the down button, and the red numbers jumped from 3 to 2 to 1. When the elevator doors opened, a draft rushed in, carrying the dampness of March and the smell of disinfectant. Zhao Lei called out to him in the corridor. "Brother." Chen Yi stopped. The bailiff's hand rested on his elbow, not heavy but firm. Zhao Lei walked over, stopping 2 steps away. He didn't come too close, maintaining a perfect distance that seemed caring but not excessive. The sleeve of his suit revealed half of his shirt cuff with new silver cufflinks engraved with tiny letters. Chen Yi could see them clearly. Z.L. Zhao Lei. He used to not wear cufflinks, saying they were pretentious. "Brother," Zhao Lei said, his voice low, a little hoarse, as if he hadn't slept well all night. "Don't blame me. I had no choice. The evidence was there. I couldn't commit perjury." Chen Yi did not speak. The corridor air conditioning blew over him, carrying the smell of disinfectant and floor wax. Zhao Lei's tie swayed slightly in the breeze. The tie clip was silver, matching the cufflinks. Zhao Lei's tie clip was silver, matching the cufflinks. He used to not wear a tie clip, saying it was in the way. "Your studio." Zhao Lei's gaze drifted aside for a moment, then returned, landing on Chen Yi's collar. "The client has been asking these days. The project can't stop. I'm thinking I'll take over first, and when you get out." He paused, as if waiting for Chen Yi's response. Chen Yi did not respond. Chen Yi looked into Zhao Lei's eyes. There were dark circles below those eyes, signs of staying up late, but the eyes themselves were bright, too bright, like a child finally getting a toy they had long coveted. The fluorescent light in the corridor had been replaced with a new one, the light white and blinding, illuminating every line on Zhao Lei's face clearly. The shadow beneath his cheekbones was very shallow, indicating he had been eating well recently. When they used to run projects together, Zhao Lei was thin, his cheekbones prominent, and he would only take a few bites before putting down his chopsticks, saying his stomach was uncomfortable. Now his face had rounded, the arc of his jawline had changed. Chen Yi noticed a silver ring on Zhao Lei's left ring finger, thin and low-key. He used to not wear rings, saying a ring on a finger was inconvenient for a technical person. Regarding the patent, Zhao Lei continued, his voice even lower. "I've already contacted the intellectual property office. The transfer procedures will be handled in the next few days. Don't worry, your name will still be on it, just a change of legal person, just a formality. The client side is also taken care of, nothing will be delayed. Don't worry, your name will still be on it, just a change of legal person, just a formality. The client side is also taken care of, nothing will be delayed." Someone walked over. It was Engineer Liu, an old colleague from the project team, holding a cap in his hand, the brim softened by sweat. "Engineer Chen." Engineer Liu's voice was very small, as if squeezed out through his teeth. That transformer technical parameter, is it still with you?" Chen Yi looked at him. Engineer Liu's fingers twisted the brim of his cap. "Manager Zhao said the project has to continue if the parameters are lost." "They're here," Chen Yi said. Engineer Liu was stunned, as if he hadn't expected an answer. Then his eyes flickered, shifting toward Zhao Lei, then back. "Then, can you?" "No." Chen Yi said. Engineer Lu's face flushed, the brim of his cap twisted into a crease. He opened his mouth, but no words came out, and he stepped back. Zhao Lei gave a light laugh, a hint of helplessness in it, as if watching a child throwing a tantrum. Brother Yi, that's not fun. We're all working for the project. Those patents of yours are just sitting there. If you put them to use, they can create value, don't you think? Chen Yi didn't say yes, nor did he say no. His wrist turned slightly inside the handcuffs, the chain producing a faint friction sound. Zhao Lei's smile still hung at the corners of his mouth, but his eyes were no longer smiling. The corridor was silent for a few seconds. The fluorescent tube buzzed, the current fluctuated, the light flickered, and the shadows on Zhao Lei's face shifted. The bailiff's hand on Chen Yi's elbow tightened slightly, signaling it was time to go. In the distance, someone pushed open a door, the hinge squeaking sharply, then closed, the echo bouncing twice in the corridor before fading. All right, Zhao Lei clapped his hands as if to end the conversation. Brother Yi, 6 years, not long, not short. Inside you behave well, and when you come out we're still brothers. Leave the outside to me, don't worry. He reached out, as if to pat Chen Yi's shoulder. Chen Yi took a step back, the handcuff chain, snapping taut, the bailiff's grip tightened slightly. Zhao Lei's hand hung in the air for a second, then withdrew into his suit pocket. His expression didn't change, still the "I'm doing this for you" look, but the light in his eyes flickered cold for a moment, then returned. Zhao Lei's expression didn't change, still the "I'm doing this for you" look, but the light in his eyes flickered cold for a moment, then returned. That's it then, Zhao Lei said. I have a meeting to go to. Take care, brother. He turned and walked away, the leather shoes clicking crisply on the floor. The dark gray suit was smooth on the back without a wrinkle. Chen Yi watched his figure disappear at the end of the corridor, the metal of the handcuffs cold against his skin. The window at the end of the corridor was still sealed with a lockdown notice pasted on the glass. The corner of the notice was curled up, revealing a corner of an old notice underneath. Zhao Lei's footsteps faded away, and the corridor fell silent again, leaving only the hum of the fluorescent tube and the whir of the air conditioner. The bailiff waited, not urging. Chen Yi looked down at his own wrist. The red mark from the handcuffs had turned purple, a thin circle, like a ligature mark. He turned the handcuff half an inch, the red mark emerging from under the metal ring, the skin slightly broken, oozing blood. Let's go, the bailiff said. Outside the side door was a car. When Chen Yi bent to get in, he saw two people standing on the steps of the courthouse. One was old Zhang from the finance department, holding up his phone, the screen pointed in Chen Yi's direction, as if taking a photo or video. The other was Representative Wang, the client's representative, hands and pockets, mask pulled down to his chin, revealing a round face, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. When the car started, Chen Yi looked at them through the window. Old Zhang put his phone in his pocket. Representative Wang's lips moved, as if speaking to someone, but no sound came through. The car smelled of plastic seats mixed with disinfectant and sweat. The back seat had no armrests, and Chen Yi's back pressed against the hard seat, his spine pressed against it. The windows were closed, a layer of fog on the glass rising from the bottom, blurring half the view outside. Chen Yi leaned back in the seat, the handcuff chain hanging between his knees. He remembered 3 months ago Zhao Lei patting his shoulder and saying, "Brother Yi, let's do this together. In 10 years we'll be the ones running this industry." The scenery outside the window changed. The glass curtain wall of the courthouse receded, replaced by locked-down street shops with rolled-down shutters, occasionally a person in a hazmat suit riding an electric scooter. 2020, the pandemic, the stock market, circuit breakers, the whole world was falling. The car was not fast due to the lockdown. There were few cars on the road. Many red lights. At each stop the car jerked, the handcuff chain swinging on his knees, metal touching metal, a sound as light as a fingernail tapping a glass edge. Chen Yi counted the red lights because he needed to count something. Numbers were more reliable than emotions. They wouldn't deceive, wouldn't change. Passing an intersection, there was an electronic screen on the roadside scrolling pandemic updates, red numbers stark against the gray sky, cumulative confirmed. New cases, recovered, deaths. Each number represented something happening to someone. Chen Yi counted to the 7th red light and closed his eyes. He didn't think about Zhao Lei. He thought about the winding parameters of the 765 kV ultra-high voltage transformer, the numbers he had calculated 27 times by hand. That number circled in his mind and stopped at a certain point. The parameter was the turns ratio of the winding. 765 kV was a special high voltage level. Fewer than 5 transformer factories in the country could handle it. Chen Yi's studio had taken on an outsourced testing order from one of those factories. The tests, including no load loss, and temperature rise tests. The parameters were not looked up in a manual, they were calculated. The calculation had to consider the magnetic flux density of the core material, the cross-sectional area of the winding wire, the heat transfer coefficient of the cooling method, and 3 correction factors. 27 times. He remembered every intermediate variable, like reciting a telephone number. The last time he finished the calculation was at 3 a.m. The window dark, the studio lights on, and Zhao lay snoring in the next room. The car continued. The metal of the handcuffs had warmed up a little from his body, heat no longer as cold. Chen Yi opened his eyes and looked at his own reflection in the window. The person in the reflection looked calm, without anger, without resentment, not even tired. Just calm, like a pool of water with something beneath the surface unseen. He didn't look back. The iron door closed behind him with a sound. The chill of the plastic chair seeped through his prison trousers. The backrest was one solid piece without any curve pressing against his lower back like a brick. The floor of the visiting room was gray terrazzo with black grime accumulated in the seams. The air smelled of disinfectant mixed with sweat, and something else Chen Yi couldn't identify. The wall clock pointed to 2:15 the second hand, moving slowly, ticking one by one as if waiting for someone to claim. Chen Yi sat in cubicle number 3. The handcuffs had been removed, leaving a red mark on his wrist. The glass in the visiting room was thick, so thick that when the person on the other side spoke, there was a momentary delay between the movement of their lips and the sound, like watching an old movie with poor dubbing. He counted there were 4 groups of people coming to see him today. The list had been read to him by the prison guard that morning. He remembered the order, but not the names. The prison guard said, "Call me when you're ready," as he left, his footsteps fading down the corridor. Chen Yi was alone in the cubicle. The red mark on his wrist itched, but he didn't scratch it. He placed his hands on his knees, palms down. The fabric of his prison trousers was rough, rubbing against his fingertips. The other side of the glass was empty. The chair was still unoccupied, with a water stain on the plastic seat, left by someone unknown. The microphone hung on its stand, the cord dangling, its end swaying slightly, then stopped. The first visitor was Jiuma. On the other side of the glass, Jiuma's face was mostly covered by a mask, leaving only her eyes, which were lined with eyeliner that winged upward at the corners. She held a piece of paper in her hand. Chen Yi couldn't see what was written on it, only her thumb rubbing back and forth on the edge of the paper, creating a frayed edge. A static noise came through the microphone, followed by Jiuma's voice, sharper than usual, as if scraped by something. She called him by his childhood nickname, a name Chen Yi hadn't heard in 10 years. "Don't blame me for being blunt," she said. "Now with this situation, your uncle's factory was already affected by the pandemic. Orders were cut off, workers' wages couldn't be paid. And now that this happened to you, those clients are even more afraid to deal with us. You understand, right?" Chen Yi didn't speak. His fingers rested beside the microphone, the tips touching the metal casing cold. A flash of a scene crossed his mind, his father smoking on the balcony of the old house, ash falling on the railing scattered by the wind. It was the summer of 2013, before his father fell ill. Jiuma came to borrow money, but his father refused, saying, "I haven't even stood on my own feet yet." Jiuma slammed the door when she left, chipping a piece of paint off the door frame. She raised the paper and pressed it against the glass. Chen Yi could see it was an IOU slip. The borrower was his uncle. The amount was 300 yuan. The date was last June. "This money," Jiuma's voice squeezed through the microphone, trembling slightly, not from fear, but from urgency. "Your father lent it to us when he was alive. We've always remembered it. But now at this critical moment, could you ask your friend Mr. Zhao to settle this debt? So we can draw a clear line, each go our own way, owe nothing. What do you say?" Chen Yi looked at her. Jiuma's eyes flickered above the mask, darting away, not meeting his gaze. The handwriting on the IOU was very messy, the characters, 300, written large, the strokes crowded together, as if the hand was trembling when writing. The ink in the date column was of varying thickness, the character 6, written twice, the first time, not clear, traced over again. "My father never borrowed money from you," Chen Yi said. Jiuma's hand froze, the IOU pressed against the glass, crooked. "How could he not? You were young then, you wouldn't know. Your father himself." "My father died in 2015, Chen Yi said. "In 2015, you were still living in a rental, couldn't afford a house. In 2017, you bought a house. The down payment was 200 borrowed from me. The IOU is still in my drawer." Static noise came through the microphone. Jiuma was silent. Her eyeliner at the corner of her eye was still motionless. "That 200, Chen Yi said, "you don't have to pay it back." Jiuma was stunned, as if she didn't understand. Then her eyes curved, not a smile, but a sigh of relief. I knew you were sensible." "Not sensible," Chen Yi said. "It's a buyout. Don't come again." These 4 words fell, and the cubicle seemed to have an extra wall. Through the microphone came Jiuma's rapid breathing, her breath hitting the microphone, turning into a buzzing noise. He hung up the microphone. The sound of metal hitting metal rang sharply in the cubicle. Jiuma was still saying something behind the glass, her mouth opening and closing, but no sound came through. Chen Yi didn't look at her. He looked down at his hands, the red mark on his wrist still not faded, like a thin snake coiled on his skin. The prison guard came to change visitors. The door of cubicle 3 opened and closed. Jiuma was led away by another guard. Chen Yi heard the sound of her heels in the corridor, sharp, rhythmic, growing fainter. The air in the cubicle changed, with a different person, a different smell. The smell of laundry detergent, strong, covering the disinfectant. The second visitor was Dagu. Dagu didn't wear a mask, showing her entire face. Wrinkles spread from the corners of her eyes like cracked mud. Her hair was dyed with 2 inches of white showing at the roots. Around her neck hung a gold chain, thin, with a small gold Buddha pendant that swung back and forth, knocking against her collarbone. She was more direct than Jiuma. "No, no preamble." As soon as she picked up the microphone, she said, "Your father died early, your mother remarried, we relatives raised you. Now that you've gotten into this mess, we're embarrassed too. The son of the neighbor Wang, who works in the street office, was going to introduce a match to my grandson. But now when they hear our family has someone in prison, they won't even meet. Chen Yi listened. Dagu's voice was rougher than air geomas with a bit of a smoker's rasp from her years in the textile mill. Her fingers were thick nails cut short calluses on her index finger from 30 years of weaving. When Chen Yi was little, he went to Dagu's house. She made him sit by the loom and said, "Watch, learn it yourself later." He watched, but didn't learn. "I have one request," Dagu said. "From now on, if your friends or clients ask about your relationship with us, just say it's severed. Publish a notice in the newspaper or write some statement. We don't expect you to repay kindness, but don't drag us down either." Chen Yi didn't answer. His gaze went past Dagu's shoulder, seeing a person standing at the entrance of the visiting room. A man in a black jacket back to him, talking to the guard. That back figure looked familiar. Chen Yi thought for a moment, but couldn't remember who it was. "Did you hear me?" Dagu knocked on the glass. Chen Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at Dagu. "I heard you. Then do you agree?" Chen Yi didn't answer. He picked up the microphone and hung it back on the stand. Dagu was still knocking on the glass, the sound muffled, leaving only the shadow of her fingers moving on the glass like a frantic spider. Her mouth kept moving, saying a long string of words, but Chen Yi didn't catch a single one. The knocking on the glass grew more urgent, knuckles hitting the glass, thump, 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 irregular rhythm, as if urging someone who had already walked away. The door opened, the guard came in. Dagu was let out, turning back to glare, but Chen Yi didn't meet her eyes. The cubicle was empty again. The smell of Dagu faded, leaving only disinfectant. The second hand on the clock moved half a circle. Outside cubicle 3 came the sound of the guard's footsteps and another person's lighter heel sounds. The third visitor was Lin Ting. Chen Yi sat in the chair and waited for about 2 minutes. The second hand on the clock made 2 full circles. He heard the sound of high heels in the corridor, fast with a slight drag-the-way worn heels sound. When Lin Ting entered, Chen Yi noticed she had changed her bag. She used to carry a brown leather tote, which Chen Yi had bought with her at the mall for 320 yuan. She had been heartbroken for half a month. Now she had a cream-colored chain bag on her shoulder, the metal chain glinting under the light. Chen Yi didn't recognize the brand, but he recognized the logo. 2 letters crossed together, which he had seen once in Zhao Lei's moments. Lin Ting wasn't wearing a mask. She had makeup on her lips, red, her eyebrows drawn higher than usual. She sat on the other side of the glass, didn't immediately pick up the microphone, but first took a small mirror out of her bag, looked at herself, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Then she picked up the microphone. Chen Yi. She called his full name not Yigu or husband. She used to call him Yigu, then changed to husband in the 3rd year. Now it's the 5th year. I'll make it short. Her voice was steady, like reporting work at the company. We're done. It's not that I don't want to wait, but 6 years is too long. A woman's youth can't afford it. You understand, right? Chen Yi looked at her. Behind her ear was a small mole, which he used to kiss. She would laugh and say it tickled, dodging playfully. At that time she was cooking noodles in the rented kitchen, water boiling, her back to him, hair tied up, revealing her nape and that mole. He leaned in to kiss it. She screamed. The noodles nearly boiled over. Now the mole was covered by foundation, barely visible unless you looked closely. "I understand," Chen Yi said. The 2 words came out dry, without warmth. The metal mesh of the microphone was coated with a thin layer of oil from the countless people who had spoken into it. Chen Yi's fingers moved away from the mesh, tips slippery. Lin Ting seemed surprised he was so blunt. She paused, then her speech sped up as if eager to finish the prepared lines. "The apartment is rented by me, but the deposit and 3 months' rent were paid by you. I won't take advantage of you. I'll refund the deposit and convert the rent into cash transfer to your card. The furniture you bought I'll pay you a discounted price. And the cat you never liked it, I'll take it, it's mine." Chen Yi didn't speak. His eyes fell on Lin Ting's hands. Her fingers were wrapped around the microphone cord, then released. Her nails were freshly done, a very light color, close to flesh tone. "Your studio," Lin Ting said. "Zhao Lei is managing it now. He's been pretty good to me, gave me a position in admin, no overtime, higher salary than before. Don't blame him. He had no choice. Your clients couldn't be left unattended." Chen Yi's fingers tapped lightly beside the microphone, as if inadvertently. Lin Ting noticed. Her eyebrows twitched slightly, then relaxed. "Chen Yi, don't make that face. You know your situation. 6 years, you'll be 36 when you get out. Nothing left. At least Zhao Lei can give me a stable job. What can you give me?" Chen Yi's gaze fell on the wall behind Lin Ting. There was a piece of peeling paint revealing the gray plaster underneath, with a nail hole in the plaster. He didn't know what had hung there before. She leaned forward, her lips close to the microphone, her voice lowered with a strange intimacy, like whispering in his ear. "I know you hate me, but think about it. I've been with you for 5 years. What have you given me besides that broken studio? No house, no car, not even a decent wedding. Now you've even lost your freedom. Tell me, isn't your life over?" Chen Yi looked at her. Lin Ting's lips were red, the corner of her mouth twisted to the right, when she spoke, a small habit she had when nervous. Chen Yi used to find it cute. Now he watched that corner twist to the right, and said nothing. His mind was blank, like a closed window with wind outside that couldn't get in. Lin Ting's voice distorted in the microphone, the tail rising, not a question, but a demand. A layer of mist formed on the glass from her breath, sliding down, leaving short streaks. "Say something," Lin Ting said. Chen Yi didn't say anything. He stood up, picked up the microphone, and hung it back on the stand. The sound of metal hitting metal rang in the cubicle, as crisp as before. Lin Ting froze, then her face flushed red, climbing from the cheekbones not covered by the mask. "Chen Yi, What do you mean? Who do you think you are? You're a criminal now. You're worthless. Your life is over. Her voice was mostly cut off by the glass, only the sharp tail, and leaking through like a dull knife, scraping metal. Chen Yi didn't look back. He walked to the door of the cubicle where the guard was already waiting holding a bunch of keys. The corridor outside the cubicle was brighter than inside, the fluorescent lights glaringly white. Chen Yi blinked, his pupils contracted darkness for a moment. The corridor walls were white, so white they turned blue like a blank sheet of paper. Someone's fingernail had scratched a line on the wall, the scratch shallow, maybe with dust under the nail. There's one more visitor, the guard said. Chen Yi stopped. The guard looked at the list. Surname Zhou, says he's a former colleague. Want to see him? Chen Yi thought. He had no former colleague named Zhou. Still he said yes. He sat back down on the plastic chair. The seat was already warm from sitting, but the backrest was still cold, touching his back, making his back muscles contract. The fourth visitor was a young man about 27 or 8, wearing a gray hoodie, hood up, but not pulled tight. The sleeves were rolled up twice, revealing his wrists with a shallow scar from welding spatter. He sat on the other side of the glass, picked up the microphone, and rubbed his fingers on it, as if wiping sweat. Engineer Chen, the young man called, his voice a bit hoarse. He looked up, and Chen Yi saw his face. It was Xiao Li from the project team, who had joined the company just last year following Chen Yi on a substation project. Why are you here? Chen Yi asked. Xiao Li's lips moved, but no words came out. Dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept well for days. Engineer Chen, he said, voice low, the parameters. Those parameters, are they still with you? Chen Yi looked at him. Xiao Li's Adam's apple moved. Boss Zhao. Zhao Li, he asked us for the complete technical data. Engineer Liu gave it, old Zhang gave it too. I didn't. But he said if I didn't I'd be fired. Half the project team has left. After saying this, Xiao Li's hand slipped off the microphone, resting on his knee, fingers gripping the hem of his hoodie, clenched tightly, the fabric wrinkling. The visiting room was very quiet, only the static hissing softly in the microphone. Engineer Chen, Xiao Li's voice was even lower, almost a whisper. A few of us, we didn't leave. Old Wu, Xiao He and me. We're waiting for you. Chen Yi's fingers paused beside the microphone. He didn't speak, just looked at Xiao Li. There were dark circles under Xiao Li's eyes, but his gaze was steady, not wavering. How many years? Xiao Li asked. 6, Chen Yi said. Xiao Li's Adam's apple moved again. Then he nodded once, a small but firm nod. 6 years. We'll wait. When he said these 3 words, Xiao Li's hand clenched, knuckles white. The microphone cord was pulled crooked. Xiao Li didn't notice, didn't let go. Chen Yi didn't say good or thank you. He just looked at Xiao Li 1 second, 2 seconds. The fluorescent light in the cubicle hummed, the tube, old, emitting a yellowish light, shining on the glass, both their faces yellow. Then he said, protect yourself. Xiao Li was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't understand. Then his eyes reddened, but he didn't cry, just pulled his hood down a little lower, covering his eyes. Engineer Chen, you too. Chen Yi hung up the microphone. This was the 4th time he had hung up today, the sound of metal hitting metal ringing in the cubicle, as crisp as the previous 3 times. He followed the guard out. The corridor of the visiting room was very long. One of the fluorescent lights on the ceiling flickered on, off, on again. Chen Yi counted to the 7th blink when a laugh came from the end of the corridor. A woman's laugh, sharp with a light-hearted relief. He didn't look back. He knew it was Lin Ting's voice. At the end of the corridor was a window sealed with frosted film on the glass, preventing seeing outside. Chen Yi stopped in front of the window for a second. There was a scratch on the frosted film from bottom left to top, right like a lightning bolt. He reached out, fingertips touching the glass. Cold. On the other side of the glass, the afternoon sun at 3 o'clock shone on the frosted film, through which a bit of warmth could be felt. Cold and warmth met the skin on his fingertip, couldn't tell if it was hot or cold. The fingernail reflected a small patch of white from the frosted film. Let's go, the guard said from behind. Chen Yi withdrew his finger and continued walking with the guard. The fluorescent light in the corridor flickered again, 8th, 9th. His shadow on the floor stretched long, then shortened, then stretched again. At the end of the corridor at the turn there was an iron door half open, revealing the gray daylight outside, unknown if it was cloudy or nearing dusk. The door of the visiting room closed behind him, cutting off all sounds. The corridor was left with only the current sound of the fluorescent light, hiss, hiss, hiss. The cold from the plastic chair seeped through the prison trousers. The backrest was a solid piece pressing against the lower back like a brick. The floor was gray terrazzo, black grime in the seams. The air smelled of disinfectant mixed with sweat. The wall clock showed 2:15, the second hand moving slowly. Chen Yi sat in cubicle 3, the handcuffs replaced by a red mark on his wrist. The glass was thick, causing a delay between lip movement and sound. He counted 4 groups of visitors. The guard had read the list that morning. The guard left saying, call me when you're ready. Footsteps faded. Chen Yi was alone. He placed his hands on his knees, the rough fabric rubbing his fingertips. The other side of the glass was empty, a water stain on the chair. The microphone hung, cord swaying, then stopped. The first visitor was Jiama. She wore a mask, only her eyes visible, eyeliner winged. She held a piece of paper, thumb rubbing the edge. Static came through the microphone, then her voice sharper than usual. She called him by his childhood nickname. She talked about the factory, the pandemic, the clients. Chen Yi didn't speak. His fingers touched the metal microphone casing, cold. A flashback: his father smoking on the balcony in 2013. Ash falling. Juma had come to borrow money, but his father refused. She slammed the door, chipping the paint. Now she pressed an IOU against the glass, claiming 300 yuan. Chen Yi said his father never borrowed money, that he died in 2015, and that Juma had borrowed 0 from him in 2017. He said she didn't need to pay back, just never come again. He hung up the microphone. Juma was led away. The cubicle's air changed to laundry detergent. The second visitor, Dagu, entered. She didn't wear a mask, her face wrinkled, hair dyed with white roots, gold chain, and Buddha pendant. Dagu was direct. She said Chen Yi's family raised him, and now his situation embarrassed them. She demanded he cut ties, publish a statement. Chen Yi's gaze drifted to a man in a black jacket at the door. The man looked familiar. Chen Yi didn't answer. He hung up the microphone. Dagu knocked frantically on the glass, but he didn't look. She was let out, glaring. The cubicle was empty again. The clock ticked. The third visitor, Lin Ting, arrived. Lin Ting had a new bag, makeup, red lips. She called him by his full name, said they were done. She talked about the apartment, the cat, the studio. She mentioned Zhao Lei, who now ran the studio. Chen Yi's fingers tapped the microphone. A flashback: Lin Ting cooking noodles in the rented kitchen, Kim kissing her mole. Now the mole was covered by foundation. She said 6 years was too long. Chen Yi said, I understand. He hung up the microphone as she shouted insults. Chen Yi walked out of the cubicle. The corridor was bright, fluorescent lights flickering. He heard Lin Ting's laughter from the end. He stopped at a window with frosted film, a scratch like lightning. He touched the glass, cold and warmth mingled. The guard said there was one more visitor. Chen Yi sat back down. The fourth visitor was Xiao Li, a young engineer from his project team. He had a welding scar on his wrist. He asked about technical parameters, said Zhao Lei was pressuring the team. Xiao Li said a few of them were waiting for Chen Yi. He asked how many years. 6. Xiao Li nodded, said we'll wait. Chen Yi said protect yourself. Xiao Li's eyes reddened. He pulled his hood down. Chen Yi hung up the fourth time. Chen Yi followed the guard out. The corridor was long, lights flickered. He counted the blinks. A woman's laugh came from the end, Lin Ting's voice. He didn't look back. He reached the iron door, half open, gray daylight visible. The visiting room door closed behind him, cutting off all sounds. The corridor was left with only the hiss of the fluorescent light. The cold from the plastic chair, the red mark on his wrist, the thick glass, the empty chair, the water stain. All memories. The plastic chair's cold seeped through. The backrest was a brick. The floor was gray with black grime. The air smelled of disinfectant and sweat. The clock pointed to 2:15. The second hand moved slowly, waiting. Chen Yi sat in cubicle 3, wrist red. The glass caused delay. He counted 4 groups. The guard's footsteps faded. He was alone. Hands on knees, fabric rough. Empty chair with water stain. Microphone swayed, then stopped. Juma came first. Masked eyes with eyeliner. She held an IOU, rubbed the edge. Her voice was sharp through static. She spoke of the factory, the pandemic. Chen Yi's fingers were cold on the microphone. Flashback: father smoking, Juma borrowing money, slammed door. Present: Chen Yi refuted the IOU, said he had lent them 200. He said don't come again. He hung up. Juma was led away, heels fading. Dagu came second. No mask, wrinkled face, gold chain. She demanded he cut ties. Chen Yi saw a man in black at the door. He didn't answer. He hung up. Dagu knocked frantically, then was let out, glaring. Lin Ting came third. New bag, red lips, full name. She ended things, mentioned Zhao Lei. Flashback: kitchen mole. Chen Yi said, I understand. He hung up as she shouted. He walked out corridor, bright flickering lights. Xiao Li came fourth. Gray hoodie, welding scar. He asked about parameters, said Zhao Lei was pressuring. He said a few were waiting. Chen Yi said 6 years. Xiao Li nodded, we'll wait. Chen Yi said protect yourself. He hung up. Chen Yi followed the guard to the iron door. The corridor's fluorescent light hissed. He touched the frosted window, cold and warmth. The door closed behind him. All sounds cut off. Only the hiss remained. The leather chair smelled different from Chen Yi's. Zhao Lei sat in the chair and leaned back slightly. The chair back let out a soft groan. The leather was cool, and through the fabric of his trousers the chill clung to his thighs, as if he had sat down in someone else's seat. He caught a whiff of leather conditioning oil from the armrest, mingled with a hint of cigarette smoke. Chen Yi didn't smoke. The smoke belonged to a client, some inveterate chain smoker who had been here before. The smell had seeped into the leather. Zhao Lei frowned, pulled out a can of air freshener from the drawer, and sprayed twice. Lemon scent, pungent. The mist settled on an old sticky note on the desk. The corner of the paper curled up, revealing Chen Yi's handwriting in blue ink, a row of parameter numbers. Zhao Lei crumpled the note and tossed it into the trash. The office was cramped, about 20 square meters. The south-facing window was half covered with pandemic lockdown notices, and the light slanted through, casting a pale strip across the floor. On the windowsill sat a pot of pothos, its leaves yellowing, the soil cracked from drought. Chen Yi used to water it once a week. Now that he was gone, no one tended to it. Zhao Lei glanced at it, but didn't touch it. On the wall hung a piece of calligraphy, Gong Bu Tang Wan, written by Chen Yi himself, framed in a dark wooden border. Zhao Lei stared at those 4 characters for a moment, not quite grasping their meaning. Then he stood up, removed the calligraphy, and leaned it against the wall with the front facing inward. The hooks left 2 holes in the wall, pale gray against white, like 2 unblinking eyes. The phone rang. Zhao Lei answered, his voice unconsciously rising slightly. Hello, Mr. Wang. On the line was Wang Daibiao, a representative from the client's side. The man who had watched Chen Yi being escorted away from the courthouse, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Zhao. Wang Daibiao's voice was very polite, though tinged with a hint of probing. You're handling the follow-up for Chen Engineers project, correct? Yes, that's me. Zhao Lei tapped his fingers on the desk. Mr. Wang, rest assured. All projects Chen Yi was handling are now under my control. Technical documents, client resources, contracts. Everything is intact. Whatever you need, just let me know directly. It will be the same. That's good, that's good. Wang Daibiao laughed. A dry sound transmitted through the receiver. I just wanted to confirm. That 765 kV transformer proposal. Chen Engineer mentioned a new winding design before. Do you have that? Zhao Lei's fingers froze mid-tap. A winding design? What winding design? Chen Yi had never mentioned such a thing to him. At last month's project review meeting, Chen Yi had privately discussed with the client's technical director for 40 minutes, dismissing everyone else. Zhao Lei had been standing in the corridor, then glimpsing through the glass as Chen Yi sketched some diagrams on the whiteboard, but the details were unclear. He cleared his throat. Well, that one, yes, it's here. All the materials are prepared. I'll have the team organize them and send them over in the next couple of days. Good, good. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Zhao. Wang Daibiao paused. By the way, I heard Chen Engineer was arrested for embezzling project funds. Over $1 million. TSK. I never would have expected it. He seemed like such an honest fellow. Zhao Lei's lips curled upward slightly. You never truly know a person. Mr. Wang, in future collaborations, rest assured. When I do things, I strictly adhere to principles. That's reassuring, that's reassuring. Wang Daibiao repeated, his probing tone dissipating, replaced by a sense of ease about handing the work over. Zhao Lei heard the click of a lighter through the phone. Wang Daibiao had lit a cigarette. After hanging up, Zhao Lei's smile faded. He opened the drawer. Inside was a stack of documents. The top one was titled 765 kV Ultra-High Voltage Transformer Technical Proposal, with Chen Yi's name on the cover in neat print-like handwriting. Zhao Lei picked up a pen and struck through Chen Yi on the cover. Beside it he wrote, Zhao Lei, in scrawling handwriting, the ink smearing slightly. He flipped through the documents. The second page featured a winding topology diagram, its lines dense, annotations meticulous, with handwritten notes beside each parameter. Zhao Lei glanced at the formula line, his gaze sliding past without stopping. The door opened. Lin Ting walked in carrying a cup of coffee and set it on the desk. Her beige chain bag hung over her shoulder, the metal chains catching the light. Zhao Lei noticed her eyeliner was more elaborate than yesterday. Mr. Wang called about the project. Lin Ting asked. Zhao Lei lifted the coffee, took a sip, and grimaced. What coffee did Chen Yi use to drink? This bean is too acidic. Black coffee, no sugar, Lin Ting replied. I've never seen him change it. Zhao Lei set the cup down. The bottom struck the desk with a sharp crack. 2 drops of coffee splashed onto the corner of the document, deep brown, like 2 spots of rust. Switch to Blue Mountain from now on, he said. Go get Engineer Liu. Lin Ting turned to leave, but paused at the door. Mr. Zhao, she said, voice dropping slightly. Old Jean from accounting asked whether to settle Chen Yi's final month's salary. No, Zhao Lei said. We'll wait until the court makes a decision. Lin Ting nodded. The door closed. High heels tapped down the corridor, growing fainter and fainter. When Engineer Liu entered, his hat was still clutched in his hands, its brim softened by sweat. He stood before the desk, not daring to sit. Sit. Zhao Lei gestured to the chair across from him. Liu perched on half his buttocks. The chair was also leather, older than Zhao Lei's, its armrests worn smooth. It creaked when he sat. The technical materials. How is the organization coming along? Zhao Lei asked. Bah. Basically complete, Liu stammered, voice trembling. Except for those core parameters in Chen Yi's possession, and the materials held by Xiao Li and the others. Zhao Lei tapped the desk 3 times. Xiao Li and the others, still refusing to hand them over. Liu's Adam's apple bobbed. They won't give them up. Xiao Li said. He said the materials were given to him by Chen Yi. He won't give them to anyone except Chen Yi. Zhao Lei smiled, a faint nasal sound. Quite loyal. He said, all right, I understand. Go ahead. Organize what you can first. The client is waiting. Liu stood, twisting his hat in his hands, and headed toward the door. At the threshold, he stopped and glanced back. Mr. Zhao, about the core winding design formula, I can't understand it. Chen Yi always calculated it himself. If you can't understand, then copy it, Zhao Lei said. Take Chen Yi's previous reports, change the name, and send them to the client. What the client wants is a proposal, not the formulas. Liu stood, frozen, lips parted, but no words emerging. Then he nodded and hurried out. The draft from the closing door flipped the corner of the sticky note on the desk. Zhao Lei leaned back in his chair and spun to face the window. The lockdown notice cast a diagonal shadow across the glass, bisecting the sky outside. On the road opposite the residential compound, there was no one. A white van was parked by the roadside, the words, Epidemic Disinfection, printed in red on its door. Workers in protective suits were spraying something. The white mist dispersed and then settled. Zhao Lei watched for a moment, then turned back. His phone buzzed. A mention in an industry group chat. Someone posted, "I heard Chen Yi got arrested. Embezzled project funds." Hard to believe. He always put on such an honest front. Zhao Lei paused on the screen then replied, "I never expected it either. Working together for so many years, you really can't know a person by their face. Everyone keep your eyes open in future collaborations." After posting this, he added another line. "But rest assured, Chen Yi's projects are now under my management. Everything continues normally, no impact. Anyone who needs anything, feel free to contact me." Replies trickled in, some posting emoji of hands covering faces, some typing shocked, others asking, "What's the exact amount?" Zhao Lei watched the screen, his smile slowly widening. He added another line. "I hear it's not just embezzlement. There are kickbacks involved too. The client is already investigating. Let's wait for official confirmation." After posting this, the group exploded. Someone replied, "I always knew there was something off about him." Someone posted a gossip emoji. Someone mentioned Zhao Lei asking, "Do you have enough hands now?" Zhao Lei didn't reply to this message. He flipped his phone face down on the desk, stood up, and walked to the wall. The turned-over calligraphy still leaned there, the 4 characters, Gongbu Tang Wan, facing inward, hidden from view. He gave it a kick. The frame slid half a meter across the floor and bumped into the trash can. The can wobbled, and the crumpled sticky note inside rolled to the edge, nearly falling out. That afternoon, Zhao Lei summoned Xiao Li, Lao Wu, and Xiao He to the meeting room. The 3 sat on one side of the long table, Zhao Lei on the opposite side with 3 meters between them. Lin Ting sat beside Zhao Lei, notebook in hand, as if recording something. There was no water or paper cups on the table. A fluorescent light tube flickered, buzzing like a mosquito. "Let's be direct," Zhao Lei said, fingers tapping the desk. "You all know about Chen Yi's situation. 6 years. He'll be 36 when he gets out. This industry runs on youth. At 36 you're nothing. Following him you have no future." Xiao Li said nothing. His cap was pulled low, its brim shading his eyes. Lao Wu's hands were clasped on the table, fingers intertwined, knuckles white. Xiao He, the youngest at 25, stared at the tabletop, not daring to look at Zhao Lei. The table was glass with a whiteboard underneath, still bearing Chen Yi's wiring diagram from his last meeting, drawn in red marker, incompletely erased. "Hand over the materials," Zhao Lei said. "Salaries will increase by 30%, year-end bonuses will double. Project commissions, I'll add 5 percentage points on top of the standard rate. These terms, you won't find another offer like this anywhere." Silence. The air conditioning in the meeting room was turned up high, the vent humming overhead. A thin layer of sweat beaded on Lao Wu's forehead. The cold air blew over it, and the sweat retreated. "Mr. Zhao," Lao Wu finally spoke, his voice seeming squeezed from the depths of his throat. "Those materials. Chen Yi gave them to us. He instructed that no one else could have them." Zhao Lei's fingers stopped on the desk. He looked at Lao Wu and smiled. A smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Lao Wu, how many years have you worked with Chen Yi?" "4 years. 4 years. Zhao Lei repeated, as if savoring the number. "4 years. And how much has he paid you?" 12,000 a month. 13. You have a wife and children, a mortgage, car payments. With the pandemic, if this company goes under, where will you find another job?" Lao Wu's fingers twisted even tighter, his knuckles creaking softly. His mouth opened then closed again. The numbers swirled in his mind. The 1/7 yuan remaining on the mortgage, his son's tuition due next semester, but not a single word escaped his lips. "I'll say this one more time," Zhao Lei's voice dropped. "Hand over the materials, and we can discuss everything amicably. If you don't," he paused. "With the pandemic lockdown, the company faces layoffs. I'll submit the termination list tomorrow. Your names will be at the top." Xiao Li raised his head, pushing his cap brim up slightly, revealing his eyes. There were dark circles beneath them, but his gaze was steady. "Mr. Zhao," he said, "there are no materials. Fire me if you must." Zhao Lei's smile froze on his face. He stared at Xiao Li for 3 full seconds, then turned to Xiao He. "What about you?" Xiao He's shoulders trembled, but he said nothing. His fingers scraped across the desktop, leaving a faint mark. A bit of glass glue was embedded beneath his fingernails. Lao Wu also raised his head, standing shoulder to shoulder, with Xiao Li facing Zhao Lei. None of the 3 spoke. The fluorescent light's hum filled the entire meeting room, taut as a violin string. "Fine." Zhao Lei stood abruptly, his chair shrieking across the floor. "You have spirit. Don't blame me for being merciless." He walked to the door and stopped, glancing back at them. "Lin Ting, go to accounting. Settle these 3 salaries through this month. Terminate their social insurance." Lin Ting closed her notebook and stood. There was a scratch on the notebook's cover, from when Chen Yi accidentally grazed it with a pen tip during a meeting. Lin Ting didn't look at the scratch. She followed Zhao Lei out. The door shut behind him with a dull thud. The 3 remained seated. Xiao Li pulled his cap back down, shadowing his eyes. Lao Wu's hands finally released their grip, red marks pressed into his knuckles. Xiao He stared at the wiring diagram on the table. The red marker lines beneath the glass could not be erased. 3 days later, pandemic controls tightened. Residential compounds were sealed, roads were blocked, fewer and fewer people could go out. News of Xiao Li, Lao Wu, and Xiao He's optimization spread through industry chat groups, accompanied by a supposed insider scoop about Chen Yi embezzling project funds is just the tip of the iceberg. Word is he also leaked technology, selling the company's core parameters to competitors. That kind of person deserves to rot in prison. The account posting this inside information had a gray landscape photo as its avatar unregistered and anonymous. Registered 1 week ago with no other posts. When Xiaoli packed his belongings, no one in the office spoke to him. Engineer Liu sat at his workstation back, turned pretending to be on a phone call. The phone was in his hand, but the screen was dark. Old Zhang passed by with a stack of documents, his gaze floating through the air, never landing on Xiaoli. Xiaoli's cardboard box was modest. He packed a few books, a thermal cup, and a hard drive. The books were power system analysis and high-voltage engineering, their spines worn pale. These had been Chen Yi's books left at the workstation for everyone to read. He stuffed the hard drive into the innermost part of his backpack, zipped it shut, and wrapped it in a jacket. The drive contained all of Chen Yi's technical notes from the past 3 years plus the winding design parameters he had never handed over. Lao Wu's belongings were even fewer, crammed into a single plastic bag. His employee badge, a pen, a pack of tissues. In his drawer was a drawing by his son, a red sun greenhouses. Lao Wu folded the drawing and stuffed it into the plastic bag. Xiaoli, the youngest, had the most possessions, 2 full cardboard boxes, mostly snacks and manga. When the three walked out of the company's front gate, it was raining. The March 2020 rain was cold, carrying flecks of ice. The security guard at the entrance knew them. In the past, he would greet them when they came in. Now he stood beneath the rain, awning, his gaze passing over their shoulders, fixed on the distant horizon. Rain hammered the corrugated iron roof, creating a metallic clatter. Where to? Xiaoli asked, voice trembling. Home first, Lao Wu said, shifting the plastic bag to his other hand. Wait for the pandemic to pass. And then, oi. Lao Wu said nothing. Xiaoli pulled his cap lower, shielding himself from the rain. Waiting for Engineer Chen, he said. Xiaoli's cardboard box had gotten damp at one corner, the cardboard softening, manga pages curling up at the edges. He adjusted the box, shielding it with his body. None of them had brought umbrellas. No one had expected to leave like this yesterday. Still at their workstations today, summoned to a meeting room, and now this. Xiaoli's backpack zipper slipped. He pinched it closed and tightened it. The rain intensified. The three stood on the company's entrance steps, umbrella-less, rainwater streaming down like a small creek. Across the street, a black sedan passed. The windows were rolled up, the passengers invisible. But Xiaoli noticed the vehicle slowed as it passed them, then accelerated away. He recognized the car. It was Xiaolei's. The taillights smeared red in the rain's mist, quickly vanishing. When Xiaolei returned to his office, night had fallen. He didn't turn on the overhead lights. Only the desk lamp, its glow carving a dim circle on the desk. He sat in Chen Yi's chair, now his own, and leaned back. The chair back let out that familiar soft groan. Outside, darkness reigned. Rain traced down the glass in rivulets. In the building opposite, someone smoked on the balcony, a cigarette ember glowing and fading. On the desk sat a document, freshly printed, still warm. The heat mingled with printer toner, creating a pungent smell. The document's title read, regarding Chen Yi's suspected job-related embezzlement and technical leakage, a statement. The attribution was Moning Studio Legal Representative Xiaolei. 6 pages long, each with page numbers in the upper right corner. The final page featured a signature field. He lifted the pen and signed his name on the document's last page. The pen tip whispered across paper. After signing, he capped the pen and placed it beside the pen holder. The holder was bamboo, inscribed with characters, Ning Jing Ji Yuan. Also Chen Yi's possession. Xiaolei rotated the pen holder, turning those characters toward the wall. Then his gaze fell on the desk's corner. There was something there, fist-sized metallic, catching the lamp's light with a cold gleam. It was a miniature transformer model 765 kV, crafted by Chen Yi's own hands. On its base, tiny characters read, 2018 Xining Station. That year, Chen Yi's team had journeyed to Qinghai, performing on-site debugging at an elevation of 380 meters. In temperatures of -20 degrees, ice coated the transmission towers. Chen Yi had worked atop the tower for 4 hours. When he descended, his fingers were so frostbitten, he couldn't hold chopsticks. This model was created upon their return. The base was made from a piece of scrap aluminum. The windings were copper wire wound coil by coil, taking 3 full days. Xiaolei stared at the model for a long while. He didn't touch it. His hand hovered in midair, pausing for a second, then withdrew into his pocket. The lamp's light cast the model's shadow on the wall, stretched long, resembling a silent, brooding beast. The rain continued pattering against the window. The sound was soft, as if someone were tapping gently with their fingertips. The blue light from the screens cast a pallid glow on every face. The online meeting of the industry forum displayed 12 windows arranged in 3 rows like 12 tombstones of varying sizes. One window froze the image, capturing a man's mouth half open. 2 seconds later it resumed, but his mouth had already closed, and he had missed something. The host was old Zheng, who had been in the power equipment industry for 30 years, his hair half white. His voice came through the speakers with a faint electrical hum. Let's not discuss business today. Just talk about the situation. What do you all think about the pandemic? A buzz came from the speaker, as if someone had brought the microphone too close. Silence for 3 seconds. No one rushed to speak. The first to speak was young Ma from the East China region, just over 30, working in smart power distribution. In the background, a potted plant on a bookshelf showed 2 yellowed leaves. Beside the pot was a half-finished coffee cup with a water stain on its rim. What else can we think? Down, that's it. Global infrastructure is at a standstill. Orders canceled by 70%. Clients are all waiting. Last month, I went to collect payments. Made 40 calls, got through to 3. U2 said they were in meetings, and one hung up directly. To put it bluntly, if we can survive this year, that's already good. Survive? Old Joe from the Northwest region. Not the old Joe who was a hot money investor, but the other old Joe who worked on substation equipment. Gave a cold laugh. The window was dim, his face in shadow, only the unshaven stubble on his chin visible. I laid off 40 people last month. 40. The HR's hands were shaking during the exit interviews. During the pandemic, even the National Grand Theater has no performances. Who would still repair substations? The third window was old Lou from Shenzhen, who worked on inverters. In the background there was a fish tank with a goldfish motionless in the corner. A layer of white dust floated on the water, and the aerator was off. I think the pandemic is a small matter. The big thing is the trend. Old Lou adjusted his glasses, the screen's white light reflecting on the lenses. The country is now promoting new infrastructure. 5G data centers, artificial intelligence. Everyone, transformers, circuit breakers, disconnectors. These things belong to old infrastructure. Get it? Old infrastructure. That's what's out of fashion. The words out of fashion echoed in the speaker like a pebble dropped into water. Old Zheng coughed, clearing his throat of phlegm twice before speaking. You can't say that. Ultra-high voltage is still a national strategy. National strategy is one thing, but the market is the market. Old Lou interrupted as the goldfish's tail flicked in the corner, stirring a bit of the white dust on the water. Ultra-high voltage has a long investment cycle, slow payback, and profit margins below 5%. What about data centers? What about charging piles? Those are the real trends. Transformers. Let them rust in the warehouse. A window from the South China region belonging to a man surnamed Chen lit up. He worked on switchgear cabinets and had a heavy regional accent. Old Lou is right. Our factory last year transformed to box-type substations, and we cut the ultra-high voltage segment entirely. Cutting it actually meant we didn't lose money. Keeping it would have been a loss. Among the 12 windows, 7 or 8 nodded. The nodding movements were captured by the cameras frame by frame, like a group of puppets pressed into sync. Zhao Lei's window was in the bottom right corner with the brightest light. He wore a light blue shirt, the collar open, no tie. The shirt collar had creases as if just pulled from the wardrobe without time to iron. Behind him, a row of file folders lined the bookshelf. The one at the end had a label reading, Sheening Station, the handwriting already faded. Everyone, Zhao Lei said, his voice half a tone lower than the others, carrying a hint of well-measured gravity. Let me say something fair. Everyone knows about Chen Yi's situation. 6 years, he'll come out at 36 with 3 technology iterations. His stuff, even if released, it's obsolete. It's not that I'm cursing him, it's the law of this industry. We're all in this business. 3 years a minor upgrade, 5 years a major one. 6 years. He paused, his mouth twitching. Not a smile, but a confirmation. 6 years. Even the drawings have been changed 3 times. Manager Zhao, you're right. Young Ma chimed in, the yellowed leaf plant swaying in the background. I heard that engineer Chen's previous 765 kV project. The client has already called it off, right? What about General Manager Wang? Called off, Zhao Lei said, tapping his finger on the desk. The client's intent is very clear, adjust the technical route from ultra-high voltage to smart power distribution. Chen Yi's approach is too heavy, not suitable for today's lightweight needs. What about the patents? Old Zheng asked. Doesn't Chen Yi hold a few core patents? Zhao Lei tapped his finger twice on the desk. The camera didn't capture it, but the sound came through. Tap tap. Patents are patents, technology is technology. Zhao Lei said, his pace slowing as if chewing each word. Patents can be filed, but technology must be implemented. I've seen Chen Yi's patents. Theoretical level is okay, but engineering is far behind. During the pandemic, who still has money to throw at engineering? Even if you do, it won't yield results. Clients won't accept it, so it's all for nothing. In old Lou's window, the goldfish finally swam out from the corner, circled once, and retreated back. Manager Zhao's words are reasonable, old Lou said. I've seen Chen Yi's winding scheme. It's from 2018, the topology has long changed. It's not that the scheme is bad, it just doesn't match. The window was quiet for a few seconds. The goldfish turned around in the corner. To be blunt, Zhao Lei's voice dropped lower, as if sharing a secret. Chen Yi's life is finished. It's not me saying it. It's the situation. Pandemic, imprisonment, technological obsolescence. 3 layers stacked, even the gods can't save him. As for us, let's take warning. Transform where needed, cut losses where needed, and don't be like him, clinging to the old things. 7 or 8 windows were nodding again. Old Zheng sighed, and said nothing more. The noise in the speaker grew a little louder, like wind blowing from far away. The meeting continued for another 20 minutes. The topic shifted from Chen Yi to their respective layoff plans, then to government subsidies, then to who knew whom, and who could help. The people in the windows gradually relaxed, some started drinking water, someone leaned sideways to wipe fingerprints off the screen with a tissue. Old Joe's window remained dim, and he never moved. When the meeting ended, Old Zheng said, "Take care, everyone." One by one, the 12 windows went dark like tombstones sinking into the earth. The last to go dark was Zhao Lei's window. Chen Yi learned of these things in the workshop. Not directly heard, but indirectly. Old Ma's cellmate was in for economic crimes, previously in the building materials business. He had a nephew working outside in sales who occasionally sent in some industry news through someone. The news passed through several hands before reaching them like water flowing from a height. Each mouth it passed through diluted it a bit, but some words couldn't be diluted. Old Ma treated these pieces of news as fodder for conversation, telling them to his cellmates before lights out, like a storyteller. The other two in the cell, an accountant who came in for falsifying accounts and a young guy who came in for fighting, both pricked up their ears. So, Old Ma sat cross-legged on his bed back against the wall, picking at the calluses on his soles with his nails. Those people outside, they all say you're finished. Ultra-high voltage is outdated, no one wants transformers anymore. When you get out you won't even understand the drawings. More than a dozen people on the forum held a meeting passed unanimously. The accountant coughed. Unanimous. No one opposed. No, Old Ma shook his head. Who would oppose? This is the trend. My nephew says outside now everyone talks about new infrastructure 5G data centers. That transformer stuff is treated like dial-up internet. The young guy didn't understand, turned over to face the wall, and stopped listening. Chen Yi didn't speak. He sat on the lower bunk using the light from the corridor, drawing something on a piece of paper. The paper was brought back from the workshop by Old Ma, rough yellowed with safety production regulations, printed on one side and blank on the other. Chen Yi used a ballpoint pen to draw lines on the blank side. 1, 2, 3 cross, then cross again. The ink cartridge was a bit skipping on the fourth line it skipped, and he pressed hard twice to get the ink flowing, leaving a shallow groove on the paper. Aren't you angry? Old Ma asked. The pen tip paused, ink bleeding into a small dot on the paper. Then he continued drawing. What's there to be angry about? They said you're finished. Said you'll be a useless person when you get out. Chen Yi said. My. Old Ma leaned in to see what was on the paper. Chen Yi folded the paper covering half of it. Old Ma only saw a few numbers, 765, followed by a question mark. The hook of the question mark was drawn twice. The first time unsatisfactory, so he traced it again. You're still drawing this? Old Ma asked. Don't they all say this thing is outdated? Chen Yi didn't answer. He turned the paper over with safety production regulations, facing up printed in red, no violation of operating rules. He stared at that line of words for a few seconds, then folded the paper in half, then in half again, and tucked it under his pillow. The pillow was thin, the hard edge of the paper pressed against his scalp, and he could feel it. The corridor light flickered and went out. Lights out. Darkness swallowed everything, leaving only the green glow of the emergency light at the end of the corridor, like an eye watching this 6-person cell from far away. Young Lee saw that message in his rented room. The room was in the suburbs, 10 square meters, windowless, at 800 yuan per month. The wall paint was peeling, a piece near the door had fallen off, revealing gray cement. The lockdown due to the pandemic prevented entry and exit from the compound. He hadn't been downstairs for 3 days. On the table sat the leftover instant noodle bowl from yesterday. The soup had congealed into a layer of white grease. The phone was his only window. He scrolled through posts on the industry forum and saw that the recording of the online meeting had been shared over 300 times. In the comments section someone wrote, "When the era abandons you it doesn't even say goodbye," with 120 likes. Chen Yi's life is finished. He stared at that sentence for a long time. The screen automatically dimmed, his face reflected in the black glass like a blurry photo. Then he lit up the screen, opened an encrypted folder inside which was a PDF titled Optimization Design of 765 kV Ultra-High Voltage Transformer, Winding, author Chen Yi. Date November 2019. He flipped the PDF to the last page. The final page was blank with only a line of handwritten small text scanned and scrawled, as if jotted down, average service life of U.S. Power grid 42 years, replacement wave before 2030. AI computing power shortage transformers as hard assets. His finger paused on that line. He flipped back to the winding parameters page dense with formulas. Young Lee couldn't understand a single one, but each line's number was neatly arranged from 1 to 47 with no skip numbers. Then he exited the PDF, opened WeChat, found Old Wu's avatar, and sent a message. Did you see the forum recording? Old Wu replied, quickly saw it. What to do? Wait. Wait for what? Wait for Engineer Chen. Young Lee stared at that character, wait, and the screen dimmed again. He put the phone beside his pillow, lay on his back on the mattress, staring at a crack on the ceiling. The crack stretched from the corner like a dried-up river. Someone next door was coughing. Coughed 7 or 8 times before stopping, then came the sound of a faucet, the pipes trembled, and the wall vibrated slightly. The phone lit up again. Old Wu sent a follow-up. Those people on the forum, they're all talking nonsense. What Engineer Chen sees is 10 years ahead of them. Young Lee didn't reply. He turned the phone face-down screen against the pillow. Old Wu saw that newspaper at the supermarket entrance. After being laid off, he survived by doing odd jobs. Today, he was delivering vegetables to the compound. The plastic vegetable basket had one cracked handle tied with wire. When lifted, it creaked. In the newspaper stand at the supermarket entrance, there was a copy of the Financial Daily dated March 18, 2020. The glass had missed. Old Wu wiped it with his sleeve. The front page was about the pandemic, the second page about the U.S. stock market circuit breaker, and in the corner of the third page was a small piece of news less than 100 words. North American data center construction accelerates, power supply tight, some states experience rolling blackouts. He stopped, put the vegetable basket on the ground, and leaned closer to the newspaper stand. His presbyopia wasn't severe, but the font of this news was too small. He had to squint. Power supply tight and rolling blackouts. These two phrases were like nails driven into his eyes. He remembered a sentence Chen Yi had said in the project team. That summer of 2019, after the Xining Station project ended, Chen Yi treated them to barbecue skewers, drank some beer, and talked more than usual. That day the wind was strong. Charcoal ash from the barbecue blew onto their faces. On the back of Chen Yi's t-shirt was a handprint of ash. No one knew who had slapped it there. Chen Yi said, "Do you know how many transformers in the United States are from the 1970s? 300,000. 300,000 old-timers. They can't hold on anymore. As AI develops further, electricity will be life. Transformers, they're money printers." At that time no one took it seriously. Old Wu himself didn't take it seriously either, thinking Chen Yi had drunk too much. 2 beer bottles on the table had been knocked over and no one remembered who did it. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and took a photo of that news item. The phone case was cracked and there was a scratch on the lens. The photo had a gray line on the left, but the words were still legible. Then he lifted the vegetable basket and continued walking into the compound. His legs were a bit sore, his waist also a bit sore, but he walked steadily. As he passed the compound gate, the security guard was taking temperatures. The gun aimed at his forehead beeped. 36. 4. Old Wu didn't stop. He carried the basket toward the apartment building. Zhao Lei saw that industry analysis report in his office. The report was printed by Lin Ting with a brokerage firm's logo on the cover, titled 2020 Power Equipment Industry Outlook, the darkest hour for traditional heavy industry. The paper was A4, 70 grams, still warm from printing, the smell of printer toner lingering. Zhao Lei flipped to page 3 where a section specifically discussed ultra-high voltage transformers. The return on investment for this technology route continues to decline. The market size is expected to shrink by over 30 in the next 5 years. Recommendation: avoid. At the bottom right of the third page was a footnote in smaller font which Zhao Lei didn't read. Zhao Lei closed the report and tossed it to the corner of the desk. It slid and nearly fell off, but was stopped by a paperweight. The paperweight was copper engraved with "Heaven rewards diligence," the 4 characters polished shiny from handling. His phone rang. It was Representative Wang. "Manager Zhao." Representative Wang's voice was polite with a hint of impatience. "About that winding design material, on your end?" "It's being organized," Zhao Lei said, his gaze fixed out the window. "The technical staff are working on it, with the lockdown efficiency is slow. Please bear with us." "No rush, no rush," Representative Wang laughed, but the smile didn't reach his voice. "I just wanted to confirm. By the way, there's news. North America seems to have a tight power supply. Data centers are using a lot of electricity. Do you think it has anything to do with transformers?" Zhao Lei froze. North America, data centers, transformers. The 3 words circled in his mind, but didn't connect. "Probably not related," Zhao Lei said, his voice firming a bit. "Data centers use low voltage distribution. Ultra-high voltage is a different matter." "Oh, I see." Representative Wang's voice faded a bit. "Then you go ahead, send the material when it's ready." He hung up. Zhao Lei stared at the industry analysis report for a few seconds. The words "darkest hour" on the cover were printed large black like 4 holes. He picked up the report, turned it over, and placed it face down on the desk. Outside the window, the rain of March 2020 was still falling. Zhao Lei's office was on the 18th floor. Looking down, pedestrians on the street looked like ants holding umbrellas hurrying along. A person in a yellow delivery uniform riding an electric scooter slipped, nearly fell, then steadied himself and continued forward. Rainwater streamed down the glass, blurring the umbrellas into patches of color. Zhao Lei turned around, no longer looking out the window. He opened the stock trading app and entered a code. It was the candlestick chart of a certain new energy concept stock. The screen showed red and green interwoven. He stared for a few seconds, then the corner of his mouth twitched upward. "Ultra-high voltage," he said to himself very softly. "Outdated." He clicked buy full position. The stock code was Xiaoxing Heavy Industry. The purchase price was the historical low. Not because he understood anything. It was because the industry report said this stock had already fallen to a point where it couldn't fall further, suitable for speculative bottom fishing. Zhao Lei closed the app, picked up his phone, opened Lin Ting's WeChat chat, and typed 2 words, "Thanks." Then he deleted it and changed it to "Report received, thanks for your effort. Sent." Chen Yi lay in the darkness with his eyes open. His cellmates were already asleep. Old Ma's snoring came from the opposite bunk like an old engine, a half-second pause between each breath, as if about to stall, then catching again. When the accountant turned over, the iron bed creaked. The young guy curled up in his blanket, sleeping like a shrimp. Chen Yi's hand reached under his pillow and pulled out the paper folded in 4. He unfolded it in the darkness, his fingers tracing the lines on the paper. 1, 2, 3. His fingertips felt the grooves pressed by the ballpoint pen, like touching a narrow riverbed. He folded the paper again and tucked it back under the pillow. The corner of the paper caught in the seam of the pillowcase so it wouldn't slip out. Then he turned over facing the wall. On the wall were words left by the previous occupant written in ballpoint pen, already faded, but still legible: "Everything will pass." The handwriting was crooked, as if written in very dim light or with a shaking hand. Next to it was another line, even more blurred, only one character recognizable: "Endure." Chen Yi stared at that line of words for a long time. The green light from the emergency light at the end of the corridor hit the wall, just enough to illuminate those characters. The green light flickered on and off like breathing. Then he closed his eyes. The sound of a grinding wheel passing over metal was like fingernails scraping across glass. Chen Yi stood beside a machine tool holding a steel pipe and grinding a joint. The workshop housed a total of 12 machines, 7 of which were running that day. The other 5 were covered with canvas slipcovers, hoarding a layer of dust nearly half a finger thick. The smell of machine oil mingled with the coppery tang of iron filings clinging to the nostrils and impossible to shake off. Old Lu at the adjacent workstation was turning a bolt. The iron shavings curled and curled before launching off the chuck, landing on the cement floor in rings like tiny springs. Chen Yi had been grinding for 3 hours. The pipe joint had transformed from rough to smooth, throwing back a ring of blinding silver light under the workshop's overhead lamps. The overhead lamp was an old-fashioned fluorescent tube, one of which was flickering with a buzzing hum like a mosquito trapped inside the shade. Chen Yi's eyes were stung by the silver glare. He squinted, but did not stop. The work in his hands was mechanical. For 3 years, every day had been the same: steel pipe, grinding, wheel polishing, handoff, clock out. His muscles had memorized the motion. His fingers knew precisely how much force to apply. No brainwork required. The steel pipes ground over 3 years were piled in the workshop corner like bundled dead branches. No one would ever use them again. But each one ground meant another day gone. Grinding steel pipes was really grinding away time. His mind was not on the steel pipe. He was thinking about that night in 2019. Xining Station at an altitude of 2,300 meters, where the October night wind struck like a blade cutting his face. Not the flat side of the blade, but the edge itself slicing from his jawline up toward his ear. Chen Yi stood in the courtyard of the substation, his feet on a gravel surface that crunched with every step. There were no trees around the courtyard, only barbed wire fencing and 2 floodlights. The lights stretched his shadow long and thin, dragging it to the edge of the transformer's foundation. He looked up at the freshly installed 765 kV transformer. How big was it? 3 stories tall, weighing 320 tons. For transport, it had been disassembled onto 36 flatbed trucks and shipped from Shenyang to Qinghai over 17 days. That transformer was China's first 765 kV extra high voltage transformer with fully independent intellectual property rights, and Chen Yi was its lead designer. On installation day, a minor problem arose. The sealing gasket on the bushing flange was 2 millimeters thicker than the design specification. 2 millimeters, the thickness of a business card. On a 320-ton transformer, 2 millimeters was a gap. There were no replacement parts on site. Chen Yi crouched atop the transformer, ran his hand over the sealing surface for a long while, then instructed the workers to sand down the gasket with abrasive paper. Abrasive paper and the steel pipe now gripped in his hand were both about grinding. But the grinding on that transformer produced a piece of equipment capable of transmitting power. The grinding on this pipe produced nothing but a useless teaching prop. Old Wu had been standing nearby, wrapped in a military greatcoat with the collar turned up against the wind, his nose tip reddened by the cold. In his hand was a thermos. The milk tea inside had gone cold, and a thin layer of frost had formed on the inner walls of the container. "Engineer Chen," Old Wu called out, his voice carried and scattered by the wind, each word breaking apart individually. "Tell me, do you think this thing will still be worth anything in the future?" Chen Yi remembered not answering right away. He had looked up at the bushings on top of the transformer, their porcelain surfaces gleaming with a cold white light under the moon. Then he reached out and pressed his palm against the transformer's tank. The metal was cold, but he could feel the vibration of the silicon steel sheets inside, subtle faintly like a heartbeat. The transformer had not yet been energized, but the no-load test was complete. Residual magnetism still lingered in the iron core, and through 2 centimeters of steel plate his palm could still sense that vibration. Chen Yi's hand stayed there for over 10 seconds. Wind drove up his sleeve, numbing his arm, but he did not move. "Worth it," he said. His voice was low, torn in two by the wind. Old Wu had to step closer to make out the words. That was the answer at the time. Old Wu took a sip of cold milk tea, clicked his tongue, and asked no more. The wind blew a droplet of water from the thermos lid. It fell onto the transformer's cooling fins with a delicate ping, thin as a mosquito's hum. Now in March 2020, inside a prison workshop, gripping a worthless steel pipe, he thought of that answer. What he recalled was not just that answer, but far more. Those numbers, the numbers calculated in countless late nights. Those numbers were like nails driven into his mind, impossible to pull out. Some had rusted over, others still gleamed. The brightest ones were engraved with years 2019, 2020, 2026. That evening before lights out, Chen Yi borrowed a pen from old Ma. It was a ballpoint, its barrel printed with a bank advertisement in red characters half worn away. The ink was nearly dry, the words it produced came out in fits and starts like a radio signal struggling to hold. When Old Ma handed over the pen, his fingers were still dusted with sunflower seed shell fragments. "Don't lose it," Old Ma said. "This is the only one I've got." Chen Yi sat on his bunk. The board was hard, and after a while his tailbone ached. He flipped over a sheet of safety production rules and began writing on the blank reverse side. The paper was thin, flipping it revealed the red headline bleeding through from the other side, like a water stain spreading on wall plaster. Two other men in the cell had not yet slept. One was turning the pages of a book, the paper rustling like silkworms feeding on mulberry leaves. The other was scrubbing his feet, flaky skin falling in soft whispers. The first number he wrote was 42. The average service life of American grid equipment, 42 years. What did that mean? America currently had nearly 300 transformers, all installed in the 1970s. Design standards from the 70s, insulation materials, cooling systems. By 2020, these were already grandfathered equipment. When the degree of polymerization in insulation paper drops below critical levels, when dissolved gases in the oil exceed standards, when windings deform. These conditions are collectively known in the industry as the three highs: high temperature, high aging rate, and high accident rate. These old units wouldn't hold out much longer. Aging, oil leaks, insulation breakdown. The accident rate climbed year after year. Replacement was not a choice, it was a necessity. The pen tip paused, and a drop of ink bloomed on the paper. He thought of a transformer he'd seen during an inspection trip to the United States in 2018. Its casing rusted completely through oil seeping out and pooling on the concrete in a black lake. Weeds grew in a ring around the lake's edge. The oil had killed them, the leaves were black and crumbled at the slightest touch. That transformer had been in service for 43 years and was still holding on. The American engineer who accompanied him was named Tom, wearing a plaid shirt with sleeves rolled to the elbows. He just shrugged and said, "We don't have a replacement. The lead time for a new transformer is 18 months. Tom said this in a flat tone, as casual as reading a weather forecast. But Chen Yi had noticed the bolts on the transformer's foundation. 6 in total, 3 already loose, the remaining 3 rusted solid, their nuts immovable even with a wrench. 3 loose bolts meant the entire transformer could shift during an earthquake. A 2-centimeter displacement would snap the bushing. A snapped bushing meant the substation would explode. 18 months. He wrote that number on the paper. 18 months was only the manufacturing time. Demolishing the old, transporting the new, installing and commissioning. Another 6 to 8 months on top. From decision to energization, 2.5 years. For those 2.5 years, the aging transformer would continue to struggle along. And if it couldn't hold, blackout. Widespread blackout. The 2003 northeastern United States blackout left 50 million people without power for 2 days, with economic losses reaching $60 billion. That outage was triggered by a single overloaded transmission line tripping in a cascade. One line failed, the load transferred to 2 adjacent lines which also failed, like dominoes toppling, crashing through 8 states in a thunderous collapse. Chen Yi set down the pen and flexed his fingers. A callus had formed on the outer edge of his little finger from years of gripping calipers, hard as stone, clicking against the pen barrel with each press. Then the second number, 30. Global AI computing power demand growing at over 30 year after year. This figure was not fabricated, it came from a 2019 International Energy Agency report. What did AI need? Data centers. What did data centers need? Electricity. A server cluster training a large model had a power density 10 times that of a traditional server. On the rack, rows of GPUs glowed with green indicator lights like a wall of fireflies, each one backed by a 3-kilowatt power module. Google, Microsoft, Amazon. These tech giants were already pushing local power grids to their limits with data centers across North America. By early 2020, Virginia was already seeing data centers queue up for grid connections with wait times of 3 years or more. 3 years. The grid could not wait 3 years. Existing substation capacity was insufficient, transformers were insufficient, transmission lines were insufficient. To solve this within 3 years, there was only one path: extra high voltage at 765 kV. 765 kV extra high voltage transmission could carry power from the resource-rich central regions to the data center clusters along both coasts. Within the same transmission corridor, a 765 kV line carried 4 times the capacity of a 345 kV line. 4 times meant no new land acquisition, no new corridors. Simply swap the conductors on the towers and replace the transformers at both ends with 765 kV units. Transmission capacity quadrupled. For utility companies, this was an arithmetic problem. The cost of land plus construction far exceeded the cost of simply replacing transformers. No hesitation needed. 4. He wrote the number, the pen tip pausing and leaving a small dimple on the paper. Then came the third number, 120. Xiaoxing Heavy Industries stock price had fallen from its 2019 peak to 120 Korean won. Market value had evaporated by 87. Why? The pandemic had hit Korea hard. Domestic orders collapsed, overseas markets were blocked, and investment banks unanimously turned bearish. 3 reasons, all short-term. But Chen Yi had read Xiaoxing Heavy Industries' annual report, a 140-page English document that cost him 2 sleepless nights. By page 3, he was sitting upright. By page 15, he was flipping back to mark passages. By page 47, he closed the report, leaned back against the ceiling, and let out a long breath. They had a factory in South Jeolla province dedicated to 765 kV transformer production, and on their assembly line sat 2 German-imported vacuum impregnation tanks. Across all of Asia, only 7 such machines existed. They accounted for 15% of global capacity. 15%. This proportion meant that whenever extra high-voltage transformer demand surged globally, Xiaoxing Heavy Industries was a supplier you could not bypass. You couldn't bypass them just as you couldn't bypass TSMC when making chips or CATL when making batteries. You couldn't bypass them. He wrote those 3 characters on the paper. The ink was faint but still legible. He pressed hard as he wrote, carving a shallow groove into the paper. Connecting these numbers 300 aging American transformers, plus 30 annual growth in global AI, computing power plus data center power shortages, plus 765 kV, as the only solution, plus Xiaoxing Heavy Industries holding 15% of global capacity, plus a stock price crash of 87 from its historic high. That was a 6-year supercycle. A supercycle. He drew an arrow on the paper pointing from 2020 to 2026. The pen tip lingered on 2026 for a long time. Ink bled outward, staining the lower half of the 6 into a dark smudge. He did not rewrite it. 6 years. 2,190 days. Inside a prison, what did 2,190 days mean? 7,300 meals. 2,190 lights-out calls. 1,950 roll calls. Every number was forged in iron, striking against bone. Old Ma leaned over, trying to see what Chen Yi was writing. Chen Yi folded the paper, hiding half of it. What are you writing? Old Ma asked, still chewing sunflower seeds. A love letter. No answer came. Chen Yi's fingers rubbed along the rough edge of the paper, coarse as sandpaper. Old Ma sat down on the opposite bunk, collected sunflower seed shells in his palm, and patted them into a pile. I'm asking you, he said, lowering his voice. Do you really think that whatever transformer is going to go up? Chen Yi looked up at Old Ma. Under the dim light, Old Ma's eyes had a yellowish cast like aged glass marbles. The fluorescent tube overhead flickered, one moment bright, the next dark, bisecting Old Ma's face into lit and shadowed halves. It's not that the transformer will go up, Chen Yi said, his voice so soft it was nearly directed at himself. It's electricity. For the next 6 years, everything will depend on it. AI needs electricity. Electric vehicles need electricity. Chips need electricity. Where does the power come from? From substations. And what is the heart of a substation? A transformer. And the hardest thing to build inside a transformer is a 765 kV extra high voltage unit. Fewer than 5 companies worldwide can produce one. Xiaoxing Heavy Industries is among them. Old Ma blinked as if trying to digest these words. A sunflower seed hung motionless at his lips. Then, after buying it, do you just keep holding? Holding. For 6 years? 6 years. Old Ma rubbed the seed shells between his palms until they crumbled, fragments falling onto the bed. The cell fell quiet for a few seconds. The man reading turned a page, the sound like a dry branch snapping. Can you handle that psychologically? Old Ma asked. That was Lao Zhou's phrase, though Old Ma didn't know it. He was just asking off the cuff. Chen Yi unfolded the paper and wrote 4 characters in the blank space, forced lockup position. He wrote slowly, pressing hard on every stroke. Then he folded the paper in half, then in half again, and slipped it under his pillow. His movements were deliberate, ceremonial. If you can't hold out, he said, then cut off trading permissions. Old Ma watched him for a long time. He stopped eating seeds and rested his hands on his knees, the blue veins on the back of his hands standing out like earthworms under the light. Then he smiled and shook his head. Crazy, he said. All of you tech people are crazy. His mouth turned upward, but his eyes held no warmth. He was looking at someone climbing toward a cliff edge. Chen Yi did not rebut. He lay down facing the wall. The words on the wall were still there, everything will pass. He stared at them for a few seconds, then closed his eyes. Beneath his pillow, the folded paper's corner pressed against his ear, hard and unyielding. He did not shift it. 3 days later, a newspaper arrived in the workshop. It was a copy of reference news from the previous day. Someone had torn out a single page, folded it into quarters, and tucked it beneath the toolbox. The toolbox was metal, painted green, its latch broken, unable to close. He opened the newspaper and turned to the reverse side of the torn page, the international news section. The paper carried the bitter scent of ink, sharp as burnt plastic. In the lower right corner was a brief item under 80 characters. Google announced it will add 12 new data centers across the United States over the next 5 years with a total investment exceeding $30 billion US dollars. The company stated that power supply availability is the primary factor in site selection. His finger paused on that passage. The print was blurry. The characters for power supply were half smudged by ink, but still recognizable. 12 data centers. $30 billion. Power supply as the top priority. Every word validated his earlier reasoning, like interlocking gears, turning one click at a time, clicking. Google was not predicting the future. It was voting with money. $30 billion. That was the ballot. Chen Yi turned the newspaper over and over in his hands, weighing its lightness. The paper weighed less than 10 grams. but the information on it was heavier than any machine tool in the workshop. He picked up the pen and wrote a line along the newspaper's edge. Not analysis, not derivation, just a number and a symbol 1. 2 million Xiaoxing Heavy Industries lock position. He folded the newspaper and slid it back beneath the toolbox. Then he picked up the steel pipe and continued grinding. The grinding will passed over the metal, the sound like fingernails scraping glass. Iron filings flew up. One landed on the back of his hand. A small red spot like a mosquito bite. He did not shake his hand. He did not stop. His mind was turning over a number. Not 42. Not 30. Not 120. A smaller number, one he had not yet calculated. That number was total assets. How much could he raise after liquidating everything? Before imprisonment, he had owned an apartment in Shenyang 90 square meters with 14,000 still outstanding on the loan. He had a car, a used one already 4 years old. There was his housing fund, approximately 70,000 in the account. Plus scattered holdings, several fixed deposits, a small mutual fund position, and whatever change was linked to his phone. Would all of that add up to 1.2 million? That night he did not sleep. Lying in darkness, his fingers traced patterns on the sheets. He was not tracing numbers, but a place named Shenyang. 2,300 meters. October night wind. A 3-story transformer. Old Wu's thermos. Cold milk tea. His fingers swept back and forth across the fabric as though writing a letter that would never be sent. His hand came to rest on the sheet still. The cell was quiet. Old Ma's snoring drifted from the opposite bunk, long and short like sawing wood. From the next cell over came muttered dreams. Indistinct, but the word money came through, clearly followed by a restless turn and silence. Boots echoed in the corridor. Leather soles on terrazzo, clicking away then clicking back. The observation window on the iron door clicked open. A guard peered in, then clicked it shut again. Then he turned over and reached beneath his pillow for the paper. It had been pressed flat. The fold lines were fuzzy with wear like the ragged edges of an old book's turning leaf. At the very bottom of the paper he had written a sentence. It was short. Only 6 characters. It's not luck. It's electricity. He read it over once more. The pen's ink was nearly depleted. The final character for electricity was faint, translucent as mist, but still legible. He refolded the paper and slipped it back under his pillow. This time his hand did not reach for it again. In the darkness his breathing was light, steady. No moonlight came through the window. The clouds were thick like a damp quilt draped across the sky. Somewhere in the distance a train sounded its horn twice, then fell silent. Chen Yi lay in the dark with his eyes open, staring at the faded characters on the wall. Everything will pass. He did not blink. The paper was obtained from the workshop. One side was printed with safety production rules, and the other side was blank. Chen Yi wrote with a ballpoint pen on the blank side, the nib faltering like a bone about to break. He wrote 6 characters. Real estate. Vehicle. Savings. Then he drew 3 horizontal lines under these 6 characters. The line under real estate was the longest, almost spanning the entire width of the paper. The line under vehicle was shorter, and the one under savings was the shortest, like a little tail. The lengths of the 3 lines represented the weight of these 3 things in his life. The house had been lived in for 3 years, the car driven for 2, and the savings were accumulated over the last 2 years, every penny with a source. Now they were to be wiped out in one stroke, like erasing pencil marks with a rubber. After erasing, only gray dust remained on the paper. From outside the workshop came the roar of machinery, low and steady like a giant beast breathing. Chen Yi looked down at the paper. The red letters of safety production rules were faintly visible through the back. He turned the paper over, safety production rules facing up, and stared at the red line for a few seconds. Then he turned it back and wrote a number under real estate 87000, under vehicle 18000, under savings 90000, total 114000, still short by 6000. He drew a circle in the lower right corner of the paper and wrote a inside the circle. The question mark was like an eye staring at him from the paper. 60,000. Short by 60,000. The gap was not big, but not small either. Like a threshold. One could step over it, but underneath was a cliff. When the lawyer came for the meeting, Chen Yi had already been waiting in the visitation room for 17 minutes. The room was very small, less than 4 square meters. A metal chair, a metal table with a microphone, and a glass partition fixed on the table. The glass was thickened from inside. One could not see the corridor, only the opposite chair and the person sitting in it. A fluorescent light was embedded in the ceiling, emitting a white light that cast no shadows on people's faces like an interrogation room. The lawyer was surnamed, he in his early 40s, wearing a gray suit with a dark blue tie neatly tied. He sat opposite the glass, picked up the microphone, and cleared his throat first. Mr. Chen, he said, his voice coming through the microphone with a slight electrical buzz, have you made up your mind? Chen Yi did not speak. His fingers rested beside the microphone, fingertips touching the metal casing. Cold. The coldness of the metal traveled along his fingertips into his palm like a thin thread. Your apartment, lawyer, he said, pulling a document from his briefcase, the words on it tiny and dense, is on Chaoyang Road, bought in 2017 for a total price of 1.2 million with a loan of 700 over 20 years. Now with the pandemic, you know the real estate market. In the same complex with the same layout, one unit sold last month for 850,000. Yours I had someone appraise it, at most 870,000. And the buyer requires you to bear the transfer fee, about 2,000. Net proceeds, 850,000. Chen Yi listened. His gaze fell on lawyer. He's tie-clipped silver engraved with a scale. One end of the scale was slightly heavier than the other, asymmetrical. The light hit at a thin gleam sliding along the horizontal arm of the scale like a grain of sand. In other words, lawyer, he turned a page of the document. If you sell now, counting the principal repaid over these 2 years, the actual loss on your down payment plus interest is about 23000. 23000, Mr. Chen. That's not a small amount. Chen Yi tapped his finger beside the microphone very lightly. The sound was cut off by the glass. The other side couldn't hear it. Sell. Lawyer, his brows furrowed. His brow ridges were high, and when he frowned they looked like 2 mountains squeezed together. Mr. Chen, may I ask one question? He said. You're in a hurry to liquidate, is it for stock trading? Chen Yi said. Lawyer, he was taken aback. His hand stopped above the document, pen tip suspended in midair, ink spreading into an ever-growing black spot on the paper. The visitation room was silent for 3 seconds, the hum of the fluorescent light like a mosquito's wings. Stock trading. Lawyer, he repeated, as if confirming he hadn't misheard. You're selling your house to trade stocks. Mr. Chen. Lawyer, his voice lowered with a hint of admonition. I am your lawyer, not your financial advisor. But from a professional standpoint, I must remind you of your current situation. You will be imprisoned for 6 years. If the assets are liquidated without a stable value-adding channel, when you come out in 6 years, if this money is lost, you'll have nothing. A house is at least physical property and asset. Stocks. He paused as if weighing his words. Stocks are risky assets. Especially now with the global pandemic, U.S. stock circuit breakers, Korean stock crash. A shares have also fallen more than 15. If you enter now, it's not investing, it's gambling. Chen Yi looked at him. Under lawyer, his eyes were dark circles with bags, as if he hadn't slept well. The scale on his tie clip reflected a thin gleam under the light. It's not gambling, Chen Yi said. Then what is it? All in. The word, all in, traveled through the microphone across the glass, and lawyer, he heard it clearly. The corner of his mouth twitched. It wasn't a smile, but a professional restraint. He lowered his head, signed his name on the document, and then pushed the document to the edge of the glass. I've prepared 3 copies of the authorization real estate vehicle securities account. You sign, I execute. But I need to confirm once more, are you sure you want to sell now? Chen Yi picked up the pen and signed the authorization. The handwriting was steady without a tremor. After signing, he put the pen back on the table. The pen rolled a bit and stopped at the edge of the glass. Sell now, he said. Lawyer, he looked at him for 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, his Adam's apple moved twice, swallowing 2 unspoken words. Then he packed up the documents and stuffed them into his briefcase. 3 days, he said. 3 days later, the money will be in your account. He stood up and left his leather shoes making crisp sounds on the floor. When he reached the door, he stopped and looked back at Chen Yi. Mr. Chen, he said, I've been a lawyer for 15 years and have seen many people. You are the second person I've seen who still thinks about stock trading at a time like this. The first one later jumped off a building. The door closed. The metal door frame and panel collided with a dull thud. The sound of leather shoes in the corridor grew fainter like raindrops on a tin roof, from dense to sparse, finally disappearing. Chen Yi didn't move. He looked at the observation window on the door, a piece of glass the size of a palm embedded with wire mesh. Behind the wire mesh was empty. The corridor had no one. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. The red mark on his wrist was still there like a thin snake. The calluses on his fingers were ground out by the workshop, hard yellowish feeling like sandpaper. 3 days later, the money arrived. But not 870,000. It was 820,000. The buyer had pressured the price down on the spot, citing uncertainty of the pandemic, need to reserve risk funds. When lawyer, he explained over the phone, his voice was apologetic. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. The buyer's attitude was very tough. Maybe. Wait a bit longer. No need, Chen Yi said. 820,000, accepted. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Fine, lawyer, he said. The apology in his voice turned into fatigue, like a string stretched too long that had suddenly loosened. 50,000. In the blink of an eye, 50,000 was gone. Not evaporated, but taken away by the word uncertainty. The pandemic was uncertain, the market was uncertain, everything was uncertain. What was certain? 820,000 was already lying in the account, a number, not bricks and cement. The vehicle sold even slower. During the pandemic, the used car market was almost at a standstill. Lawyer, he entrusted 3 agencies. The first 2 didn't even have anyone come to see the car. The third one had a person come, walked around the car, and offered 120,000. Lawyer, he didn't accept. Finally, a buyer was found through the 4th agency. It was a 2018 black SUV. Chen Yi had owned it for 2 years, driven less than 200 kilometers. The buyer was a small boss in the building materials business. When he came to see the car, he wore a mask revealing only a pair of eyes. The eyes were very small with narrow slits, habitually squinting when looking at people as if appraising. The small boss circled the car, twice pressed the hood with his hand, as if testing the elasticity of meat. He kicked the tire, The tire gave a dull thud without bouncing back. He pulled open the door sat and turned the steering wheel half a circle and then got out. Then he offered 150,000. 18,000 lawyer, he said. 15,000, the small boss said. With the current market, it's good to get 15,000. I know you're in a hurry to sell. If you weren't, you wouldn't be selling at a time like this. When he said in a hurry to sell, his eyes were not on lawyer he but on the car's bumper. There was a scratch on the bumper which had been there when Chen Yi bought it and had never been repaired. The small boss's finger touched the scratch as if confirming the depth of the wound. When lawyer he relayed this to Chen Yi over the phone. Chen Yi was polishing that steel pipe in the workshop. The sound of the grinding wheel against metal was like fingernails scraping on glass. Sparks flew out, landing on his apron and burning black spots. Sell, he said. The grinding wheel didn't stop. Sparks landed on the apron, burning a small hole through to the fabric underneath. Chen Yi didn't dodge. The steel pipe in his hand was pressed steadily against the grinding wheel. Metal shavings flew out, landing on his feet with burning heat. The savings were the easiest. 9720 yuan in the securities account. Chen Yi asked lawyer he to transfer it all out plus the 8200 from the house and 1500 from the car, totaling 106720 yuan. Still short by 13280 yuan. Chen Yi recalculated on the paper. House 8200, car 1500, savings 9720. The numbers were written clearly stroke by stroke without cursive. He turned the paper over and wrote a line on the back of safety production rules, still short 13000. Then he drew a horizontal line under still short 130 and wrote 2 words on the line: stocks. There were still a few stocks in the securities account bought casually before: a power utility stock, a bank stock, and a new energy ETF. During the pandemic, all 3 stocks were in loss with a total market value of 13,280 yuan. If sold, they would make up the 1.2 million. But if sold, it would be cutting losses. The power stock was down 18, the bank stock down 7, the new energy ETF down 31. The 3 stocks were like 3 festering wounds. Cutting them would bleed, not cutting them would rot more. Chen Yi stared at the codes of the 3 stocks for a long time. He remembered the code of the power stock best, starting with 6, the first stock he bought when he opened his account. The bank stock was recommended by a colleague who said its dividends were stable. The new energy ETF was bought based on news. At that time, the new energy concept was hot, everyone was talking about it. Now all 3 concepts had gone cold like 3 bowls of overnight porridge. Then he picked up his phone and sent a message to lawyer, he clearing all 3 stocks in the securities account. After the proceeds arrive together with other funds, make it exactly 1.2 million. Lawyer, he replied with 1 word, okay. 10 minutes later, lawyer, he sent another message, Mr. Chen, the bank stock is only down 7. Do you want to wait a bit longer? After the pandemic, the valuation of bank stocks should recover. Chen Yi looked at the message, his finger pausing on the screen. The light from the screen shone on his face, pale and bleak like moonlight falling on a cement floor. Then he replied, can't wait. 6 years. 2 words. 6 years. The weight of these 2 words, lawyer, he couldn't feel through the phone screen. But Chen Yi could feel it. 6 years is 2190 days, 52560 hours, 315360 minutes. Every minute was an iron bar lined up from today to the last day of the 6th year. The iron bar stretched out, the end invisible, but he knew it was there. On the last day of the 6th year, the cell door would open, sunlight streaming in. By then, the number in the account would either have multiplied or be gone. One or the other. No middle ground. When the 1.2 million arrived, Chen Yi was eating. Prison lunch was rice cabbage stewed with tofu and a slice of luncheon meat. The cabbage and tofu were in an aluminum basin, the broth grayish, the tofu cut into triangular pieces with edges already broken. The rice was old grain, cooked hard, each grain separate, not sticky. Chen Yi's chopsticks paused midair as his phone screen lit up. It was a screenshot of the bank transfer from lawyer he, account balance 1,000,000 yuan. He zoomed in on the screenshot and counted the digits. 120, followed by 4 zeros. 2 zeros after the decimal point. He didn't blink. Old Ma eating beside him leaned over and took a look. Wow, Old Ma said 1.2 million. Money from selling the house. All sold. All sold. Old Ma put down his chopsticks, picked up the soup bowl, and took a sip. The soup was cold with a layer of oil floating on the surface. 1.2 million, Old Ma said. Inside, that's enough to last a lifetime. After you get out, if it's gone. It won't be gone. Chen Yi said. So sure. Old Ma looked at Chen Yi's face, trying to find a trace of hesitation or excitement. He found nothing. Chen Yi's face was like a freshly plastered wall. Clean, smooth, without any expression. Chen Yi turned off the phone screen and put it back in his pocket. He didn't answer. He picked up the slice of luncheon meat with his chopsticks, put it into his mouth, chewed twice and swallowed. The meat was salty, a bit fishy, like the taste of canned food left too long. The vegetables in the aluminum basin had gone cold. The cabbage leaves lay limp at the bottom like a wet dish rag. The buzz of the cafeteria came through several walls, muffled, mixed with the clatter of bowls and chopsticks. He thought of that apartment. Chaoyang Road was 7th floor, the south-facing bedroom. In the morning, sunlight would stream and falling on the wooden floor, forming a golden square. On the kitchen stove, there was still half a bottle of soy sauce left over from before he was imprisoned. The shower head in the bathroom had been replaced. The old one had too little water flow, but the new one hadn't been installed yet. On the balcony, there were 2 pots of pothos. Watered, they could live 2 weeks. Without water, they could last 5 days. By now, they were probably dead. In the shoe cabinet, there was still a pair of unworn leather shoes, the tag still attached, bought on sale for $230. The keys were still hanging on the keychain, the ring a small copper ox, a gift from a friend said to bring wealth luck. When he bought the house, he had thought about getting married, about having children, about many things. Now none of that mattered. What mattered was the 1.2 million. What mattered was Shaoxing Heavy Industry. What mattered was 6 years. That night Chen Yi didn't sleep. After the cell lights were turned off, only the emergency light from the corridor shone through the observation window. On the door, a narrow beam, falling on the floor like a thin blade. Old Ma in the next bed was already snoring, the sound steady like an old fan. Chen Yi lay on his bed, facing the wall, his fingers tracing on the sheet. Not tracing place names, but numbers. 1.2 million divided by Shaoxing Heavy Industry stock price of 120 Korean won, then divided by the exchange rate. How many shares would that be? He calculated in his mind once, then again. The first time he made a mistake using yesterday's exchange rate off by 0.3. The second time he got it right. After calculating, he turned over to face up. The ceiling was pitch black, nothing visible, only the light from the corridor emergency lamp seeping in under the door gap like a thin slit. In the darkness, numbers floated before his eyes. 1.2 exchange rate 0.0053. These numbers arranged and combined like gears meshing, turning, pointing to a result. He wrote the last line on the paper. All. Shaoxing Heavy Industry. Lock position. He folded the paper and tucked it under the pillow. The pillow was cotton hard. Pressing on it, he could feel the paper's edge against the back of his head. He turned over again, lying on his back, looking at the ceiling. There was a crack on the ceiling extending from the corner like a dried-up river. He stared at the crack for a long time. The end of the crack disappeared into the shadow of the corner. He couldn't see the end, but knew it had one. All cracks have an end, either at the corner or at the other end of the ceiling. The crack of 6 years was the same. Starting from today, ending on the 6th year. In between was 1.2 million and 1 stock. The 2 ends of the crack, one was today, the other was 6 years later. That darkness in between had to be filled with money. Then he closed his eyes. In the darkness, his breathing was light and steady like a well-tuned machine entering standby mode. The next morning, Chen Yi received the last message from lawyer He in the workshop. It wasn't a text message, but a photo of a handwritten note. The note had only 1 sentence in lawyer He's handwriting, neat like print. Mr. Chen, the 1.2 million has all arrived in your account. P.S. When you cleared your securities account, the new energy ETF hit the daily limit up 10 minutes after you sold. Good luck. Chen Yi stared at the photo for 3 seconds. 3 seconds. The first second he saw all arrived, the second second he saw a new energy ETF, the third second he saw a limit up. The 3 pieces of information were like 3 nails hammered into his brain one by one. The first was iron cold steady. The second was old disposable. The third was a thorn, but it had been pulled out and the wound would heal on its own. Limit up. 10 minutes. The stock he had sold hit the limit up like a guest he had just seen off who turned around and won the lottery. The limit up was sealed by orders lined up in a long queue, each order being Chen Yi's cut, flesh boiling in someone else's pot. But Chen Yi's expression didn't change. His eyes didn't blink, his lips didn't move. He just pressed his thumb on the screen, turning off the phone. He put the phone back under the toolbox. He picked up the steel pipe and continued polishing. The sound of the grinding wheel against metal was like fingernails scraping on glass. Sparks flew out, landing on his apron, burning a few more black spots. But the corner of his mouth, when no one was looking, twitched. It wasn't a smile. It was a confirmation. 1.2 million. All in. Shaoxing Heavy Industry. 6 years. The text message was received at 2:17 p.m. Chen Yi sat in the workshop holding a steel pipe that he had been polishing for 7 days. The joint of the pipe was as smooth as a mirror reflecting a blurred image of himself. The phone vibrated once in the pocket of his work pants, then again. He set down the steel pipe, wiped his hands, and pulled out the phone. On the screen was a text message from a 6-digit customer service number. Dear customer, your order for account ending in 8848 has been executed. Buy 100 shares of Shaoxing Heavy Industry XXXXXX at an average price of 120.00 Korean won. Total transaction amount of 120,000 Korean won, equivalent to approximately 120,000 RMB. For details, please log in to the trading platform or contact customer service. Chen Yi stared at the message for 3 seconds. Then he turned off the screen and slipped the phone back into his pocket. He picked up the steel pipe and continued polishing. The sound of the grinding wheel against metal was like fingernails scraping on glass. Old Lou at the adjacent workstation lifted his head briefly, then lowered it again. Everyone in the workshop knew that Chen Yi was a man of few words, but no one knew what was on his mind. He had been silent when he entered 6 years ago, and he was still silent now, on the verge of leaving. Only his work had become increasingly meticulous. The joints he ground were smoother than those cut by machines. 7 days ago before this text message was sent. There was a smell of carpet in the lobby. Not the smell of new carpet, but the odor of old carpet trodden by countless feet, mixed with sweat shoe polish and the stale air from the air conditioning. The carpet was gray-blue worn to a pale shade, and the area near the entrance had almost lost its original color. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling were better than those in the workshop. They didn't flicker, and their white light was harsh. To the left was a row of 6 self-service terminals, only 2 of which were turned on their screens scrolling with fund advertisements. To the right was the VIP room with a glass partition revealing a redwood table and 2 leather armchairs, both empty. 7 or 8 people were scattered in the lobby. Some were looking at their phones, some were filling out forms, while others simply sat there, as if waiting for a market trend that would never arrive. Chen Yi stood in front of window No. 3, holding a black plastic bag containing a stack of documents: ID card, bank card, securities account card, and the power of attorney prepared by lawyer He. Behind the counter sat a young man in his mid-20s wearing a white shirt and a dark blue tie, the knot slightly askew. His name tag read, Customer Manager Sun Wei. Sun Wei was looking down at his phone, which displayed a stock trading app. Candlestick charts were jumping red and green alternating. What business? Sun Wei asked without looking up. Open an account. Cross-border, Chen Yi said. Sun Wei raised his head and glanced at him. His eyes lingered on Chen Yi's face for a second, then shifted to his hands, seeing the black plastic bag he was pinching, and then back to his face. Cross-border, he said. Buying Hong Kong stocks or U.S. stocks? Korean stocks. Sun Wei's eyebrows lifted. It wasn't an expression of surprise, but one that said, here's an oddball. Korean stocks, he repeated. We don't have many channels for Korean stocks here, and the fees are high. What do you want to buy? Xiaoxing Heavy Industry. Sun Wei's expression changed. The corners of his mouth first turned down, then pulled upward into a shape that was somewhere between a sneer and sympathy. Xiaoxing Heavy Industry, he said, his voice unconsciously rising. That Korean company that makes transformers? Sun Wei put down his phone, leaned forward, and rested his elbows on the counter. His tie knot was even more crooked. Brother, he said, I've been in this business for 3 years and I've seen plenty of people trying to catch a falling knife. But this, Xiaoxing Heavy Industry, that thing has dropped like a stone. From its high last year, it's down 87 points. 87. Do you know that? Chen Yi said nothing. His fingers pressed on the black plastic bag, producing a faint rustling sound. And Sun Wei continued, his pace quickening, as if sharing a trade secret. Transformers Heavy Industry. These old-fashioned things. Who touches them anymore? The country is pushing new infrastructure, 5G, AI, new energy. Buying this is like buying grave grass. Grave grass, you know. It means something is already dead, but the grass keeps growing. Sun Wei tapped the counter twice with his finger, as if sealing the coffin. Let me show you some data, he said, turning his phone screen toward Chen Yi. Xiaoxing Heavy Industry, PE ratio negative, PB ratio 0.3. That means the market thinks this company is only worth 30% of its book value. 30%. Even less than scraps. Someone nearby chuckled. Chen Yi turned his head. The person laughing was a middle-aged man in his 50s wearing a gray polo shirt, his belly rounding out the fabric. He was standing near window No. 4, apparently waiting to handle his own business, and had overheard their conversation. Young man, the middle-aged man said to Chen Yi, take my advice. I've been trading stocks for 15 years. I've seen everything: the 2008 circuit breaker, the 2015 crash, the 2020 pandemic. But there's one iron rule: don't touch cyclical stocks. What are cyclical stocks? They don't rise when they should, and they crash to hell when they fall. Xiaoxing Heavy Industry is a textbook cyclical stock, and a garbage one at that. The middle-aged man then tapped the counter twice with his hand, as if admonishing a junior. Let me tell you, he said, lowering his voice, but not enough to avoid being heard by those around. Back in 2008, I had a buddy who went all in on PetroChina. He bought at 48 yuan. Do you know how low it dropped? 4 yuan. 90% gone. He hasn't even broken even yet. And that was PetroChina, a state-owned enterprise with dividends. This Korean stock. Who do you turn to if something goes wrong? The embassy. Sun Wei nodded as if he had found an ally. Uncle is right, he said. And with Korean stocks, there's exchange rate risk, opaque information disclosure, and poor liquidity. If you really have 2 million yuan, buy some Baijiu, some pharmaceuticals, or even an ETF. Anything would be better than this. He paused as if searching for the right word, but the result wasn't subtle. You're basically throwing money into a fire. The lobby fell silent for a moment. Then more people looked over. The silence lasted only 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, whispers spread like ants from every corner. The person at window No. 1 was tilting his head to talk. The woman at the self-service terminal slowed down her keystrokes, glancing this way. Even the woman in a white blouse inside the VIP room set down her teacup and looked out through the glass. A woman in a floral dress holding the hand of a 5 or 6-year-old child who was eating a lollipop. The woman said 2 million. All in one stock. And a Korean one. Is he crazy? The child heard the word crazy, pulled the lollipop out of his mouth, glanced at his mother, and put it back in. The woman in the floral dress didn't notice. She was busy exchanging glances with the person next to her. That look at this guy expression which made the rounds in the lobby twice. A young man with glasses carrying a backpack looking like a college student said, "Xiaoxing heavy industry. I checked it. Debt ratio 68 in negative cash flow losses for 3 consecutive quarters. Technically MACD bearish cross KDJ oversold, but oversold doesn't mean it's bottomed. This kind of stock has no bottom." A man in a black suit who had been on the phone in a corner ended the call and walked over to interject. "I have a friend in Seoul doing investment banking, and he said Xiaoxing heavy industry is already discussing bankruptcy restructuring. Buying it now is like buying a coffin lid." The suit man glanced at his phone again, as if confirming his friend's exact words. Then he added, "And the Korean won depreciated 8% against the RMB last year. Even if the stock doesn't lose, you'll lose on the exchange rate. A double whammy." Chen Yi listened. His gaze swept from Sun Wei's face to the middle-aged man's belly to the child eating a lollipop to the young man's backpack to the suit man's cufflinks. His eyes didn't linger, they passed like a breeze. "Open the account," he said. His voice was soft, but it was enough to silence the lobby. Sun Wei looked at him for 3 seconds. Then he let out a short laugh as if snorting through his nose. "Fine," he said. "Open the account. You're the boss. But I have to record a risk disclosure, and you'll need to cooperate." He picked up a webcam from the counter and aimed it at Chen Yi. "Do you understand the investment risks of the Korean stock market? Including but not limited to exchange rate risk, liquidity risk, and information asymmetry risk." "I understand. Do you confirm that you will use the entire amount in your account, approximately 1.2 million renminbi, to purchase a single stock, Xiaoxing heavy industry?" "I confirm. Do you understand that this stock is currently at a historical low and there is a risk of further decline or even delisting?" "I understand." Sun Wei put down the webcam, typed a few keystrokes, and printed out an account opening agreement and a risk disclosure statement. "Sign here," he said. Chen Yi signed. The strokes were steady. Sun Wei took back the agreement, glanced at the signature, flipped to the last page of the risk disclosure, and had Chen Yi sign again. Chen Yi signed. The pen was a black ballpoint from the counter, its cap bearing teeth marks left by some unknown customer. The entire account opening process from sitting down to signing took 9 minutes. During those 9 minutes, Sun Wei shook his head 3 more times and sighed twice. Every shake of the head Chen Yi saw. Every sigh Chen Yi heard. The transfer took 17 minutes. Chen Yi sat in the waiting area of the lobby on a black leather chair whose surface had cracked, exposing the yellow foam underneath. He sat next to the crack, operating his phone. Cross-border transfer, currency purchase, Korean won deposit by order. Each step required a verification code which was sent to his phone. He entered it and confirmed. When purchasing the currency, the exchange rate jumped. The mid-rate for the Korean won against the RMB was 169.32.0, 15 higher than yesterday. Chen Yi stared at the number, hesitated not, and tapped confirm. He converted 120 RMB into Korean won and transferred it to the Korean sub-account. The handling fee was 0.15% plus an additional 80 yuan telegraphic fee for the cross-border transfer. Altogether, it was enough to cover a week's meals in the workshop. After the transfer was submitted, the screen spun for 3 minutes. During those 3 minutes, Chen Yi didn't move, nor did he look at anyone nearby. His gaze was fixed on the spinning loading icon in the center of the screen, as if watching a very slow clock. Sun Wei stood behind the counter watching him operate. The middle-aged man hadn't left, he stood nearby, as if watching a play. The young man with glasses had also come closer, his backpack slung over his shoulders, standing behind Chen Yi to the side, able to see his phone screen. "He's really buying," the young man said. Chen Yi didn't answer. His finger tapped on the screen, confirmed buy. A prompt appeared on the screen, order submitted, pending execution. Sun Wei shook his head. He turned to the middle-aged man and said, "Uncle, did you see that? This is what I call not listening to advice. I've been in this business for 3 years, and I've seen plenty of this kind of client. They think they're smarter than everyone else, that they can catch the bottom. And what happens? 9 out of 10 lose everything. The remaining 1 jumps off a building." The middle-aged man sighed, his belly rising and falling with the sigh. "Young man," he said to Chen Yi, "I'll say one more thing. In the stock market, surviving long is more important than making quick money. With this all-in bet, if you're wrong, you won't even have a chance to turn things around. Keep the green mountain, and you'll have firewood to burn, understand?" Chen Yi looked at the phone screen. On the screen, the order status changed from submitted to partially executed, then to fully executed. The execution details popped up. Execution time 141703, average price 120.00 Korean won, quantity 100 shares, total amount 100 Korean won. Every line of numbers was clear, as if engraved on the screen. The middle-aged man leaned and saw the number. His mouth opened and closed, then he shook his head and said nothing more. He stood up, put the phone in his pocket, then walked back to window no. 3 and said to Sun Wei, "Lock the position." Sun Wei was stunned. "What? Permanent lockup," Chen Yi said. "Freeze trading permissions. Delete the mobile app. Cancel SMS notifications. Cancel email notifications. Cancel all trading channels." Sun Wei's mouth fell open as if he hadn't understood. "Permanent lockup. Are you sure? We rarely use this function. Oh, only institutional investors usually." "I'm sure. Then how will you operate in the future? What if it goes up and you want to sell? What if it goes down and you want to add to your position? I won't sell, Chen Yi said. I won't add. 6 years. You won't even look at it for 6 years. I won't look. Sun Wei's hand hovered over the keyboard, his fingers suspended in midair. He stared at Chen Yi for a long time as if looking at an alien. Then he lowered his head and entered a series of commands into the system. As he typed the commands, Sun Wei's fingers trembled. Not from fear, but from confusion. He had seen clients lock up positions for 3 months, 6 months, at most 2 years. 6 years. 6 years ago the iPhone was still on the SIXS. The market index was still at 30 points, and no one knew what the world would look like 6 years later. This man was putting his money into a coffin and nailing the lid shut with his own hands. Permanent lockup has been set, he said, his voice a little dry. Trading permissions are frozen. All notification channels have been closed. Unless you personally present a valid ID and go to the headquarters in Seoul, South Korea, to unlock it at the counter, no operations can be performed on this account during the lockup period. The lockup period. He glanced at the screen. The lockup period you set is 6 years. Chen Yi nodded. One more question, Sun Wei said. During the lockup period, if the company distributes dividends, issues rights, or has other equity changes, how will the funds be handled? Automatic reinvestment, Chen Yi said. Sun Wei's Adam's apple bobbed. He looked at the screen again, as if making sure he wasn't mistaken. Automatic reinvestment. Dividends credited automatically, buying more. 6 years compound reinvestment. He repeated it, as if digesting the concept. You're driving yourself to the edge of the cliff. Chen Yi didn't answer. He took a lockup confirmation form from the black plastic bag, folded it into quarters, and tucked it into his wallet. Then he turned and walked toward the door. He walked steadily. The black plastic bag was empty, now making a rustling sound in his hand. The leather chair in the waiting area was still cracked, the fluorescent lights still white, the self-service terminals still scrolling fund advertisements. Everything remained unchanged. The only difference was that this lobby had lost 2 million yuan, gaining an unforgettable joke instead. Hey! Sun Wei called after him from behind. Chen Yi stopped, but didn't turn around. 6 years later, Sun Wei said, his voice echoing in the lobby. If you lose everything, don't come looking for me. I've already advised you. 2 million all in on a junk stock, and locked up for 6 years. This isn't investing, but suicide. Slow suicide. Chen Yi didn't speak. His hand rested on the door handle, the cold metal transferring from his palm to his wrist. You'll regret this, Sun Wei said. Chen Yi pushed the door open and walked out. The door closed behind him with a dull thud like a period. Outside the lobby, it was raining. The rain in March 2020 was cold, carrying a hint of sleet. Chen Yi stood on the steps, not leaving immediately. He took out his phone, opened the trading app, and took one last look at his holdings page. Holdings: Xiaoxing Heavy Industry. Quantity: 100,000 shares. Cost 120,000 Korean won. Market value: 12,000 Korean won. PL 0,00. He took a screenshot, saved it, and then uninstalled the app. The icon shook on the screen for a moment and disappeared. He put the phone back in his pocket and walked down the steps. The rain hit his face cold. He didn't carry an umbrella. At the bottom of the steps was a puddle. He stepped into it, splashing water that wet his pant legs. The rain wasn't heavy, but it was dense. Fine slanting raindrops fell, hitting the stainless steel handrails of the steps with a continuous patter. The milk tea shop across the street was closed, though its lights were still on. One character on the sign was missing a stroke. The character for tea was missing a horizontal line. Chen Yi stood in the rain for a few seconds. It wasn't hesitation, it was waiting. He took out his phone, pressed, and held the power button, and turned it off. In the moment the screen went dark, he saw his own blurred reflection. In the reflection, the man wore blue work clothes, had very short hair, and a flat expression. A police car was parked at the roadside. 2 officers in uniform stood beside the car watching him. Chen Yi walked over and stood in front of them. Done, one of them asked. Done, Chen Yi said. Then let's go? Chen Yi bent down and sat in the back seat. The car door closed beside him, cutting off the sound of the rain. He leaned back in the seat, looking at the scenery outside the window. The glass curtain wall of the lobby receded, replaced by the sealed-off street shops with rolled-down shutters, and occasionally a person in protective clothing riding an electric scooter past. The March city looked like a faded photograph. On the rolled-down shutters of the shops were notices saying, closed, some dated February, some March, some with illegible handwriting. The plane trees along the road hadn't sprouted yet. Their bare branches looked like countless hands reaching toward the gray sky. The streets were almost empty. It was the 3rd week of the lockdown, and people had learned to stay indoors. The back seat was a bit cramped, his knees pressed against the front seat back. The leather of the seat was also cracked, just like the leather chair in the lobby. Chen Yi withdrew his gaze from the window and looked down at his hands. His hands bore calluses from the grinding wheel and a few shallow cuts from cutting steel pipes the day before. These hands had spent 2 million yuan today. In his wallet, the lockup confirmation form folded into quarters was tucked in the innermost layer. On the confirmation form, there was a line of small handwriting added by himself after signing using the pen from the counter. Force lockup, conquer human nature. Rainwater slid down the car window like tear streaks. Chen Yi watched the streaks without blinking. The police car started moving, heading toward the detention center. 7 days later, Chen Yi received the execution text message in the workshop. He read the message, turned off the screen, and continued polishing the steel pipe. The sound of the grinding wheel against metal was like fingernails scraping on glass. But the corner of his mouth when no one was looking twitched slightly. It wasn't a smile. It was a confirmation. 2 million. Full position. Shaoxing heavy industry. Lockup. 6 years. The whole world outside was waiting for him to sink. He was in no hurry. The iron door opened and closed again with only 3 seconds in between. Chen Yi stood inside the door carrying that black plastic bag, which contained a stack of documents, a ballpoint pen, and a lockup confirmation slip folded into 4. The plastic bag was issued by the detention center, used for 7 days, its edges frayed and worn. He shifted the bag from his left hand to his right, feeling a layer of sweat on his palm. It wasn't the heat. It was the smell of disinfectant, so strong it stung the skin. Name. The supervisor sat behind the desk, not lifting his head. Chen Yi. Charge. Embezzlement. Sentence. 6 years. The tip of the supervisor's pen scratched across the paper, producing a rustling sound. Then he looked up, glanced at Chen Yi. The look was quick, like a scanner, from face to shoulders to feet, then back. Right hand, he said. Chen Yi extended his right hand. The supervisor pinched his index finger, pressed it into the ink pad, then stamped a fingerprint on the paper. Red oval, the fingerprint ridges clearly visible. Left hand. Another stamp. Go in. The supervisor pointed to the end of the corridor. Cell 207. Top bunk. The rules inside, ask your cellmate. The supervisor closed the register and slid it into the drawer. The drawer's rails were rusted, making a harsh metallic screech as it closed. Chen Yi turned and walked forward, hearing behind him the sound of the supervisor drinking water, the clink of an enamel cup hitting the table. Chen Yi switched the plastic bag to his left hand and walked to the end of the corridor. The corridor was narrower than the detention centers, the ceiling lower, the fluorescent lights, old, their tubes blackened at both ends, flickering once, pausing, then flickering again. A layer of yellow stains spread down the walls from the ceiling like an old man's age spots. The concrete floor had a crack embedded with black mud. As he walked, his soles crushed over it, producing a faint crunch. Besides the disinfectant, the air carried a smell of rust. Not the dry rust of a steel mill, but a damp, water-soaked rust seeping out from the base of the walls. Chen Yi took a breath. The old injury beneath his ribs tightened faintly. On the last night in the detention center, a fight broke out in his cell. He dodged and hit the iron bed frame, scraping a layer of skin off his ribs. 6 years. He silently repeated these 2 words in his mind, like chewing a hard stone. 6 years ago, he was in the laboratory of Shaoxing Heavy Industries conducting the insulation test of a 765 kV prototype, his fingers still smelling of transformer oil. Now his fingers only smelled of disinfectant and the red of the ink pad. He counted 12 steps and arrived at the door of 207. The door was open. Inside, 4 men, 3 bunk beds, 1 top bunk empty. By the door was a man in his 50s, bald, wearing a gray long-sleeved undershirt, sitting on the lower bunk picking his feet. In the middle was a young man, 25 or 26, with a crew cut, doing push-ups, his sweat wetting a small patch of the concrete floor. At the far end was an old man, 60-something, with graying hair, leaning against the wall, eyes closed as if asleep, but his fingers were lightly tapping on his knees, as if keeping time. New fish. The bald man looked up, his feet still propped on the stool. What for? Embezzlement. Oh. The bald man put his feet down, pulled a cigarette from under his pillow, took one out, didn't light it, tucked it behind his ear. I'm here for fraud. Old Ma, they call me Old Ma. 3 years. That kid, he pointed at the young man doing push-ups, a how assault 2 years. The old man in the back, Old Joe, finance 7 years. A how finished his last set of push-ups, propped himself up, and gasped for breath, sweat dripping from his chin, hitting the concrete with a splat. He looked up at Chen Yi, scanning him from head to toe, as if appraising a piece of meat. 6 years, he clicked his tongue. That's a long one. Chen Yi placed the plastic bag on the top bunk. The mattress was made of palm fiber, hard with a musty smell. He pressed it with his hand, and the palm fiber emitted a faint groan. Several strands of hair were wedged in the gaps of the palm fiber. Short, stiff, whose they were no one knew. Outside the window was the exercise yard, surrounded by barbed wire with 3 coils of razor wire on top. The afternoon sun shone on the sand, which was bleached white, as if sprinkled with salt. A prisoner walked the perimeter of the yard, head down, hands behind his back, his shadow stretching long. The young man doing push-ups stopped, propped himself up on his elbows, and looked at Chen Yi. His arms were tattooed with a dragon coiling from shoulder to wrist, its eyes red. 6 years, he said, slightly out of breath. Pretty long. What, owes someone money outside? No, Chen Yi said. Then someone set you up. Chen Yi didn't answer. He opened the plastic bag, took out the documents, stacked them neatly, and placed them under the pillow. The lockup confirmation slip was on top. He pulled it out, glanced at it, then tucked it back to the bottom. The paper was nearly torn at the creases, the print half blurred, but the words, lockup period 72 months, were still legible. Old Ma took the cigarette from behind his ear, sniffed it, then tucked it back. Smoking wasn't allowed in the cell, but he sniffed this cigarette 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening, like a ritual. What's that? He gestured with his chin toward the plastic bag. Documents, Chen Yi said. What documents? The company's. Old Ma snorted. The company's documents. You're inside now. Is the company still yours? Hey, the young man scrambled up, wiped his sweat with his t-shirt, and leaned in to look, still reading documents. You're in now, forget about that. 6 years enough to play 3 World Cups. You'd better adapt quickly, eat when you should sleep, when you should don't dwell on useless stuff. Chen Yi folded the plastic bag and stuffed it into the iron cabinet at the head of the bed. The cabinet was tiny, only enough for a towel and an enamel cup. The cup had characters printed on it: labor reform, be a new person, red paint half worn off. Chen Yi turned the cup so the characters faced the wall. The cabinet door wouldn't close tightly, leaving a gap. He pressed it with his hand, and the iron sheet echoed hollowly like tapping a small drum. What's your name? The young man asked. Chen Yi. I'm a how. The young man extended a hand covered in sweat. We're in the same cell now, look out for each other. But I'll tell you first, this place lights out at 9:30, up at 6, work in the workshop during the day. The work isn't heavy, polishing steel pipes, assembling parts, things like that. But don't think you can slack off, the supervisors have sharp eyes. Chen Yi shook his hand. The palm was damp, warm like a stone just pulled from water. Ahau let go, wiped his hand on his pants. You don't look like a financial criminal, he said. The financial criminals I know are either as sly as monkeys or as cowardly as turtles. Your eyes are too calm. Like, he gestured, searching for the right word, like you're here, visiting relatives. Old Ma snorted beside him, took the cigarette from behind his ear again, and sniffed it. The old man in the back, old Joe, opened his eyes. His eyes were yellow like 2 aged glass marbles, but his gaze was clear as well water. That thing, he said, his voice very soft, a little hoarse, that you put under your pillow. What is it, oi? Chen Yi looked at him. Old Joe's graying hair was combed neatly. The collar of his undershirt had a ring of faded white from washing. His fingers were long with prominent knuckles like a pianist's. His fingers were still tapping on his knees once, twice, 3 times. Lock up confirmation slip, Chen Yi said. Old Joe's fingers paused. Then the corner of his mouth twitched. It wasn't a smile, but an acknowledgement. Shaoxing Heavy Industries, he asked. Chen Yi didn't answer. But his eyes blinked once very slowly. Old Joe understood. He closed his eyes, and his fingers resumed tapping on his knees. This time the rhythm changed, from 3 taps to 4. Ahau didn't notice old Joe's change. He was spreading his blanket on the lower bunk, still muttering, finance 6 years, economic crime. This combination is interesting. Our 207, 4 people, 3 economic criminals, and 1 fighter. We could start a financial forum. Old Ma didn't respond. He turned over facing the wall, his shoulders hunched like a curled up shrimp. That evening before lights out, Chen Yi took the paper from under his pillow. The light in the cell had changed from white to dim yellow, pressing low on everyone's head. Old Ma was already asleep, his blanket pulled up to his chin, snoring, not yet started, only even breathing. Ahau sat on the lower bunk, scraping the paint off the iron bed frame with his fingernail, the chips falling onto his knee. He flicked them off and continued scraping. It wasn't the lockup confirmation slip, but another piece of paper obtained from the workshop, printed on one side, with safety production regulations, and blank on the other. He wrote on the blank side with a ballpoint pen, the tip skipping and sputtering, the ink almost dry. He wrote 6 words. Technology, capital, law, connections, mindset, body. Under each word, he drew a line. Then below the lines, he wrote numbers: technology, 765 kV, AI, grid energy storage. Capital, trends, cycles, lockup. Law, criminal law, commercial law, evidence. Connections, old Joe, old Ma, Ahau, old Wu. Mindset, no anger, no haste, no regret. Body, push-ups, running, early sleep. He turned the paper over, stared at the red line, safety production regulations, for a few seconds. Then he flipped it back and added another word under connections, TBD. What are you writing? Ahau leaned out from the top bunk. His bed was opposite Chen Yi's lower bunk. A plan, Chen Yi said. A plan, eh? Ahau laughed, the laugh bright in the darkness. What plan? An escape plan. A 6-year plan. Ahau's laughter stopped. He climbed down from the top bunk, sat on the edge of Chen Yi's bed, and leaned in to look at the paper. His dragon tattoo peeked out from the sleeve of his t-shirt, the dragon's eyes like 2 red dots in the dim light. Technology, capital, law, connections, mindset, body. He read aloud, his tone shifting from frivolous to earnest. You? Are you here to serve time, or to cultivate immortality? Chen Yi didn't answer. He folded the paper in half, and tucked it back under his pillow. Let me tell you, Ahau lowered his voice. I've seen plenty of pretenders in this place. When they first come in, everyone says they're going to read exercise reform. 3 months. At most 3 months they all wilt. Do you know why? Why? Because it's useless, Ahau said. No matter how much you read, you still won't find a job when you get out. No matter how strong you get, people will still look down on you. 6 years, the world outside will have changed completely. Your skills will be outdated. Your connections will be gone. The only thing you can do is muddle through day by day, waiting for the time to pass. Chen Yi looked at him. Ahau's eyes were bright, too bright, like 2 light bulbs, but beneath them were dark circles, bags under his eyes. What do you want to do after you get out? Chen Yi asked. Ahau froze as if he hadn't expected the question. Me? He scratched his head. I don't know. Maybe. Go back to my hometown. My dad has a small shop, I could help him run it. Or go to a construction site, carry bricks. Anyway, as long as I don't starve. As long as you don't starve, Chen Yi repeated, his voice flat, as if reading an instruction manual. Yeah, Hal said. What else? You want to be a boss. After 6 years, who will remember you? Chen Yi didn't speak. He lay down facing the wall. On the wall were faint words left by the previous occupant still legible, everything passes. Hal kept talking, that 6-year plan of yours, tear it up now. Don't make trouble for yourself. Sleep. He flipped back to the top bunk, the bedboards creaking. Then the snoring started like an old engine. Chen Yi lay with his eyes open staring at the words on the wall. His fingers traced on the blanket, not forming characters, but numbers. 120. 120 Korean won. 100,000 shares. 6 years. 402 times. His fingers stopped on the blanket motionless. Then he turned over, pulled the paper from under his pillow, and added a line at the bottom. Every day 100 push-ups. 3 kilometers of running. 2 hours of reading. 1,000 words of technical notes. He refolded the paper and tucked it back under the pillow. This time he didn't take his hand out again. In the darkness his breathing was light, steady. The next day the workshop. The workshop was on the first floor of Building 3 from Cell 207. It took 2 iron doors, a corridor, and a yard to get there. During morning exercises the sky was not yet fully light misty. For rows of people stood in the yard, all in blue-gray prison uniforms, heads down, feet on the concrete floor that had a thin layer of frost. The whistle screeched sharply like a knife slicing through the morning air. Chen Yi stood beside the machine tool holding the steel pipe. This pipe was different from the one he had polished in the detention center, longer, thicker, with a layer of rust on the surface. The sound of the grinding wheel wearing away the rust was like sandpaper scraping on bone. His posture was standard, feet shoulder-width apart, left hand holding the pipe, right hand gripping the grinding wheel, waist slightly bent. With each rotation of the wheel his wrist trembled slightly, a tiny tremor like a heartbeat. New fish, a voice came from behind. Pretty standard posture. Done this before. Chen Yi turned around. It was a man in his 40s wearing blue work clothes with a number on the left chest, 047. His face had a scar running from the middle of his brow to his cheekbone like a centipede. Never done it, Chen Yi said. Never done it. 047 laughed a dry laugh, like rustling leaves. Then how come you hold it like an old hand? Chen Yi looked down at his own hands. His fingers were long, knuckles prominent, with a thin layer of callus at the base of his thumb, worn from holding pins and tools for over a decade. He didn't answer. All right, 047 said. Keep grinding. When you finish this one, there are 17 more. He turned and walked away, his blue work clothes in the dust of the workshop like a patch of sea. The old prisoner at the next machine glanced at Chen. He said nothing, shook his head, and continued pushing his own steel pipe. The noise in the workshop was immense. Dozens of grinding wheels running simultaneously, their sounds merging into a continuous hum, like hundreds of bees trapped in an iron box. Chen Yi turned back and continued grinding. The sound of the wheel like sandpaper scraping on bone. But his mind wasn't on the steel pipe. He was thinking about the winding structure of the 765 kV transformer. How to wind the first layer, the second layer, how to handle the interlayer insulation. Those numbers spun in his mind like an engine that never stopped. After grinding for 2 hours his fingers began to go numb. He stopped, flexed his wrist, and the joint cracked with a pop. Red marks appeared on his palm, but the skin wasn't broken. He had spent 7 days in the detention center, and the old calluses were still there shielding him. At lunch he stood in line with a Hao in front and Old Ma behind. Old Ma was the bald man in his 50s, a fraudster. He carried his enamel cup filled with rice and cabbage stewed with tofu, similar to the food in the detention center. The line moved slowly, each person collected their meal, and shuffled away, soles scraping the concrete with a rustling sound. The air was thick with the steam of the food and the lingering odor of disinfectant, the two smells mingling like a wrung-out rag. I heard you're writing a plan. Old Ma asked, his voice muffled from behind the bowl. What plan? 6 years. Old Ma laughed, a snort that carried a hint of mucus. 6 years, he said. I've done 3, and I already feel like my life is over. You with 6 years can still plan. Yes, Chen Yi said. Old Ma stared at him for a long time. Then he lowered his head and shoveled a mouthful of rice with his chopsticks. Crazy, he said very softly, but Chen Yi heard it. Hao turned his head from the front, chewing with his mouth full, cheeks bulging. Crazy about what? He mumbled. Nothing, Old Ma said. This kid says he has a 6-year plan. Hao nearly choked, coughed twice, and a grain of rice flew out, landing on the floor. A 6-year plan, he repeated as if hearing the beginning of a joke. Chen Yi didn't retort. He picked up his enamel cup, walked to a stool in the corner, sat down, and began to eat. The rice was cold, the oil in the cabbage and tofu had congealed, forming a white film on the surface. He took a mouthful, chewed twice, and swallowed. The tofu was sour, not the sour of spoilage, but the residual flavor left after the big pot had stewed too long, and all the taste had evaporated. He didn't take a second bite of the tofu, he finished the rice. The bottom of the enamel cup had a ring of tea stain left by the previous owner, impossible to wash off. He scraped it with his chopsticks, but the stain didn't budge. His gaze drifted past the bowl to the workshop windows. The windows were high, barred, the glass covered in a layer of dust, filtering the sunlight outside into a pale color. But he could still see the light moving from left to right, like time passing. 6 years, he thought. 2,190 days. Old Joe from the top bunk hadn't come to eat. Chen Yi noticed that old Zhou's enamel cup was still in the iron cabinet, mouth down, inverted like an upturned bell. Old Zhou never seemed to queue with others. He always went last, took the leftovers, sat alone in a corner to eat, then wiped the cup clean and inverted it again. He put the last bite of rice into his mouth, set down the enamel cup, and walked back to the machine tool. The steel pipe was still there, half the rust ground away, revealing the silver beneath. He picked up the grinding wheel and continued. The sound of the wheel like sandpaper scraping on bone. But his hands were steady. When the shift ended in the afternoon, he stacked the 18 steel pipes on the rack, each one stripped of rust, the silver metal gleaming coldly under the dim workshop lights. 047 passed by, counted them, said nothing, but patted Chen Yi on the shoulder. That pat was very light, as if confirming something. Lao Zhou spoke on the third night. For the first 2 days, Lao Zhou hadn't exchanged a single word with Chen Yi. During the day in the workshop, he performed quality inspections, measuring part tolerances, with a caliper, his fingers steady as a surgeon's. Back in the cell at night, Lao Zhou sat on the lower bunk, reading a newspaper, flipping from the first page to the last, and back again, moving slowly, as if reading a thick book. When a Hao tried to talk to him, he grunted. When Lao Ma offered a cigarette, he waved his hand. Only his fingers tapped on his knee. 1, 2, 3, 4, never out of rhythm. Chen Yi lay on the opposite upper bunk, facing the wall, tracing figures on the blanket. Not letters, numbers. 120. 402. 6 years. 2. 12 billion. The numbers churned in his mind like an engine that never stopped. The cell was dark. Light from the corridor seeped through the observation window on the door, casting a rectangular patch on the floor that crept slowly like a crawling turtle. You miscalculated. The voice came from behind, softly like a leaf falling to the ground. Chen Yi turned over, slowly so as not to disturb a Hao on the upper bunk. Lao Zhou sat on the lower bunk, back against the wall, holding a newspaper. The paper was 3 days old, the Financial Daily International edition. The cell lights were off, leaving only the emergency light from the corridor shining through the observation window. The words on the newspaper were illegible, but he could see Lao Zhou's fingers tapping lightly on the edge of the paper. 1, 2, 3, 4. What? Chen Yi asked. The exchange rate, Lao Zhou said without looking up. The 402 times you calculated. Did you deduct the exchange rate loss? Chen Yi's fingers froze on the blanket. He had indeed not deducted the exchange rate. The annual fluctuation of the Korean won against the Chinese yuan was 2 to 3. Over 6 years, the cumulative loss would exceed 10. He had calculated a nominal return of 402 times, but the actual amount might be only around 350 times. The air was silent for a few seconds. From the corridor came the snoring of distant cells, rising and falling like waves. I deducted it, he said. The corner of Lao Zhou's mouth twitched. It wasn't a smile, it was a test. How much? 12. Chen Yi said, annual exchange rate loss of 2, compounded over 6 years, about 12. 402 times minus 12 gives 354 times. After deducting transaction fees and capital gains tax, it comes to about 320 times. With a principal of 1.2 million, that's 384 million in hand. Lao Zhou's fingers stopped at the edge of the newspaper. He looked up and stared at Chen Yi. Those eyes were yellow like 2 aged glass beads, but the gaze was clear as well water. 320 times, he said, not 402. Why did you say 402? Say 402 to outsiders, Chen Yi said. In my own mind, I calculate 320. Lao Zhou looked at him for 3 seconds. Then the corner of his mouth twitched again. This time it was a genuine smile, brief like a snort from the nose. What's your name? Chen Yi. Chen Yi, Lao Zhou repeated, as if savoring the name. What did you do outside? Power equipment. You each feet. How did you end up here? Framed. Embezzlement. Lao Zhou's fingers paused for a beat. Framed, he repeated, his tone unchanged, but the word framed was spoken heavily, as if underlined with a pen. His eyes narrowed in the dim light, a quick movement, like scanning an anomaly. What sentence? 6 years. Lao Zhou folded the newspaper and placed it under his pillow. Then he patted the edge of the bed. Come down, he said. Let's talk. Chen Yi climbed down from the upper bunk and sat beside Lao Zhou. The bedboard creaked. Lao Zhou's thermal undershirt smelled of soap, the scent of many washes cleaned but worn. There was a fist distance between them. Chen Yi could feel a dry warmth from Lao Zhou, like a quilt that had been sunned in winter. On the opposite bunk, Lao Ma turned over, muttered something, and fell back into deep sleep. A Hao's breathing was heavy like a bellows, occasionally pausing for a second before bursting out with a rumble. You bought Shaoxing Heavy Industry, Lao Zhou said, not because you looked at the K-line right. No, because you understood the industry. Yes. Tell me. Chen Yi looked at Lao Zhou. His face was expressionless, as if listening to a routine report. But his fingers tapped lightly on the edge of the bed. 1, 2, 3. The dim light split his profile into half bright, half dark. The bright half was like a wax statue. The dark half sank into shadow, invisible. Chen Yi took a breath. 6 years. These numbers had tumbled through his mind countless times, but he had never spoken them to anyone. Not because of secrecy, but because no one was worthy of hearing. The U.S. power grid, Chen Yi said, has an average service life of 42 years. 300,000 transformers installed in the 1970s. They can't hold on any longer. Replacement is a necessity, but there is no domestic production capacity in the U.S. For 765 kV UHV transformers, fewer than 5 companies worldwide can manufacture them. Xiaoxing Heavy Industry is one of them, accounting for 15 of global capacity. As he spoke, his pace quickened slightly. Not from nervousness, but from having gone too long without discussing professional matters. The words were like a valve shut for too long, gushing out once opened. 765 kV UHV transformers windings insulation. Each word had weight and warmth in his mouth, like touching familiar tools. Lao Zhou's fingers paused, then resumed tapping, 4 times. Continue, he said. The AI computing power explosion, Chen Yi said, growing over 30 annually. Data centers are power-hungry beasts. A training cluster's power density is 10 times that of traditional servers. Google, Microsoft, and Amazon's data centers in North America have already overwhelmed the power grid. Virginia has started queuing for grid connections with wait times of 3 years or more. But grid expansion cannot bypass UHV transmission. On the same corridor, the transmission capacity of 765 kV is 4 times that of 345 kV. Lao Zhou did not interrupt. His fingers kept tapping, 444, like a metronome, urging Chen Yi to continue. 4 times, Lao Zhou said. Not a question, but a confirmation. 4 times, Chen Yi said. The pandemic caused Xiaoxing Heavy Industries stock to plummet 87, with market cap falling below net assets. But the factory's equipment and workers are still there. Once the pandemic ends and orders surge, the production capacity becomes a money printer. When he finished, his fingers stopped on the blanket. His heartbeat was slightly faster than usual, like after running 3 kilometers, but finer and denser. The feeling after saying all this was strange, like taking out everything that had been pressed in his chest for 6 years, laying it out on the opposite bed for another person to see. Lao Zhou's fingers stopped on the edge of the bed. He didn't speak. The cell was very quiet. A house snored on the upper bunk. Lao Ma turned over on the opposite bed, the boards creaking softly. You missed one thing, Lao Zhou said. What? Human nature, Lao Zhou said. You got the industry right, the supply and demand right, the valuation right. But did you calculate whether you can endure if the stock price drops 50 in these 6 years? Can you endure if it drops 70? If it drops 90, can you still sleep? Lao Zhou's voice lowered like a rope, slowly lowered into a deep well. I've seen too many people, he said. There are those who calculated more accurately than you. Those with stronger logic too. But 9 out of 10 can't hold on. It's not that they're stupid. It's that when a person reaches that point, they eat themselves. Fear eats logic, greed eats discipline, time eats everything. Chen Yi didn't answer. His fingers tapped on the edge of the bed once lightly, as if unintentionally. 1.2 million, Lao Zhou said. All in. Locked for 6 years. This isn't an investment strategy. It's tying yourself to the tracks and letting a train roll over you. If the train passes and you're still alive, you win. If it passes and you die, that's it. There's no middle ground. As Lao Zhou said these words, his voice was flat, like reading a medical report. But Chen Yi noticed that Lao Zhou's fingers had stopped tapping. His 10 fingers were interlaced, knuckles white. Chen Yi had seen that posture in court. When the judge pronounced the verdict, he had also held his hands that way. I know, Chen Yi said. When he said these 3 words, his eyes didn't blink. Lao Zhou saw no hesitation, no wavering, no bravado in those eyes. Only a kind of old, long-worn calm, like the gravel beneath a riverbed. Water had washed for 6 years, washing away mud and grass, but the gravel remained. You know, Lao Zhou's voice lowered a bit hoarse. What do you know? Do you know how many people outside prison talk about value investing, but can't sleep when the stock drops 10 points? They cut losses at 20 points. Jump off a building at 30. Do you know what forced lockup means? It's not freezing your trading permissions. It's freezing the greed, the fear, the doubt in your heart. Have you? Chen Yi stared at Lao Zhou. His eyes glowed yellow in the dim light, but his gaze was sharp as a blade. Frozen. Chen Yi said. Howie. Deleted the app. Turned off notifications. Cancelled all trading channels, Chen Yi said. No way to operate except by going to the Seoul counter in person. And I'm in prison. I can't go to Seoul. Lao Zhou's Adam's apple moved. He looked at Chen Yi for a long time. The corridor light fell on Chen Yi's face, thin with prominent cheekbones and sunken eye sockets, but his eyes were bright like 2 nails driven into the darkness. Then he smiled, a light laugh as if from deep in his chest. Tough, he said. Being tough on yourself, that's real toughness. He pulled a piece of paper from under his pillow and handed it to Chen Yi. The paper was torn from a notebook, edges uneven, covered in numbers and symbols. Chen Yi glanced at it. It was a K-line analysis of some stock support levels, resistance levels, MACD, KDJ Bollinger Bands, densely written. The paper had yellowed and the creases were nearly torn, but the handwriting was still clear, written with force, the pencil lead pressed into the paper, giving a raised texture when touched. This paper had been with Lao Zhou for a long time, longer than his time in prison. From my past, Lao Zhou said. In 2015, I managed 2.7 billion in funds dominating the Chinese and Korean stock markets. Every day, I watched K-Line's indicators, capital flows. Woke up at 5 in the morning, slept at midnight. In 3 years, I made 4 times. Then in 2018, I used leverage, 3 times leverage, to short a new energy stock. I calculated the technicals right, but misjudged the policy. Once the policy was announced, the stock hit the daily limit, and I was liquidated. 7 billion gone in a day. I still owed the bank 800 million. When he said gone in a day, Lao Zhou's fingers tightened on the paper. His nails pressed into the paper, leaving a curved indentation. As he spoke, his voice was flat as if telling someone else's story. But his fingers clutched the paper tightly, knuckles white. I ended up here, Lao Zhou said, not because of the loss. It was because of the 800 million I owed the bank. I used some irregular methods to cover it. Couldn't cover it, so I ended up here. 7 years. When he said irregular methods, he paused, his eyes flickering. What those methods were he didn't elaborate, and Chen Yi didn't ask. Some wounds hurt more when opened than when covered. Chen Yi listened. He didn't say what a pity, or I understand. He just listened. But he sat up straight, hands on his knees, back as rigid as a steel pipe. This was his habit when listening to important information. In the conference room of Shaoxing Heavy Industry, listening to the chief engineer's proposal, he had assumed the same posture. Do you know what I regret most after coming in here? Lao Zhou said. What? Not the leverage. Not the liquidation, Lao Zhou said. It's that I didn't lock up. If after making 4 times that year I had locked half the profits into a stock I understood and could hold, even if it only rose 20 a year after 3 years, I'd have 72. 72, steady. But I didn't. I thought I could be faster. I thought I could time every swing. And what happened? When he said, I thought, his voice suddenly hardened like a steel plate being bent. I thought, he repeated, 3 words, lost 7 billion. His fingers tapped the paper, the sound crisp as a slap. In the end, I could predict the K-line, but not myself. The cell was silent for a long time. A house snoring stopped, he turned over, and it started again. Someone in the corridor went to the bathroom, slippers shuffling on the floor, then the sound of flushing, then quiet. Lao Zhou turned the paper over. The handwriting on the back was denser, written in pencil grayish. Chen Yi saw a line at the top, stop loss line -15. Position 30. Leverage 2x. Behind each number was a strike-through line drawn forcefully, the pencil lead nearly tearing the paper. Chen Yi, Lao Zhou said, have you thought about what you'll do when you get out in 6 years with 300 or 400 million? Revenge. Chen Yi said. Revenge. Lao Zhou raised an eyebrow. The one who framed you? Yes. When Chen Yi said, yes, his right index finger traced a line on his knee. Brief, like writing a single character. Lao Zhou saw it, but didn't ask. Some names don't need to be written out. The fingers remember. And then, oi. And then, Chen Yi said, build a company that I can understand and hold. Lao Zhou looked at him. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. The air in the cell seemed to freeze. Chen Yi could hear his own heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat striking his ribs. He didn't avoid Lao Zhou's gaze, nor did he emphasize his tone. When the word revenge came out of his mouth, there was no hatred, no anger. Only a dry certainty, like reporting a technical parameter. Then he tore the paper covered in K-line analysis in half. Slowly, as if performing a ritual. 2 halves became 4, 4 became 8. The pieces fell like snow, white silent, landing on the concrete floor on Lao Zhou's knees in the fist-sized gap between him and Chen Yi. He crumpled the pieces into a ball and tossed it into the trash can under the bed. The can gave a muffled thud. Chen Yi watched the fragments fall. That paper had been filled with a person's half-life's work. Support levels, resistance levels, MACD, Golden Cross, and Death Cross. Now it was a crumpled ball of waste squeezed in with banana peels and cigarette butts. Starting tomorrow, Lao Zhou said, every day after dinner 1 hour. I'll teach you. When he said, 1 hour, he held up one finger. That finger was long with prominent knuckles, nails neatly trimmed. In prison, not many people kept their nails so neat. The guards allowed nail clipping once a week. Most people cut them unevenly, but Lao Zhou would always smooth them against the edge of the bed until they no longer caught on anything. Teach what? Teach you how to see yourself, Lao Zhou said. No need to look at K-lines, no need to look at indicators. Those things are all for fooling retail investors. I'll teach you how to understand industry cycles, how to understand capital logic, how to understand human weaknesses. Most importantly, he paused, teach you how not to become me after you make money. When he said the last sentence, his voice dropped so low that only at a distance of 2 fists could it be heard. Lao Zhou's eyes looked at Chen Yi, the yellow irises reflecting the light from the corridor. The light was small, but enough to illuminate one thing when he said that he was not joking. Chen Yi didn't speak. He looked at Lao Zhou, then nodded. The movement was small but steady. Call me master, Lao Zhou said. Master, Chen Yi said. When these 2 words left his mouth, they were dry, without extra emotion. Not respect, not gratitude, a confirmation. Like signing a contract. No need to hesitate when putting pen to paper, only to confirm the terms. Lao Zhou smiled. This time the smile reached his eyes. In those yellow eyes a light flickered briefly like a stone thrown into a deep well. Good, he said. First lesson, the essence of lockup is not to defeat the market, but to defeat yourself. The market is always wrong, and you are always wrong. The only thing that can be right is time. When he finished, his fingers tapped the edge of the bed 4 times. These 4 taps were very slow, 1, 1, 1, 1, with equal intervals between each like a pendulum. Chen Yi counted them, not missing a single one. He pulled out another piece of paper from under his pillow, this one blank. He wrote 2 characters on it and handed it to Chen Yi. The nib was blunt, the characters on the paper a bit faint, but the strokes were heavy as if carved with a knife. On the paper was written "wait." The character was large, taking up half the page. Each stroke was separate, no cursive like a child just learning to write. But the force in the strokes was not that of a child. Each stroke seemed to carve a groove in the paper, as if afraid the paper would be lost, the words smudged that 6 years later, when he pulled it out, he wouldn't recognize what he had written. "Take it back," Lao Zhou said. "Paste it on the wall. 6 years, just practice this one character." Chen Yi took the paper. It was thin, held up to the light. He could see the writing on the other side. He folded it and tucked it under his pillow next to the 6-year plan. The 2 papers lay together like 2 leaves pressed in the same book. Ahau turned over on the upper bunk, muttering, "2 lunatics. Not sleeping in the middle of the night." His voice was slurred like chewing dream words. Then he turned over and fell back into deep sleep. "Sleep," Lao Zhou said. "Starting tomorrow, no tardiness." He lay down facing the wall. On the wall were words left by the previous occupant, "Everything will pass." Lao Zhou's fingers tapped twice outside the blanket, then 4-4, then stopped. Chen Yi lay back on the upper bunk, facing the ceiling. The crack on the ceiling was still there like a dried-up river. But he felt that there seemed to be a little sound of water in that river. He reached under his pillow and touched the paper. "Wait." The corner of the paper pricked his finger, a slight pain. He didn't pull his hand back. Very faint, but it was there. In April 2021, the temperature inside the workshop was 5 degrees higher than outside. 7 months. Chen Yi stood beside the same machine tool for 8 hours each day, polishing the same steel pipe. In the first 2 months, his fingers blistered, the blisters burst, oozing yellowish fluid, scabbed over the scabs shaken off by the grinding wheel, then new skin grew. By the 3rd month, the blisters stopped forming, and a thick callus grew on his tiger's mouth, like the bark of an old tree. By the 5th month, polishing the steel pipe no longer hurt. His fingers, the grinding wheel, and the pipe had reached a tacit understanding, like 3 people dancing a slow waltz. Chen Yi stood by the machine tool holding the steel pipe. The pipe had been polished for 7 months, from rusty to mirror smooth. His fingers slid over the surface of the pipe. The touch was cool like ice. "You've been polishing that pipe for 7 months, Lao Zhou said, standing nearby with his hands behind his back. "What have you discovered?" "Nothing," Chen Yi said. "Nothing." Lao Zhou raised an eyebrow. 7 months, 8 hours a day, the same steel pipe polished until it could be a mirror. "And you say nothing?" Chen Yi's finger stopped at the middle of the pipe. There was a very fine line there, not rust, but the grain of the metal itself, like the rings of a tree. "My heart is calm," he said. Lao Zhou let out a short laugh, as if snorted from his nose. "Calm," he said, "but not dead." "That's right." He paused, looking at Chen Yi's hands. Those hands were thinner than when he entered prison, the knuckles more prominent, but the way they gripped things was steadier than any old-timers. 7 months, he said. "You've taken in everything I taught you. But taking it in and having it rooted in your bones are 2 different things. Polishing that pipe is about grinding those things from your ears into your bones." Chen Yi said nothing. He looked down at the surface of the pipe. It reflected his own face, distorted, elongated like a reflection in water. He pulled a newspaper from his pocket, folded it in 4, and handed it to Chen Yi. The newspaper was 2 days old, Reference News International Edition. In the lower right corner was a short article, less than 100 words. "Europe's energy crisis intensifies, natural gas prices up 400 year-on-year, multiple countries restart coal power grid load, hits record highs." Chen Yi stared at the article for 3 seconds. The noise in the workshop was loud. Grinding wheels, presses, pneumatic hammers, all mixed together. But when Chen Yi read the newspaper, those noises seemed separated by a wall. His eyes moved only over those less than 100 words, his lips slightly moving, as if silently reciting a number. "What do you think?" Lao Zhou asked. "Not enough," Chen Yi said. "What's not enough?" "Coal," Chen Yi said. "Europe restarts coal power, but coal mines are depleted. Environmental restrictions, coal power capacity can increase. Natural gas has quadrupled. Ordinary people can't afford it. Businesses shut down. Where will the electricity come from?" "Where?" "From far away. Northern Europe has wind power, Southern Europe has solar, but the load centers are in Germany, France. Long-distance transmission, 345 kV, isn't enough. They must go to 765 kV. Ultra-high voltage transformers, from scarce to essential." He spoke these words in a flat tone, no emphasis, no rise, like stating a physical law. But his pace was slightly faster than usual, a sign of excitement. Not the kind of excitement that makes you jump, but the kind where gears mesh, a click perfectly fitted. Lao Zhou's fingers tapped on the edge of the newspaper once, twice, 3 times. The 4th tap didn't land, stopping in midair. "How long?" he asked. 1 year, Chen Yi said. "Europe first, then America, then Asia. Global grids are aging. Combined with energy transition, the price of ultra-high voltage transformers will first rise 30, then 50, and finally double." When he said, "First rise 30, then 50, oh, and finally double," his fingers tapped the steel pipe 3 times, each tap heavier than the last. This was the same habit he had when presenting proposals at Shaoxing Heavy Industry. Every key number his finger would tap the table, like driving a nail. "Shaoxing Heavy Industry. Orders are already full," Chen Yi said. "But the stock price hasn't moved yet." The market is waiting for earnings for news for confirmation. When everyone understands, it won't rise anymore. As he said, when everyone understands, he handed the newspaper back to Lao Zhou. The fold marks had the faint impressions of Lao Zhou's fingers, 4 fingerprints shallow like fossils. Lao Zhou took the newspaper, didn't fold it, just held it. His fingers tapped the edge one last time, the 4th tap, finally landing. Lao Zhou withdrew his hand. He looked at Chen Yi for a long time. Then he nodded a slight nod like a pebble falling into a deep well. You've graduated, he said. Those 3 words Lao Zhou spoke heavier than usual. Not in volume, but in weight like stamping a seal. Chen Yi heard it, but there was no joy on his face. Graduation is not the end, graduation is the beginning. Not yet, Chen Yi said. What's missing? Money, Chen Yi said. Understanding is useless. Holding is what matters. Lao Zhou smiled, and this time the smile reached his eyes. A flicker of light flashed in those yellow eyes. Right, he said. Holding is 100 times harder than understanding. He folded the newspaper and put it back in his pocket. Let's go, he said. Dinner. There's meat today. Chen Yi put the steel pipe back on the rack and flexed his wrist. 7 months of polishing had made the calluses on his hands as hard as keratin, rough to the touch, but strong. He looked at his own hands, remembering the day he entered prison. Those hands were still fair with only a thin layer of scholar's callus on the tiger's mouth. 7 months enough to grind a person into another person. During the free time after dinner, the inmates of cell 207 gathered together. The light in the cell was replaced with warm yellow coating each face like a thin layer of paint. Outside the window, the sky was completely dark. The exercise yard had no lights, only the occasional sweep of a searchlight from the distant watchtower, tracing an arc in the sky and then vanishing. A house sat on the lower bunk holding a newspaper, not the one Lao Zhou had, but another, the sports section printed with football match results. He was explaining what offside meant to Lao Ma, who listened with a bewildered look but nodded frequently. I'm telling you. Ahao put down the newspaper. My cousin outside, he trades stocks. Last year he made 40%. You know what he bought? New energy. Photovoltaics. That stuff the government heavily promotes, it lots of subsidies, stock prices soar. Photovoltaics. Lao Ma scratched his bald head. Isn't that the solar panels? The ones on roofs. Right. Ahao slapped his thigh. That's it. My cousin says in the next 10 years photovoltaics will be a money printing machine. Traditional power, thermal, hydronuclear, all have to step aside. Transformers. That stuff is obsolete. My cousin's exact words, anyone buying transformer stocks is a fool. Chen Yi sat on the upper bunk leaning against the wall holding a book. The book was borrowed from the prison library, Power System Analysis, its cover worn, white corners curled. He didn't look up, but his ears were listening. When Ahao said, photovoltaics, Chen Yi's finger paused on the page for an instant. Extremely brief, less than half a second, then continued turning. I've heard that too, interjected another person from the opposite bunk, a man in his 40s brought in for smuggling. Everyone called him Hi Go. A friend of mine in foreign trade says the whole world is going into new energy now. Europe is America, is China too. Wind, solar, energy storage. These 3 big items. Traditional heavy industry, a dead end. As Haiga spoke, he rubbed his hands together, rubbing his knuckles red. He was a smuggler, always chasing what was hot, naturally sensitive to the word trend. 3 years inside, yet he still fretted about business outside, muttering customs declarations in his sleep. A dead end, Ahao repeated as if confirming a truth. My cousin said buying heavy industry stocks now is like buying a coffin board. Weeds will grow on the grave. He finished and glanced at Chen Yi. The look was quick, seemingly casual, but with a hint of probing. Chen Yi, he said, that Xiaoxing heavy industry of yours, isn't that the one making transformers? Chen Yi turned a page. The paper made a soft rustling sound. Yes, he said. Then that's it. Ahao laughed. The whole world is bearish, and you're still holding. Locked up for 6 years. 6 years from now, who knows if that company will even exist. I say while it still has some market cap, find a way to sell, and switch to photovoltaics. Even if you lose a bit, it's better than going to zero. When he said switch to photovoltaics, his eyes lit up, as if revealing a secret to wealth. His cousin called every Wednesday, always talking about how much photovoltaics had risen, what new policies for energy storage had come out, and how memorized every number like a squirrel hoarding pine cones. Can't switch, Chen Yi said. Why not? Locked. Locked. Ahao's brows knitted together. What's locked? Trading permissions, Chen Yi said. Frozen. 6 years. Ahao opened his mouth as if not understanding. Then he laughed, a bright laugh that echoed in the cell. Frozen, he said. Are you frozen in the head? 6 years without moving. Do you know what can happen in 6 years? Stock market crashes, wars, pandemics, bankruptcies. Anything can happen. You tie your money to a junk stock and don't look at it for 6 years. That's not investing, that's suicide. Slow suicide. He laughed too hard, coughed twice, bent over, and pounded his chest with his fist. After coughing, he straightened up, still laughing, but with a hint of urgency. Not about Chen Yi's money, but about Chen Yi's refusal to listen. In prison, other stupidity is your entertainment, but if the other person won't even give you that, it's just irritating. Lao Ma and Hai Go both laughed. Lao Ma's laugh was like a bellows, Hai Ji's like a duck's quack. I'm telling you, a house stood up standing in the middle of the room like giving a speech. My cousin said the most important thing in the stock market is flexibility. Trim your sales sell when you should buy when you should. Someone like Chen Yi, single-minded stubborn, will eventually be doomed. 6 years. 6 months is about right. After 6 months that 2 million of his if he's lucky will be 1200. 1200. Lao Ma stopped laughing. That's not bad either. Not bad, my ass. A house said. From 2 million to 1200, that's a 90 loss. After you get out you can't even afford a house. Revenge. Start a business. Dream on. Lao Ma shrank his neck, not daring to respond. Back in the day his fraud amount was only 100,000+. 2 million was an astronomical figure to him, and the thought of losing 90 made his flesh ache. He turned to Chen Yi, his expression shifting from mockery to sympathy. A fake sympathy like oil floating on water. Chen Yi, he said, take my advice. After you get out find a factory tighten screws. 5 or 6,000 a month you won't starve. Forget about stocks, that stuff isn't for you. Chen Yi didn't answer. His finger paused on the page, stopping on a diagram. The diagram showed the winding structure of a 765 kV transformer, first layer, second layer, third layer, interlayer insulation oil duct distribution. His finger traced the lines of the oil ducts moving from the upper left corner to the lower right, like outlining a painting. The page was worn out. This power system analysis was the only book related to electricity in the prison library. Chen Yi had borrowed it for 7 months. The librarian urged him 3 times, and each time he renewed it. The librarian finally gave up and wrote a note in the register, 207 Chen Yi long-term loan. The crease in the page was about to break. He had mended it with tape, but there was no tape in prison, so he used rice paste which dried hard like a scar. He's gone mad, a house said to Lao Ma. Look, he's mad. Prison has made him mad. Talk to him, no reaction. Lao Ma looked at Chen Yi, then at a how hesitated, but still nodded. Maybe. Yes, he whispered. He wasn't sure, but a how's momentum was too strong in that atmosphere. Not nodding felt like taking the wrong side. Not madness, a voice came from the corner. Everyone turned. It was Lao Zhou. Lao Zhou sat on the innermost bunk back against the wall holding a newspaper. He didn't look up, his eyes were behind the newspaper unseen. But his voice like a fine needle pierced the buzzing laughter in the cell. Not madness, Lao Zhou said, his voice soft, but enough to silence the cell. It's waiting. Waiting for what? Ahau asked. Waiting for you all to understand, Lao Zhou said. When Lao Zhou said this, he finally looked up from behind the newspaper. Those yellow eyes looked at Ahau without hostility, without contempt, only a very old scene at all calm, like an old doctor looking at a patient who refuses to take medicine. Ahau was stunned for a moment, as if not understanding. Then he laughed, the laugh brighter than before. Waiting for us to understand. Old Zhou, you've gone mad too. You two, one plays deep, the other plays immortal. Fine, wait. We'll wait for you to hit 0. When that happens, don't cry. Lao Zhou didn't respond. He turned the newspaper page, making a soft rustling sound. That sound was very clear in the quiet cell, like an answer, but not in words. He sat back on the lower bunk, pulled up his blanket, and covered his head. A muffled voice came from under the blanket. 2 lunatics. After saying that, Ahau rolled over facing the wall. The dragon tattoo peeked out from his t-shirt sleeve, the dragon's red eyes glinting in the dim light, like the angry gaze of a trapped beast. Lao Ma and Hai Gu exchanged glances, then each lowered their heads, pretending to be busy. Lao Ma picked at his feet, Hai Gu counted his fingers. In prison, when 2 factions confront, not taking sides is the safest. This was the survival rule Lao Ma had learned in 3 years, and Hai Gu in 5. Chen Yi turned a page. The rustling sound of the paper was loud in the quiet cell. Lao Zhou put down the newspaper, pulled out a pencil from under his pillow, and wrote a number in the blank space of the newspaper. Chen Yi didn't see it, but he heard the sound of Lao Zhou writing. The nib scraping across the paper, very short, only one number, 3 or 4 strokes. After writing, Lao Zhou folded the newspaper and tucked it back under his pillow. The prison guard heard it during the evening bed check. He stood at the door holding a baton, not entering, just standing in the doorway listening to the conversation inside. Ahau's mockery, Lao Zhou's waiting, Chen Yi's silence. He heard it all. The guard had worked here for 8 years and had seen all kinds of people. Big talkers, braggarts, fakers, real crazies. But someone like Chen Yi, no defense, no anger, his finger tracing the lines of a technical diagram, as if what was happening outside had nothing to do with him. This kind of quiet made the guard uncomfortable. Not anger, just discomfort, like seeing a snake coiled in a corner motionless, but you know it's awake. 207, he said, his voice coming from the doorway, muffled, quiet down. Lights out time. He stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over each person's face, pausing for a second on Chen Yi. Chen Yi didn't look up, still reading, his finger moving along the oil duct lines in the diagram. The light shone from behind the guard, turning Chen Yi's face into a silhouette in the backlight. Only the movement of his finger was bright. The guard shook his head. The motion was small, as if casual. Then he turned and walked away, his leather shoes tapping crisp sounds on the corridor. Each step was equally spaced like a metronome. The footsteps faded, the corridor fell silent. The door closed behind him. The sound of the lock bolt clicking into the strike plate was like a bullet being chambered. Lights out. The cell fell into semi-darkness, only the light from the emergency corridor lamp filtering through the observation window. A house snoring soon started. Lao Ma's turning sounds came intermittently. Hai Ji's bunk was quiet, probably already asleep. Chen Yi closed the book and tucked it under his pillow. His fingers reached in the dark for that piece of paper. Wait. The corners of the paper were already worn. He touched it every night before sleep, like confirming a coordinate still existed. 3 months later, the stock price of Shaoxing Heavy Industry had risen from 121 to 141 won, an increase of 17.5. No positive news, no institutional recommendations. Just that European grid companies had started to inquire. First Norway, then Sweden, then Germany. The content of the inquiries was consistent: 765 kV, ultra-high voltage transformers delivery, lead time, capacity, price. Quotation sheets piled up in the sales department of Shaoxing Heavy Industry. The sales manager worked overtime until dawn, a row of coffee cups on the desk. But the stock price had only risen 17.5. The market still didn't understand. Or rather, those who understood were still few. Chen Yi didn't know any of this. His app was uninstalled, notifications turned off, trading channels frozen. He sat in the workshop holding the steel pipe, the sound of the grinding while scraping metal like fingernails on glass. 7 months ago, a house said, 90 loss in 6 months. Now 7 months had passed. The stock price had risen from 120 to 141, an increase of 17.5. Not a 90 loss, but a 17.5 gain. But Chen Yi didn't know this number. He didn't even look. No one spoke in the workshop. Everyone was pushing their own steel pipes, the grinding wheels humming, metal dust floating in the air, settling on hair, eyebrows, clothes, turning everyone gray. Sunlight streamed through the window, dust swirling in the beam like a miniature galaxy. But the corner of his mouth, when no one was looking, twitched. It wasn't a smile. It was a confirmation. The surface of the steel pipe reflected the workshop lights, glistening like a river. 7 months ago, this river was rust-colored, murky. Now it was clean, clear, able to reflect a person's image. Chen Yi's fingers slid across the steel pipe from one end to the other. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. The library was at the end of the corridor behind an iron door with no window. The corridor stretched 50 meters long, fluorescent lights embedded in the ceiling at 10-meter intervals. 3 were burned out, and the rest flickered lethargically, their tubes blackened at the ends, humming steadily. The concrete floor was painted green, worn smooth in strips like shed snakeskin. The air carried the smell of disinfectant mingled with the muffled metal grinding from the workshop down the hall. Chen Yi stood at the doorway, a library borrowing slip clenched in his hand. He had written it the day before with a ballpoint pen, the strokes intermittent as the ink ran dry. 7 books were listed: criminal law, general provisions, criminal procedure law, introduction to commercial law, economic crime practice, evidence, jurisprudence, research on false accusation, and frame-up and compilation of judicial interpretations on occupational embezzlement. When writing the slip, Lao Zhou had leaned over to glance at it. He said nothing, merely tapping his finger once against the line, reading research on false accusation and frame-up. The gesture was featherlight, like flicking away a speck of dust. But Chen Yi knew. Lao Zhou had understood. The corrections officer took the slip, scanned it, and furrowed his brow. What are you reading these for? Studying, Chen Yi replied. Studying? The officer let out a dry laugh, bark like. Study law here? Not necessarily, Chen Yi said. The officer studied him for 3 seconds, his gaze sweeping from Chen Yi's face down to the paper in his hand and back again. Then he turned and unlocked the iron door with a key. The hinges groaned a rusty sound like a sigh. Go on in, he said. Law books are on the 3rd shelf. You may borrow 2 at a time, due in 2 weeks. Damage will be charged at replacement cost. Chen Yi stepped inside. The library was small, 20 square meters, 4 bookshelves, a cement counter with a desk lamp on top. The bulb was 25 watts, casting a dim yellow glow like dusk. The air carried the scent of aging paper, yellowed pages, hardened glue, a hint of mildew seeping from the spines. Beneath the 4th shelf lay a dead moth, its wings shattered, gray powder scattered across the book spines. A crack ran across the ceiling, water seeping through it long ago, leaving a pale yellow stain like an unread painting. He stopped before the 3rd shelf. The law books sat on the bottom row, their spine labels faded, some fallen off, others crooked. He crouched and ran his fingers along the spines, identifying each one by touch. Criminal law, general provisions was on the far left, its cover rubbed, white corners curled from frequent handling. He pulled it out and opened to the first page. A line of pencil writing already blurred read, persistence is victory. He studied those words for a moment. Who had written them? When? He didn't know. But the right half of the character chi, hold, had been pressed with excessive force, the tip driven deep into the paper, leaving a dent. Whoever wrote this had been exerting themselves greatly. He turned the page and scanned the table of contents. 400 plus entries, each one a criminal charge. Theft, fraud, embezzlement, misappropriation of public funds, occupational embezzlement. His gaze lingered briefly on occupational embezzlement, then moved on. He checked out 2 books, criminal law, general provisions, and criminal procedure law. The officer stamped the borrowing slip with red ink, the impression crooked and sloppy like a hasty signature. Stepping out of the library, the iron door closed behind him with a dull thud. Back in the cell, he sat on his bunk and opened criminal law, general provisions. The first page bore the publication information 3rd edition, 2006, Law Press. By 2021, 15 years had passed. In those 15 years, the criminal law had been amended 11 times. Yet the foundational framework remained unchanged: general provisions, specific provisions, supplementary provisions. Constitution of crimes, justifiable defense, intentional crimes, negligent crimes. Chen Yi began at Article 1 and read sequentially, marking each article. He finished by pressing his nail into the corner of the page. By the time he reached Article 10, a cluster of white paper fibers was embedded beneath his fingernails like bone shards. Lao Ma lay on the opposite bunk, knitting a sweater. Yes, knitting was permitted in the cell. It counted as labor reform. His sweater was gray, halfway finished, one sleeve still unfinished. Lao Ma's hands were steady, 2 bamboo needles weaving through the yarn with a soft rustling sound. The gray thread unspooled inch by inch, becoming rows of stitches as though time itself were being woven into a net. Reading something so thick. Lao Ma glanced up. How long until you finish? 50 pages a day, Chen Yi said. 7 books, roughly 3,000 pages total. 2 months. Lao Ma didn't ask again. The needles continued their dance, the yarn growing inch by inch. It was on the 7th day that Chen Yi discovered his first loophole. That evening before lights out, he lay on his bunk, holding criminal procedure law. The desk lamp threw a pool of dim yellow light around the edges of the pages. A crack ran through the lampshade and light seeped through it, painting a crooked line on the ceiling like an insect trapped in glass. He read Article 117. The interrogation transcript shall be shown to the criminal suspect for verification. If the suspect is unable to read it, shall be read aloud. If any omissions or errors are found, the suspect may request additions or corrections. His finger paused on that line. Then he reached beneath his pillow and withdrew a piece of paper. Not the 6-year plan, but another one brought from the detention center, recording the details of each interrogation. Written character by character with the bank advertising ballpoint pen. The paper had been folded and refolded countless times, the ink nearly worn away at the creases. But the key numbers remained pressed deep into the paper when he had written them with force. He found it. 3rd interrogation, November 15th, 2019, 9:47 p.m. The transcript spanned 17 pages, and he had signed the last one. But the preceding 16 pages had never been verified line by line. The police had said it's all the same toward the end, just sign. And so he had signed. His hand had been shaking as he signed. Not from fear, from cold. The interrogation room air conditioning was set to 16 degrees, and he was wearing short sleeves, shivering for 4 hours. His handwriting had been erratic, and the officers had impatiently urged him twice to hurry up. Now he realized on one of those 16 pages the recorded statement didn't match what he had actually said. He had said the project funds were used for equipment procurement, but the transcript recorded the project funds were used for personal consumption. A single character's difference, and the nature of the offense changed entirely. He tapped the paper lightly with his finger, as if absent-minded. The newspaper was delivered stuffed inside a shoebox. In March 2022, the war in Eastern Europe had raged for 17 days, and international oil prices had breached 130 per barrel. Chen Yi crouched on the concrete floor of the cell, before him the shoebox. Old edges worn to a phrase stamped with an eagle spreading its wings. Inside the shoebox, no shoes, but a stack of newspapers, 3 professional journals, and a USB drive. The USB drive was plastic blue, thumb-sized, with a label on its surface bearing Xiao Li's handwriting. Engineer, Chen Industry Materials. Encrypted. Password is your birthday in reverse. The corner of the label had curled up, the adhesive losing its grip, trembling slightly under the light, like a leaf about to fall. Birthday in reverse. 0912, reverse 2190. Only Xiao Li knew this password. Chen Yi clutched the USB drive in his palm. The plastic edge pressed into his palm, cold. What's that? Ahau poked his head down from the upper bunk. Materials, Chen Yi said. Materials. Ahau climbed down, crouched beside him, picked up a journal. The cover showed a transformer, the title Frontiers of UHV Transmission Technology, dated February 2022. He flipped through it, all formulas and diagrams like a celestial script. This stuff, he put the journal down, what's the use? Outside there's a war. Who's still repairing transformers? Chen Yi did not answer. He opened the bottom layer of the shoebox and pulled out the bottommost newspaper, Financial Daily, March 8, 2022. The front page was about the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the second page the energy crisis. In the corner of the third page, a tiny item less than 100 words, European natural gas prices break 200 euros per megawatt hour. Germany announces resumption of coal-fired power, grid load hits record high. UHV transformer orders backlogged until 2024. His finger paused over that item. A 100-word item tucked in the corner of the third page, font 2 sizes smaller than the headline. Not noticed unless deliberately sought. But Chen Yi noticed. Energy crisis, coal power restart, grid load. 3 keywords strung together like a chain. At the end of the chain, transformers. Then he picked up Frontiers of UHV Transmission Technology, turned to the table of contents, found an article, AI-driven smart grid fault prediction and adaptive reconfiguration. Authors were. I always thought so, and now even more. Chen Yi did not respond. Ahau wouldn't understand, he didn't need to. In Ahau's world, war was war, transformers were transformers. two unrelated things. But in Chen Yi's world, war led to energy crisis led to grid restructuring led to surging demand for transformers. 3 steps of logic. A How only saw the first. A How climbed back to the upper bunk, the bed boards creaking. Chen Yi did not move. He sat on the concrete floor back against the bed frame, reading through the 3 journals one by one. When he reached the second, the desk lamp flickered. Unstable voltage. In that flicker, the diagrams on the page darkened for an instant and then brightened again. When he reached the third, he saw a diagram. It was a grid, topology, nodes and connections like a spider web. Beside the diagram, a small line. Deep learning-based grid load prediction can reduce error rate to below 3. Below 3. Chen Yi tapped the diagram lightly with his finger, as if casual. I don't understand, Lao Zhou said. This is your field. But you can understand the numbers. What numbers? 3, Chen Yi said. Load prediction error reduced from 15 to 3. What does that mean? Lao Zhou tapped his fingers on the cement platform. Once, twice, 3 times. The 4th tap did not fall. It means, he said, grid companies can reduce redundant capacity by 12. Reduce by 12, save 12 of the cost. Global grid investment, $2 trillion a year. 12 is 240 billion. Right, Chen Yi said. But what does that have to do with you? Chen Yi pulled a piece of paper from under his pillow, brought from the workshop, printed on one side, with safety production regulations, blank on the other. On the blank side, he drew a diagram. Simple, a few squares, some lines, some arrows. The squares read transformer sensor, AI chip, cloud. The arrows pointed to a circle inside which was written, prediction, reconfiguration, self-healing. Traditional grids, Chen Yi said, are reactive. Fix after failure. Predictive grids are proactive. Anticipate failure before it happens, reconfigure in advance, avoid the fault point. How? Sensors, Chen Yi said. Install sensors on every transformer to monitor temperature, oil level, vibration, insulation status in real time. Data uploaded to the cloud. AI analyzes, predicts lifespan, warns of faults. Cost. Sensor cost $500 per transformer. Cloud computing $100 per year per unit. But reduced outage losses and extended equipment life saved $20,000 per year per unit. When he said these numbers, Chen Yi's voice was flat, like reading a quotation. But Lao Zhou could hear it after each number, a brief pause, a fraction of a second, as if waiting for the other to digest. This was Chen Yi's habit. When reporting, he gave no breathing room, but allowed time for understanding. Lao Zhou's fingers stopped on the cement platform. He looked at Chen Yi for a long time. The desk lamp drew a line between them, light on one side, shadow on the other. Lao Zhou was in the shadow, but his eyes were bright. 40 times, he said. 40 times, Chen Yi said. Return on investment. Lao Zhou gave a short laugh, almost a snort. It's not just about understanding the industry, he said. It's about redefining the industry. Chen Yi did not answer. His finger paused on the circle in the diagram, then drew an arrow to another circle. Inside the second circle, he wrote, 765 kV AI next generation grid. As he finished the arrow, the desk lamp flickered again. This time not F. When it reached noon, the sun moved directly overhead. The light strips shortened, illuminating only the corner of the space bar. On the first day after finishing the first page, he saved it. But the USB port was loose, the computer froze, and the first page was lost. Chen Yi did not panic, he retyped it. The second time was faster than the first, because his fingers had memory. A guard passed by the study room, glanced through the glass, saw a man in prison uniform, typing intently, the screen full of English and technical jargon. The guard frowned, but said nothing. The regulations stated inmates could use study computers with no content restrictions. The document was 47 pages long. The first 30 pages were technical architecture, sensor layout, data collection protocol, cloud, training framework, edge inference, chip selection. The last 17 pages were a business plan, market size, competitive landscape, profit model, funding needs. On the 23rd page, he got stuck. That page was about edge inference, chip selection, choosing among 3 chips. Chen Yi had no internet, couldn't look up the law. Zhao Lei saw the news just before the Spring Festival of 2023. That winter was bitterly cold. The company had been behind on heating bills for 2 months, and the office was only 14 degrees Celsius. Employees typed in down jackets, fingers stiff, typing speed halved. Zhao Lei's office had a separate air conditioner set to 24 degrees, 10 degrees warmer than outside. The news was forwarded in an industry group headline. EU passes €100 billion grid upgrade plan prioritizing 765 kV UHV equipment procurement. Zhao Lei stared at the headline for 3 seconds, then turned off his phone, raised the glass in front of him, and took a sip. The wine was Mount High, 2,000 yuan a bottle, but it tasted of nothing. The glass was heavy crystal with a carved flower at the bottom. The flower was fake, but the glass was real. This glass was a gift from a supplier at last year's annual meeting, a full set of 6. Only 2 remained, the other 4 were broken in anger. There was a silence on the other end. In the silence, the hum of current and the distant noise of the office. President Zhao, Engineer Lu's voice trembled. That project. The team studied it. The technical difficulty is too high. We don't understand AI algorithms. No sensor suppliers. No experience with cloud computing. And what? And Engineer Lu said, Engineer Chen's 765 kV plan back, then was copied. Now people in the industry say that plan is outdated. The new standard is AI UHV. We don't have that capability. Zhao Lei's fingers stopped on the desk. The corner of his mouth twitched as if in a smile, but the muscles were stiff, never reaching his eyes. Don't have, he said. Then buy it. Buy the technology, buy the talent, buy the patents. Buy. Engineer Lu's voice trembled more. President Zhao, a set of AI grid patents costs at least 50 million on the market, and the core patents are held by a few big companies. They won't sell. Then copy, Zhao Lei said. Copy. Engineer Lu didn't finish. A sigh came through the phone light as wind leaking through a door crack. Zhao Lei hung up. He sat back in his chair, the backrest groaned. His gaze fell on the four characters riding the wind and waves. On the wall, the gold frame, reflecting a harsh light. Outside, snow began to fall. The 2023 spring. President Zhao, the voice on the other end, was polite. This is the agent for Shaoxing Heavy Industry in China. You inquired about the 765 kV transformer before. The order backlog is now pushed to 2025. If you need, you can sign a letter of intent first, but the price has increased by 30 compared to before. Zhao Lei's mouth opened as if he didn't understand. Increased by 30, he said. Why, oi? Global demand explosion, the agent said. Europe, America, the Middle East. All scrambling for capacity. It's not a buyer's market, it's a seller's market. His hand stopped midair. His fingers trembled lightly like leaves in the wind. President Zhao, the agent asked. Are you still there? I'm here, he said, his voice dry. Then the letter of intent. Put it on hold for now, he said. He hung up and tossed the phone onto the desk. The phone slid across the surface, bumped into a teacup. The cup wobbled, but didn't fall. His gaze passed over the cup and landed on the corner of the desk. There sat an object fist-sized metallic, its cold edge glinting under the desk lamp's light. It was the miniature model of the 765 kV transformer made by Chen Yi himself with the base engraved. 2018 Xining Station. Zhao Lei stared at the model for a long time. The model was exquisitely made, scale 1:0 shell of aluminum, cooling fins filed 1 by 1, each spacing less than a millimeter. The base was copper engraved with characters needle-pointed, crooked, but legible. 2018 Xining Station. 2018. Back then, Chen Yi had just completed the Xining Station project, the first domestically developed 765 kV transformer. On the day of project acceptance, Chen Yi stayed in the works. Chen Yi received the letter in the spring of 2023. The letter was written by Lao Wu, scrawled like chicken claws. The paper was torn from the back of a supermarket promotion flyer, one side printed with "Buy one, get one free," the other side written, "Engineer, Chen Shaoxing Heavy Industry," went up from 120 to 280. I locked in. Can't see it. Didn't move. Shaoli says wait for you to get out, then sell together. Also about the AI grid thing, I formed a small team, 5 people studying in an internet cafe at night. Studied for a month. 2 wanted to quit, but Lao Zhang held them. When you get out, we'll work together. Lao Wu. Chen Yi folded the letter and tucked it back into the envelope. The envelope had a stamp. Peony red, perforated edges uneven as if bitten by teeth. The flap was sealed with rice grains. Lao Wu was poor, even saving on glue. Chen Yi sat on the concrete floor back against the bed frame, holding the blue USB drive. On the drive's surface was the label moaning. Lao Zhou turned over on the upper bunk, the bed boards creaking. Still not asleep? Lao Zhou asked. Almost. What are you thinking about? Thinking about that mountain, Chen Yi said. The one behind Xining Station. Lao Zhou didn't ask further. The cell fell quiet, only a house snoring and the distant shift change bell from the workshop. The bell rang 3 times, metallic like striking iron. After the bell, the workshop fell silent for a moment, then the hum of machines resumed. Then Chen Yi stuffed the USB drive into the shoebox and closed the lid. The eagle on the box under the desk lamp's light seemed about to fly. Chen Yi lay down facing the wall. The line of characters on the wall was still there. Everything will pass. He closed his eyes. In the darkness, his breathing was light, steady, like an engine that never stops. Zhao Lei began leveraging in the summer of 2022. At first, it was just a trial. With 2 times leverage, he bought a new energy battery stock, which rose 15 points, earning him 300 yuan. That 300 yuan was more than the company's monthly net profit. Zhao Lei stared at the numbers in his account, his fingers rubbing the mouse. Its smooth plastic shell like a tame horse. It was drizzling that day. Raindrops hit the window pane, leaving streaks of water trickling down. The office lights were off, only the monitor's glow, a pale blue-white, lit Zhao Lei's face, making him look like a man underwater. He took a screenshot of the numbers and sent it to Lin Ting with a note, "See this? This is what investing is all about." Lin Ting replied with a smiley emoji. It was the first time she had sent him an emoji. Previously she only replied with "okay" or "got it." The smiley was yellow, round with 2 curved eyes and an arched mouth. Zhao Lei stared at that smiley for 3 seconds. Lin Ting never initiated. This smiley was both a response and a signal. 300,000 yuan had bought him a smiley. Zhao Lei thought it was worth it. Then he increased the leverage to 3 times. With 3 times leverage, he bought another semiconductor stock. This time luck wasn't on his side. It dropped 4 on the day of purchase and another 2 the next day. But Zhao Lei didn't cut his losses. He believed semiconductors were the main trend and the national team would step in sooner or later. He waited 5 days and sure enough it rebounded, rising 8 and earning him 4,000 yuan. Together with the previous profit that made 7,000 yuan, 700,000 yuan. In 3 yeah? It could buy 2 new testing instruments for the company, give the team 3 months year-end bonus, and rent a better office. But Zhao Lei didn't think that way. What Zhao Lei thought was 700,000 yuan was just the beginning. That evening Zhao Lei treated Lin Ting to dinner. The restaurant was a 2 Michelin star establishment costing 120 yuan per person. Lin Ting wore a black dress with a delicate silver chain hanging from her collarbone. Zhao Lei ordered a bottle of red wine for 800 yuan, and they drank until pleasantly tipsy. Lin Ting's face flushed, the flush of wine also of excitement. The restaurant was dimly lit. The candle flame on the table was tiny flickering, casting wavering shadows on their faces. At the next table people were discussing business, their voices hushed occasionally, drifting over a few words: valuation, due diligence, payment. Zhao Lei listened, feeling those words were far away from him. His world now had only one word: make money. In the future, Zhao Lei said, holding his wine glass, I won't have to go to work. Trading stocks makes 10 times more than my salary. Lin Ting said nothing, just smiled. But that smile was 100 times more beautiful than the emoji on her phone. The layout of the office had changed. Chen Yi's old desk had been pushed to a corner piled high, with financial statements and contracts like a small mountain. There was still a circular mark on the desk left by Chen Yi's teacup. Zhao Lei had wiped it twice without success, then gave up and covered it with documents. Zhao Lei had replaced it with a larger desk, solid wood, dark brown, with a glass plate embedded in the surface. Under the glass he pressed a K-line chart, the trend chart of the first stock that hit the daily limit. It was printed and laminated. The red bullish candles looked like pillars holding up the ceiling. He bought 3 monitors and placed them side by side on the desk. The left one showed the market index, the mid. Zhao Lei did not look up, his eyes fixed on the middle monitor. On the screen the K-line of an AI concept stock was climbing. 1 jump, 2 jumps, 3 jumps. Each jump felt like a heartbeat. Zhao Lei's heartbeat synchronized with the K-line. It beat faster when the price rose, slower when it fell. Last month's wages, Lu Gong's voice seemed squeezed out between his teeth, haven't been paid. The brothers have families, elderly and young, and rent is due. What's the rush? Zhao Lei's finger clicked on the mouse, confirming the purchase. A prompt popped up on the screen. Margin by successful, current maintenance margin ratio, 185. He smiled. A brief smile like a pebble dropping into water. Wait until this stock comes out, then we'll pay everything together. Plus the year-end bonus, I'll add 20. Lu Gong's Adam's apple moved. It rolled up and down twice, as if swallowing something hard to get down. Then, when will it come out? Soon, Zhao Lei said. This AI stock. The national team has entered, the main force is pulling it up. It will hit the daily limit tomorrow. After the limit, we'll pull 2 more boards, then exit. Once we exit, everyone's money, every penny will be paid. Lu Gong said nothing. His gaze passed over Zhao Lei's shoulder, landing on the 3 monitors. On the left screen, the market index was falling, green numbers rolling down like a waterfall. On the middle screen, the AI concept stock was indeed rising, but the gain had shrunk from 5 to 3, then to 2. On the right screen, the margin accounts profit and loss number was red, but beneath the red was a small line. Available margin -100 yuan. Lu Gong couldn't understand that small line, but he understood Zhao Lei's expression. The corner of Zhao Lei's mouth was twitching faintly like a leaf in the wind. Get out, Zhao Lei said. Don't disturb me. Lu Gong stepped out, gently closing the door. The door shut behind him with a dull. The AI concept stock had been bought on margin at a cost of 87 yuan per share, with 2 shares of principal of 1.74 million yuan and 3 times leverage, actually using 5.22 million yuan. He expected 3 consecutive daily limits, rising to 120 yuan, making a profit of 2 million yuan. But the result on the day of purchase, it rose 3. The next day, it opened flat. The third day, it opened low and dropped further, falling to 74 yuan per share. During those 3 days of decline, Zhao Lei barely ate, only drank coffee. Black coffee, no sugar. His stomach hurt, but he couldn't bear to leave the screen. He ran to the bathroom and back, afraid of missing a rebound. The 5.22 million yuan position had fallen to 74 yuan, with a book loss of 2.66 million yuan. The maintenance margin ratio dropped from 185 to 140, getting close to the forced liquidation line of 130. The broker's call came at 2:15 p.m. Mr. Zhao, your maintenance margin ratio has fallen below 150. Please add margin or reduce your position within 2 trading days, or we will be forced to liquidate. Zhao Lei shouted into the phone, wait 1 more day. Just 1 day? This stock has positive news, the announcement will come out tonight. Sorry, Mr. Zhao, the voice on the other end said, very polite, like a layer of ice. It's company policy. If you don't add margin, we will liquidate as planned at tomorrow's open. Zhao lay through the phone. The phone slid on the desk, hit the desk lamp, which wobbled, but didn't fall. He stared at the number on the screen too. 66 million. That number spun in his mind like a runaway engine. 66 million plus the new energy stock he had cut last month, losing 1.8 million. plus the chip stock from the month before losing 950,000. Plus, Zhao Lei closed his eyes in the darkness. A long line of numbers appeared one after another, queuing like mourners waiting for a funeral. He opened his eyes. Those numbers were still on the screen, green row after row like inscriptions on tombstones. He picked up the calculator and added item by item. With each addition, his finger paused on the key as if verifying, is this the number? Yes, it was that number. After adding it up, his hand stopped on the calculator, motionless. Total loss 47 million yuan. 12,470,000. The company's highest annual net profit was 8 million. Now in less than 2 years he had lost 47 million in the stock market. And that wasn't all. In the margin account, 3 more stocks were trapped with a combined loss of 8 million. If that AI stock was forcibly liquidated tomorrow, the loss would increase by another 2 million. He calculated once, then again. The first time he made a mistake, missing an interest payment. The second time he got it right. Total debt nearly 20 million. Zhao Lei put down the calculator. The calculator's screen still showed numbers, its backlight a pale green like the lights in a morgue. Nearly 20 million in debt. Zhao Lei spread his hands on the desk, palms up, as if catching something. But he couldn't catch it. A whole of 20 million. Not a glass of wine could fill it, not a. That project payment of 3 million yuan, when it was transferred from Chen Yi's account, his hand signing didn't tremble at all. Now the same hand couldn't cover a 20 million yuan hole. Outside the window it had grown dark. The lights in the office buildings lit up one by one like pieces on a chessboard. Zhao Lei's office was on the 18th floor, overlooking half the city. The city was bright, but he only felt darkness. Borrowing money began on the third day. The first call was to Representative Wang. President Wang. Zhao Lei's voice was very polite, so polite it sounded fake. That project payment, could you prepay a portion? We're a bit tight on cash flow. Prepay. Representative Wang's voice came through the phone with a hint of surprise. President Zhao, the contract stipulates payment upon acceptance. The project isn't finished yet. Prepayment isn't quite in line with the rules, is it? Rules are dead, people are alive. Zhao Lei laughed a dry laugh, like tree bark rubbing. President Wang, look, we've cooperated for so long, cut me some slack. 30%, just 30%. There was a silence on the phone. During the silence, Zhao Lei could hear someone talking on Representative Wang's side very softly, as if discussing something. Then Representative Wang's voice returned a degree lower than before. President Zhao, he said, his tone fading, I heard. You've been trading stocks lately. Zhao Lei's finger tapped on the desk heavily, like a slap. Who said that? It's all over the circle, Representative Wang said. I heard you've lost quite a bit. President Zhao, not to say, but we're in the real economy. That stock trading thing, the water is too deep. Our cooperation is about being down to earth. If you have cash flow issues, we can postpone, but prepayment really goes against the rules. The corner of Zhao Lei's mouth twitched as if trying to smile, but the muscles were stiff, never reaching his eyes. Then, forget it. President Wang, you're busy. He hung up his fingers, sliding over the contact list, stopping at a name, Second Uncle. Second Aunt's voice came through the phone, sharp with a relieved glee. Oh no, President Zhao. What made you think of calling us? Second Aunt. Zhao Lei's voice was very low, a bit hoarse. I want to borrow some money. Just for turnover. Borrow money. Second Aunt laughed, the sound like glass grating. President Zhao, aren't you a big boss? Why are you borrowing money from us common folk? We don't have any. Back when Chen Yi was around, we even lent you 200. Now we're paupers, not a single cent. Zhao Lei's hand clenched into a fist on the desk. His knuckles turned white like 4 pebbles. Then, forget it. By the way, President Zhao, Second Aunt said, I heard things haven't been going well for you lately. Lost money in stocks. Tisk, young man, you should be down to earth. Don't learn those flashy things. Zhao Lei hung up the phone. He turned the phone face down on the desk, like trapping a fly. The light from the phone screen leaked through the gap, glowed for 2 seconds, then went out. It was a WeChat message from Lin Ting. He didn't look at it. He didn't need to. It was probably asking what to eat for dinner or inviting him to some exhibition. Lin Ting's world and his were on 2 different tracks. She went to exhibitions. He stared at the trading screen. She had afternoon tea. He cut losses. The 2 tracks occasionally crossed, and when they did, Zhao Lei paid the bill and Lin Ting smiled. Then he looked up at the 4 characters on the wall, riding the wind and waves. The golden frame reflected a harsh light under the lamp. He stared at those 4 characters for a long time. Then he reached out, took down the frame, turned it over face down, and placed it on the floor. The golden frame hit the floor with a crisp sound. A dent appeared on the corner, but Zhao Lei didn't notice. Squeezing his employees began a week later. Starting this month, Zhao Lei stood in front of the conference room, holding a piece of paper with a new compensation system written on it. Basic salary will be reduced by 30, and performance bonuses will be paid quarterly. The project commission will be cut from 5 points to 2 points. The conference table was rectangular, seating 12, but only 9 were present today. 3 were absent. They had resigned last week, leaving without even asking for their wages. On the empty seats lay name badges that hadn't been collected, yet the photos on the badges were still from when they first joined, smiling. A dozen people sat in the meeting room, Lu Gong, Lao Zhang, and a few new hires. No one spoke. Lu Gong's fingers twisted the brim of his cap, leaving a crease. Lao Zhang looked down at his notebook, which was blank with no words. Outside the window, the sound of pile driving from the construction site came in. Thud, 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 very dull, like a heartbeat. The company is in difficulty, Zhao Lei said, his voice half a tone higher than usual. We're all in the same boat. Once we get through this tough time, I'll make it up to everyone. Not just make it up, but double it. President Zhao, a young man, raised his hand. He was a designer hired last year. What about social insurance? Social insurance will be paid at the minimum base, Zhao Lei said. It's industry practice. But before it was paid based on actual salary. The past is the past, Zhao Lei interrupted, his voice suddenly sharp like a knife scratching glass. What time is it now? Pandemic. Energy crisis. Global economic downturn. Go out and see. How many companies are closing down? How many people are unemployed? Having a job is already good enough. And you're still being picky. The young man's hand withdrew. His face flushed red, but he said nothing. Lao Zhang, sitting next to him, nudged the young man with his elbow and gently shook his head. The movement was small, but Zhao Lei saw it. Zhao Lei's gaze swept across the meeting room from face to face. Lu Gong looked down. Lao Zhang stared at the empty notebook. Others looked at the ceiling or the table. No one looked at him. Meeting dismissed, he said. He turned and walked away, his leather shoes making crisp sounds on the floor. At the door he stopped and looked back. Lu Gong was still sitting in his seat, his cap on the table, hands folded on his knees, fingers intertwined, knuckles white. Zhao Lei smiled. The smile was brief, like a pebble dropping into a deep well, without echo. As he reached the door, he caught a smell drifting from the meeting room. The odor of sweat and cheap laundry detergent mixed together, sticky, like a film clinging to the skin that couldn't be peeled off. This was a smell he had never noticed before. When Chen Yi was around, the smell in the meeting room was different. It was the aroma of coffee, good coffee beans ground by Chen Yi himself. He walked back to his office, closed the door, and sat down at the large solid wood desk. The 3 monitors were still on. On the left screen, the market index was falling, green numbers like a waterfall. On the middle screen, the watch list was all green like a lawn. On the right screen, the margin accounts profit and loss number was red, but beneath the red was an even larger green. His finger paused over the mouse. Then he opened the K-line chart of the stock. The stock code was very familiar. It was one he had bought 2 years ago at its historical low. After buying it, he thought it was rising too slowly, so he cut it and chased new energy stocks. After cutting, that stock rose 17. Then he thought 17 was too little, so he cut again and chased AI. Then he cut again and chased chips. Every time he cut losses, it was like changing tables in a casino. He changed when he won and changed when he lost. In the end, only chips of dust remained in his hands. He remembered a movie he had s. The stock code was for Shaoxing Heavy Industry. He stared at the K-line chart on the screen. 120 Korean won, 141 Korean won, 280 Korean won. Now the price displayed was 340 Korean won. From 120 to 340, a rise of 183. If he hadn't cut it, if he had held on the principle of 2 million yuan would now be 4 million yuan. But he had cut it. Not only did he not make money on Shaoxing Heavy Industry, he also lost over 10 million on other stocks. Chasing rises and cutting losses. Every knife cut into his own flesh, but the pain wasn't in the flesh, it was in the money. Money has no nerves, but Zhao Lei felt the pain for it. Zhao Lei's fingers tapped on the desk, as if beating time. The corner of his mouth twitched faintly like a leaf in the wind. On the screen, the K-line of Shaoxing Heavy Industry was still climbing, 340, 341, 342. For every point it rose, Zhao Lei's nails dug into the glass plate on the desk a little deeper. Under the glass plate was that laminated K-line chart, the trend chart of the first stock that hit the daily limit. It was his proudest achievement. Now it looked like a piece of waste paper. The red bullish candles had once been like pillars holding up the ceiling. Now they were like nails driving into his eyes. His eyes stared at that number for a long time. Then he reached out and turned off the monitor. The screen went black like a tombstone. But that number was still in his mind, 342. 342 Korean won. Chen Yi's holding cost was 120 Korean won. In November 2023, the South Korean stock market hit a 10-year high. In the brokerage trading hall in Gangnam District, Seoul, people were packed together like a train station during Spring Festival travel rush. On the big screen, candlestick charts flickered, red numbers burning like fire stinging the eyes. Retail investors raised their phones, snapped photos of the screen, and posted them on their social feeds with captions, "The bull market is here. Financial freedom. Thank the nation." The trading hall's floor was frosted marble, polished to a sheen by countless souls. The air reeked of sweat, coffee, and cheap cologne, all mingled into a suffocating stuffiness. A long queue snaked in 3 bins before the counters, with 7 or 8 people crowding each window, clutching ID cards and bank cards, knuckles white. At the center of it all was a single stock. 5-digit ticker, 4-character, name Morningstar Heavy Industries. From 121 in March 2020 to 4201 in November 2023. 3 years and 8 months, a 35-fold increase. Not 35%, 35 times. Factoring in reinvested dividends, the actual return exceeded 40-fold. In the upper right corner of the big screen, a line of scrolling red text kept running. Morningstar Heavy Industries current price 4.01 up to 3 of volume at an all-time high. It looped again and again like a red snake, gliding endlessly along the screen's edge. Someone in the hall was crying, not from losses, but from regret. A man in his 50s in a crumpled suit beat his chest at the screen. I bought it in 2021. Bought at 281. Sold after a 20 gain. Sold. His tie was askew, a button missing from his shirt collar revealing a patch of skin below his collarbone, red, the red of agitation. A young woman beside him tugged at his sleeve. He shook her off and thumped his chest again, his voice hoarse like a cracked gong. Onlookers watched him. Some sympathetic, some mocking, some secretly relieved. No one stepped forward to comfort him. In a bull market, everyone is their own god and their own devil. A man in a gray trench coat leaned against a pillar, the cigarette in his hand burned down nearly to his fingers. Ash fell on his shoe, but he didn't notice. His eyes fixed on the big screen, he muttered to himself, as if calculating an equation with no solution. Zhao Lei's office was on the 18th floor facing north, never receiving direct sunlight all year round. When Chen Yi had this office, he didn't mind saying, north-facing is quiet and shady. After Zhao Lei took over, he found it gloomy and cold, and wanted to move to a south-facing room, but that spot was occupied by the finance manager, Zhao Lei's brother-in-law, so the change was impossible. He had no choice but to buy a floor lamp for 1,200 yuan, placing it in the corner to cast a warm glow, pretending it was sunlight. The lampshade was beige cloth, dust-laden, which Zhao Lei never thought to wipe. It was at 317 p.m. when Zhao Lei saw that piece of news. It wasn't sent to him, he had scrolled to it himself. He sat in his office. Of his 3 monitors, only one was still lit, the other 2 had been sold for 20,000 yuan to plug a hole. When the monitors were sold, Engineer Liu stood nearby, his lips moving as if to say something, but he remained silent. After the 2 monitors were carried away, 2 gray rectangular marks were left on the desk like scars. On the only lit screen was a post on a financial forum, its title in red, South Korea's top bull stock Morningstar Heavy Industries 40x, in 3 years the darling of AI computing and energy transition. His finger paused over the mouse. Then he clicked open the post. Inside was a chart, Morningstar Heavy Industries monthly candlestick chart. 120, 141, 280, 340, 580, 920, 1350, 200, 3420, 400. One red bullish candle after another like steps leading to the sky. Below the chart were over 100 comments. The most popular read, if you bought and held 3 years ago, raise your hand now. Below it a row of raised hand emojis, yellow hands raised and waving like a field of wheat. Zhao Lei's mouth fell open as if he couldn't understand. He counted the numbers once, then again. The first time he made a mistake reading 3400 as 4300. The second time he got it right. 42001. His fingers tapped on the calculator. 420 divided by 120. That equals 35. 35 times. If he hadn't sold at 340, if he had held on his 2 million won in principal, would now be 42 million. 42 million. His finger froze on the calculator. The calculator's backlight was a sickly green, casting a thin film like moss across his face. Sunlight leaked through the blinds and strips lying across the desk, slicing the calculator and monitor into alternating bands of light and shadow. Dust floated in the light beams slowly as if it could never settle. Then something struck him. His hands flew across the keyboard, opening a web page. It was a securities information site where one could look up the top 10 shareholders of listed companies. He typed Morningstar Heavy Industries ticker and clicked search. The page took 5 seconds to load. During those 5 seconds, Zhao Lei tapped the desk with his fingers. 1, 2, 3. The air conditioner vent was directly above, blowing cold air, but he felt no chill. Fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead. On the corner of the desk sat a copper ashtray piled with 7 or 8 cigarette butts. Some were extinguished, others still trailed their last wisps of smoke, thin and blue like threads about to snap. Then the list of top 10 shareholders popped up. First, the National Pension Service of Korea. Second, a sovereign wealth fund. Third, A.U.S. Asset Management Company. Fourth. His gaze swept down to the 7th name. 7th, Chen Yi. Holdings 100,000 shares. Ownership 0.03. Cost basis 121. Market value 420,000,001. Equivalent to approximately 21 million yuan. Zhao Lei's eyes fixed on that name. Chen Yi. 2 characters like 2 knives stabbed into the screen. His fingers tapped the desk as if keeping time. But his hand was trembling, slightly like a leaf in the wind. The water in his cup had gone cold. He picked it up and took a sip. It slid down his throat, icy like swallowing a piece of iron. When he set the cup back on the desk, it nudged the mouse. The mouse slid, and the page jumped to the 8th name. He pulled the mouse back and stopped again at the 7th. Impossible, he said so softly it seemed meant only for himself. He refreshed the page again. The page reloaded. The data did not change. Chen Yi. 100,000 shares. Cost 121. Market value 42 million won. When he refreshed, the browser spun 3 times, and with each spin his breath shortened by a beat. After the 3 spins, the data reappeared identical. He scraped his fingernail beside the two characters, Chen Yi, leaving a white scratch as if to confirm this wasn't an illusion. The screen was LCD, as his nail scraped at the display rippled faintly then settled. The data remained. Chen Yi remained. His finger hovered over the market value column for a long time. 42 million won. In RMB, 21 million. 21 million. Chen Yi was in prison. 3 years and 8 months. No checking his account, no trades, no buying or selling. He lay on his prison bed counting days while his money grew from 2 million to 21 million. And himself? Zhao Lei moved his finger from the screen to another document. It was the company's balance sheet which he had asked finance to prepare yesterday. Total liabilities 18.4 million. Bank loans 6.8 million. Private lending 4.2 million. Supplier payables 3.2 million. Employee wages and social insurance 4.2 million. The paper of the balance sheet was thin, and because the printer was low on ink the numbers were faint like watermarks, yet every digit pricked. He turned to the second page, accounts receivable. The numbers were even smaller, only 6,000, of which 3,000 was bad debt impossible to collect. 18.4 million. In Chen Yi's account, 21 million. Zhao Lei's liabilities 18.4 million. If Chen Yi's money were his, if he could get hold of that 21 million, he could not only clear all his debts, but still have 2.6 million left. 2.6 million would be enough for him to turn things around. Enough to buy back those 2 monitors, enough to pay engineer Lu 3 months of back wages, enough to treat Lin Ting to 10 more Michelin meals. He tapped the balance sheet heavily with his finger like a slap. The paper shuddered its corner, lifting to reveal a photograph underneath. The photo was taken at the company's annual party 3 years ago. Zhao Lei stood in the middle with engineer Lu on his left, old Zhang on his right, and Chen Yi in the back. Chen Yi stood the farthest, but his smile was the most genuine. Zhao Lei flipped the photo over, not wanting to see it. Mr. Zhao. Lin Ting's voice came from the doorway. Zhao Lei looked up. Lin Ting stood at the door holding a cup of coffee, an off-white chain bag slung over her shoulder. The metal chain glinted in the light. Her eyeliner was drawn longer than yesterday, but the dark circles under her eyes were darker too. She wore a camel-colored coat buttoned all the way up, collar raised, revealing the line of her chin. The coat's cuffs were frayed. She had worn it for 3 years. It had never frayed before, but this year it started. What's wrong? Her gaze fell on the screen and caught that name, Chen Yi. Her mouth opened as if she didn't understand. Then her eyes moved to the market value column. 42 million won. This is... Her voice was faint, squeezed through her teeth. Chen Yi's. Zhao Lei said, his voice flat as an iron plate. As he said those 4 words, his right hand moved off the mouse to his knee, fingers curling into a loose fist. The gesture was unconscious, but his body was more honest than his mind. At the sight of Chen Yi's name, his right hand's first reaction was not to reach out, but to shrink back. Lin Ting's brows knitted together. Isn't he? In prison. In prison, Zhao Lei said. Position locked. 6 years. 3 years and 8 months, never touched. Lin Ting said nothing. Her gaze lingered on the screen, moving from Chen Yi to 1 shares, then to 42 million won, then back to Chen Yi. Her fingers gripped the coffee cup tightly, knuckles white. Steam rose from the rim in thin wisps, twisting upward in the light like strands of transparent smoke. The office was quiet save for the hum of the air conditioner and the occasional footsteps from the distant corridor. Then, she said, her voice trembling a little. How much money does he have now? 21 million, Zhao Lei said. RMB. Lin Ting's coffee cup wobbled, splashing a drop onto her off-white chain bag, leaving a brown spot. She didn't wipe it. 21 million. She repeated, as if confirming she hadn't misheard. And Zhao Lei said, his voice suddenly sharp like a knife scraping glass, it's still rising. 4201 is not the peak. The industry says it could reach 8000 next year. At 8001, his 100 shares would be 4 billion won. In RMB, that's 200 million. 200 million. Lin Ting's voice trembled even more. 200 million, Zhao Lei said. He's in prison, lying down, sleeping, eating, polishing steel pipes. He doesn't have to do anything. The 200 million just grows in his account on its own. When he said, polishing steel pipes, he bit the words hard like chewing a piece of meat that wouldn't soften. Something came back to him. 2 years ago, a man who had left the company drunk at a dinner said that Chen Yi was doing labor reform in prison, polishing steel pipes 6 hours a day, his calluses thicker than a shoe sole. At the time, Zhao Lei had smiled and said nothing. Now that smile felt like a slap across his own face. His fingers tapped the desk faster and faster like an engine out of control. And me, he said, his voice suddenly rising as if roared from deep in his chest. Me, I stare at the market every day, calculate every day, borrow money every day, beg people every day. I lost 12 million. I'm 18 million in debt. I can't even pay my employees' wages, damn it. His fist slammed onto the desk. The monitor shook, the numbers blurred then cleared. The coffee cup jumped on the desk, spilling a patch of brown liquid that soaked into the documents like a map. Lin Ting stepped back. Her back hit the doorframe with a dull thud. Mr. Zhao, she said, her voice as if coming from far away. Zhao Lei didn't hear. His eyes were fixed on the name on the screen, Chen Yi. Two characters like two knives, like two eyes staring back at him. His money, Zhao Lei said, his voice suddenly lowering low as if telling a secret, should be mine. What? Lin Ting didn't understand. His money, Zhao Lei repeated, should be mine. That account was opened with his ID. But he's in prison now, without civil capacity. I'm his friend, his partner, his heir. I can apply to freeze his assets and transfer his equity. As he said the word heir, his gaze flickered, from the screen to the window then back. Outside the window, the sky at 4 in the afternoon was gray clouds hanging low like a dirty rag. On the windowsill sat a pot of pothos that Lin Ting had bought 6 months ago, saying it would add some life to the office. Half of the pothos leaves had turned yellow, the other half were still green, but even those were wilted, drooping over the pot's edge like a tired tongue. No one watered it, so the pothos dried out on its own. The office heating was inadequate. Lin Ting pulled her coat collar together, her fingers touched the metal clasp of her chain bag. Cold, and she flinched. Can you do that? Lin Ting asked. Of course I can. Of course I can, Zhao Lei said, his eyes lighting up like 2 light bulbs. I can hire a lawyer, file a lawsuit, claim his assets are of unclear origin, claim he embezzled company project funds, claim his stocks were bought with illegal gains. Once it's frozen, once it's transferred to my name, I can. He didn't finish. His finger swiped across the screen from Chen Yi to market value and back. Then I can turn my life around, he said. Lin Ting looked at him. Zhao Lei's eyes glowed red under the light like 2 burning coals. His mouth twitched slightly like a leaf in the wind. His hair was disheveled strands sticking up like weeds. He hadn't shaved today, a dark stubble covered his chin like rust. His shirt collar was loose, his tie askew over one shoulder. The tie clip was gone, pawned yesterday for 2,000 yuan. She suddenly felt she didn't know this man. Mr. Zhao, she said quietly. What if the freeze doesn't work? Zhao Lei's smile froze on his face. His finger stopped on the screen, as if frozen. Can't freeze it, he said, his voice squeezed through his teeth. How can it not be freezable? He's in prison. He has no freedom. He has no say. His money is a piece of fat meat thrown into a wolf pack. Anyone can take a bite. But, Lin Ting said, his position is locked. 6 years. Didn't you say so? Locked. Zhao Lei laughed dryly, the sound like bark rubbing against bark. What's a locked position? Locking is just a back-end setting of the broker. As long as there's authority, it can be unlocked anytime. I'll go to the broker, the court, the lawyers. I don't believe a prisoner can hold on to 200 million. He rose from his chair and paced the office. His leather shoes struck the floor in rapid clicks. On the third lap, he kicked a trash can, it toppled, and a crumpled paper rolled out onto the floor. The paper was covered with hand-drawn sketches of candlestick trends drawn by Zhao Lei himself, twisting lines like an electrocardiogram, like a medical chart. He didn't bend to pick it up, continuing to pace. 200 million, he said. 200 million. I can pay off all my debts. I can buy new equipment. I can hire AI experts. I can take the company public. I can make everyone see that I, Zhao Lei, am 100 times stronger than Chen Yi. He stopped at the window and looked out. Beyond it lay the city's nightscape, brilliant with lights like a sea of stars. But in his eyes there was only red. Burning coals. The glass reflected his face, distorted because the window wasn't flat. It was a curved curtain wall deforming everything it mirrored. His face stretched in the glass like a stranger. Chen Yi, he said softly as if speaking to himself. Don't blame me. This is your fate. Your money is mine. He turned and looked at Lin Ting. She still stood at the door, coffee cup in hand, the brown stain on her off-white bag like a birthmark. Go, Zhao Lei said. Contact a lawyer for me. The best one. Money is no object. Lin Ting didn't move. Go. Zhao Lei shouted. Lin Ting's shoulders flinched. Then she turned and walked out. The off-white chain bag glinted in the light and vanished down the corridor. The corridor floor was light gray. Walking down it in her camel coat, she looked like a moving shadow, fading thinner and thinner, finally dissolving into the darkness at the end of the hall. The corridor lights were motion-activated. They turned on as she passed, and off when she was far away. As Lin Ting walked, the lights came on one by one, then went out one by one like a short breath. Zhao Lei stood at the window, his back to the door. His shadow stretched long across the floor under the light like a monster. In the distance outside, construction site lights blinked yellow like some kind of signal. Farther away was the elevated ring road, traffic flowing like a river of light, never stopping. The city never slept, but Zhao Lei's office at this moment was like an island. On the screen, Morningstar Heavy Industries share price was still jumping. 4200, 4210, 4220. His finger traced across the glass from 4220 to Chen Yi and back. Mine, he said. The voice was soft, but loud enough for the empty office to hear. The lawyer was Jin Qinghao. A Korean in his early 50s, a graduate of Seoul National University's law school. He had worked for 12 years at the Korean Prosecution Service before switching to private practice, specializing in financial cases. His office was on the 33rd floor of a high-rise in Gangnam-gu, Seoul. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the Han River, where boats crawled like ants on the water. The office was spacious, over 60 square meters, but sparsely furnished. A rosewood desk, 2 leather chairs, a bookshelf. The spines of the books on the shelf bore Korean and English titles, but not a single one was in Chinese. Zhao Lei sat across from him holding a document. It was a printout of Chen Yi's holdings black and white, but the market value column was circled in red. 42 million won. Zhao Lei's fingertips brushed the edge of the paper. The corner curled up, then he pressed it down. He had read this document no fewer than 20 times, memorizing every number. 42 million. Converted to RMB, that was 210000. 3 years ago, 210000. Now far more. The thought was like a splinter lodged in his flesh, impossible to extract. Lawyer Jean, Zhao Lei said, his voice polite. So polite it felt false. How confident are you in this case? Jean Qinghao took the document, glanced at it, then set it down. His fingers tapped on the desk as if keeping time, but the rhythm was slow. One tap, a 2-second pause, then another. There was a shallow scratch on the desk made by a stapler long ago. Each time Jean Qinghao's fingers came down, they avoided that mark. The office was quiet save for the hum of the air conditioner and the distant ding of the elevator. Zhao Lei's knee bumped the underside of the desk, the metal edge cut into his bone. He shifted his posture, but said nothing. Mr. Zhao, he said, his Chinese carrying a slight Korean accent, as if he had a piece of candy in his mouth. Let me first confirm. What is your relationship with this Mr. Chen Yi? Friends, Zhao Lei said. Childhood friends. We grew up together. Jean Qinghao's fingers paused for a beat on the desk. Childhood friends, he repeated. The Korean language had no equivalent term, but he seemed to grasp its weight. Childhood friends, meaning friends who grew up together since childhood. Yes, Zhao Lei said. We were thick as thieves. Jean Qinghao gave a slight nod. Is there any legal relationship? Partnership agreement. Shareholder agreement. Marriage. Blood relation. No, Zhao Lei said. But we started a business together. I was involved in his studio. Involved, Jean Qinghao repeated, as if savoring the word. Were you a shareholder, or did you receive a salary? Zhao Lei's fingers curled into a fist on the desk. His knuckles turned white like 4 pebbles. Outside the window, a barge on the Han River let out a hoarse horn, the sound muffled, as if rising from the depths. No shares, he said. No salary either. It was a verbal agreement. A verbal agreement. Jean Qinghao's fingers stopped on the desk. He looked at Zhao Lei for 3 seconds. Those 3 seconds stretched long enough for Zhao Lei to hear the hum of the air vent. Mr. Zhao, under Korean law, freezing a person's securities assets requires a clear legal basis. A creditor-debtor relationship, inheritance, marriage, or a court judgment. You and Mr. Chen have nothing. But he embezzled the project funds. Zhao Lei's voice suddenly sharpened like a knife scraping glass. 1,200,000. That was company money. He bought the stocks with that money. Evidence? Jean Qinghao asked. Evidence? Zhao Lei's voice trailed off like a deflating balloon. The evidence is at the police station. Transfer records. The transfer records show that the project funds went into Mr. Chen's account. Yes. And then from his account into a securities account. Well, Zhao Lei's Adam's apple bobbed twice, as if swallowing a stone. I don't know. But I can find out. You can find out, Jean Qinghao said. But even if you can prove the project funds flowed into the securities account, this is a criminal case in China requiring handling by Chinese judicial authorities. Korean securities firms have no obligation to cooperate with asset freezes in Chinese criminal cases unless there is a formal request under the China-Korea Judicial Assistance Treaty. In that process, he paused, tapping his index finger on the desk right on the stapler scratch, typically takes 1 to 2 years. 1 to 2 years? Zhao Lei's mouth fell open as if he hadn't understood. His mind raced. 1 to 2 years, Chen Yi stocks would keep rising. After 1 to 2 years, how much of that money would be left? Or would it have multiplied tenfold, 100-fold? 1 to 2 years, Jean Qinghao said. And even if frozen asset disposal requires a court judgment. Mr. Chen is convicted in China, but his securities assets are in Korea. Cross-border enforcement is even more complicated. Zhao Lei's fingers tapped the desk faster and faster, like a runaway engine. Then, is there a faster way? Jean Qinghao smiled. A faint smile like a layer of mist. There is, he said. You can hire a Chinese lawyer to sue Mr. Chen in China for civil compensation. After obtaining a Chinese court judgment, you apply for recognition and enforcement by a Korean court. That process, if smooth, takes 3 years. 3 years. Zhao Lei's voice seemed to roar from the depths of his chest. 3 years. 3 years ago, when Chen Yi went in, the stocks were worth 1.2 million. 3 years later, 42 million. Another 3 years. He dared not think. 3 years, Jean Qinghao said. And Mr. Chen is in prison in China with no income, no assets. Even if you win the lawsuit, enforcement is a problem. Zhao Lei's hand froze in midair. His fingers trembled faintly like leaves in the wind. So, he said, his voice squeezed out between his teeth, you're saying I can't touch his money? By legal means, Jean Qinghao said. It's very difficult. Very difficult. Zhao Lei slammed the desk. The monitor wobbled, the numbers on the screen blurred, then sharpened. I paid you 300,000. And you tell me it's very difficult? Jean Qinghao didn't move. He leaned back in his chair, hands folded on his knees, fingers long and nails neatly trimmed. Mr. Zhao, he said, his voice as flat as an iron plate. A lawyer's duty is to tell you the truth of the law, not to give you illusions. Your case has unclear legal relationships, incomplete evidence chains, and complex cross-border enforcement procedures. The 300,000 is a consultation fee. If you wish to formally retain me for litigation, the fees are separate, and I advise you to carefully consider the cost-benefit ratio. Zhao Lei's mouth hung open like a fish out of water. His face flushed red, climbing from his cheekbones up to his forehead. 300,000 for a consultation. One sentence, give up. He remembered Lin Ting's words before he left. 300,000 is enough to cover 3 months of our loan payments. He hadn't listened then. Now that 300,000 was like a handful of sand slipping through his fingers, impossible to grasp. You? Say that again. I advise you. Jin Xinghao stood up, straightening his suit, to give up. He turned and walked away, his leather shoes clicking crisply on the floor. At the door he stopped and looked back at Zhao Lei. Mr. Zhao, he said, there's a saying in the stock market, don't touch money that isn't yours. I'll leave that with you. The door closed behind him with a dull thud. Zhao Lei heard the lock click, a soft sound but hard like a bone snapping. Zhao Lei sat in the chair, his back to the door. His shadow was cast long on the floor by the light, like a monster. 300,000. Gone. But Zhao Lei did not give up. If the law wouldn't work, he would take another path. On his way back to the hotel, Zhao Lei called 3 intermediaries. The first was Old Sun, who did trade with Korea. Old Sun said he knew someone at a Korean securities firm, but it would cost 100,000 as an introduction fee. The second was an old business partner, Old Meng, who said his cousin worked as an accountant in Seoul and could make connections. The third was Lin Ting's classmate who had married a Korean and said she could help inquire. Zhao Lei cast all 3 lines like casting a net into the sea, not knowing which would catch something. In the end, Old Sun's line paid off. He arranged a meeting with a compliance director at a Korean securities firm surnamed Piao, who had previously worked at the Seoul Financial Supervisory Service and knew many people. Zhao Lei flew to Seoul and treated him to dinner at a barbecue restaurant in Gangnam. The meat sizzled on the iron plate, oil spattering into a fine mist in the air. Director Piao was in his 40s, wearing a gray suit and a neatly tied dark blue tie. He picked up a lettuce leaf, wrapped a piece of grilled meat, dipped it in sauce, put it in his mouth, and chewed twice. Zhao Lei sat across from him, the grilled meat before him untouched. He picked up his chopsticks, then put them down. His stomach was churning, not from hunger, but from tension. He hadn't eaten a thing since getting off the plane. The drive from Incheon Airport to Gangnam had taken an hour and a half in traffic. He stared at the neon lights outside the window, red-green streaking past, like stock market lines. Mr. Zhao, Director Piao said, his voice muffled by the chewing. I've looked into your matter. How is it? Zhao Lei leaned forward, elbows on the table. The edge of the iron plate scorched his sleeve, leaving a small burn mark, but he didn't notice. Very difficult, Director Piao said. That account has a permanent lockup. Permanent lockup. Zhao Lei's brows knitted together. What's that? It's a special trading restriction, Director Piao said. When the client opened the account, they signed an agreement with the securities firm stipulating that no trading operations are permitted for a specific period, unless the client personally presents valid identification at the firm's headquarters counter to unlock it. Otherwise, no one has the authority to operate the account, including internal personnel of the firm. Zhao Lei's fingers tightened around the chopsticks. The bamboo fibers creaked under his fingertips. He remembered the day Chen Yi opened the account. 3 years ago, right after Chen Yi received the project funds. Zhao Lei hadn't known yet. Chen Yi went to Seoul alone, opened the account alone, signed the agreement alone. He didn't tell Zhao Lei anything. He didn't tell anyone. Zhao Lei later checked Chen Yi's travel records and found that Chen Yi had taken a day off, caught an early flight, and returned that evening. 1 whole day. Opening the account, signing the contract, setting the lockup, setting the reinvestment, all in one go. Like a chess player laying out the board first, then waiting for the opponent to make a move. No one has the authority. Zhao Lei's voice seemed squeezed out between his teeth. No one has the authority. Director Piao repeated. This is written into the core trading system's underlying code of the securities firm, not something that can be modified through front office operations. Even as compliance director, I have no permission to touch that code. Only the highest privileged administrator in the technical department with authorization from the board of directors can modify it. And board authorization requires a written application from the client themselves or a court judgment. A court judgment. Zhao Lei's voice dropped. He picked up the glass of water in front of him. Condensation beaded on the surface. When he lifted it, the drops slid along his fingers and dripped onto his pants, darkening a small spot. He took a sip. The water was cold, chilling his throat all the way to his stomach. Yes, Director Piao said. And even with a court judgment, enforcement is complicated. Because permanent lockup agreements usually include force majeure clauses and dispute resolution clauses. If the client objects to the unlocking, they can initiate arbitration. During the arbitration period, the account remains frozen. Zhao Lei's fingers tapped the desk, as if keeping time. But his hand trembled. Oil spattered onto his hand, burning him, but he didn't feel it. Then, he said, is there another way? Director Piao glanced at him. The look was quick like a scanner, from face to shoulders to feet and back. There is, he said. Zhao Lei's eyes lit up bright as 2 bulbs. What way? Wait, Director Piao said. Wait. Wait 6 years, Director Piao said. The lockup period is 6 years. After 6 years, the client goes to the counter in person to unlock and the account returns to normal. Then you can figure something out. Zhao Lei's mouth opened like a fish out of water. The light in his eyes went out like a candle blown out by the wind. 6 years. Chen Yi was sentenced to 6 years. The lockup was also 6 years. This was no coincidence. 6 years. He said, his voice as if coming from far away. 6 years, Director Piao said. And let me remind you that account has automatic reinvestment set up. Dividends are credited and automatically used to buy more shares. 6 years of compounding. His holdings might be much larger than they are now. Zhao Lei's hand clenched into a fist on the table. His knuckles were white like 4 pebbles. Permanent lockup. Automatic reinvestment. 6 years of compounding. Chen Yi had blocked every path, then planted the seeds of compound interest on the only remaining road. He wasn't locking up money. He was planting money. Director Piao looked at Zhao Lei's fist and said nothing more. The background music in the barbecue restaurant changed to a slow Korean old song, like a river flowing at night. So Zhao Lei said, "You're saying I can do nothing?" "Within my authority," Director Piao said, "I can do nothing." He picked up a napkin, wiped his mouth, and stood up. The iron plate was still sizzling, but the oil had dried, and the meat was burnt. A burnt smell drifted into Zhao Lei's nose, making him cough. Director Piao didn't look back. "Mr. Zhao," he said, "this meal is on me. I can't help you with your matter. Don't contact me again." He turned and walked away, his leather shoes clicking crisply on the floor. Zhao Lei sat in the chair, his back to the door. The meat on the iron plate still sizzled, oil spattering into a mist in the air. A waiter came over to ask if he wanted a fresh plate of meat. Zhao Lei didn't speak, he just waved his hand. But that mist felt like a wall separating him from the outside world. Zhao Lei received the text message on the 3rd day. That afternoon he sat in his office facing a pile of payment reminders. Suppliers, banks, social security, arrears notices. The stack of reminders was thick as a brick. He flipped through them one by one. When he reached the 4th, his phone rang. The text was from the bank. "Dear customer, your loan is due this month. Please repay on time. Late payment will affect your credit record and incur penalty interest." He stared at the message for 3 seconds. The loan. Demanding payment every month. 300,000 for the lawyer, 100,000 for Director Piao, 200,000 in relationship fees, plus airfare and accommodation. 83700 in total. All down the drain. And the loan was still compounding. Lin Ting had sent a WeChat message the night before. "Did you transfer the mortgage payment for this month?" He hadn't replied. Then he threw his phone. It hit the wall, the screen shattering like a spiderweb. Fragments fell to the floor, reflecting the light like scattered stars. He leaned back in his chair, the backrest groaned. His gaze fell on the 4 characters, riding the wind and waves, mounted on the wall. The golden frame was still on the floor, face down, covered in a layer of dust. His fingers tapped the desk, as if keeping time. But this time there was no rhythm. Just tapping. 1, 2, 3. Faster and faster like a runaway engine, until finally he slammed his fist on the desk. The monitor wobbled. On the screen was the webpage he hadn't closed yet. Hyosung Heavy Industries, stock price, 43801. It had risen again. He stared at that number for a long time. Then he reached out and turned off the monitor. The screen went black like a tombstone. But the number still lingered in his mind. 4380. In Chen Yi's account, 100 shares, market value, 438 million won. Converted to RMB, that was 21.9 million. And he had spent 300,000 on a lawyer, 100,000 on a meal with Director Piao, 200,000 on various connections. 800,000, all lost. He calculated once, then again. The first time he made a mistake, forgetting the airfare. The second time the numbers were correct. Total expenditure 837,000. Income 0. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. In the darkness he saw Chen Yi's face. Not the Chen Yi of now, but the Chen Yi of 3 years ago, standing in the courtroom, handcuffs biting into his wrists, his gaze calm. No anger, no resentment, just calm. That day in the corridor outside the courtroom, Zhao Lei sat in the gallery, clutching a report letter. He had written it, anonymous, and sent it to the police. He thought he had won. He thought once Chen Yi was inside, those stocks would be ownerless, eventually falling into his hands. He was wrong. That calmness was like a pool of water, something hidden beneath the surface, unclear. Suddenly Zhao Lei understood. That calmness wasn't resignation, it was calculation. Chen Yi had known all along. He knew everything. He knew Zhao Lei would covet his money. He knew Zhao Lei would try every means to seize it. He knew Zhao Lei would fail. The lockup wasn't locked to the market, it was locked to Zhao Lei. The reinvestment wasn't to make money grow, it was to make Zhao Lei feel more pain. Every compound interest was a slap in the face. So he locked the account. Not for the market, but for Zhao Lei. Cruel. Zhao Lei said. The voice was very soft, like a leaf falling to the ground. Outside the sky had darkened. City lights filtered through the window, casting shadows on the floor, mingling with Zhao Lei's. On the desk the payment reminders were still there, the shattered phone was still there, everything was there. Only Zhao Lei's hand clenched tight in the darkness, nails digging into his palm. It hurt, but he didn't let go. In the spring of 2024, the stock price of Shaoxing Heavy Industry broke through 10001. Not quietly, but with a bang. On the big screen of Shower Exchange the number jumped from 9980 to 10050, red like a flame. Retail investors in the trading hall applauded, some whistled, some embraced. and some held up their phones to record videos. A high school student in uniform was silently weeping in a corner. His father had bought this stock 3 years ago at 281 and held it until now. On the electronic screen in the trading hall, Xiaoxing Heavy Industries gain ranked first. The numbers were red, pulsating like a violently beating heart. Beside it, several stocks were green, falling, their numbers quietly resting there as if dead. And at the center of it all, in a corner of that stock, lay a name. Chen Yi. 100,000 shares. Cost 121. Market value 100,500,00001. Equivalent to approximately 50 million renminbi. Chen Yi knew nothing of this. He was in the prison workshop holding a steel pipe in his hand. The sound of the grinding wheel on metal was like fingernails scraping on glass. His fingers slid across the surface of the steel pipe. The touch was cold like a piece of ice. The workshop was stuffy dust mixed with the smell of machine oil creeping into his nostrils and sticking to his throat. A young man who had been sent in for theft coughed beside him. Chen Yi did not look up. One of the fluorescent lights in the workshop flickered, on off, like an irregular heartbeat. Chen Yi's hand firmly gripped the steel pipe, grinding it stroke by stroke, the rhythm never changing. The corner of his mouth twitched when no one was looking. That was not a smile. It was an acknowledgement. Zhao Lei woke up at 3:17 in the morning. Not naturally, but startled awake. He dreamed of Chen Yi. He dreamed that Chen Yi stood before him, handcuffs removed, wearing a black suit, holding a piece of paper. There were numbers on the paper, but he couldn't make out what they were, though he knew they were huge, too huge for him to count. Chen Yi said nothing. He just looked at him, his gaze calm like a pool of water. Then Chen Yi smiled. That smile was brief, as if snorted from his nose. Then he turned and walked away, his leather shoes tapping crisp sounds on the floor. Zhao Lei wanted to chase after him, but his legs couldn't move, as if nailed to the ground. He looked down, and the ground was not floor, but numbers. Dense numbers: 120, 280, 340, 0. The numbers wrapped around his ankles like snakes, creeping up to his thighs, waist, chest, neck, and finally coiled around his throat. He couldn't breathe. Then he woke up. Sweat had soaked the pillow as if he had just been pulled out of water. He lay in bed staring at the ceiling, his chest heaving like an old engine. The curtains were not drawn tightly. A sliver of moonlight leaked through the gap, cutting across the ceiling like a knife. His fingers traced on the blanket, not writing characters, but drawing numbers. 50 million. In Chen Yi's account, 50 million. And in his account, -19. 24 million. He calculated once, then again. The first time he miscalculated using the yen exchange rate for the won. The second time he got it right. 50 million versus -19. 24 million. A gap of 69. 24 million. He closed his eyes, but the numbers still spun in his mind like an engine that never stops. He turned over, facing the wall. On the wall was a hook nailed during the last move. Nothing hung on it, leaving only a hole. The plaster around the hole had cracked in a circle, like an eye staring at him. Zhao Lei started taking sleeping pills in the 4th month. At first half a pill, then a whole pill, then 1.5. The pills were bought for him by Lin Ting from a pharmacy without a prescription. The tablets were white, very small, like grains of rice. He placed them under his tongue, waiting for them to dissolve, waiting for them to pull him into darkness. When Lin Ting handed him the pills, her hands were cold, and on her nails were remnants of yesterday's nail polish, pink, half worn off. "You still won't see a doctor," she said, her voice sounding as if from far away. "If you keep taking them like this, something will happen." Zhao Lei put the pill into his mouth and said nothing. Something happened. Something had already happened. The biggest thing was that he was still alive, while Chen Yi's money kept rising. But even in the darkness, there were numbers. 120, 280, 340, 100, 500. The numbers floated like fireflies in the darkness. He reached out to grab them, but couldn't. Sometimes he would suddenly sit up, eyes wide open in the darkness, staring at the bedroom door. A sliver of light leaked under the door from the night light in the living room, very faint, like a strand of hair. He counted that sliver of light, counted to 100, then to 200, and then the numbers turned into stock prices: 120, 280, 340. Here they came again. He began to get up at night, walk to the study, turn on the computer, and stare at the numbers on the screen. The stock price of Xiaoxing Heavy Industry. 100, 100, 150, 1100. The numbers jumped, and with each jump his heart clenched. The chair in the study had a depression worn by his sitting. It wasn't there before, but formed over these months. The leather surface of the chair had cracked a seam, and the foam inside was exposed, grayish-white, like bone. On the desk sat a glass of water. The water was cold, the ice had melted, and the glass was covered with water droplets like a layer of sweat. One time, he opened the market software at 4 a.m. The overnight data for Xiaoxing Heavy Industry had just updated up 0.303. It didn't sound like much, but multiplied by 100,000 shares and the exchange rate, it was another sum of money he could never earn in his lifetime. His fingers tightened on the mouse, and the plastic casing creaked. Another time he stared at the screen from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. 3 hours without moving. Outside, the sky changed from black to gray to white. Dawn broke. Only then did he realize he had been sitting all night. He opened an Excel spreadsheet, a model he had built. The model assumed Shaoxing Heavy Industries stock price would rise 50 each year with a 6-year lockup dividends reinvested compounded. He calculated once then again. Year 1 2 million 5 8 million. Year 2 8 million 5 7 million. Year 3 7 million 5 5 million. Year 4 5 million 5 7 million. Year 5 7 million 5 11 million. Year 6 11 million 5 66 million. 66 million. He stared at this number for a long time. Then he deleted the model, because the actual gain was much higher than his assumed 50. Shaoxing Heavy Industry had risen 83 times in 3 years and 8 months, not 50. He built a new model using the actual gain. After calculating, his hand stopped on the keyboard motionless. On the screen, the Excel cells lined up row by row like prison cells. Each cell imprisoned a number, cold numbers precise, to 2 decimal places. But Zhao Lei's fingers were hot. When they touched the keyboard, the plastic keycaps grew warm. Actual market value approximately 12 billion. 12 billion. He calculated once then again. The first time he miscalculated, missing the exchange rate fluctuation. The second time he got it right. 12 billion. In Chen Yi's account 12 billion. And he himself negative 24 million. A gap of 3,124 billion. 3,124 billion. Zhao Lei repeated this number 3 times in his mind, and with each repetition the bitterness in his mouth grew heavier. He reached for the glass of water on the table. The water had gone completely cold. He took a big gulp. It was bitter. He didn't know if it was the taste of the water or the taste on his own tongue. His fingers tapped on the desktop as if keeping time. But this time there was no rhythm. Just tapping. Once, twice, 3 times faster and faster like a runaway engine until finally he slammed his fist on the desk. The monitor wobbled, the numbers on the screen blurred, then became clear again. 12 billion. He stared at that number for a long time. Then he reached out and turned off the monitor. But that number remained in his mind. 12 billion. Like a knife stuck in his brain, unable to be pulled out. The transfer of assets began in the 5th month. Zhao Lei transferred the last bit of working capital from the company's account, 2 million, to an offshore account. The account was opened in Singapore under Lin Ting's name. When he made the transfer, his hands trembled slightly, like leaves in the wind. These 3 days he had gone through all the company's accounts. Accounts receivable 8 million, but most were bad debts. Customers had run off or refused to pay. Accounts payable 2 million, with suppliers having demanded payment 3 times. Account balance 2 million. That was all. He transferred all the money. The online banking page loaded for 10 seconds. The transfer button was green. Zhao Lei's mouse hovered over it for 5 seconds. Then he clicked. The page jumped and a prompt said, transfer successful. 2 million had disappeared from the company's account and appeared in the Singapore account. The whole process took 12 seconds. General Manager Zhao, the young finance girl, stood at the door, holding a transfer slip in her hand, her voice squeezed out through her teeth. This money is the final payment for the project. The suppliers have already demanded payment 3 times. If they keep pressing, let them sue. Zhao Lei said, his voice flat as an iron plate. But, no buts. Zhao Lei looked up at the girl. The area under his eyes was bruised with bags, as if he hadn't slept well. But his eyes were bright like 2 light bulbs with red beneath them, like burning coals. Do as I say. The girl backed out gently, closing the door. When the door closed, Zhao Lei heard a faint sob from the hallway, as if drifting from a distance. He picked up a cigarette from the table, took one out, lit it. His hands were shaking, the flame touched the tip 3 times before catching. The first puff made him choke, and he coughed twice. He hadn't smoked in a long time, but today he needed something. Something to fill his mouth, or he would scream. His gaze fell on the 4 characters, riding the wind and breaking the waves, on the wall. The golden frame lay on the ground face down, covered in a layer of dust. His fingers tapped on the desktop as if keeping time. Then he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Engineer Liu, he said, his voice very polite, so polite it sounded fake. About that technical data. General Manager Zhao, Engineer Liu's voice came through the phone, trembling. The data? I've already given it. All of it. I know, Zhao Lei said. But the client said the plan is not acceptable. It needs to be redone. Redone. Engineer Liu's voice sounded as if coming from far away. General Manager Zhao, that plan was the framework Engineer Chen made back then. We only know how to copy, not how to modify. Can't modify. Zhao Lei's voice suddenly became sharp like a knife scraping glass. You take your salaries and you can't modify? When Chen Yi was here, every one of you said you could. Now that Chen Yi is gone, none of you can. General Manager Zhao. Engineer Liu's voice grew even lower. Salaries. Salaries haven't been paid for 2 months. Zhao Lei's fingers clenched into a fist on the desktop. His knuckles turned white like 4 pebbles. Ash fell on the desktop, but he didn't flick it off. Wait a little longer, he said, his voice squeezed out through his teeth. Once my capital turnover picks up, I'll pay all at once. And year-end bonuses double. General Manager Zhao. Engineer Liu didn't finish. The line went silent for 3 seconds, then a sigh very light, like wind blowing through withered branches. Zhao Lei hung up the phone. He placed the phone face down on the desk like trapping a fly. The moment he hung up, he saw the time on the screen, 2:17 p.m. The sky outside was gray like a dirty rag. Then he looked up and gazed out the window. Beyond the window was the city's nightscape, brilliant with lights like a sea of stars. But in his eyes there was only a sea of red, burning coals. The complete alienation of his friends and followers was accomplished in the 6th month. But the collapse had begun in the 5th month like a wall. First a crack appeared in the corner, then the crack widened, then bricks fell one by one, and finally the entire wall collapsed. In the 5th month, 2 people left, from the business department. They disappeared without a word, leaving their belongings at their desks. The computers were still on, screensavers running. A colorful ball bouncing on a black screen like a trapped eyeball in a cage. The first to leave was Engineer Liu. He left a letter. The paper was torn from a notebook, edges uneven, covered with handwriting, scrawled like chicken scratches. General Manager Zhao, 3 years salaries owed for 4 months social insurance, stopped for half a year. My wife is sick, my child needs tuition. I can't take it anymore. The data is on the hard drive. The password is your birthday. Take care. Zhao Lei crumpled the letter into a ball and threw it into the trash can. The paper ball bounced in the trash can, fell to the floor, and rolled to the corner like a discarded pebble. He looked at the paper ball, paused for 3 seconds, then bent down, picked it up, unfolded it, and read it again. When he saw the words, "Take care," his fingers trembled. Then he tore the letter in half, then into quarters, and threw it into the trash can. The second to leave was old Zhang. He left no letter. He just came in the morning, packed his desk items into a cardboard box, and left. The box was not big. It contained a few books, a thermos, and a photo. The photo was a family portrait with the sea in the background. When old Zhang left, his steps were slow, his soles dragging on the floor, making a rustling sound like fallen leaves. Zhao Lei stood at the office door watching, but did not call him back. Old Zhang walked to the elevator, pressed the down button, waited 20 seconds. The elevator doors opened. He stepped and turned around, facing outward. Zhao Lei and he exchanged a brief look. Old Zhang's mouth moved as if he wanted to say something, but the elevator doors closed, cutting his face in half. The third to leave was the young designer. Before leaving, he stood at the door of Zhao Lei's office and knocked. "Come in," Zhao Lei said. The young designer walked and stood before the desk, his back straight. "General Manager Zhao," he said, his voice steady as an iron plate. "I quit." "Quit?" Zhao Lei looked up at him. "Reason?" "No reason," the young designer said. "I just don't want to work anymore." "Do you know what the market is like out there?" Zhao Lei said, his voice suddenly sharp. "The pandemic. Energy crisis. Global economic downturn. If you go out, you won't even find a job." "I know," the young designer said. "But I'd rather not find a job than work for you anymore." Zhao Lei's mouth opened like a fish out of water. His face flushed red, creeping up from his cheekbones to his forehead. He wanted to say something, his lips moved, but his throat felt blocked with cotton. No sound came out. "You? What did you say?" "I said," the young designer's voice was still steady, "you are not a businessman, you are a gambler. A gambler doesn't deserve to have people follow him." He turned and walked away, his leather shoes tapping crisp sounds on the floor. At the door he stopped and looked back at Zhao Lei. "General Manager Zhao," he said, "I bought Shaoxing Heavy Industry. Bought at 10001. Now it's at 11000. I made 10 times. And you?" Zhao Lei's fingers clenched into a fist on the desktop. His knuckles turned white like 4 pebbles. The young designer smiled. A brief smile as if snorted from his nose. Then he turned and left. The door closed behind him with a dull thud. Zhao Lei heard footsteps in the corridor. Soft, but each step steady, without hesitation, without looking back. Zhao Lei sat in his chair, his back to the door. His shadow was cast on the floor by the light, stretched long like a monster. The office fell silent. Silent as a tomb. He turned around and looked at the empty office area. Engineer Liu's seat was empty, old Zhang's seat was empty, the young designer's seat was empty. The few remaining people had their heads down, pretending to be busy with their own work, but no one was typing, no one was on the phone, no one was speaking. The sound of keyboards was gone, the sound of phones was gone, even the printer had stopped. Only the hum of the air conditioner, like a mosquito, buzzing around the ears. On the desk, the teacup, left by Engineer Liu, was still there with a ring of brown tea stain on the inside. Zhao Lei walked over, picked up the teacup, hesitated for a moment, then put it back down. Zhao Lei laughed. The laugh was dry like bark rubbing. Then he stood up, walked to the window, and looked outside. Outside was the city's nightscape, brilliant with lights like a sea of stars. But in his eyes there was only a piece of black like a tombstone. He reached out and pushed the window open a crack. Wind blew in from outside, cold with a hint of rain. He took a deep breath. The smell of rain was fishy like blood. Rain hadn't fallen yet, but the air was already moist. The dust on the windowsill had formed fine particles like salt. His fingers tapped on the windowsill, as if keeping time. But this time there was no rhythm. Just tapping, once, twice, 3 times. Then he withdrew his fingers, turned around, and walked back to the desk. On the desk was something. A phone with a cracked screen, the cracks like a spider web. He picked up the phone and pressed the power button. The screen lit up, the cracks dividing the numbers on the screen into several pieces. Shaoxing Heavy Industry 112001. He stared at the number for a long time. The crack on the screen passed right through the middle of the number, cutting 1180 into two pieces, 11 on the left, 200 on the right. The dust in the crack was black set against the white numbers like a scar. Then he put the phone down, screen facing down like trapping a fly. In the office only he remained, along with a desk full of numbers. On the desktop, payment reminders, transfer records, contract documents, and fragments of resignation letters were scattered all over. Among the papers an ant was crawling. It must have come from somewhere. It crawled slowly, its antennae probing the path as if searching for an exit. Zhao Lei watched the ant for a long time. The ant crawled to the edge of a payment reminder, paused, then turned around and crawled back. Zhao Lei did not move. He just watched. The brawl in the prison cafeteria started over half a steamed bun. Lao Zheng stood at the front of the line, and the kitchen worker ladled him a scoop of cabbage with 2 slices of meat floating in the broth. Old Han waited behind, his eyes turning red at the sight of those 2 meat slices. It wasn't hunger that stirred his anger. Yesterday when he was at the front, the worker hadn't put a single piece of meat in his broth. The cafeteria line stretched long, 20-odd people coiling like a serpent. The aroma of food drifted from the serving window. Braised cabbage with tofu, with steamed buns, and rice as staple options, each portion identical. The air was thick with sweat, cooking fumes, and the sharp tang of disinfectant clinging to skin like an invisible film that no washing could remove. "Why, oi?" Old Han demanded, his voice erupting from deep within his chest, tinged with a northeastern accent. Lao Zheng didn't turn around. He carried his meal container toward his seat, his back rigid as a pine tree. Before his incarceration, he had been the president of a listed real estate company, his fortune measured in billions. Though now reduced to nothing, yet his bearing remained unchanged. "I'm talking to you," Old Han shouted, dashing after him, nearly slamming his meal container onto Lao Zheng's head. Lao Zheng halted and turned around. His hair had grayed halfway, yet he combed it meticulously using toothpaste as hair gel, smoothing each strand backward with precise strokes. "Young man," he said, his voice flat as an iron board, "when I was outside, someone of your caliber couldn't even get through my office door." "You were outside?" Old Han let out a laugh, a dry, rasping sound like bark scraping against bark. "But aren't you here now too? Same as me, wearing prison clothes, eating cabbage, sleeping on a hard bed. What makes you so special?" His finger jabbed into Lao Zheng's chest with the force of a fist. Lao Zheng's meal container clattered to the ground. The braised cabbage and tofu splattered across the floor, the 2 meat slices lying on the cement like solitary islands. For a heartbeat, silence descended upon the cafeteria. Then every eye turned toward them. Some watched with amusement, others with nervousness, some bowed their heads, pretending to eat. Chen Yi sat in the corner back against the wall, clutching a book in his hands. The book was Power System Analysis, its cover worn pale, its pages dog-eared. He didn't look up, but his ears were attuned. "What's going on?" The guard's voice thundered from the doorway like a sudden clap of thunder. Old Han's finger froze midair. His face flushed crimson, spreading from his cheekbones up to his forehead. "He started it," Old Han insisted. "He dropped his own container," Lao Zheng retorted. The guard approached, tapping his baton rhythmically against his palm, like conducting a beat. "Fighting in the cafeteria," he declared, 2 points deducted from each of you, and an extra hour of training tonight." "On what grounds?" Old Han and Lao Zheng exclaimed in unison. "For fighting," the guard stated. "Who threw the first punch?" Old Han and Lao Zheng glanced at each other, then simultaneously looked away. "He poked me first," Lao Zheng claimed. "He dropped his container first," Old Han insisted. The guard's brow furrowed deeply, his eyebrows rising like 2 mountains pressing together. "Who actually started it?" "It's a misunderstanding." The voice came from the corner, soft yet silencing the entire cafeteria. Chen Yi closed his book, rose, and stepped between the 3 men. His posture was upright, but unlike Lao Zheng's deliberate rigidity, it was natural, like a bamboo stalk. "Old Han," Chen Yi addressed him. "You were at the back of the line yesterday, and didn't get any meat. You felt it was unfair." Old Han paused, bewildered by Chen Yi's knowledge. "Old Zheng," Chen Yi continued, "you were at the front today, and got meat. You felt you deserved it." Lao Zheng's lips twitched almost like a smile, but his facial muscles remained stiff, never reaching his eyes. "But neither of you noticed," Chen Yi observed, "that the cook's ladle holds only 10 slices of meat each day. 10 slices divided among 40 people. Those at the front get theirs, leaving nothing for those behind. This isn't about Lao Zheng or Old Han. It's a systemic problem with the rules." He turned to face the cafeteria worker. The man was in his 50s with a mole on his left cheek, sprouting a single hair. He stood behind the serving window, ladle in hand, looking like a startled bird. "Cook," Chen Yi proposed, "starting tomorrow, could we chop the meat finely and mix it into the vegetable soup? That way everyone gets a taste. Less, but fair." The cook stared at him for 3 long seconds. Then he gave a small, deliberate nod. The gesture was subtle, but resolute. His ladle trembled slightly in his grip as he glanced at the meat in the serving basin. Only a few thin slices remained. Chopped and stirred, and each person would receive roughly the size of a fingernail. Yet fair. Chen Yi turned to face Lao Zheng and Old Han. 2 points plus an extra hour of training, he announced. "Split between you 2. Old Han, you poked him, 1 point. Lao Zheng, you dropped your container, 1 point. 30 minutes extra training, then clean the cafeteria together." Old Han's mouth gaped open like a fish pulled from water. Why should I clean? Because you poked him. Chen Yi's voice was quiet but crystalline, each word dropping like a stone into still water. No ripples, just weight. And him. He dropped his container. Chen Yi replied. Spilled food means cleanup. Lao Zheng studied Chen Yi for a long moment. He recognized something beyond cruelty or harshness, integrity. No one in that cafeteria had ever spoken of fairness. The strong oppressed the weak endured, and when endurance failed they erupted. But Chen Yi was different. He was a blade cutting cleanly through right and wrong. Then a brief smile crossed his face, a snort-like expression. Fine, he said. I'll clean. Old Han glanced from Lao Zheng to Chen Yi, wiping his fingers on his pant seam, as if removing something tainted. I'll clean too. His voice dropped to half its previous volume. The guard observed Chen Yi for 3 seconds. His lips twitched, not quite a smile but an acknowledgement. All right, he said. 30 minutes. Finish cleaning before you eat. He turned and walked away, his leather shoes clicking sharply against the floor. The cafeteria buzzed back to life, though with a softer, murmuring undertone. Chen Yi settled back into his corner, reopened his book, and continued reading. His finger paused on a page resting on a diagram. It depicted the winding structure of a 765 kV transformer, layers 1, 2, and 3, with interlayer insulation and oil channel distribution. His finger traced the oil channel lines moving from the upper left to the lower right, like outlining a painting. The cafeteria's clamor faded into the background until only the soft rustle of turning pages remained, like wind through leaves. Occasionally a spoon clinked against a meal container. A single ding like a water droplet striking metal. A week later, Xiao Meng sought out Chen Yi. Xiao Meng was in his late 20s, wearing thick glasses with deep prescriptions, his lenses as dense as bottle bottoms. Before his incarceration, he had founded an AI startup. 3 years of operation, 2 funding rounds valued at 100 million. When the third funding round fell through, his capital chain shattered. Desperate, he misappropriated users' prepaid funds to cover the gap, was discovered, and received a 4-year sentence. As he sat beside Chen Yi, his hands continuously rubbed against his pant seam, 7-8 times, as if trying to scrub something away. Behind his glasses, his eyes were red and bloodshot, a clear sign of sleepless nights. Brother Chen, Xiao Meng said, sitting beside Chen Yi with his back against the wall, clutching a piece of paper. I'd like to ask your advice on something. Go ahead. Chen Yi didn't look up, his eyes still fixed on his book. You understand power systems, Xiao Meng said. I understand AI. Since I've been here, I've been wondering, could AI and electricity be combined? They can, Chen Yi replied. Xiao Meng was taken aback, surprised by Chen Yi's immediate affirmation. They can, he asked. How? Chen Yi closed his book and looked at Xiao Meng. Through his thick lenses, Xiao Meng's eyes appeared large like 2 glass beads. A scratch marred one lens, worn from long use. Xiao Meng had never replaced it. Chen Yi's gaze lingered briefly on that scratch. Do you know what the biggest challenge in power grids is, he asked. What? Not power generation, not transmission. It's dispatch, Chen Yi explained. Electricity requires instantaneous balance. How much is generated must precisely match how much is consumed in real time. Too much and the grid collapses. Too little and frequency drops. Current dispatch relies on human judgment, experience, and phone calls. And AI can predict, Chen Yi said. Predicting load for the next minute, the next hour, the next day. With predictions, we can dispatch, generate, and store energy in advance. Error rates could drop from 15% to just 3%. Xiao Meng's eyes lit up, glowing like 2 light bulbs. 3%, he exclaimed. How much? How much could that save? Global power grid investment is 2 trillion annually, Chen Yi stated. 3% represents 240 billion. Xiao Meng's jaw dropped open like a fish pulled from water. 240 billion. He repeated, verifying he hadn't misheard. His paper crumpled in his grip, unnoticed. Moreover, Chen Yi added, it's not just about saving money. AI can predict failures. When transformers will fail, when power lines will break, repairs and replacements can happen in advance. We shift from reactive maintenance to proactive care. This, Xiao Meng's finger traced unconsciously across the paper. This isn't just technology. This is a revolution. It is a revolution, Chen Yi confirmed. But revolutions require people. Those who understand power systems, those who know AI, those who comprehend capital. He paused, fixing his gaze on Xiao Meng. Through his glasses, Xiao Meng's eyes seemed even larger, brighter. After you get out, Chen Yi asked, what do you want to do? Xiao Meng's voice deflated like a leaking balloon. I owe investors money. My credit is ruined. No one will invest in me again. I might only be able to work for someone else. Work for someone else. Chen Yi responded. Then these 4 years would be a complete waste. Xiao Meng lifted his head, meeting Chen Yi's gaze. Chen Yi's gaze was flat as an iron board, yet beneath that surface lay hidden warmth like an ember. Brother Chen, Xiao Meng whispered, could you help me? No, Chen Yi answered. Xiao Meng's eyes dimmed like 2 glass beads covered in dust. But you can help yourself, Chen Yi continued. During these 4 years, Chen Yi instructed master AI power grid technology. When you're out, don't start a company immediately. Join an existing firm and work on large model applications in the power sector. Work there for 3 years, achieve results, build a portfolio. Then consider entrepreneurship. 9 out of 10 startups fail. You've already failed once. Don't repeat the mistake. Which company should I join? Come find me when the time comes, Chen Yi said. Xiao Ming paused, uncertain of Chen Yi's meaning. Find you, he asked. Won't you be out in 6 years? You haven't even gotten out yet. How can you start a company? 6 years, Chen Yi confirmed. 4 for you. Wait for me 2 years after you're released. Wait for you 2 years. Yes, Chen Yi said. 2 years from now, I'll be released. Then I'll start a company focused on AI and power grids. You'll join as the technical co-founder. Xiao Ming's mouth gaped open like a fish pulled from water. His fingers dug tightly into the paper, knuckles widening. The formulas and numbers crumpled together like gibberish. Are you serious? Completely serious, Chen Yi affirmed. But there's one condition. I don't want gamblers, I want technologists. If you slip up again, I won't take you. What condition? These 4 years, Chen Yi said, no more touching users' prepaid funds. No more misappropriation. No more illegal actions. Xiao Ming's finger paused on the paper. Then he nodded, small but steady. I promise. 4 years, just learning technology, no money, he declared, each word as solid as a nail driven into the ground. Chen Yi smiled. The smile was brief, a mere exhale through the nose. Then he reopened his book, continuing to read. His finger paused on a diagram. The diagram showed a 765 kV transformer's winding structure, layers 1, 2, 3, with interlayer insulation and oil channels. His finger traced the oil channel lines from upper left to lower right, like outlining a painting. A month later, Lao Zheng sought out Chen Yi, not to cause trouble, but to seek advice. He sat beside Chen Yi back against the wall, clutching a paper covered in numbers. It was his post-release business plan, senior living real estate, leveraging his real estate experience to create high-end retirement homes. The wind in the exercise yard was dry, lifting and pressing down the corner of Lao Zheng's paper. In the distance, several men imprisoned for drug trafficking played basketball, the sound of the ball hitting the ground. Thump, 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 like a heartbeat. Chen Yi, Lao Zheng began, his tone overly polite, almost artificially courteous. Could you take a look at this plan and tell me if it's feasible? Chen Yi took the paper and glanced at it. The 5-page proposal covered market analysis, competitive landscape, profit model, and financing needs comprehensively. Yet something crucial was missing. No pain point, Chen Yi observed. Pain point. Lao Zheng's eyebrows furrowed together. Senior care itself is the pain point. 200 million elderly in China. Isn't that painful enough? It's painful enough, Chen Yi agreed. But your solution doesn't address it. Building retirement homes, buying equipment, hiring caregivers. These are costs, not value. What elderly people truly fear isn't being uncared for. It's losing dignity. Dignity, Chen Yi affirmed. Can your retirement home make elders feel they're still living, not just waiting to die? Can you give them choice, control, dignity? You've spent your entire career in real estate building countless houses. Which ones were truly meant for people to live in? Which weren't just built for money? Lao Zheng paused, looking confused. Then he lowered his head and stared at his own plan for a long time. The wind blew again, rustling the proposal, noisily, the numbers on the paper, trembling as if mocking him. I never thought about that. His voice was hoarse like a rusted hinge. Think it through first, then act, Chen Yi advised. Plans made without thought shouldn't be executed. Otherwise, you're just burning money. Lao Zheng folded the proposal and tucked it into his pocket. He gazed at Chen Yi for a long moment, then extended his hand and grasped Chen Yi's. His palm was dry and warm like a piece of charcoal. They held hands for 3 seconds before releasing. Chen Yi's palm bore calluses from grinding steel pipes, hard and rough. Lao Zheng didn't pull his hand back. Thank you, he said softly, his voice like a falling leaf. Chen Yi remained silent. He simply nodded, small but steady. Then he reopened his book, found the previous page, and resumed tracing the oil channel lines of the 765 kV transformer diagram, as if nothing had transpired. During the summer of 2024, an incident occurred in the prison. A middle-aged man, Mr. Fong, a former securities firm executive imprisoned for financial crimes, suddenly collapsed in the workshop. The cause was a triple assault: hypoglycemia, chronic insomnia, and skipping lunch. People gathered around. Some called for guards, others tried acupressure, while many stood helplessly. A young man imprisoned for theft crouched beside Mr. Fong's head, hands hovering uncertainly, afraid to lower them, yet feeling foolish holding them up. The workshop was stifling, fluorescent lights humming like a swarm of bees. Mr. Fong's face was paper white, lips purplish, forehead drenched in sweat that dripped down his temples onto the concrete floor in round droplets. Chen Yi walked over, crouched down, and pressed his fingers to Mr. Fong's wrist. The pulse raced like an engine out of control. Any candy? He asked. No. Someone replied. Chocolate. Biscuits. Nothing either. Chen Yi fished something from his pocket and handed it to the person beside him. It was a fruit candy wrapped in plastic red paper printed with an apple. It had been given to him last month and he'd never eaten it. The candy wrapper bore deep creases, handled many times, but the seal remained unbroken. Put it under his tongue, Chen Yi instructed. The person peeled the candy and placed it in Mr. Fong's mouth. His lips twitched like a fish out of water. Then his eyes opened. Pupils dilated like 2 black holes. Thank you, Mr. Fong managed his voice distant. Chen Yi didn't respond. He stood up, returned to his machine, picked up the steel pipe, and resumed grinding. The sound of the grinder against metal was like nails scraping on glass. Yet the corner of his mouth twitched when no one was watching. Not quite a smile, an acknowledgement. Mr. Fong lay on the ground, candy in his mouth, sweet, but with a hint of sourness. Whether the sourness came from the candy or his hypoglycemia, he couldn't tell. He gazed at Chen Yi's retreating figure for a long while. A thin straight silhouette, like an iron rod planted in the workshop. Nearby machines whirred metal shavings flying, but Chen Yi walked steadily back to his position without deviation. Then he closed his eyes. In the darkness, a memory surfaced. Years ago at the securities firm, a young subordinate had misappropriated client funds for stock trading and lost it all. He hadn't reported it then, just let the young man resign and covered the loss himself. What became of that young man afterward? He never knew. Perhaps dead, perhaps alive. But he remembered that young man's gaze then, and it was identical to Chen Yi's now, serene. Still as a pool of water. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling where one fluorescent light flickered, on off on again. Suddenly understanding dawned. Chen Yi helped him not because he was Mr. Fong, not because he was a former securities executive, not because of his identity status or wealth. Chen Yi helped simply because he needed a piece of candy. And Chen Yi had one to give. Mr. Fong's throat moved, swallowing the candy's sweetness as it slid down. He closed his eyes, then opened them, the fluorescent light on the ceiling still flickering. He had witnessed countless acts of help among people, yet each carried hidden motives. Currying favor, exchanging resources, paving pathways. Only this time there was none. A piece of candy was simply a piece of candy. He closed his eyes once more, then reopened them. The fluorescent light above continued its irregular rhythm, flashing, pausing, flashing again. In this world he had seen countless instances of people helping one another, yet each time ulterior motives lurked beneath the surface. Old Jiang got into a fight during the exercise period. His opponent was a habitual offender incarcerated for the third time on robbery charges. Surnamed Ma, everyone called him San Ma. San Ma had taken a dislike to Old Jiang because ever since Old Jiang's arrival he had been constantly lecturing others on law rights and how to appeal. San Ma believed Old Jiang was inciting others and breaking the unwritten rules. Imprisoned rules were paramount. Whoever broke the rules became everyone's enemy. Old Jiang was well aware of this, but he couldn't help himself. Having practiced law for 30 years, the law was etched into his very bones. Whenever he witnessed a violation, his mouth moved faster than his mind. If you say one more fucking word, San Ma shoved Old Jiang against the wall, the gravel on the concrete surface digging into his back, causing pain. I'll make sure you never speak again. Old Jiang was in his 50s with graying hair and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses with lenses as thick as bottle bottoms. Before his imprisonment, he was a partner at a prestigious law firm specializing in corporate law with an hourly rate of 5,000. Now his hour was worth only 80 cents in work points. His suit had been replaced by a prison uniform, but he still habitually tugged at his collar as if adjusting a tie. Assault, Old Jiang said, his voice steady as a slab of iron. According to the prison law, can result in point deductions, solitary confinement, and sentence extensions. You're already in for the third time. Any extension, and you'll be 60 when you get out. Are you threatening me? San Ma's eyebrows knitted together like two centipedes. Not a threat, Old Jiang said. It's an inform. San Ma's fist rose like a cannonball aimed at Old Jiang's face. Old Jiang didn't dodge, his eyes fixed on the fist without a blink. The lenses of his glasses reflected San Ma's distorted face like a funhouse mirror. Then the fist stopped midair, because a hand had gripped his wrist. The hand was not large, but the knuckles were prominent, and a thin layer of calluses covered the base of the thumb. The grip was tight like a pair of pliers. Let go, Chen Yi said. San Ma turned his head and looked at Chen Yi. Chen Yi was half a head shorter, but his back was ramrod straight like a bamboo stalk. Sunlight fell over Chen Yi's shoulder, casting half his face in shadow and half in light like two sides of a coin. Who the hell are you? San Ma asked. Chen Yi. Chen Yi. San Ma let out a dry laugh like bark rubbing together. Never heard of you. You have now. Chen Yi said. His hand did not loosen, instead, he tightened his grip. San Ma's face flushed red, climbing from his cheekbones to his forehead. You? Let go, San Ma said. Chen Yi did not release him. His fingers pressed on a specific acupoint on San Ma's wrist. San Ma's fingers went numb, his fist opened like a fish out of water. What Old Jiang says, Chen Yi said, is good for you. Good for me. San Ma shook his wrist, as if trying to shake off something unclean. What good does all that talk do? Can it get me out a day earlier? No, Chen Yi said, but it can keep you from getting caught again once you're out. San Ma was stunned, as if he didn't understand Chen Yi's meaning. You're in for the third time, Chen Yi said, not because you're unintelligent, but because you don't understand the rules. What Old Jiang talks about is the rules. Understanding the rules lets you avoid crossing the line. Avoiding the line keeps you from coming back. San Ma stared at Chen Yi for 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds his expression shifted from anger to confusion and then to something else. He unclenched his other fist, his knuckles slowly unfurling like petals of a flower. Fine, he said, you're tough. He turned and walked away, his shoes clicking sharply on the concrete floor. Before leaving, he glanced back at old Jiang and muttered something under his breath. Unintelligible, but the tone was no longer threatening, it was like a soliloquy. Old Jiang leaned against the wall, his back still aching, but his expression unchanged. He looked at Chen Yi for a long time. Thank you, he said. No need, Chen Yi replied. You were right. He doesn't understand the rules. Old Jiang smiled briefly, a sound that seemed to come from his nose. What do you do? He asked. Electrical power, Chen Yi said. Now I'm also studying law. Electrical power plus law. Old Jiang raised an eyebrow. A crossover. A crossover, Chen Yi said. The exercise period was from 4 to 5 in the afternoon. The spring sunlight was soft like a layer of gauze draped over the prison's concrete playground. Chen Yi sat on a bench in the corner, his back against the wall, holding a twig and drawing something on the ground. It was a topology diagram of a power grid, nodes and lines connected like a spiderweb. Old Zhou sat to his left, eyes closed, fingers tapping on his knee. 1, 2, 3, 4. Old Zheng sat to his right, back ramrod straight, using toothpaste as hair gel, slicking his hair back strand by strand. Little Meng crouched in front, holding a piece of paper covered in formulas with arrows pointing to new formulas like a tree growing branches. Old Han stood nearby, arms crossed like a mountain. Fong sat at the other end of the bench, holding a red candy wrapped with an apple print. Old Jiang stood opposite Chen Yi, his gold-rimmed glasses reflecting a beam of sunlight. How did not join them. He leaned against a basketball hoop in the distance, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, as if watching a show. Old Ma sat beside him, his bald head glistening in the sun. The wind carried a faint, earthy scent from beyond the walls, brushing against faces dry as sandpaper. In the distance, a guard was changing shifts near the iron gate, the jingling keys sounding like wind chimes. Chen Yi, Old Zheng began, his voice polite. I've been thinking a lot about that AI-powered grid you mentioned last time. Chen Yi replied, without looking up, his fingers still drawing on the ground. I think, Old Zheng said, it's not just about the grid. Elderly care could also use AI. How? Prediction, Old Zheng said. Predicting health risks for the elderly, predicting care needs, predicting sudden illnesses. Intervening early, reducing emergencies, lowering mortality rates. Chen Yi's fingers paused on the ground. He looked up at Old Zheng. Old Zheng's eyes glowed yellow in the sunlight like aged glass beads, but the gaze was sharp as a blade. It's possible, Chen Yi said. Really? Old Zheng's eyes brightened even more. Really, Chen Yi said. But you're missing one thing. What? Data, Chen Yi said. AI needs data. The elderly's lifestyle habits, health records, medication history. Who holds that data? Hospitals, Old Zheng said. Hospitals won't give it up, Chen Yi said. Then, Old Zheng frowned. Create it yourself, Chen Yi said. Build smart hardware, wearable devices, home sensors. Collect your own data, build your own database. Cost. High, Chen Yi said. But the moat will be deep too. Old Zheng tapped his fingers on the bench as if keeping time. The corner of his mouth twitched. Not a smile, but a confirmation. All right, he said. I'll remember that. He pulled a pen from his pocket. A borrowed one handed out only during exercise periods. He wrote a line on the back of his hand, the characters tiny and crowded like ants. After writing, he returned the pen to the guard, who glanced at the words on his hand, but said nothing. Little Ming shuffled forward a step. Brother Chen, he said. I wanted to ask the business model for the AI grid. Is it to B or to C? To B, Chen Yi said. The grid is infrastructure. The clients are grid companies, power generation enterprises, and large-scale electricity users. What about the profit? Low in the early stage, high later, Chen Yi said. The first year is investment. Selling equipment, installing systems, debugging. Margins are thin, you might even lose money. The second year, data accumulates, and you start offering services, charging annual fees. The third year, network effects kick in, clients become dependent on you, and you control the pricing power. Switching costs for grids are high. Once a client adopts your system, switching to another provider means rebuilding everything. Clients can't leave. So, how much startup capital is needed? First round, 50 million, Chen Yi said, for product development, case studies, and market entry. Second round, 200 million to scale production and expand overseas. Third round, 1 billion for an IPO. Old Zhou's fingers stopped tapping on his knee. He opened his eyes and looked at Chen Yi. You've calculated all this? He asked. Yes, Chen Yi said. When did you calculate it? 3 years ago, Chen Yi said, before I came in. Old Zhou let out a soft laugh, a sound that seemed to emanate from deep within his chest. So before you came in, he said, you already had a plan for what to do after you get out. Yes, Chen Yi said. Not afraid things might change. No, Chen Yi said. The bigger trend won't change, tactics can adapt. Old Zhou nodded slightly. The movement was small but steady. He closed his eyes and his fingers began tapping on his knee again, but this time with rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4, like the prelude to a song. Fong bit into the candy he held, a crisp crunch sounding. Chen Yi, he said, I'll handle the capital for you. You focus on the tech, leave the money matters to me. Chen Yi looked at Fong, said nothing but nodded. A week later, Hao ran into trouble. In the workshop, he clashed with a man incarcerated for drug trafficking. The man had allies. 3 of them cornered Hao in the restroom. The cause was trivial. Hao had accidentally bumped into the man, who used it as a pretext to bring his friends. Hao fought 2 of them, but the third picked up a steel pipe from behind and swung it at his head. The restroom light was dim. Several tiles on the wall were cracked with water seeping through the gaps. The floor was wet, reeking of urine mixed with disinfectant. Blood trickled from the corner of Ahao's mouth, salty. He spat, and the bloody foam splattered on the white tiles like red fly specks. The steel pipe never landed. Because Chen Yi had grabbed it. His hand slid slightly on the pipe, and a burr cut a gash in the base of his thumb. Blood seeped out like a red thread. "Let go," Chen Yi said. The man stared at Chen Yi for 3 seconds. Then he released his grip and stepped back. "He's my cellmate," Chen Yi said, his voice flat as a steel plate. "If you have a problem, come to me." The man said nothing. The three exchanged glances, then turned and walked away, their shoes clicking sharply on the concrete. The last one took 2 steps, then looked back at Chen Yi, not with murderous intent, but with caution. Ahao leaned against the wall, gasping blood at the corner of his mouth. His ribs ached. He didn't know which fist had landed the blow. Each inhale felt like a needle prick. He stared at Chen Yi for a long time. "What? Why did you help me?" he asked. Chen Yi placed the steel pipe back on the rack and wiped his hand on his pants, smearing the blood. The wound on the base of his thumb still oozed, the red line growing longer. "Because you lent me laundry detergent once," he said. Ahao was stunned, as if he had forgotten the incident. Then he recalled that 2 months ago when Chen Yi first arrived, he had no laundry detergent. Ahao had tossed him a packet and said, "Use it, don't worry about returning it." "A packet of laundry detergent," Ahao said softly, "and you blocked a steel pipe for me." "Not for the detergent," Chen Yi said. "It's because you helped me." He turned and walked away, his back straight as a bamboo. Ahao leaned against the wall, watching him disappear into the distance. The silhouette stretched long under the light like a tree. The light flickered, and Ahao blinked. A droplet at the corner of his eye was not a tear, but sweat. He looked down at his hands, still bearing the blood from the fight, dried dark red embedded in the nail crevices. He clenched his fists, then released them, clenched again, released. Those hands had struck many people, but from today onward they seemed different. The restroom fell silent except for a dripping faucet. Drip, 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 like a ticking clock. Ahao slowly slid down the wall, squatting on the ground, pressing his fingers to the wound at the corner of his mouth. It hurt, but the pain inside was worse. Not from grievance. It was something else, something he couldn't articulate. The core team officially formed in the spring of 2025. That day was the Lantern Festival. The prison distributed glutinous rice balls, 6 per person, filled with black sesame paste. The sound of firecrackers drifted in from beyond the walls, muffled, like someone beating a drum at the horizon. Someone was setting off fireworks, but they were invisible. Only occasional flashes of light, red and green, flickered above the walls like falling fragments of stars. The rice balls were served in iron bowls, their rims chipped, in places the enamel worn away to reveal black metal. Chen Yi gave 2 of his 6 rice balls to old Zhou, 2 to old Zheng, and 2 to little Meng. He did not eat any himself. "Brother Chen," little Meng said, his mouth full of rice ball, voice muffled, "You're not eating." "I don't like sweets," Chen Yi said. Old Zhou looked at Chen Yi for a long time. Then he smiled, and the smile reached his eyes. A glint of light flashed in those yellow eyes. "Chen Yi," he said, "what company do you plan to start when you get out?" "Mo Nung," Chen Yi said. "Mo Nung?" Old Zheng asked. "What does it mean?" "Silent energy," Chen Yi said. "Unobtrusive, unassuming, yet powerful." 8 words like 8 bullets pierced into everyone's ears. The cafeteria was noisy, but everyone heard those 8 words clearly. Old Zhou nodded. Old Zheng nodded. Little Meng nodded. Old Han nodded. Feng nodded. Old Zheng nodded. The sound of nodding was inaudible, but it was palpable, like a breeze passing from left to right, sweeping through the circle. 7 people, 7 nods, like 7 nails driven into the Lantern Festival night. Ahao sat in the corner, not joining them. But his ears were listening. He heard Chen Yi say, "Mo Nung," heard the others nod, and heard old Zhou say, "When I get out, I'll work with you." When old Zhou said that, he opened one eye. The yellow orb under the dim light resembled a lamp. Old Zheng said, "Me too." Little Meng said, "I have 4 years. I'll get out first and wait for you." Old Han said, "I have 5 years. I'll wait too." Feng said, "I have 3 years. When I get out, I'll help you with capital operations." Old Zhang said, "I have 2 years. When I get out, I'll handle legal risk control for you." Every voice was quiet, but every word was like a stone, heavy, steady. The others in the cafeteria were eating their rice balls. No one noticed the commotion in the corner. The low murmurs of a few people were drowned out by the clinking of spoons against bowls, like water flowing over stones. Silent, but the stones knew. Chen Yi did not speak. He merely nodded, the movement small, but steady. Ahao sat in the corner, the rice ball in his mouth had melted, the black sesame paste flowing out, cloyingly sweet. He had never liked sweets before, thinking them insipid compared to spicy food. But this rice ball, he swallowed it without spitting it out. Suddenly he remembered a phrase Chen Yi had once said, 6 years, just practice one word. Wait. Now he understood. That word was not just about waiting for time to pass. It was about waiting for these people. Waiting for them to get out, waiting for them to grow, waiting for them to return. What Chen Yi was waiting for was not a stock price rise. He was waiting for these people. Stock price rises only bring money. When the people are gathered, that's momentum. Money can be earned again, but once momentum dissipates, it's gone. Ahao swallowed the rice ball in his mouth. The cloying sweetness slid down his throat, all the way to his stomach like a layer of oil. He stood up and walked to Chen Yi, his back straight as a pine. "Brother Chen," he said, his voice steady as a steel plate. "I have 2 years. After I get out, I'll wait for you too." Chen Yi looked at him. Ahao's eyes were unusually bright like 2 light bulbs, but beneath them were dark circle shadows of fatigue. Yet this time there was no mockery, no contempt in his gaze, only one thing. Ahao used to look at Chen Yi with drooping eyes as if at someone beneath notice. Now the corners of his eyes were level, the pupils aligned like a blade that had finally found its sheath. Conviction. Chen Yi smiled briefly, a sound that seemed to come from his nose. "Good," he said. He extended his hand and shook Ahao's. Chen Yi's palm was damp and warm like a piece of charcoal. Ahao's palm was also damp with sweat and the lingering scent of blood from the fight. The 2 hands clasped together, charcoal and blood, heat and iron, inseparable. That night before lights out, Chen Yi lay on his bed facing the wall. The corridor was quiet, occasionally interrupted by the footsteps of a guard. 2 clicks on the concrete, then fading away. From the next cell came the sound of snoring, loud as a saw. The line of writing on the wall was still there. "Everything will pass." He stared at it for a few seconds. Everything will pass. He had been reading that line for 3 years now. Every character was worn white, but the strokes remained as if carved. Then from under his pillow he pulled out a piece of paper, the 6-year plan. It was folded many times, the creases like leaf veins, dense and intricate. He added a line to the paper. Network Old Zhou Capital, Old Zheng Real Estate, Little Ming, AI Old Han Energy, Fong Finance, Old Zhang Legal, How Execution, Old Ma Logistics. He folded the paper and tucked it back under the pillow. Then he turned onto his back, staring at the ceiling. The cracks on the ceiling were still there like a dried-up riverbed. But he felt that in that river there seemed to be a faint sound of water. Very soft. But it was there, like someone far away turning on a faucet. The water just beginning to flow, a thin stream, not yet a current, but already making a sound. Outside the window, moonlight leaked through the clouds like a layer of gauze draped over the prison's iron bars. The shadow of the bars fell on the floor, forming a grid of squares like a chessboard. Chen Yi closed his eyes. In the darkness his breathing was light and steady like an engine that never stops. And in the air there was a scent. It was the musty smell of old books mixed with the mint of toothpaste and the sweetness of black sesame rice balls. That scent lingered in his memory like a candy that would not dissolve. In the distance beyond the walls, fireworks flashed again. Light seeped through the gaps in the iron bars, drawing an arc across the ceiling, gone in an instant like a shooting star. Chen Yi did not open his eyes, but he felt that light. In April 2025, a global AI computing infrastructure explosion erupted. Not quietly, with a roar. OpenAI announced the completion of GPT-6 training with parameters exceeding 1 trillion. The training cluster's power consumption equaled an entire small nation's annual electricity usage. Google, Microsoft, and Amazon simultaneously announced that over the next 3 years, each would add at least 20 ultra-large-scale data centers. Each data center would have a power density 50 times that of traditional facilities. Each data center required at least 10 765 kV ultra-high voltage transformers. The global demand for transformers shifted from scarce to desperate. News spread faster than electricity. Bloomberg terminals were flashing, Reuters dispatches were streaming, and every financial account domestically was promoting the same thing: transformers. Social media feeds were flooded, not with coarse promoters or braggarts, but with reposts of the same image, a structural cross-section of a 765 kV ultra-high voltage transformer accompanied by a single line. "You don't understand this thing, but your fund manager is frantically buying it." Chen Yi didn't see any of this. There was no social media in prison, no accounts, no terminals. Only a postcard and a wall. The Economist's cover featured a photograph, a 765 kV transformer being hoisted onto a ship with ports and cranes in the background. The headline read, "The new oil why transformers are the most valuable commodity on Earth." On the day that issue was released, trading volume on the Seoul exchange shattered historical records. The queue to buy Xiaoxing heavy industry stocks stretched from the exchange entrance all the way to the subway station. Sellers were virtually non-existent. Everyone was scrambling, fighting for tickets on what felt like the last ship out. Trading systems nearly crashed. Servers had 3 emergency capacity expansions added, and engineers pulled 2 consecutive all-nighters to stabilize everything. On the other side of the globe, at the Seoul exchange, Xiaoxing heavy industry stock price was jumping. The rhythm of the numbers changed. 6 years ago it had been slow, 1 jump per second like a heartbeat. Now it was fast, 3 jumps per second like palpitations. Every jump carried trading volume, every volume carried an order, and every order pointed to the same thing: the 765 kV ultra-high voltage transformer. The whole world was scrambling for air. 1800190000. The numbers burned like fire, turning the entire screen red. The news came from Xiao Li's letter. It wasn't a proper letter, just a postcard. The back showed a mountain, the front bore a few lines of cramped handwriting scribbled like chicken scratches. Engineer, Chen Xiaoxing heavy industry broke 200. The whole world is scrambling for transformers, orders stretched out to 2028. We haven't moved, still waiting. Xiao Li. Chen Yi turned the postcard over and looked at the mountain. The mountain was nameless, but its silhouette resembled the one behind Xining Station. 6 years ago on the day he entered prison, the escort vehicle passed that mountain. The mountain was gray, the sky was gray too, indistinguishable from one another. Water stains blurred the car windows, making everything look fuzzy like looking through gauze. Chen Yi had thought then, when he gets out he'll look at this mountain again, see clearly what it actually looks like. 6 years had passed, and he still hadn't seen it clearly. But the outline on the postcard was correct. He tucked the postcard under his pillow alongside the 6-year plan. Then he lay on the bed facing the wall, tracing numbers on the blanket with his fingers. Not writing characters, just numbers. 20000, 120, 166 times. His fingers stopped on the blanket. Then he turned over, pulled out the paper from under his pillow, and added a line at the bottom. Market trend verified. Hole. He folded the paper and tucked it back under his pillow. This time his hands didn't emerge again. The cell was dark. Light from the corridor seeped through the small window in the iron door, cutting a rectangular patch on the floor, like a door that wouldn't open. Lao Zhou's snoring drifted down from the upper bunk, long and short like sawing. Chen Yi closed his eyes. The numbers flashed bright in the darkness, then went out. 166 times. Not the end. He knew. The news exploded through the prison a week later. In 1 week, information fermented slower inside than out, but with greater intensity. Outside retail investors had choices. They could buy or not, could check their phones or turn them off. People inside had no choices, only ears and mouths. News arrived through phone calls, through visits, through casual chatter with guards, then got chewed on, amplified, and distorted repeatedly in an enclosed space, like sound waves bouncing in an echo chamber, growing louder with every bounce. It started with a Hao. A Hao's cousin was outside, worked in stocks, and made money. How much? 10 times, a Hao said. He bought Xiaoxing Heavy Industry last year at 20001. Now it's 20000. 10 times. Lao Ma's voice sounded like a bellows being worked, so that's a tenfold return. Tenfold. A Hao said, his eyes gleaming like 2 light bulbs. My cousin said there's still time. Industry insiders say it can reach 50000. 50000. Lao Han's voice seemed to erupt from the depths of his chest. That means another 1-fold plus increase. 1-fold plus, a Hao said. By now hit 500, that's a 1.5-fold gain. The cafeteria fell silent for a moment. Then everyone started calculating. Some pulled out paper and pens, some counted on their fingers, some opened calculator apps. The cafeteria lights were white, harshly white, reflecting cold streaks off the stainless steel tables. Steam from the food drifted through the light, mingling with the smell of disinfectant. Someone pushed their meal tray aside, clearing the table for calculations. Someone wrote numbers on their palm, filling one side, then turning over to continue on the other. Lao Han pulled a stub of pencil from his pocket and scribbled equations on a napkin. The paper was thin, the pencil tore through it with heavy pressure. If I had 100,000, said a middle-aged man in for smuggling, I'd buy in, and at 5 euro that'd be 250,000. If I had 200,000, said an elderly man in for fraud, that'd be 500,000. If I had. Voices rose and fell like a flock of birds calling. Chen Yi sat in the corner back against the wall, a book in his hands. The book was Power System Analysis, its cover worn white pages dog-eared. He didn't look up, but his ears were listening. The aroma of food drifted over. Tonight was braised cabbage with glass noodles. He turned to Chapter 3, Transformer Equivalent Circuits, the Pi model. Chen Yi had marked that page with a toothpick as a bookmark, its tip pressed against the 4 characters, magnetizing conductance. The buzzing chatter in the cafeteria rose and fell like tides, but every wave carried the same word: Xiaoxing Heavy Industry. Chen Yi, a Hao, walked over and crouched before him. Your Xiaoxing Heavy Industry, what's it at now? Chen Yi turned a page. Paper rustled softly. I don't know. Don't know. A Hao froze. Didn't you buy it? Locked away, Chen Yi said. Not looking. Not looking. A Hao's voice seemed to squeeze through his teeth. It's at 20000. 2000001. Your 1.2 million principal is now. Now. He calculated in his head once, then again. He calculated wrong the first time, using the yen exchange rate instead of 1. The second count was correct. 20 million. A Hao said. RMB. You're at 20 million. Several pairs of chopsticks froze midair. 20 million. That number hung in the cafeteria lights like a firework exploding. Someone sucked in a sharp breath. Someone knocked their meal tray onto the table with a clang. Lao Han's pencil stub dropped, rolling 2 circles on the tabletop before falling to the floor. No one bent to pick it up. Chen Yi didn't respond. His fingers paused on the book page, pausing on a diagram. It was the winding structure of a 765 kV transformer. Layer 1, Layer 2, Layer 3, interlayer insulation oil duct distribution. His fingers traced along the oil duct lines, moving from the upper left to the lower right, like outlining a painting. Aren't you excited? A Hao asked. No, Chen Yi said. Why, oi? Because, Chen Yi said, it's not over yet. The trend following began 3 days later. 3 days was enough for greed to grow from a seed into a tree. First the guards, then the kitchen workers, then anyone in the prison with savings. Information spread like a virus. Everyone was calculating their own accounts. Everyone was pondering the same question: if we miss this, will there ever be a second chance in this lifetime? Fear and greed churned together, becoming a taste thicker than the cafeteria's cooking oil. The first to act was guard Lao Zhang. Not the Lao Ma from cell 207. A different guard in his 40s with a mole on his left cheek and a hair growing from it. He had a relative outside open a securities account and bought 500 yuan worth of Shaoxing heavy industry. Purchase price, 210001. I've calculated it, he told another guard. At 500, I'll make 12000. 12000. Enough for my son's betrothal gift. The second to act was the food server in the cafeteria, the same man with the mole on his left cheek and the hair growing from it. He invested all his secret savings accumulated over 10 years, 200 yuan, all into Shaoxing heavy industry. Purchase price, 220001. The third who wanted to act was a former bank employee imprisoned for embezzlement. He still had 300 outside hidden in his sister's account. He hesitated. For an entire day, the number 300 flickered in his mind like a will-o'-the-wisp dancing in the darkness of his thoughts, beckoning, yet terrifying. That evening, he called his sister the next morning, asking her to transfer the money out. His sister said, "Are you crazy? Haven't you had enough in there?" He said nothing, hung up the phone, and stood in the corridor for 10 minutes, hands in his pockets, fingers brushing against his phone. The screen lit up and faded. In the end, he didn't buy. Later, he said it was the best decision he'd ever made in his life, and also the most regretful. "I've calculated it," he said to Chen Yi, his voice so faint it seemed squeezed between his teeth. "At 500, I can make 250,000. 250,000. Enough to build a house back in my hometown." Chen Yi looked at him for 3 seconds. Then he nodded, a small nod, but steady. "Master," he said, "do you know what lock-in means?" "Lock-in?" The master was taken aback. "You mean, buy and never sell?" "Yes," Chen Yi said, "buy and never sell. Then, what if it drops?" "If it drops," Chen Yi said, "you still don't sell." The master's mouth fell open like a fish out of water. "Don't sell even if it drops," he said. "Then, wouldn't that be a loss?" "It is a loss," Chen Yi said, "but if you sell, it's a real loss." The master stared at him for a long time. Then he gave a dry laugh like bark scraping against bark. "You tech guys," he said, "you think different from us." He turned and walked away, his leather shoes clicking sharply on the floor. Chen Yi watched his back for 3 seconds. Then he lowered his head and continued reading. After the master left, the canteen returned to its usual clamor. The clatter of ladles against pots, the thud of bowls against tables, the shouts for food, all mingled together. Chen Yi opened his book and found the page. The toothpick was still there, its tip pressed against the words, "Exciting magnetoconductivity." He pulled out the toothpick and tucked it into the next page. He finished chapter 3 and started chapter 4, short-circuit impedance. The trap was sprung a week later. The stock price of Dawnstar Heavy Industries rose from 2201 to 2400, then suddenly reversed. 2300. Within a week, it dropped 20. There was no negative news, no earnings decline, no policy changes. It just fell. Because it had risen too fast, too many profit takers sold, triggering a chain reaction. The more they sold, the more it fell. When the news reached the prison, dinner was being served. People lined up at the serving window, stainless steel trays, passing one after another. The master's hands were trembling. Soup spilled from his ladle, splashing onto the counter. A yellow drop, a green drop. No one noticed. Everyone's phone lit up, all showing the same candlestick, downward steep like a cliff. Guard Old Zhang's account was down 15. He had put in 5,000 yuan, now lost 7,500. He sat in his office staring at the screen, his fingers swiping from profit loss to market value and back again. "What do I do?" he asked another guard. "Sell it," the other replied. "If it's dropping and you don't sell, are you waiting to lose more?" "Sell it." Old Zhang's voice came out through clenched teeth. "Then, wouldn't that be a loss?" "Not selling means losing even more," the other guard said. Old Zhang's finger hovered over the screen for 3 seconds. Then he tapped sell. Confirmed loss dash 7,500 yuan. 7,500. Old Zhang flipped his phone face down on the desk. The fluorescent light in the office hummed like a fly trapped inside the lampshade. What did 7,500 mean? 3 months bonus. His son's next semester tuition. Money saved over 3 years of enduring grievances in the prison. Gone in a second. He lit a cigarette. His hand shook. Ash fell on his pants, burning a hole. He didn't feel it. The canteen master's account was down 18. 200,000 lost 36,000. He sat in the corner of the canteen, back against the wall, phone clutched in his hand. The numbers on the screen were green like a tombstone. "Sold?" another master asked. "Sold," he said, his voice faint as a leaf falling to the ground. Confirmed loss dash 36,000 yuan. 36,000. 10 years of secret savings. Hidden in a shoebox in the crevice of a wardrobe in the deepest drawer his wife never opened. Each bill was 100 yuan. 2,000 bills stacked, half a finger thick. Now gone. The master put the phone in his pocket, stood up, and went to the serving window to get food. His hand still shook as he ladled the dishes. Soup spilled again. Ahau's cousin didn't sell. He used leverage. 2 times leverage, and added to his position when the stock was at 240.01. Then the price dropped to 200.00. His maintenance margin ratio fell to 140, dangerously close to the forced liquidation line. Bro, Ahao said on the phone, his voice trembling. Did you sell? No, the cousin said, his voice flat as a steel plate. I locked in. Locked in. Ahao's voice seemed to roar from the depths of his chest. When did you lock in? Yesterday, the cousin said. I set up an automated trade. When it drops to 200.00, it buys automatically. Drop again, buy again. Are you insane? Ahao said. Then, doesn't that mean you lose more the more you buy? It's not losing, the cousin said. It's accumulating chips. Accumulating chips. Ahao repeated those 3 words in the corridor, his lips moving, but no sound coming out. At the end of the corridor was an iron door with a small window letting in the corridor light, a perfect square. He pressed his forehead against the wall. The wall was cold, rough, scraping against his skin. He stood in that posture for a minute, and his breathing gradually steadied. Ahao hung up, his fingers scraping against the wall, as if wiping away something unclean. He turned his head and looked at Chen Yi. Chen Yi sat in the corner back against the wall holding the book. His fingers paused on a page resting on a diagram. The diagram showed the winding structure of a 765 kV transformer. First layer, second layer, third layer, interlayer insulation, oil duct distribution. His finger traced the lines of the oil ducts moving from the upper left to the lower right, like outlining a painting. The cell was quiet except for the rustle of old Zhou on the top bunk turning pages. Footsteps passed in the corridor and faded away. Ahao hesitated for 3 seconds before squatting down. His knees gave a faint click, the sound of bone. Ahao walked over and crouched in front of him. Brother Chen, he said very softly, did you know it would drop? Chen Yi looked up at Ahao. Ahao's eyes were too bright, like 2 light bulbs, but underneath were dark circles, bags. Yet this time there was no mockery, no contempt in his gaze, only one thing. Confusion. I knew, Chen Yi said. Knew. Ahao's voice came through clenched teeth. If you knew it would drop, why didn't you sell? Because Chen Yi said, I locked in. Locked in. Ahao repeated as if savoring the word. Locked in means, no matter if it goes up or down, you don't move. Yes, Chen Yi said. Then, what if it drops? Wait, Chen Yi said. How long? Until it comes back up, Chen Yi said. What if it never comes back up? Chen Yi didn't answer immediately. His gaze went past Ahao's shoulder, fixing on the wall. On the wall was a crack slanting down from the ceiling, like a dried-up river. Beside the crack was a water stain shaped like a hand. It had been there 6 years ago, 6 years unchanged. Some things stay even if you don't look at them. Chen Yi smiled. A brief smile, almost a snort. It will come back up, he said. Because a transformer is not a stock. It's electricity. As long as humanity uses electricity, transformers are valuable. Ahao looked at him for a long time. Then he nodded, a small nod, but steady. I understand, he said. You don't, Chen Yi said. But you will. A week later, Dawnstar Heavy Industries stock price rose back to 250.01. Ahao brought the news. He burst into the cell, nearly slamming into the doorframe. It's back. Ahao shouted. 25,000. Old Zhou poked his head down from the top bunk, his graying hair hanging like a waterfall. Old Han sat up from his bed, the dent from his head still on the pillow. No one spoke, but something in the air shifted, like water under ice beginning to move. Guard Old Zhang didn't buy back. He watched the price rise, his heart bleeding. The 7500 loss. If he hadn't sold, he would not only have recovered, but also earned 2500. The canteen master didn't buy back either. He watched the price rise, his hands trembling. The 3600 loss. If he hadn't sold, he would not only have recovered, but also earned 1000. The master's hands shook for an entire morning. When serving meals, his ladle couldn't fill the bowls. The inmates cursed him for being stingy. He said nothing, head down, clanking the ladle against the pot again and again. At noon, when work was done, he crouched in the corner of the kitchen, lit a cigarette, took 2 puffs, and stubbed it out. The butt lay on the ground, a last wisp of white smoke curling upward like a question mark. Ahao's cousin made money. He had automatically bought at 2001, averaging his cost down to 2000. Now at 2500, he had gained 13. As for Chen Yi, his average cost was still 121. At a stock price of 2500, his paper gain was 208 times. He didn't even check. His app was uninstalled, notifications turned off, trading channels frozen. He sat in the workshop holding a steel pipe, the sound of the grinding wool scraping against metal like fingernails on glass. But the corner of his mouth, when no one was looking, twitched. It wasn't a smile. It was a confirmation. 25000. 208 times. Wait. In January 2026, the stock price of Shaoxing Heavy Industries broke through 4800 Korean won. 48,000. This number jumped on every trading screen and soul red bright, like a signal flare shot into the night sky. The trading hall was packed with people, not traders but retail investors, their families and onlookers. Security had set up 3 cordons, but still couldn't hold them back. Someone was live streaming with their phone, the camera aimed at the big screen with bullet comments scrolling faster than the stock price. Not quietly, but with a thunderclap. On the big screen of the Soul Exchange, the number jumped from 47500 to 4820, red, like a flame that burned through the screen. The traders were shouting, not with their mouths, but with their whole bodies. Some were crying, not from losses but from regret. A high school student in uniform was silently crying in a corner. His father had bought this stock 3 years ago at 280 Korean won and had held it until now. 3 years. From 280 to 4800, 171 times. The father had bought 1001 3 years ago, now it's 17. 1 million won. But the father had passed away 2 years ago, stomach cancer diagnosed at an advanced stage from diagnosis to death 43 days. The stock was left to his son. The son had never sold because his father had said, wait until it reaches 500 before selling. 500 hadn't come yet, but 4800 had. And at the center of all this, in a certain corner of that stock, lay a name. The name had lain there for 6 years. 6 years without moving, without looking, without touching. Like a seed buried in frozen soil, the snowstorm on the surface had nothing to do with it. It just kept growing underground millimeter by millimeter. Growing roots, growing stems, growing leaves. When spring came overnight, it broke through the soil. Chen Yi. Number of shares held 128400. Cost 120 Korean won. Market value 618768000 Korean won. 128400 shares. Not 100000 shares. Because over the 6 years, every dividend had been automatically reinvested. The accumulated dividends per share had bought another 28400 shares. 618768000 Korean won. Converted to Chinese yuan, approximately 309 million. Nominal increase 402 times. Actual increase after deducting exchange rates, taxes, and transaction costs about 320 times. In hand about 250 million yuan. But the market didn't care about that. What the market spread was only one number, 402 times. 402 times. This number exploded like a nuclear bomb on the Chinese internet. Weibo hot search number 1 with 4.7 billion views. Every financial blogger on Douyin was telling the same story. A Chinese engineer in prison in Korea didn't look at his account for 6 years, and it grew 402 times. The comments section split into 2 factions. One said, fake. The other said, if it's real, I can do it too. The 2 sides argued for 3 days and 3 nights, neither convincing the other. The headline of Chosen Ilbo was 6 years 402 times the stock god legend of a Chinese prisoner. Subtitle, he lay in prison while the money grew by itself in the account. The Jungong Ilbo followed up with an even more striking headline. The Transformer King 6 years in prison, assets multiply 402 times. How did he do it? The Korean financial forums exploded with posts scrolling faster than the server could refresh. Someone dug out the shareholder register of Shaoxing Heavy Industries from 6 years ago and found that Chinese name Chen Yi. By price 120 Korean won. By quantity 100000 shares. The comments were all the same word, crazy. The news came from Xiao Li's letter. The letter was not a formal letter, but a postcard. On the back was printed a mountain, on the front were a few lines of writing scrawled like chicken scratches, but every stroke was heavy as if trying to pierce the paper. Engineer, Chen 402 times. 128400 shares. 300 million. We didn't move. Waiting for you. Chen Yi turned the postcard over and looked at the mountain. The mountain was nameless, but its outline was very much like the one behind Xining Station. Xiao Li's handwriting was heavier than last time, as if carved with a chisel. 300 million. This number occupied 3 lines on the postcard, 1 character per line, so large they almost burst off the paper. Chen Yi stared at those 3 characters for a long time. 300 million. 6 years. 120 to 48000. Numbers could lie, but quantities wouldn't. 128400 shares were real. Behind each share was an order for a transformer. Behind each order was a data center. Behind each data center was AI's hunger for computing power. He put the postcard under his pillow together with that 6-year plan. Then he lay on the bed facing the wall, tracing with his fingers on the blanket. Not tracing characters, but tracing numbers. 48000. 120. 402. His fingers stopped on the blanket, motionless. Then he turned over and fished out that piece of paper from under the pillow. The 6-year plan. He put a check mark after each item: technology, capital, law, connections, mindset, body. He folded the paper and tucked it back under the pillow. This time his hand didn't come out again. 6 check marks. Each check mark was drawn with time. For technology, he spent 3 years reading all the professional books he could find in prison. For capital, he used 1.2 million in principal and 6 years of patience. For law, he used 30 letters from lawyer he and 2 bedside books. For connections, he used the trust of 8 people: Lao Zhou, Lao Zheng, Xiao Meng, Lao Han, President Feng, Lao Jiang, A Hao, and Lao Ma. For mindset, he used countless sleepless nights and a wall. For body, he used a daily 5-kilometer run and 3,000 push-ups. All 6 items checked. But the paper was old, corners curled, handwriting half faded like an expired contract. But it didn't matter. What expired was the paper, not the promise. The prison exploded 3 days later. 3 days. The news spread from the visiting room to the cells, from the cells to the cafeteria, from the cafeteria to the workshop, from the workshop to the exercise yard. Each time it spread, the number inflated. 300 million became 500 million, 500 million became 1 billion. In the end, even the wardens were discussing, not the stock, but Chen Yi. In the corridors, offices, and duty rooms, they were all saying the same name. The voices were low but dense, like an undercurrent beneath the water. Not metaphorically, literally. The cafeteria meal was braised pork with potatoes, the meat cut large, twice as large as usual. But no one ate the meat. Chopsticks picked up potatoes and brought them to mouths chewing, but eyes weren't on the bowls. They were on a how on Chen Yi, on that number floating in the air. 402. A how shouted in the cafeteria 402 times. Chen Yi stock is 402 times. Then the entire cafeteria fell silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button. Silence for a full 5 seconds. 5 seconds is a long time in the cafeteria. Normally, it was never quiet. Spoons clanging against pots, bowls against tables, voices, TV, sounds always buzzing. But this time it was quiet. So quiet that you could hear the air conditioner's compressor turning hum, 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 like a trapped beast gasping. Then the silence shattered. Old Ma was the first to react. His bald head glistened in the sunlight, like a light bulb. How much? He asked, his voice like a bellows. 402 times, said a how, his eyes shining like two bulbs. 128400 shares. 300 million. Yuan. 300 million. Lao Han's voice seemed to roar from the depths of his chest then. Isn't that 300 million? 300 million, said a how. Chen Yi. 300 million. 300 million. The pronunciation was strange, like a dialect, like a spell. But everyone present understood. 300 million was 300 million. 300 million yuan. In prison, what did 300 million mean? It was the warden's lifetime salary multiplied by 50. It was the total amount involved in all the cases of the prison's inmates multiplied by 3. It was a story of a man sitting in prison while money grew by itself outside. All eyes gathered like beams of light, shining on Chen Yi. Chen Yi sat in a corner, his back against the wall, holding a book in his hand. The book was Power System Analysis, its cover worn white, pages curled. He didn't look up, but his ears were listening. Chen Yi how walked over and crouched in front of him, his voice very soft, as if squeezed through his teeth. You knew it all along. Chen Yi turned a page. The paper made a slight rustling sound. No, what? No. No, it would rise this much. I didn't know, said Chen Yi. You didn't know? How was stunned. Then, why did you lock up your shares? Because, said Chen Yi, if you don't understand, don't touch. If you understand, hold on. Hold on. How repeated, as if savoring the word. Hold on. Means, no matter if it goes up or down, don't move. Yes, said Chen Yi. Then, what if it drops? Wait, said Chen Yi. How long? Until the number of people who understand increases. Chen Yi said. How looked at him, looked for a long time. Then he nodded, a small nod, but very steady. I understand. He said. You don't understand, said Chen Yi, but you will. How stood up, his legs a bit numb from crouching so long. He walked back to his seat, sat down, hands on his knees, eyes looking forward, but focused on nothing. The people in the cafeteria were still discussing, but the tone had changed. No longer excitement, but something more complex. Some sighed, some shook their heads, some ate silently, chopsticks, picking up food and sending it to mouths, chewing twice before swallowing, tasting nothing. The warden Lao Zhang came to see Chen Yi a week later. Not to find fault, but to seek advice. A week. It took Lao Zhang a whole week to muster the courage. In these 7 days. Every day after work, he would open the trading app, glance at the stock price of Shaoxing Heavy Industries, close it, then open it again, then close it again. 48000, 49000, 50000. Each number was a slap in the face, a blow to that decision made last year to buy at 2100 and sell at 200. A loss of 7500. Now it wasn't a loss of 7500, it was a loss of 2 million. If he hadn't sold, those 500 shares would now be worth 1 million. 1 million minus 7500 equaled a regret of 1107500. That number hurt more than the loss itself. He stood at the entrance of cell 207, the mole on his left cheek prominent under the light, the hair on it, like an antenna. In his hand, he clutched a notebook filled with numbers. Chen Yi, he said, his voice extremely polite to the point of being false. I'd like to ask you something. Chen Yi closed his book and looked at him. Speak. I bought Shaoxing Heavy Industries last year, old Zhang said. Bought at 200, sold at 200, lost 7500. Then it rose to 25000, and I didn't buy. Now it's 48000, and I want to buy again. What do you think? Can I still buy? Chen Yi looked at him for 3 seconds. Then he smiled. The smile was brief, as if snorted from his nose. No. He said. No. Old Zhang was stunned. Why? Because, Chen Yi said, you've seen through it. Seen through it. Old Zhang was even more bewildered. If I've seen through it, why can't I buy it? Seeing through it means you won't dare to buy, Chen Yi said. You bought at 2100 and sold at 2200 because you didn't see through it. Now you want to buy because you've seen through it. But once you've seen through it, you know it's expensive. Expensive. 4800, Chen Yi said, is 400 times 120. Transformers are a good thing, but 400 times isn't the value of a transformer. It's the value of panic. Old Zhang's mouth fell open like a fish gasping for air. His fingers traced on the notebook as if trying to erase something unclean. Then, what should I do, he asked. Wait, Chen Yi said. How long? Wait for the next 120. Chen Yi said. The next 120. Yes, Chen Yi said. The market always has the next 120, but not the one you can see. Old Zhang closed the notebook. He closed it slowly as if shutting a door. His fingers paused at the edge of the notebook, his nails turning white from the pressure. 120. The next 120. He repeated it twice, the first time aloud, the second time silently. The aloud version trembled. The silent one trembled even more. Old Zhang looked at him for a long time. Then he smiled, a dry smile like bark rubbing against bark. You tech people, he said, your minds are different from ours. He turned and walked away, his leather shoes clicking sharply on the floor. Chen Yi watched his retreating figure for 3 seconds. Then he lowered his head and continued reading. Old Zhou approached Chen Yi a month later. It was March 2026, and Chen Yi had 3 months left on his sentence. Old Zhou sat beside him, leaning against the wall, holding a newspaper in his hand. The newspaper was the Financial Daily with Chen Yi's photo on the front page. Not a front view, but a profile, the one from the courtroom. The headline read, From Prisoner to Stock God and Engineers, 6 years. You're famous, Old Zhou said. The newspaper was 3 days old, brought in from the visitation room. The corners were curled, evidence that someone had read it. The front page photo was a profile taken in court 6 years ago. Back then Chen Yi was thin with prominent cheekbones and sunken eyes like the side of a blade. Now it was different. 6 years of training had filled out his prisoner uniform, his shoulders broader by an inch, but his eyes were colder than 6 years ago. The Chen Yi in the newspaper and the Chen Yi sitting beside him were the same person, yet not the same. Not famous, Chen Yi said. Whether you're famous or not doesn't matter, Old Zhou said. The important thing is what do you plan to do once you're out? Chen Yi pulled a piece of paper from under his pillow. It wasn't a 6-year plan, but another sheet taken from the workshop with safety production regulations, printed on one side and blank on the other. On the blank side, he had written 4 lines. First, cash out. Not all sell, half keep half. Second, revenge. 10 days. Not 1 day more, not 1 day less. Third, start a business. Mono. AI power grid, smart elderly care. Fourth, repay debts of gratitude. Old Zhou, Old Zheng, Xiaoming, Old Han Fong, Zhong, Old Jiang, Ahao, Old Ma. Old Zhou looked at the paper for a long time. His fingers paused on the words, repay debts of gratitude. Repay debts of gratitude, he asked. Repay debts of gratitude, Chen Yi said. How? Old Zhou, Chen Yi said, the 800 million you owe the bank. I'll help you pay it off. Old Zhou's fingers froze on the paper. His eyes under the dim light were yellowish like 2 aged glass marbles, but his gaze was sharp as a knife. You? What did you say? His voice seemed to come from far away. 800 million, Chen Yi said. I'll help you pay it off. Why? Because you taught me, Chen Yi said. You taught me how to see through myself. Old Zhou's eyes reddened. He didn't cry. He just folded the newspaper and placed it under his pillow. Then he reached out and shook Chen Yi's hand. His palm was dry, warm, like a piece of charcoal. Charcoal. Old Zhou's hand indeed felt like charcoal. Rough, dry, cracked, but warm. The warmth traveled from his palm, through Chen Yi's hand to his wrist to his arm, like a thread. That thread had been connected 6 years ago. The day Old Zhou taught Chen Yi how to read financial statements, they had shaken hands like this. Back then Old Zhou's hands were not rough. They were a banker's hands, white, soft, with manicured nails. 6 years the hands had changed, but the warmth remained. Good, he said, his voice as light as a leaf falling to the ground. The core team officially assembled in April 2026. That day was Qingming Festival. The prison distributed green rice balls, 2 per person, with sweet bean paste filling. Chen Yi gave one of his 2 to Old Zhou and 1 to Old Zheng. He didn't eat any himself. Qingming. Outside people were sweeping tombs, burning paper money, and honoring ancestors. Inside the prison, there were no tombs to sweep, no paper to burn, only green rice balls. The green rice balls were green, the skin made from wormwood with a bitter fragrance that mingled with the sweetness of the bean paste, like Qingming itself. Bitter with sweetness, sweet with bitterness. The cafeteria lights were white, shining on the green rice balls, making them glow like 2 emeralds. Brother Chen, Xiao Ming said, his mouth full of green rice ball, his voice muffled. You're not eating. I don't like sweets, Chen Yi said. Old Zheng smiled, the smile reaching his eyes. In those yellow eyes a flash of light flickered. Chen Yi, he said, what's the first thing you'll do when you get out? Take a shower, Chen Yi said. Take a shower. Everyone was stunned. 6 years, Chen Yi said, I haven't had a proper shower. The first thing after getting out is to take a shower. The second is to eat. The third is to sleep. The fourth is to work. Work? Ahao asked, what kind of work? Revenge. Chen Yi said. His voice was flat as an iron plate. But beneath the iron plate there was warmth like a burning piece of charcoal. 10 days. He said, Day 1 submit evidence. Day 2 freeze assets. Day 3 cut off the supply chain. Day 4 expose the scandals. Day 5 technological crushing. Day 6 capital encirclement. Day 7 media fermentation. Day 8 partner's defect. Day 9 he kneels. Day 10 he goes in. As he said these words his voice didn't change. No faster, no slower, no higher, no lower. It was like presenting a project plan. A project plan. To Chen Yi, this was indeed a project. Just like designing a transformer, there were inputs, outputs, processes, and milestones. The input was 6 years of preparation, the output was Zhao Lei's destruction, the process was 10 days, and the milestones were each day. The only difference was that this project had no blueprint. The blueprint was in his mind. Every wire, every node, every connection drawn 10,000 times over 6 years. But everyone's hands froze midair. The green rice ball in their mouths had melted, the bean paste filling, oozing out cloyingly sweet. 10 days. Old Joe asked. 10 days, Chen Yi said. Is that enough? Enough, Chen Yi said. Because he's already dead. I'm just sealing his coffin. Sealing the coffin. When those two words came out of Chen Yi's mouth, they carried no warmth, no emotion, like saying, tighten, or connect. But those present sensed the temperature. It wasn't cold, it was precision. Precision that made one feel cold. Old Han swallowed the last piece of green rice ball, choked, and coughed twice. Xiaoming handed him a glass of water. Old Han took it and drank. The water was cold, chilling from throat to stomach. In May 2026, Chen Yi had 15 days left on his sentence. He sat in the workshop holding a steel pipe in his hand. The pipe had been polished for 6 years from rusty to mirror smooth. His fingers slid over the pipe's surface, the touch was cold like ice. A mirror. The pipe could reflect a face, but the reflection was distorted, elongated like in a funhouse mirror. Chen Yi looked at the distorted version of himself for 2 seconds. 6 years the pipe had gone from rusty to mirror-like, just as he had gone from engineer to prisoner to stock god. The same process. Polishing. Day by day, layer by layer polishing, until the rust was gone, until it was shiny, until it could reflect a person. The sound of the grinding wheel against the metal was like fingernails scraping on glass. But the corner of his mouth when no one was looking twitched. It wasn't a smile. It was a confirmation. The last day of 6 years. The waiting was over. The iron door swung open. It was an electric door. Press a button, the motor word gears meshed, and the door slid from left to right along the track, emitting a dull grating sound of metal against metal like a beast yawning. Halfway through its motion the door paused, as if hesitating, then continued sliding until it disappeared into the wall. Sunlight squeezed through the gap, first a thin golden line, then widening until it became a flood of light splashing across the concrete floor, blindingly bright. This time it didn't close again. Chen Yi stood at the threshold, a black bag slung over his back. The bag was issued by the prison used for 6 years, its edges frayed, the zipper, half broken, fastened with a red plastic cord. Inside the bag were a stack of documents, a ballpoint pen, a lock-up confirmation form folded into quarters, a 6-year plan sheet, and a steel pipe. The steel pipe was the one he had polished for 6 years in the workshop, smooth as a mirror reflecting his face. He wrapped it in 3 layers of newspaper and stuffed it into the bottom of the bag. The newspaper was the Financial Daily, the one that had printed that profile photo. Using that newspaper to wrap the pipe was no coincidence. Chen Yi tightened the wrapping and sealed it with 5 rounds of transparent tape. The steel pipe in the newspaper was like a sword in its sheath. Unsheathed, it was just iron. Drawn, it was 6 years. Lao Zhou stood beside him, hands behind his back, wearing a gray jacket issued by the prison with a number on the left chest, 207-04. His hair was half white, but neatly combed back, slicked with toothpaste as hair wax strand by strand. 6 years, Lao Zhou said, his voice as soft as a falling leaf. 6 years, Chen Yi said. 6 years. 2190 days. 52560 hours. 3153,600 minutes. Every minute had been ground out by the grinding wheel. Sparks flying, noise roaring, iron filings scattering, calluses forming. Chen Yi looked down at his own hands. His palms were covered in calluses, yellow and hard like tree bark. His knuckles were thicker than 6 years ago, the joints protruding like a row of rivets. These hands had drawn transformer blueprints 6 years ago. Now after 6 years they had ground a steel pipe. After you get out, Lao Zhou said, what's the first thing? Take a shower, Chen Yi said. Second, eat. Third, sleep. Lao Zhou gave a smile that reached his eyes. In those yellow eyes a light flickered like a pebble dropped into a deep well. Fourth, work, Chen Yi said. Lao Zhou reached out and shook Chen Yi's hand. His palm was dry and warm like a piece of charcoal. I still have 1 year. He said, 1 year from now, I'll come find you. I'll wait for you, Chen Yi said. A house stood nearby, his back straight as a pine. His dragon tattoo peeked out from the sleeve of his t-shirt. The dragon's eyes were red like 2 coals in the morning light. Brother Chen, he said, his voice steady as iron, I have 2 years. When I get out, I'll come find you. 2 years. When a house said 2 years, his lips pressed together, the muscles in his jaw tightening, as if biting something hard. The tattooed dragon crawled from the sleeve to his forearm, its scales black, only the eyes red. This dragon was inked in the 2nd year of his imprisonment. Pricked with a needle, not a professional tattoo machine, but a sewing needle dipped in ink, 1 prick at a time for an entire afternoon. It hurt, but how didn't utter a sound. I'll wait for you, Chen Yi said. Xiaoming, Lao Zheng, Lao Han, Fong Zong, Lao Jiang, Lao Ma, all stood nearby. No one spoke, they just looked at Chen Yi. Their gazes were like beams of light falling upon him. Chen Yi gave a slight nod, barely perceptible, but steady. Then he turned and walked toward the door. Behind him the iron door gave a soft sound. Not the sound of closing, but the whisper of wind passing through. The sunlight was fierce. Chen Yi stood on the steps of the prison gate squinting. In 6 years, he had never seen such fierce sunlight. The sunlight in prison was filtered, through wire mesh through glass, becoming pale and weak. But here the sunlight was direct primal, like a bucket of golden paint poured from the sky. He took a deep breath. The air carried a scent he hadn't smelled in 6 years. Car exhaust, the fragrance of flowers and grass, the smoke of a distant barbecue stall, and an indescribable smell. Like freedom, like hope, like all possibilities mingled together. The smell was too strong. Chokingly strong. Chen Yi coughed. A small cough, but his chest shook. For 6 years he had only smelled disinfectant, rust, sweat, and kitchen fumes. His nose had grown accustomed to those few. Now dozens of scents hit him at once, and his nasal passages couldn't handle it, like a radio tuned to a single channel, suddenly receiving all frequencies buzzing. He shrugged the bag higher on his shoulder. The red plastic cord bit into his flesh, hurting. But he didn't switch hands. A car was waiting at the gate. A black sedan with a local license plate. The window rolled down, revealing a face. It was Lawyer He. Lawyer He was in his early 40s, wearing a gray suit, a deep blue tie neatly knotted. There were dark circles under his eyes, bags, as if he hadn't slept well. Mr. Chen, Lawyer He said, his voice polite. I'm here to pick you up. Chen Yi looked at him for 3 seconds. Then he nodded, opened the car door, and got in. The car seats were leather soft with the scent of leather conditioner. Chen Yi leaned back against the seat and closed his eyes. The seat conformed to his back like a hand supporting him. In 6 years he had never sat in such a soft chair. The car started smoothly without a tremor. Not like the prison transport van with its diesel engine shaking like a sieve, bouncing everyone over every bump. This car absorbed the bumps, the suspension cushioned the shocks, and his body merely sank slightly, as if riding on a cloud. Chen Yi's hands rested on his knees, his fingers unconsciously stroking the fabric of his suit pants, smooth, fine, a world apart from the coarse cotton of prison clothes. Where to? Lawyer He asked. Chen Yi opened his eyes and looked out the window. The scenery outside was moving. Trees receding, buildings receding, people receding. Everything was fast, like a movie on fast forward. A hotel, he said. Which one? The best one, Chen Yi said. The hotel was 5-star by the river, 42 stories. When Chen Yi walked into the lobby, he paused. The lobby floor was marble smooth as a mirror reflecting his image. His reflection wore a gray prison uniform, the pants too short, revealing his ankles. His shoes were plastic, issued by the prison, the soles worn smooth. He looked at his reflection for 3 seconds. Then he walked to the front desk. The young woman at the desk was in her early 20s, wearing a black uniform, a silver badge pinned to her collar. She looked at Chen Yi, her gaze lingering on his prison uniform for a second, then shifting away, as if she had seen nothing. A second. Her gaze only paused for a second, but Chen Yi felt it. In 6 years the feeling of being watched had never disappeared. In prison it was the guards' gazes, in the visiting room the family's gazes, in the workshop everyone's gazes. Gazes have weight. A second of gaze weighs about a gram. Not heavy but sticky like dust that can't be shaken off. Hello, sir. She said, her voice sweet as candy. How may I help you? Check in, Chen Yi said. Do you have a reservation? No. What room type would you like? A Riverview suite, Chen Yi said, the best one. The young woman's fingers danced over the keyboard, and the screen displayed numbers. Riverview Executive Suite, 42nd floor, 180 square meters, €0 per night. How many nights? First a month, Chen Yi said. The young woman's fingers paused over the keyboard. She looked at Chen Yi for 3 seconds. Then she smiled, a professional smile like a thin film. Very well, sir. 1 month calculated as 30 days totals 264000 yuan. The deposit is 5000 yuan. How would you like to pay? Chen Yi pulled a card from his bag. The card was black with a matte finish, a small line of text in the corner, private bank. He handed the card over, his fingers pausing on its surface. The young woman took the card and swiped it through the POS machine. The machine gave a soft beep and printed a receipt. She handed the receipt to Chen Yi with both hands. Mr. Chen, she said, her voice even sweeter now. Your room is 4208, to the right of the elevator. The bellhop will bring your luggage up. If you need any service, please feel free to call the front desk. Chen Yi took the receipt, glanced at it, and stuffed it into his bag. He turned and walked toward the elevator, his back straight as a bamboo. The room was on the 42nd floor. When Chen Yi walked into the room, he paused again. The room was huge, larger than any place he had lived in for 6 years. A living room, bedroom, study, walk-in closet, and bathroom. 5 spaces separated by glass and wood. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the river. Boats on the river looked like crawling ants. In the distance was a bridge, its lights still on during the day like a necklace. He walked to the window and pressed his fingers against the glass. The glass was cool, but he could feel the temperature outside. Sunlight filtered through, forming a golden square on the back of his hand. He took a deep breath. The air bore a scent, new, clean, as if nothing had yet begun. He set his bag on the floor and walked into the bathroom. The bathroom had a bathtub, white and oval, big enough for 2. Next to it was a shower stall with frosted glass and 6 shower heads. He turned on the faucet, hot water. The stream was strong like a rainstorm. He stood under the water, letting it wash over his head, his shoulders, his back. The water was hot, scalding like a layer of fire enveloping him. He closed his eyes and let the water run for 10 minutes. Then he picked up the body wash and squeezed out a dollop, white like a cloud. He rubbed it over his body, from neck to shoulders, shoulders to chest, chest to waist. He rubbed for a long time as if trying to scrub something away. Scrub away 6 years of mustiness, 6 years of sweat, 6 years of rust, 6 years of disinfectant. 6 years worth of smells, not just one but hundreds. Each smell had a source: the mustiness from the damp cell, the sweat from summer nights without air conditioning, the rust from the workshop, the disinfectant from the twice-daily floor spraying. There were a few indescribable ones: the greasy smell of the cafeteria, the scent of sun-baked cotton, the sourness of metal cutting fluid, the strange mix of toothpaste, mint, and rust. These smells had seeped into every pore of his skin. 1 wash wouldn't remove them, 2 washes wouldn't cleanse them. It took 3. He rinsed off the foam and washed again. Then he washed a 3rd time. 3 times. He dried himself with a towel 6 times, from wet to dry, from dry to wet. Finally, he stood before the mirror looking at his reflection. In the reflection, his hair was wet, plastered to his scalp like black paint. His stubble was cleanly shaven, revealing pale skin underneath, a sickly pallor. There were dark circles under his eyes, bags, as if he hadn't slept well. But his eyes were bright, sharp as a blade. He smiled, a brief smile like a snort through his nose. Then he put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom. The restaurant was on the 57th floor, the top floor. Chen Yi wore a white cotton bathrobe provided by the hotel, loosely tied at the waist. He sat by the window at a table covered with a white cloth upon which was laid a set of silver cutlery, knife, fork, spoon, each in pairs, standing like soldiers. The menu was leather-bound with gold embossed lettering. He opened it, glanced at it, then closed it. The signature dishes, he said, 1 of each. The waiter was a young man in his 20s wearing a black suit and a red bow tie. He looked at Chen Yi for 3 seconds. Then he smiled, a professional smile like a thin film. Very well, sir. Dishes came one by one. The appetizer was foie gras with fig jam arranged on a white porcelain plate, like a painting. The soup was truffle cream mushroom soup, served in a black bowl with a layer of golden oil floating on top. The main course was M9 Wagyu beef, medium rare, cut open to reveal a red interior, like a heart. The side dish was grilled asparagus, green, like a row of little soldiers. The dessert was chocolate lava cake, black, cut open to reveal a hot molten core, like magma. Chen Yi ate a little of each. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat, he couldn't. After 6 years of simple fare, his stomach had shrunk to the size of a walnut. But he still ate, slowly chewing bite by bite, as if performing a ritual. A ritual. With each chew he told himself, I'm back. The foie gras melted on his tongue, delicate and rich, a different kind of richness from the prison pickles. The truffle tasted like earth, but not the prison earth. It was forest earth, damp, alive. The Wagyu fat dissolved in his mouth like ice melting in warm water, leaving behind the fibers of meat and the sweetness of blood. 6 years since he had tasted such sweetness. For 6 years he had tasted salt, bitterness, spiciness, sourness, never sweetness. He drank half a glass of red wine. The wine was a 2015 Bordeaux, the tannins soft as silk. He didn't drink much, just sipped, letting the wine roll over his tongue before swallowing. The night view outside the window was beautiful. Boats on the river moved with lights like fireflies. The bridge lights had also come on like a golden dragon spanning the 2 banks. In the distance, lights in high-rise windows lit up one by one like falling stars. Chen Yi looked out the window for a long time. Then he put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth, and stood up. The shopping mall was next to the hotel, from the basement to the 5th floor. When Chen Yi stepped into the mall, he paused. The mall was bright, lights shining down from the ceiling like daylight. People swarmed like ants, weaving between counters. The music was soft like a veil floating in the air. He walked to the entrance of a men's clothing store. The storefront was black, and a young woman in a black suit stood at the door, her hair tied up in a bun. Hello, sir, she said, her voice sweet as candy. How may I help you? Buy a set of clothes, Chen Yi said. What style are you looking for? Simple, Chen Yi said. Comfortable. The young woman led him into the store, weaving between racks. She picked up a dark blue suit, the fabric soft, as well like a layer of gauze. This one, she said, is this year's new arrival, slim, fit, perfect for your build. Chen Yi took the suit and held it up against himself. Then he walked into the fitting room and closed the door. The fitting room had a large mirror from floor to ceiling. He stood before the mirror looking at his reflection. The reflection wore a prison uniform like a clown. He took off the prison uniform, folded it neatly, and placed it on the floor. Then he put on the shirt, white cotton clinging to his skin like a second layer. He put on the pants, dark blue wool, the hem just covering the tops of his shoes. He put on the suit jacket, dark blue, slim fit, the shoulders fitting perfectly. He stood before the mirror looking at his reflection. In the reflection, he wore a suit, his back straight as bamboo. His hair was dry and neatly combed back, slicked with the hotel's hair wax, strand by strand. The pallor of his face was softened by the lighting, lending it an unhealthy refinement. He smiled, a brief smile like a snort through his nose. Then he opened the door and stepped out of the fitting room. The young woman stood at the door holding a pair of leather shoes, black cowhide with rounded toes like pebbles. Sir, she said, these shoes paired with this suit are just right. Chen Yi took the shoes and put them on. The shoes were soft like a second skin. He took 2 steps, his footsteps light as a cat's. I'll take this set, he said. Very well, sir. The young woman said. The suit is 1,280 yuan, the shirt, 280 yuan, the pants, 380 yuan, the shoes, 480 yuan, totaling 240 yuan. How would you like to pay? Chen Yi took out the black card from his pocket and handed it over. The young woman took the card and swiped it through the POS machine. The machine gave a soft beep and printed a receipt. She handed the receipt and the card back to Chen Yi with both hands. Sir, she said, do you need a bag? No need, Chen Yi said. He turned and walked out of the store. The old prison uniform was left behind in the fitting room, folded neatly on the floor like an abandoned suit of armor. Armor. Indeed, the prison uniform was armor. Gray with a number stamped on the left chest, 207-03. For 6 years that number was his name, more commonly used than Chen Yi. The guards called him 207-03, not Chen Yi. The foreman called him 207-03, not Chen Yi. Even the mailroom addressed him as cell 207-03, Chen Yi. The number first, the name after. Now the armor was off. Folded neatly placed on the floor, the gray cloth looked even grayer under the lights like a faded dream. Back in the hotel room, it was already 11 at night. Chen Yi stood at the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingers resting on the glass. The glass was cool, but he could feel the temperature outside. The boats on the river still moved, the bridge lights still shone, the distant high-rises still flickered. He took a deep breath. The air bore a scent, new, clean, as if nothing had yet begun. But beneath that new scent there was an old one emanating from himself. It was the smell of prison, the smell of rust, the smell of disinfectant, the smell of 6 years behind high walls. He knew this smell wouldn't disappear immediately. It would follow him for a long time like a brand. But he didn't care. He turned, walked to the bed, and lay down. The mattress was soft like a cloud. He closed his eyes, letting the cloud carry him, floating upward, all the way to the ceiling. In the darkness, his breathing was light and steady. Outside the window, the boats on the river still moved, the bridge lights still shone, the distant high-rises still flickered. The city's light seeped through the window, forming squares on the floor like a chessboard. And the stars in the night sky were hidden by the lights, invisible. But Chen Yi knew they were still there. Just as he knew that tomorrow the sun would rise again. Chen Yi stepped out the door at 9:17 in the morning. 9:17. Not 9 o'clock sharp, not 9:30, 9:17. Chen Yi glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. The minute hand had just passed the 3rd mark. A habit forged over 6 years, everything he did was precise to the minute. Inside it was wake at 6, wash at 6:10, drill at 6:30, breakfast at 7, lunch at 12, dinner at 6, lights out at 10. Every node was locked in place like cogs meshing. Even a minute off was unacceptable. Today was his 2nd day out, and his body still remembered that rhythm. He wore a dark blue suit, a white shirt, black shoes with rounded toes. His hair was combed, neatly swept back with the hotel's hair wax, strand by strand. He stood before the mirror, studying his reflection for 3 seconds. The man in the mirror didn't look like a convict. He looked like an ordinary, just employed man in his 30s. But the traces were still there if you looked closely. A tan line on the back of his neck, 6 years under the fluorescent lights of the workshop. Not sunlight, but prolonged exposure had darkened it 2 shades off from his face. 3 scars on the back of his hand, small ones from iron filings. The largest at the base of his little finger had required 3 stitches and now bulged like a worm. When he walked, his right shoulder drooped slightly, a posture from years of holding tools in his right hand. His bones had memorized it. The suit covered most of these marks, but not all. He slipped the black card into his pocket, slung the black bag with its red plastic cord over his shoulder, and walked out of the room. The elevator was empty. He pressed B1 to go to the parking lot. Lawyer He's car was already waiting, black, a sedan with local plates. Mr. Chen, lawyer, he said to the brokerage. Chen, he said. Zhou Ming's judgment was confirmed. The suit was new, the bag old. The face was unfamiliar, the tone blunt. Just out. Those 3 words circled in Zhou Ming's mind, and when they emerged they carried a shell, superiority. Not malice, but professional superiority, like a doctor toward a patient, a teacher toward a student. In this lobby, Zhou Ming saw dozens of clients every day. Most didn't know the rules and needed explanations, guidance, gentle correction. Someone just out knew even less. 6 years. How much had the world changed? 3 generations of mobile phones, 2 revisions of trading rules, even account opening had shifted from the counter to scanning a QR code. A person just out probably couldn't even use an app. Shall I accompany you? No need, Chen Yi said. I'll go myself. Lawyer, he nodded, a small but steady gesture. He handed over a white business card with a line of text. Lawyer, he's jumping contact XXXXXXXXXX. Call me if anything comes up, he said. Chen Yi took the card and tucked it into his suit pocket. Then he opened the car door and sat inside. The air conditioning was on inside the car, blowing cool, dry air from the vents, a different scent from the prison. Their summer had no air conditioning, only oscillating fans that blew hot, sweat-laden air. In winter the radiators were scalding, but uneven, hot near them, cold farther away. This car's temperature was even 25 degrees, not a degree more or less, like a bottle of wine kept at a constant temperature. The brokerage lobby was still the same one from 6 years ago. The door was glass with a sticker reading, business hours 9001700. Chen Yi pushed the door open and walked in, catching a whiff of carpet. Not the smell of new carpet, but the scent of old carpet trampled by countless feet mingled with sweat, shoe polish, and air conditioning. The lobby was modest, a dozen workstations, half of them empty. On the wall hung a promotional poster from 6 years ago, faded and curling at the edges, bearing the words, "Invest rationally, bear your own risks." Below the poster was a row of plastic chairs for waiting, worn smooth by countless sitters, shining like a crooked mirror. Same as 6 years ago. He walked to window number 3. Behind it sat a young man in his mid-20s in a white shirt and a dark blue tie that was slightly askew. His nameplate read, Client Manager, Zhou Ming. Not Sunway. What business? Zhou Ming asked without looking up, his eyes on his phone screen. The phone screen showed a short video, a finance blogger explaining candlestick charts, speaking rapidly with spittle flying. Zhou Ming watched intently, his right index finger tracing the lines the blogger drew on the table. The customer's shadow fell over the screen. Zhou Ming looked up, his gaze moving from the phone to Chen Yi's face, pausing for half a second, then shifting to the suit, then to the frayed black bag. The bag and the suit didn't match. A corner of his mouth twitched, not a smile but a judgment. The judgment, some money, but not much. Log into the account, Chen Yi said. Account number. Chen Yi fished a card from his bag. The one issued when he opened the account 6 years ago, its edges worn white, bearing a string of numbers, 8,848. Zhou Ming took the card and tapped a few keys. Then his brow furrowed. This account, he said, his voice squeezed through his teeth, hasn't been logged into for a long time. 6 years, Chen Yi said. 6 years? Zhou Ming looked up, his eyes on Chen Yi's face for a second, then moving to his suit, then back to his face. Are you sure this is the account? Zombie accounts, the brokerage system called them. Many were inactive for 2 or 3 years, but almost none for 6. 2 bull and bear cycles, countless fluctuations, and the holder hadn't logged in once. Zhou Ming had only seen one type of person capable of that, those who forgot their passwords, or those who were dead. I'm sure, Chen Yi said. Zhou Ming's fingers tapped a few more keys. A line popped up on the screen. This account has been set to permanent lockup. To unlock, please visit the headquarters counter. Permanent lockup. Zhou Ming's eyebrows knitted together like 2 caterpillars. Your account has permanent lockup. Chen Yi said. 6 years? 6 years. Zhou Ming's mouth fell open like a fish out of water. His eyes lingered on the screen for a long time, moving from permanent lockup to 6 years and back. Do you know what permanent lockup means? He asked. Yes, Chen Yi said. It means for 6 years you couldn't buy, sell, transfer, or even check your balance. No buying, no selling, no transferring, no checking. Each of those 3 rules went against human nature. Buying and selling was instinct. You wanted to sell when it went up and also when it went down. Transferring was a need. When you urgently needed money, the cash in your account was your lifeline. Checking was an addiction, like scrolling through your phone. You felt uncomfortable if you didn't look for even a minute. 6 years without buying, selling, transferring, or checking. This wasn't a person managing an account, it was the account managing itself. The money grew on its own inside like a seed buried in the soil, ignoring the wind and rain above ground, simply sending roots down and sprouts up. I know, Chen Yi said. Then, what do you want to do now, eh? Unlock it, Chen Yi said. Zhou Ming's fingers paused over the keyboard. Then he looked up at Chen Yi, his gaze carrying something. Sympathy, mockery, as if looking at an alien. Sir, he said, his voice a bit more polite than before, but with a hint of perfunctory courtesy. Unlocking a permanent lockup requires the account holder to appear in person with a valid ID at the headquarters counter in Seoul, South Korea. Here we can only submit the application for you and wait for headquarters to approve it. 3 to 5 business days. Zhou Ming said the number with a tone that carried both sympathy and condescension. 6 years had been waited, what were 3 to 5 days. But Chen Yi didn't want to wait. Not out of impatience, it was unnecessary. The waiting that needed to be done had already been done for 6 years. What didn't need waiting, he wouldn't wait a single extra day. How long? 3 to 5 business days. Chen Yi tapped his finger lightly on the counter, as if casually. I want to see it now. Now. Zhou Ming laughed dryly, like bark rubbing together. Sir, that's the rule. For a permanently locked account without headquarters authorization, we cannot. Give me a computer, Chen Yi said. What? His voice wasn't loud, but the lobby fell silent for an instant. 2 client managers at neighboring workstations looked up, glanced over, then lowered their heads again. One snickered, the other shook his head. Asking for a computer to log in yourself. In a brokerage lobby, it was like walking into a hospital and telling the doctor, give me a scalpel, I'll do the surgery myself. Absurd. Give me a computer, Chen Yi said, I'll log in myself. Zhou Ming's mouth opened wider. His fingers hovered over the keyboard for 3 seconds. Someone in the lobby coughed. The air conditioner rustled, a stack of flyers on the desk. The top one read, open an account and get a gift, its corner curling. Then he laughed drier than before. Sir, he said, you just got out, didn't you? Chen Yi said. Then, you might not be fully aware, just out. Zhou Ming silently labeled Chen Yi. The suit was new, with creases still visible, slightly tight at the shoulders, not tailored but off the rack. The bag was old, frayed at the edges, one zipper half broken and held together with a red plastic cord. A new suit with an old bag. That combination had only one explanation: he had money now, but only recently. And he didn't know the ropes. In a brokerage lobby, a novice was a lamb waiting to be fleeced. Zhou Ming had seen too many such lambs. They walked in full of confidence and walked out with their accounts halved. Zhou Ming's voice suddenly sharpened like a knife scraping glass. A stock account is not an ATM. You can't just log in whenever you want. A permanently locked account must be unlocked before any operation. That's the rule, the system, the law. Do you understand? Law. 6 years ago the law had sent him in, now it blocked his account. Chen Yi didn't get angry. Only one thing was useful: find a crack and slip through. Chen Yi looked at him for 3 seconds. Then he pulled the black card from his pocket and placed it on the counter. 3 seconds. Chen Yi's way of looking at people was unique. Not staring, but letting his gaze rest on the person's face like a beam of light on an object, unmoving, unwavering, steady. Being looked at that way created a pressure, small but persistent, like water pushing against a stone. After 1 second, no pain, after 10, no pain, but after a minute the stone would shift. At 3 seconds, Zhou Ming shifted. His gaze moved from Chen Yi's face to the counter to the keyboard to anywhere that didn't meet his eyes. The card was black matte finished with a small line of text in the corner: private banking. The sound of the card landing on the counter was soft, but Zhou Ming heard it. Not with his ears, with his intuition. A black card. During training he'd heard about them. Private banking black cards required a minimum daily average of 10 million in assets. 10 million. Not a balance, but daily average. Zhou Ming's annual salary was 120,000. 10 million was 83 years of wages. The card lay on the counter mat side up, the small letters in the corner, facing upward like a closed eye. I'll call your VIP hotline, Chen Yi said, and have them authorize it. Zhou Ming's fingers paused over the keyboard. They paused for a full 3 seconds. Before those 3 seconds his expression was dismissive. Afterward the dismissiveness remained, but another layer was added: uncertainty. The black card might be fake. Many high-quality counterfeits were available online for a few hundred yuan. But what if it wasn't? What if it was real? Dismissing a client with 10 million in assets was different from dismissing a just-released pauper. Zhou Ming's gaze paused on the card. He tapped a few keys, and a line appeared on the screen: private banking client exclusive service hotline 400XXXXXX. He paused. That pause was critical. In that pause 3 thoughts ran through Zhou Ming's mind. First, the card might be fake. Second, if it was fake, calling the number would expose it. Third, if it was real, not calling would lose a top-tier client. 3 thoughts added up to one action: dial. There was no other choice. His Adam's apple moved. Then he picked up the phone and dialed. The phone was a landline, black with a coiled cord. Zhou Ming pressed the keys heavily, each number producing a beep, as if stamping the silence. After dialing, he pressed the receiver to his ear and waited. The lobby was quiet. The air conditioner's vent hummed like white noise. The wait lasted only 4 seconds, but 4 seconds felt long. Hello, he said, his voice half its usual volume. This is XX branch. We have a client with a permanently locked account requesting immediate access. Account suffix 8848. There was a pause on the other end. Then a voice came through, very polite like a layer of ice. Please hold while we check. A layer of ice. Zhou Ming felt it. That voice wasn't the routine politeness of customer service, it was genuine. Genuine politeness has a temperature. 5 degrees colder than fake politeness, but 10 times heavier. The other end was searching. The sound of keyboard tapping came through, light but fast, as if in a hurry. Then the tapping stopped. Another silence. This one was longer than the last, lasting 7 seconds. Zhou Ming held the phone, his fingers tapping on the counter, as if beating time. His gaze rested on Chen Yi's face for a second, then moved away as if he dared not look directly. Zhou Ming himself couldn't say why. Clearly this client was asking for a favor, not the other way around. But the black card lay on the counter mat side up, like a silent referee. The referee didn't speak, but everyone knew it was there. Sir, he said, his voice squeezed through his teeth. May I ask your surname? Zhou Ming's palms were sweating. Not much, but enough. His palm felt slightly sticky against the countertop. The earlier dismissiveness had half evaporated, and the remaining half was evaporating fast. The other end was checking a permanently locked account with suffix 8848. 15 seconds had passed, and no reply. 15 seconds was a long time on a customer service call. For ordinary clients, 3 seconds. For VIP clients, 5. 15 seconds meant only one thing: this account was higher than VIP. Chen Yi said. Mr. Chen. Zhou Ming's voice trembled more. Please wait, headquarters is checking. Trembled more. Zhou Ming's fingers tightened on the earpiece, his nails turning white. The coiled phone cord looked like a spring, amplifying his tension tenfold. The air in the lobby changed, thickening, as if gravity had increased. The 2 client managers at neighboring workstations looked up again, this time without snickering or shaking their heads. Their eyes held a new expression: curiosity. The other end paused again. Then the voice came through, even more polite than before, with a tremor in the courtesy. Mr. Chen, hello. We have confirmed that your account is a top-tier private banking client account with the highest privileges. We will now remotely authorize the unlock. Please wait 30 seconds. Zhou Ming's hand froze in midair. His mouth fell open like a fish out of water. Midair, His hand hung there as if held by an invisible force. Top-tier client. Highest privileges. Remote authorization. Those words came through the phone like stones thrown into water rippling outward. Zhou Ming's pupils contracted in the light, then dilated. His lips moved, but made no sound like a fish breathing underwater. 30 seconds later a line appeared on the screen. Remote authorization successful. Account status normal. 30 seconds. Zhou Ming counted, exactly 30 seconds. In those 30 seconds his spine went from slouched to straight, his fingers from casual to stiff, his expression from dismissive to dazed. 30 seconds flipped a person's attitude, like turning over a card. The front of the card read, just released pauper. The back read, top-tier private banking client. Zhou Ming saw the back. He tapped a few keys, and the login screen appeared. He turned the keyboard toward Chen Yi, as if presenting a sacred relic. Mr. Chen, he said, his voice seeming to come from far away. Please go ahead. Chen Yi took the keyboard and entered the password. It was the one he had set 6 years ago, a string of numbers he had never forgotten. 6 digits. Not his birthday, not the last digits of his phone number, not any meaningful number. A purely random sequence generated on the spot, but Chen Yi had written it nowhere, stored it in no phone, told it to no one. Held in his mind. For 6 years he recited it silently every night before sleep like a mantra. Again after waking. 6 years, 2190 times. Every digit etched into his nerves more familiar than his own name. A progress bar appeared on the screen. 1510. Zhou Ming stood beside him, his back straight as a pine. His eyes fixed on the screen, moving from the progress bar to account balance and back. The bar reached 100. On the screen the account info popped up. It appeared fast, like a door suddenly flung open. Data lined up on the screen row by row from top to bottom. Account name, account number, opening date, account status, holdings, quantity, cost basis, current price, account value, cumulative returns. Every row was a number. Every number had at least 6 digits. The screen's light fell on Zhou Ming's face, white cold like moonlight. Chen Yi's fingers paused over the keyboard. Zhou Ming's gaze landed on the screen, on the holdings column, on the value column. His mouth fell open like a fish out of water. Mr. Chen, he said, his voice squeezed through his teeth. Chen Yi didn't answer. He tapped the key lightly, as if casually. The numbers on the screen under the light looked like a blazing fire. When the numbers popped up on the screen, Zhou Ming blinked. It was not a normal blink, but a spasm. His eyelids opened and closed rapidly like a runaway camera shutter. His gaze swept across the screen from account balance to position market value, and then to cumulative profit and loss. Then his gaze stopped at the position market value column. In that column, there was a string of numbers. Black Arial font size 12, on a white background like a row of ants. But Zhou Ming felt that they were not ants but cannonballs. 212000000. He counted the zeros. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. 9 zeros. The digits in front were 212. Added up it was 21. 2 billion. Korean won. No, the screen displayed RMB. 21. 2 billion. Zhou Ming's mouth fell open like a fish out of water. His fingers hovered over the keyboard for 3 seconds, then he raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. After rubbing he looked again. 212000000. The number hadn't changed. The air conditioner vent was on the ceiling, and the breeze carried the smell of old carpet. The wind swept over Zhou Ming's head, stirring his hair slightly, very gently. His hand still hovered above the keyboard, fingers slightly curled like 5 stiff insects. The screen light reflected on his face, pale and stark like a sheet of paper. People were queuing in the lobby, some on the phone, some scrolling on their phones. But Zhou Ming could hear nothing. In his ears there was only his heartbeat. Thump, 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 like a hammer striking. Mr. Chen. His voice seemed squeezed out between his teeth, trembling slightly like a leaf in the wind. Chen Yi did not reply. His finger tapped the keyboard once lightly, as if casually. On the screen the page switched to position details. Holdings Shaoxing Heavy Industries. Quantity 128400 shares. Cost price 120. 00 Korean won. Current price 48200. 00 Korean won. Market value 618648200 Korean won. Exchange rate conversion approximately 21. 2 billion renminbi. Cumulative profit loss 210800000. 00 yuan. Zhou Ming moved his gaze from the screen to the back of his hand. There was sweat on his hand, fine and dense like a layer of dew. He wiped it with his other hand, the sweat gone, but his hand still trembled. The phone beside him rang. He didn't answer. The printer hummed and spat out someone else's printout. He didn't look. Outside the window the sun shone on the glass curtain wall of the opposite building, reflecting a blinding white. Zhou Ming blinked, but the white remained like a branding iron imprinted on his retina. Zhou Ming's hand clenched into a fist on the desk. His knuckles turned white like 4 pebbles. His gaze lingered on the cumulative profit loss column for a long time. 210. 8 billion. Not 210. 8 million, but 210. 8 billion. The unit of profit and loss was yuan. His throat moved as if he was trying to swallow something. But there was nothing to swallow. His mouth was dry like a desert. Mr. Chen, he said again, his voice trembling even more than before. Chen Yi still did not answer. His finger tapped the keyboard again, and a transaction history window popped up on the screen. There was only one line in the record: 6 years ago by 100 shares, cost 120 Korean won. Then blank. 6 years of blank. No sells, no buys, no transfers. Only records of dividend reinvestment, once a year automatic buy as regular as a heartbeat. Zhou Ming's gaze moved from the screen to Chen Yi's face. Chen Yi wore a dark blue suit, a white shirt, the buttons at his collar fastened neatly one by one like soldiers in formation. His shoes were black polished, so brightly they reflected images. His back was straight like a bamboo. His wrist rested on the counter edge, revealing a section of watch strap. Silver, without luster, worn and aged. His expression did not change. No smile, no surprise, no pride. Just calm like a pool of water. You. Zhou Ming's voice sounded as if from far away. Print it, Chen Yi said. What? Position certificate, Chen Yi said. Print it out. Oh, okay. Zhou Ming's fingers tapped the keyboard a few times, and the printer emitted a humming sound, the gears turning with a faint noise like an insect gnawing wood. Then it spat out a sheet of paper. On the paper were printed black characters the same as on the screen: 21. 2,128,400 shares. 120 Korean, 148,200 Korean won. The paper was still slightly warm with the smell of toner, pungent like burnt rubber. Zhou Ming handed the paper to Chen Yi with both hands. His hands were trembling very lightly like leaves in the wind. Chen Yi took the paper, glanced at it, then folded it in half, then in half again, and tucked it into his suit pocket. His movements were slow as if folding a letter. The corner of the paper was exposed outside the pocket, white like a small flag. Mr. Chen, Zhou Ming said again. Moi. See, could you? Zhou Ming's voice seemed squeezed out between his teeth. Could you? Let me take a photo. A photo? It's just. Zhou Ming's face flushed red, climbing from his cheekbones up to his forehead. I want it. I want to post on Moments. Not to show off, just to prove that I've met you. Chen Yi looked at him for 3 seconds. Then he nodded, the motion very small, but steady. Zhou Ming pulled out his phone, his hands trembling, aimed at Chen Yi, aimed at the screen, and took a photo. The phone case was transparent with a sticker on the back. A lucky cat, already worn and barely visible. Then he took another photo. After that he looked at the phone screen for a long time. The photo on the screen was a bit blurry, only half of Chen Yi's face was captured, but the string of numbers was clear. 21. 2 billion. Mr. Chen, he said, his voice a bit steadier than before, but still very soft. How did you do it? What? 6 years, Zhou Ming said. 6 years without moving. Rose 400 times. Weren't you afraid of a drop? Afraid, Chen Yi said. Chen Yi said. The air was silent for a moment. The phone on the counter rang again. Zhou Ming didn't answer. In the distance someone was calling out a number, the voice drawn out long like a strand of pulled noodles. Then why didn't you sell it? Because, Chen Yi said, I locked it. Locked? Zhou Ming repeated as if savoring the word locked. Meaning, regardless of ups and downs you don't move. Right, Chen Yi said. Then, what if it drops? Wait, Chen Yi said. Zhou Ming looked at him for a long time. Then he nodded, the motion very small, but steady. I understand, he said. You don't understand, Chen Yi said. Sun Wei appeared at this moment. He walked out from the back office, holding a cup of coffee with the bank's logo printed on it. He walked over to window number 3, wanting to see what Zhou Ming was busy with. His gaze stopped on the screen for a second. In that second his pupils contracted like a door closing. Then his coffee cup fell to the ground. The cup was ceramic, it shattered like a flower. Coffee spilled everywhere, brown like blood. And Mr. Chen, Sun Wei's voice seemed squeezed out from deep in his chest. Chen Yi turned his head and looked at Sun Wei. Sun Wei had aged compared to 6 years ago. His hair was thinner, his forehead was shiny in patches like a polished stone slab. His belly was bigger, the belt buckle shifted down 2 notches. His suit had changed from dark gray to navy blue, the shoulder line loose, as if hung on the wrong hanger. But his employee badge was still there, account manager Sun Wei, the font unchanged, the edges of the lamination worn with burrs. Manager Sun, Chen Yi said. Chen Yi said, You still remember me? Sun Wei's voice seemed squeezed out between his teeth. His right hand was still suspended in midair, maintaining the posture of holding the coffee cup, 5 fingers curled like a claw, but the cup was no longer there. I remember, Chen Yi said. You advised me. Advised? Sun Wei's mouth fell open like a fish out of water. His gaze paused on the screen for a moment. 21. 2 billion. The number flickered on the screen like a star. Then it moved back to Chen Yi's face. You are the one who locked positions for 6 years. That's me, Chen Yi said. His voice was flat without inflection, like confirming a transaction. Sun Wei's face flushed red, climbing from his cheekbones up to his forehead. He wiped his hand on the seam of his pants as if brushing off something unclean. Then he bent over and bowed deeply. The amplitude was large, like a tree blown over by the wind. Coffee stains on the toe of his leather shoes, brown like a drop of blood. Mr. Chen, he said, his voice as if coming from the ground. I'm sorry. Why are you sorry? Chen Yi asked. His tone was flat, as if asking about the weather today. Because. Sun Wei's voice grew even lower. Because back then I said you were committing suicide. Chronic suicide. You weren't wrong, Chen Yi said. What? For most people, Chen Yi said, Locking for 6 years is indeed suicide. Sun Wei raised his head and looked at Chen Yi. His eyes were red like 2 ripe peaches. Then, what about for you? For me, Chen Yi said, it was rebirth. The lobby was very quiet. The air conditioner was still humming, the wind blowing down from the vent, passing over Sun Wei's sparse hair, over the printed paper on Zhou Ming's desk, over the puddle of coffee stain. The edges of the coffee stain were slowly spreading like a small map. Sun Wei's mouth fell open like a fish out of water. He wiped his hand on the seam of his pants again, then he bowed again. This time the bow was even deeper, like a tree blown over by the wind, uprooted. Mr. Chen, he said, I've been in securities for 15 years. You are the first true investor I've ever seen. Not an investor, Chen Yi said. Then what is it? Sun Wei's voice went hoarse like the buzzing left after a string breaks. A prisoner, Chen Yi said, a prisoner of capital. The air conditioner in the lobby hummed like an old ox sighing. Zhou Ming's hand was still gripping the printed paper. The corner of the paper was wet with sweat, the ink smudged a little blurry like a reflection in water. He turned and walked away, his back straight like a bamboo. The black bag tied with a red plastic rope swung on his shoulder like a flag. His leather shoes stepped on the carpet, making muffled sounds, 1, 2, 3, growing fainter like drumbeats fading away. Sun Wei stood still, his back to Chen Yi. His shadow was cast on the floor by the light, stretched long like a monster. The water dispenser at the end of the corridor gurgled, releasing a bubble, the sound muffled, as if coming from underground. The lobby was quiet for a long time. The coffee stain on the floor was still spreading. A cleaning lady pushed a cart over, glanced at the shattered porcelain and coffee stain on the floor, then looked at Zhou Ming, then at Sun Wei. She said nothing, turned and left. The cart wheels left 2 tracks on the carpet, thin like 2 snakes. Zhou Ming stood behind the counter holding the printed paper, the numbers on it like a row of ants. Sun Wei stood nearby holding the fragments of the coffee cup, the shards like a flower. Other staff stood in the distance, their backs to this side, pretending to be busy with their own tasks, but their ears were perked like rabbits. The retail investors sat in the waiting area holding their phones with more green than red on the screens. Some were scrolling through moments, some were watching K-lines, some were staring blankly. An old man was folding a newspaper, folding it 3 times and stuffing it into his briefcase. A young woman was touching up her lipstick, holding a small mirror in front of her face, the lipstick stick orange-red like a piece of chalk. Then someone shouted for 102 times. Locked for 6 years. 21. 2 billion. The voice came from Zhou Ming's mouth. It was not intentional, but involuntary. Like a pebble falling into water, creating ripples. Then everyone looked over. What? Asked a middle-aged man in a gray polo shirt, his belly stretching the fabric into an arc. His phone had been showing K-lines, but now it was suspended in midair. His fingers stopped scrolling the K-lines on the screen, still moving red and green like an electrocardiogram. 402 times. Zhou Ming said, his voice louder than before. Locked for 6 years. 21. 2 billion. 21. 2 billion. The middle-aged man's mouth fell open like a fish out of water. The phone in his hand almost slipped. He tightened his grip, his fingernail leaving a white scratch on the screen. It's that man just now. Zhou Ming pointed at the door. Chen Yi had already reached the door, his back to them, his dark blue suit reflecting a glint of light, his shoulder line straight like a ruler. Him. 6 years ago. 1. 2 million. Full position. Locked. Now. 21. 2 billion. Impossible, said a young man with glasses carrying a backpack. 6 years without moving. Rose 400 times. Must be a lie. Not a lie. Zhou Ming raised the printed paper like holding a flag. There's a record. There's proof. 1,000,000 shares. Cost 120 Korean won. Now 48200. Dividend reinvestment. 128,400 shares. Market value 21. 2 billion. The young woman's lipstick stopped in midair, the small mirror tilted. The old man closed his briefcase, the newspaper not fully folded with a corner sticking out. The backpack young man's mouth hung open, his glasses slipped to the tip of his nose, and he didn't push them up. Oh my God, said a woman in a floral dress holding a child who was eating a lollipop, the lollipop orange, the syrup dripping down the corner of his mouth. 21. 2 billion. That's more than I could earn in 100 lifetimes. Not 100 lifetimes, said the middle-aged man, his voice seeming squeezed out between his teeth, but 200 lifetimes. Everyone fell silent. Silence hung like a fog over the entire lobby. The woman in the floral dress crouched down using a tissue to wipe the syrup from the child's mouth. The child didn't cry, his eyes fixed on the paper. Zhou Ming was holding his black pupil shifting. The middle-aged man moved his hand from his belly, stuck it into his pants pocket, stood up straight, as if making a decision. Sun Wei stood by the counter gripping the fragments tighter, the ceramic edges digging into his palm. He didn't let go. Then someone started taking photos. Not of Chen Yi, but of the screen. Of the 21. 2 billion number. Of the 128,400 shares position. Of the 120 Korean won cost price. Phones were raised 1, 2, 3 like a small array of lights. The shutter sounds rose and fell, click, click, like a group of silkworms eating mulberry leaves. The photos spread on moments. They spread in group chats. They spread on forums. Like a spark falling into a haystack, first smoke, then flames, then a whole blaze. The title was 6 years locked from 1. 2 million to 21. 2 billion. The legend of a prisoner stock god. As Chen Yi walked out of the lobby, the sunlight was intense. The glass door closed behind him with a hiss of the air valve. The cold air from the air conditioner was cut off, and a wave of heat rushed in like a wall. He stood on the steps, his fingers resting on his forehead to block the sunlight. The sunlight passed through his fingers, forming a golden square on his palm. The square moved, changing with the gaps between his fingers like frames of film. He took a deep breath. The air had a smell he had smelled 6 years ago. Car exhaust, the fragrance of flowers and grass, the smoke from a distant barbecue stall, the charred aroma mixed with the pungency of cumin. And another smell brought out from the lobby. The smell of old carpet mixed with coffee, and a smell he couldn't name. That smell was like victory, like liberation, like something after everything is settled. And yet like nothing at all. Just a gust of wind passing through the lobby corridor, through the glass door of the hall, through his nostrils, and then dissipating. Nothing left behind. He took out the folded paper from his suit pocket, unfolded it, and glanced at it. 21. 2 billion. 128,400 shares. 120 Korean won. 48200 Korean won. The characters on the paper were very black in the sunlight, very clear, as if engraved. His finger paused on the paper for a moment. Then he thought of 6 years ago. Of that afternoon, that lobby, that young man in a white shirt and dark blue tie. The young man stood in front of the counter, holding an ID card, the photo on the ID still new, without creases. He remembered those words, 6 years later, if you lose everything, don't come looking for me. I've already advised you. He hadn't lost everything. He had earned 21. 2 billion. The number rolled around in his mouth like a hard candy that had been held for a long time and finally spat out. He smiled briefly. The smile was very short, as if snorted out from his nose. The paper in his pocket poked his ribs. The folded corners were hard like a bone spur. He didn't take it out, letting the paper press against him like a reminder. Then he thought of another thing. He remembered the steel pipe in the prison, polished for 6 years, smooth as a mirror. He remembered old Joe's fingers tapping on his knee, 1, 2, 3, 4. He remembered a house snoring like an old engine. He remembered old Zhang's toothpaste hair wax combing hair back strand by strand. He remembered little Ming's bottle-bottom glasses, the lenses thick as bottle bottoms. He remembered Manager Fang's apple candy red with an apple printed on it. He remembered old Zhang's gold-rimmed glasses reflecting a glint of light in the sun. He remembered that candy placed under his tongue, sweet, but with a hint of sourness. Behind the sourness, there was also a bit of bitterness. Where the bitterness came from, he couldn't say. Perhaps it was the taste of iron bars, perhaps the smell of toothpaste hair wax, perhaps the smell of a certain winter in those 6 years. He folded the paper and put it back in his pocket. Then he walked down the steps toward the parking lot. 3 steps, 5 steps, 7 steps. There were 9 steps in total, each very low, but his steps were steady, as if measuring a distance. His leather shoes made crisp sounds on the concrete floor, like a pebble falling into a deep well with echoes. The asphalt of the parking lot was softened by the sun. The soles of his shoes stuck slightly, as if stepping on a piece of gum. His car was parked in the farthest corner, a rented black sedan. The body was covered with a layer of dust, and someone had drawn a line with a finger in the dust, crooked like a worm. The news broke at 3:17 that afternoon. The screen lit up. At 3:17, 2 minutes after market close. The securities company's servers were still processing the closing data, the numbers on the screen flipping line by line like a countdown board. First moments. A securities broker posted a photo of a computer screen on which was a string of numbers, 210000. The photo was a bit blurry, the screen glare smeared into a white patch, but the numbers were clear. The caption read, "Witnessed with my own eyes. 6-year lockup. 1. 2 million to 21. 2 billion. I've been in securities for 6 years, first time seeing a real stock god." Then WeChat groups. In some investment group, someone forwarded the photo with the caption, "Is it real? Photoshopped?" Someone replied, "It's real. My friend at XX business department saw it with his own eyes." Someone replied, 1. 2 million 6 years 21. 2 billion. What's the annualized return? Has anyone calculated it? Someone replied, calculated. Nominal 402 times actual, about 320 times. Annualized about 115. Then the forums. On a stock forum, a post was pushed to the front page within an hour. The title was "Lockup for 6 years, 1. 2 million to 21. 2 billion investment, or magic?" Below the post there were hundreds of replies. Page numbers flipped to the 2nd, 3rd, 5th pages. Each refresh added dozens of comments like ants carrying food. Someone said, "Fake, definitely photoshopped." Someone said, "It's real, I checked. The account number ends with 8848, it does exist." Someone said, 6 years without moving up 400 times. What kind of mental fortitude is that? A god. Someone said, "Not a god, a madman. A normal person would have sold long ago." Then the media. A reporter from a financial website saw the news after work. Instant noodles were still on the table, chopsticks resting on the bowl rim, the steam from the soup had dissipated. He wrote a report overnight. The title was "From Prisoner to Stock God, a 6-year lockup legend of an engineer." The report had no photo of Chen Yi, only a screenshot of the account holdings page, which showed 21. 2 billion inch and Shaoxing Heavy Industry 12840 shares. The report was published at 8 a.m. the next day. By 9 a.m., A readership exceeded 100,000 by 10 a.m. It exceeded 500,000 by 11 a.m. It exceeded 1 million. The backend servers couldn't handle the load. They added 2 more, but it was still laggy. Comments in the comment section flew by fast 10 per second, like a faucet, not fully tightened. Attorney, he saw the news at 9:37 a.m. He was sitting in his office, a cup of coffee before him. The coffee was cold, a thin white film floating on its surface. There was a crack in the film left by the contraction of the cooling coffee, like a mud crack at the bottom of a drought-stricken lake. Outside the window, a pigeon landed on the sill, cooed twice, and flew away. His phone vibrated once, a push notification. The notification's title was, "From Prisoner to Stock God, a 6-year lockup legend of an engineer." He tapped the notification and read it once. Then he read it again. After reading it twice, the screen's glow cast his face in a bluish pallor, like a face preserved in formalin. Then he put down the phone, picked up the coffee, and took a sip. The coffee was cold, astringent like medicine. His hand was trembling, slightly like a leaf in the wind. He recalled 6 years ago. That afternoon, that detention center, that man in a gray t-shirt. The gray t-shirt was washed pale, the collar loose, revealing a bit of collarbone. He recalled his words, "Stock trading. All in. It's not gambling, it's all in." His voice was flat, like reading a manual. He recalled his own reply. "I've been a lawyer for 15 years, seen many people. You are the second person I've met who still thinks about stock trading at a time like this." The first one jumped off a building later. His hand was trembling. The coffee cup clinked against the table, making a crisp sound. The coffee in the cup sloshed, the white film cracked, revealing the dark brown liquid beneath, like a wound tearing open to show flesh. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. The number was Chen Yi, saved 6 years ago and never deleted. It was listed under C in the contact's third entry. "Mr. Chen, attorney," he said. Did you see the news?" Attorney He's voice was muffled over the phone as if through a quilt. He gripped the phone too tightly, his knuckles white the phone case, emitting a faint creak in his palm. "What news?" Chen Yi's voice was flat as an iron plate. "It's just..." Attorney He's voice grew even lower. "It's about that. 21.2 billion news." "I saw it," Chen Yi said. Why didn't you tell me?" Attorney He said. "If you had told me, I could have helped you with asset allocation, tax planning, family trusts. Now you suddenly exposed tax-wise." His voice sped up as he spoke, like a runaway car that couldn't stop. "No need," Chen Yi said. Chen Yi said. "No need." Attorney He was stunned. "Why?" "Because," Chen Yi said, "the money hasn't arrived yet." "Haven't arrived yet?" Attorney He's voice sounded like it came from far away. 21.2 billion not yet arrived. "The stocks are still in the account," Chen Yi said. "Not sold," Chen Yi said. "Not sold." Attorney He's mouth opened like a fish out of water. You have 21.2 billion, and you still haven't sold." The other end of the line was silent for a second. Attorney He heard a background sound, very faint, like the whine of river wind through a window crack, or the distant horn of a ship, long, muffled like a sigh. "Not selling," Chen Yi said. "Why?" "Because," Chen Yi said, "it's not over yet." Attorney He's hand froze in midair. His mouth was open like a fish out of water, no sound coming out. The phone pressed to his ear, he forgot to hang up. From the other end came a very soft sound, like a cup being set down on a table, or the rustle of a turning page. Attorney Chen Yi said, "You said back then the second stock trader later jumped off a building." Attorney He's voice was squeezed out through his teeth. "I was just..." "You were right," Chen Yi said. "Most people indeed would jump. But not everyone," Chen Yi said. Then a very light exhalation came from the other end, like a gust of wind brushing the tips of wheat fields. "Mr. Chen." Attorney He's voice was even lower. He released his grip on the phone, a red mark on his finger from the edge of the phone case, like a shallow wound. Attorney Chen Yi said, "Would you be willing to do something for me?" "What?" "Be my legal counsel." "For Monin Group," Chen Yi said. The other end was silent for 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds, Attorney He heard breathing in and out, very slow, like the pendulum of an old clock. Then he heard himself swallow his Adam's apple, rolling in his throat, a loud sound like a pebble dropped in a quiet room. Attorney He's hand was trembling. The coffee cup clinked against the table once, then again. I am willing," he said, his voice sounding as if it came from the ground. "Good," Chen Yi said. "Come to the hotel tomorrow to find me." The call ended. Attorney He sat in his chair, his back to the window. His shadow was cast on the floor by the light, stretched long like a monster. The pigeon outside the window flew back, landed on the sill, tilted its head to look at him, then flew away again. He recalled 6 years ago. That afternoon. That man in the gray t-shirt. He recalled his words, "It's not gambling, it's all in." Now he understood. That wasn't all in. It was calculation. It was design. It was patience. It was 6 years of silence, day after day. It was putting all bets on one horse, then not looking, not listening, not moving, like a tree rooted in the soil, enduring wind and rain. He picked up the coffee cup and poured the cold coffee into the trash can. The coffee fell into the plastic bag with a dull thud, like urine hitting a plastic bag. Then he opened his computer and began to search for information. He searched for Monin Group, for AI power grids, for smart elderly care, for every word Chen Yi had said. The light from the screen flickered on his face like an interrogation. He searched all day. He didn't eat lunch nor dinner. The phone on the desk rang 3 times. His assistant knocked twice, but he didn't respond. The financial world exploded 3 days later. In 3 days, the news seeped from financial circles to the public. Taxi drivers were talking about it, hairdressers were talking about it, stallholders at the vegetable market were talking about it. Pork at 21 yuan per caddy and a net worth of 21 billion were mentioned in the same afternoon, like two numbers from different worlds accidentally colliding. At a securities firm's annual meeting, the general manager was speaking on stage when he suddenly stopped. He flipped a page of his speech, then flipped back, creasing the corner. He took off his glasses, wiped them, put them back on, and asked, "Has any of you seen that Chen Yi?" Silence fell over the audience. Hundreds of people, not a sound, like a pool of stagnant water. Then a young man raised his hand. "I've seen him. 6 years ago he opened an account at our branch. I advised him not to buy Shaoxing Heavy Industry." The general manager looked at him for 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, the lights of the annual meeting shone on Sun Wei's face, white like the lights in an interrogation room. "What's your name?" "Sun Wei." His voice was like something fished out of a well, wet, heavy. "Sun Wei," the general manager said, "starting tomorrow you go to the logistics department." "Logistics?" Sun Wei was stunned. The water bottle in his hand was crushed, the plastic letting out a creak like stepping on a bug. "Why?" "Because," the general manager said, "you failed to recognize Mount Tai." Someone in the audience let out a laugh, then the laughter spread like ripples. Sun Wei's face turned red, climbing from his cheekbones up to his forehead. He wiped his hand on his trouser seam, as if to wipe off something unclean. "General manager," he said, his voice squeezed out through his teeth. I was following the regulations at the time." "Regulations?" The general manager laughed a dry laugh, like bark rubbing. "The regulations advised you to tell clients not to buy bad stocks. But Shaoxing Heavy Industry is not a bad stock. It's the #1 emperor stock in the Korean stock market. 402 times in 6 years. You advised a client not to buy the emperor stock, and you're going to logistics. Is that unfair to you?" The laughter grew louder. Some slapped the table, some covered their mouths, some shook their heads. The laughter was like waves pushing wave after wave onto Sun Wei's back, onto his neck, onto his ears, burning hot. Sun Wei did not speak. His mouth opened like a fish out of water. He wiped his hand on his trouser seam again, then turned around and walked toward the door. The door was at the back of the venue. He had to walk past the entire row of seats. Over 300 eyes stared at his back like 300 needles piercing his skin. His leather shoes made crisp sounds on the floor. Like a pebble dropped into a deep well, no echo. The door closed behind him, shutting the laughter inside, but the laughter still echoed, muffled through the door panel, as if coming from underground. Chen Yi received his first phone call a week later. During that week, he got up at 6 every morning, stood by the window for 10 minutes watching the fog on the river dissipate. When the fog was thick, the high-rises on the opposite bank were invisible, only a layer of white, like a cotton wall. After the fog cleared, the buildings emerged one by one as if rising from the water. The call was from the investment director of a private equity fund. His voice was polite as a layer of ice. "Mr. Chen, hello. I'm a partner of XX Capital. We would like to invite you to be our special investment consultant. Annual salary starting at 10 million. Chen Yi said no. His voice was flat, like closing a door. The second call was from the general manager of a bank's private banking department. "Mr. Chen, hello. I'm the general manager of XX Bank's private banking department. We would like to invite you to join our top-tier client club. Exclusive services, global asset allocation." Chen Yi said no. Still the same flatness, like the same door closing a second time. The third call was from the chairman of a listed company. "Mr. Chen, hello. I'm the chairman of XX Group. I would like to invite you to be our strategic advisor. Equity, you name the price." Chen Yi said no. The fourth, fifth, sixth calls rained down like raindrops. Chen Yi's phone battery went from full in the morning to red in the afternoon. The red battery icon flashed twice in the top right corner of the screen like a dying eye. He set his phone to silent and placed it on the table. The phone screen was still on, showing 17 missed calls, red numbers like 17 wounds. Then he walked to the window and looked outside. Outside the window was the river. On the river were boats, their lights moving like fireflies. In the distance was a bridge, its lights shining like a golden dragon. The river wind seeped through the window crack, carrying a fishy smell, the scent of fish and the diesel of ships. Attorney, he sat on the sofa, holding a stack of business cards. The cards were printed with titles: chairman, general manager, partner, investment director, chief economist. The stack was thick, about half an inch in his hand, like a deck of cards. One card was gold foiled, the gold lettering flashed under the light, glaring. "Mr. Chen, attorney," he said, "you won't see any of them." "No, Chen," he said. "Why?" "Because," Chen Yi said, "they are not here to invest with me. They are here to watch me perform." He turned around, leaning against the window frame. The lights on the river cast patches of light on the glass behind him, like broken pieces of a mirror. Perform, Chen Yi said. "They want me to tell them how I made 21.2 billion. They want to replicate. They want to imitate. They want a shortcut." When he said the word shortcut, his voice hardened a little, like 2 nails driven into wood. "Then, why don't you tell them?" "Because," Chen Yi said, "telling them is useless." "Why?" "Because," Chen Yi turned around and looked at attorney He. His gaze was flat as an iron plate, but beneath the iron plate there was warmth like a red-hot piece of charcoal. Locking up for 6 years is not a technique. It's temperament. Temperament cannot be taught. Attorney, he looked at him for a long time. The office was very quiet, only the hum of the air conditioner and the thumping of pile drivers from a distant construction site outside the window, thud after thud, muffled like knocking on a coffin lid. Then he nodded, a slight nod, but steady. I understand, he said. You don't understand, Chen Yi said, but you will. Attorney, he did not speak again. He placed the stack of cards on the coffee table, like setting down a hand of cards that had not been played. The top card was gold-foiled, the corner of the gold lettering curled up, casting a small shadow under the light. A month later, a financial magazine produced a special feature. The feature's title was Lock Up 6 Years, The Capital Philosophy of a Prisoner. The cover was a photo of Chen Yi, not a frontal view, but a profile, standing by the window back to the camera looking at the river outside. The shoulder line of the suit was sharp as if drawn with a ruler. Below the photo was a line of small text. He is not a stock god. He is a prisoner of capital. On the day of release, the magazine sold 1,000 copies. The editorial department reprinted 3 times. During the third reprint, the printer's machine jammed. A grain of sand got on the ink roller, and the printed cover had a white line like a scar. And at the center of it all, Chen Yi sat in his hotel room, holding a book. The book was Power System Analysis, its cover worn white, the corners curled. The words on the spine were illegible, but when opened the inner pages were still white, the pencil lines still there, light gray, like little streams. His finger paused on the page, stopping at a diagram. The diagram was the winding structure of a 765 kV transformer, first layer, second layer, third layer, interlayer, insulation, oil, duct distribution. His finger moved along the lines of the oil ducts from the top, left to the bottom, right, like tracing the outline of a drawing. When he reached the third layer of winding, he paused. His fingertip pressed against the paper, which was rough and grainy like touching a sand wall. Outside the window, the fog on the river had cleared. The lights on the boats flickered like fireflies. A barge slowly went downstream, figures moving on the deck small like ants. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, in a securities firm's logistics department, Sun Wei sat at a worn-out desk, holding a cup of tea. The tea was cold, a white film floating on its surface. The paint on the desk had mostly peeled off, revealing the particle board beneath the edge of which was curled up like a dried lip. He looked at the computer screen on which was a news story, Lock Up 6 Years, 1.2 million to 21.2 billion, the capital philosophy of a prisoner. His finger paused on the screen. Then he let out a smile. That smile was dry like bark rubbing. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, but did not reach his eyes. The smile was only on the lower half of his face, like a mask cracking. Prisoner of capital, he said, his voice very light, like a leaf falling to the ground. He picked up the teacup and poured the cold tea into the trash can. The tea ran down the cup, while the last few drops clinging to the rim, reluctant to fall. Then he stood up, walked to the window, and looked outside. Outside the window was the city's night view, brilliantly lit, like a sea of stars. But in his eyes there was only blackness, like a tombstone. But he knew that in his lifetime he would never meet another Chen Yi. In the corridor of the logistics department, someone passed by, leather shoes scraping on the terrazzo floor, like chopping vegetables. Through the crack in the door drifted a smell of disinfectant, pungent and chilly like winter wind. The news was first seen on television by the second aunt. She changed the channel. That morning she was picking vegetables in the kitchen, her apron stained with 2 leaves and a spot of oil. The kitchen window was open and someone across the building was hanging laundry, water dripping down. The television was on, broadcasting financial news. The anchor's voice drifted from the living room, cutting through the air like a knife. 6 years locked up, 1.2 million to 2.12 billion, an engineer's investment legend. The second aunt's hand froze midair. The celery in her hand fell into the sink like a green snake. She rushed out of the kitchen, the leaves still on her apron, stood in the center of the living room, her eyes fixed on the television screen. One slipper had fallen off, her left foot bare, cold against the floor. On the screen was a blurry photo of a man's profile, wearing a dark blue suit, standing by a window. Below the photo was a line of text. Chen Yi, former electrical engineer, imprisoned for 6 years for embezzlement. During his sentence, he locked up investments in Shaoxing heavy industry, earning 2.12 billion yuan in 6 years. 2.12 billion. The second aunt wiped her hands on her apron, as if to wipe off something dirty. Her mouth opened like a fish out of water. The television was still on. The anchor had switched to another news story about housing prices in some city. But the second aunt could hear nothing. Only one number echoed in her ears, 2.12 billion, rolling back and forth like a marble in a box. E. She said, her voice squeezed out between her teeth. 2.1 billion. She repeated it twice, each time louder, as if confirming or convincing herself. Her bare left foot pressed against the floor, toes curling, a chill rising from the sole. The first to arrive was the second aunt. She arrived at the hotel at 3 in the afternoon, wearing a red coat, new with the tag still attached, a white thread exposed at the cuff. The thread swayed with her arm movements like a small worm. She carried a fruit basket from the supermarket, apples, oranges, bananas, with a price tag of 39.8 yuan still on it. The basket's wrapping was transparent and wrinkled like a crumpled piece of dough. She stood outside room 4208, took a deep breath, then pressed the doorbell. The corridor carpet was dark red, absorbing light, soft underfoot, like a sponge. A painting hung on the wall, a night scene by the river in a golden frame, dust accumulated. The door opened. Chen Yi stood inside, wearing a white shirt with sleeves rolled to the elbows, holding a book. The book was Power System Analysis, its cover worn, white corners curled. E. The second aunt's voice was like candy, sickly sweet. Her eyes were rimmed red, the red very neat, as if painted on, not from crying. Chen Yi looked at her for 3 seconds. His gaze paused on her red coat, on the tag on the fruit basket. Then he looked away, saying nothing. The second aunt squeezed a step into the door, her heel catching on the threshold, her body swaying, almost losing balance. Your aunt came to see you. 6 years you've suffered. Your aunt has always thought of you, just never had the chance to visit. Is that so? Chen Yi said. It was not a question but a statement. His voice was light, but within it was something like the cold gleam of a blade. Yes, it's true. The second aunt's voice grew sweeter, cloying like porridge with 3 spoonfuls of sugar. Your uncle has been unwell, and there's so much to do at home we really couldn't get away. But you can be sure your aunt has always kept you in her heart. When you were little, your aunt used to hold you, remember? I don't remember, Chen Yi said. His voice had no warmth, like something taken out of a refrigerator. The second aunt's smile cracked like a fissure suddenly appearing on ice. But she quickly patched it up, pulling her lips wider, smiling harder. She said, your aunt, in the past, did some things wrong. Don't take them to heart. Back then times were hard. Your uncle's factory was about to go under. Your aunt had no choice, so I said some things I shouldn't have. What things, eh? Chen Yi asked. His eyes were not on her, but on the corridor outside. At the end of the corridor was a window, beyond which was the sky, gray like cloth washed too many times. The second aunt's voice dropped like a balloon leaking air. About that, your aunt was confused back then, thought your father really owed us money. Later I checked, and it wasn't true. Your aunt wronged you. I shouldn't have asked for that, 200. But you didn't take it, Chen Yi said. No, I didn't. The second aunt's face stiffened, but my attitude was wrong. Your aunt apologizes. She took an apple from the basket, red with a small label reading, Red Fuji, and a barcode. She said, have an apple. Your aunt will peel it for you. No need, Chen Yi said. Then, the second aunt's hand paused mid-air, the apple in her hand, like a red balloon. Now that you have 1 billion. Your aunt doesn't expect anything from you, but I just wanted to ask, your uncle's factory is having some cash flow issues. Could you lend a little? How much? The air was silent for a moment. A cool breeze from the corridor's air conditioning vent blew, stirring the white thread at the second aunt's cuff. The thread swayed twice, then stopped. Not much. The second aunt's eyes lit up like 2 light bulbs. Just 5 million. 5 million, Chen Yi repeated. Yes, 5 million, the second aunt said. Your uncle said 10% annual interest, higher than the bank. Repaid in 3 years. Her voice grew steadier, like negotiating a business deal. The smile faded, replaced by a serious expression, a vertical crease between her brows like a shallow ditch. Chen Yi looked at her for 3 seconds. Then he took a piece of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and handed it to the second aunt. The paper had yellowed, the creases fuzzy like the edge of an old scarf. On the paper was the IOU the second aunt had written 6 years ago. Loan amount 30000. Borrower the second uncle. Date March 2020. The edges of the IOU were frayed like a discarded piece of paper. The second aunt's face flushed red, climbing from her cheekbones to her forehead. The redness came quickly like a pot of water boiled over. Her fingers clenched the handle of the fruit basket, then released, then clenched again, knuckles white. You said back then, Chen Yi said, my father owed you 300. At that time I was. You said, Chen Yi continued, you wanted to settle accounts, to owe each other nothing. The second aunt's voice was squeezed out. Back then. It was a misunderstanding. It wasn't a misunderstanding. Chen Yi said, it was a choice. His voice was not heavy, but each word struck like a stone, clear, hard. He folded the IOU and put it back in his pocket. Then he stepped back, his hand on the door handle. Second aunt, he said, his voice flat as an iron plate. 6 years ago you chose 300. 6 years later the one I choose is not you. He didn't wait for her reaction. The door was already under his hand, the handle bearing a thin layer of grease, traces of countless hands. He pressed down, and the door closed. It shut with a dull thud. The door panel vibrated, a few specks of dust fell from the frame, swirling in the light before settling on the floor. The second aunt stood outside, holding the apple, the tag still on. Her face was frozen against the door like an abandoned mask. The red of the apple reflected in the light, red like blood. The second to arrive was the eldest aunt. She came the next morning. She wore a black coat, her hair neatly combed and fixed with hairspray, each strand pulled back like a brush of pig bristles. She carried a carton of milk from a well-known brand, the packaging printed with gift of choice. The carton was heavy. She switched hands once, red marks left on her fingers. She stood outside room 4208, not pressing the doorbell, but first straightened her coat, adjusted the collar, smoothed the cuffs. Then she pursed her lips, her lipstick slightly smudged at the corner, a small red stain like a speck of blood. She took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. The door opened. Chen Yi stood inside, holding the book. The eldest aunt's voice was steady like an iron plate, but beneath it was a tremor like leaves in the wind. Your eldest aunt came to see you. She set the milk carton on the floor, freed her hands to smooth her hair, her fingers making a faint hiss against the hairspray. Chen Yi looked at her for 3 seconds. He didn't speak. The eldest aunt's hair stiff with hairspray reflected an unnatural light under the lamp. Her lips were pressed tightly, the lipstick a deep color like a closed door. The eldest aunt took a step inside her heel, sinking into the carpet. Your eldest aunt, in the past, did some things wrong. I shouldn't have made you publish a statement in the newspaper to sever relations. That was a moment of confusion, angered by the neighbor's son. He said having a relative in prison would affect his chances of finding a partner. I was anxious, so you made me publish it, Chen Yi said. Yes. The eldest aunt's voice dropped like water spilled from a table. But I regret it. Yesterday, I found that newspaper and burned it. We are still family bound by blood. When she said blood, her voice rose half a note like a tightened string. Blood, Chen Yi repeated. Yes, blood, the eldest aunt said. Your father passed away early, your mother remarried, your eldest aunt raised you. Have you forgotten? No, I haven't forgotten, Chen Yi said, but you have. His voice was not heavy, but every word was clear like marbles falling from his mouth. What have I forgotten? The eldest aunt's fingers tightened on the milk carton, crushing the cardboard. You forgot, Chen Yi said, that on March 2020, the day after I was imprisoned, you published the newspaper. The newspaper read, from this day forward, sever all relations with Chen Yi's actions, have no connection to this family. The eldest aunt's face stiffened like a mask wrinkled by the wind. Her fingers clenched the milk carton, knuckles white like 4 pebbles. She said, her voice squeezed out at that time. It was the situation forced me. It wasn't the situation. Chen Yi said, it was the human heart. The 2 words were like stones thrown into the expression on the eldest aunt's face, creating ripples. He took a piece of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and handed it to the eldest aunt. The paper was a fresh copy, blindingly white, the words shiny black. On the paper was a photocopy of a newspaper announcement. The title, Declaration. The content, I Chen so-and-so from this day forward sever all relations with Chen Yi's actions, have no connection to this family. The signature was the eldest aunt's name, dated March 16, 2020. The eldest aunt's hand trembled lightly like leaves in the wind. You said back then, Chen Yi said, it wasn't to protect yourself, but to help me reform and become a better person. Now you say, Chen Yi continued, it's about blood ties, about being family. Each word was like a nail driven into the air. The eldest aunt didn't speak. Her mouth opened like a fish out of water. A faint sound came from her throat like a door opening and closing in the wind. Eldest aunt, Chen Yi said, his voice flat as an iron plate. People can lie, but newspapers cannot. The words on the newspaper are black, printed indelible. He paused for a second, as if waiting. The elevator dinged in the corridor as someone came up and walked past. He folded the newspaper and put it back in his pocket. Then he stepped back, his hand on the door handle. Eldest aunt, he said, 6 years ago you published that announcement to make me homeless. 6 years later, I let you know what it truly means to have no home. His voice was not loud, but each word fell from a height, carrying weight, crashing into the air. The door closed in front of him with a dull thud. The eldest aunt stood outside holding the milk carton with gift of choice printed on it. Her face was frozen against the door like an abandoned mask. The handle of the milk carton cut into her fingers, turning them white, but she didn't let go, didn't put it down, just stood there holding it like a sculpture. The 3rd, the 4th, the 5th. Relatives came like a tide. Some brought fruit, some health supplements, some local specialties. The boxes of local specialties were printed with the words special supply in gold, but the cardboard was crushed as if sat on. Some said, I've always thought of you. Some said, it was a misunderstanding back then. Some said, we are bound by blood. Some said, lend us some money for turnover. Some said, arrange a job for the kids. Some said, take us along to get rich. Chen Yi didn't open the door. He sat at the table, the book open to page 73, but his eyes weren't reading. He listened. Voices outside the door, low like secrets or arguments. One voice said he won't open, another said knock again. Then 3 knocks, evenly spaced like tapping a brick. He stood behind the door, looking through the peephole. The convex lens widened the figures outside, their faces like flatbreads. One by one they came, one by one they left. Some knocked for a long time, fingernails tapping on the door. Tap, 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 like a woodpecker. Some pressed the doorbell, many times the chime echoing again and again in the corridor like a fly buzzing. Some stood outside for a long time, their soles scraping the carpet with a rustling sound. Some left, then came back. When they returned, they had something else in hand. Last time fruit, this time tea. He didn't open the door. The book lay on the table, open to page 73. He read a line, then another. The words blurred before his eyes, he rubbed them, and they cleared. Birds chirped outside the window, faint like silver needles falling. He didn't open the door. At night, 11 o'clock. Chen Yi stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingers on the glass. The glass was cool, but he could feel the temperature outside. Boats moved on the river, lights on the bridge still shone, distant buildings still flickered. The night wind blew, a thin layer of mist formed on the glass. When he pressed his finger, it left a fingerprint wet like a seal. His finger traced across the glass from left to right, like outlining a painting. Then he took the 2 pieces of paper from his pocket. One was the second aunt's IOU for 300. The other was the eldest aunt's newspaper announcement severing relations. He placed the 2 papers on the coffee table side by side. The glass surface of the coffee table reflected the 2 papers one above the other like 2 floors. Then he picked up the lighter and lit the IOU. The flame leaped up like a flower. The lighter's flame was blue, the paper's flame orange. At the boundary they fought. Blue bit orange, orange retreated, then surged forward. The IOU curled in the flame, turned black, became ash. The ash fell on the coffee table like a layer of snow. Then he picked up the newspaper announcement and lit it too. The paper was thicker than the IOU. The flame burned slower, page by page, curling like a flower slowly opening. The flame leaped up again like a flower. The newspaper curled in the flame, turned black, became ash. The ash fell on the coffee table, mixing with the IOU's ash like a layer of snow. Chen Yi looked at the ash for 3 seconds. The room was very quiet, only the hum of the air conditioner and the occasional distant foghorn, long and muffled like a sigh. Then he picked up the teacup and poured the remaining cold tea over the ash. The tea was pale yellow, landing on the ash with a hiss, a thin wisp of white smoke rising like a thread. The smoke dispersed, leaving nothing. The ash was washed away by the water like mud. He picked up the fruit basket on the coffee table, walked to the door, opened it, and placed the basket outside. The basket contained apples, oranges, bananas with a price tag of 39.8 yuan. The corridor was empty, a few footprints of varying depths on the carpet like an abstract painting. The fruit basket sat among the footprints like an isolated island. Then he closed the door and returned to the window. The sound of the door closing was soft like closing a book. A thin line of golden light seeped under the door from the corridor like a seam. Outside the window, boats still moved on the river, lights on the bridge still shone, distant buildings still flickered. In his eyes there was only calmness, like a pool of water. No ripples on the surface, no reflections, nothing. Only a solid black, deep and bottomless like the sky turned over. What lay beneath the surface was invisible. On the coffee table the ash and tea mixed together like mud. In the center of the mud something remained unburned. It was a corner of the newspaper announcement, black, with a single character printed, sever. That character under the light looked like a knife. The blade pointed upward, toward the ceiling, toward the light, toward the only lamp still lit in the room. Lin Xiaoxiao was scrolling through short videos when she saw it. It was 9 in the evening, the window had already darkened, the living room light was on, shining on the sofa. The sofa's fabric was gray, peeled grain by grain like a layer of scab. She was lying on the sofa, holding her phone in front of her face. The screen's light cast a blue mist over her features. Her fingers slid across the screen, one short video after another flashing by like falling leaves. Then she stopped. On the screen was the back of a man standing before a floor-to-ceiling window wearing a dark blue suit, his shoulders broad like a mountain. Outside the window lights shimmered on the river, scattered like pieces on a chessboard. The caption below read, 6 years in prison, 1 billion in assets and engineers come back. Lin Xiaoxiao's fingers froze like a branch caught in ice. She zoomed in on the video. The silhouette of his back was familiar, the curve of his shoulders, the angle of his head, the way he stood. She had seen it for 6 years, every day of those 6 years. That familiarity was carved into her bones. She didn't need to think, didn't need to recall. She recognized it the moment she saw it, like recognizing her own hand. Chen Yi. Her voice squeezed out between her teeth, soft as a falling leaf. She put down the phone, sat on the sofa, and stared out the window. Outside was the city's nightscape, ablaze with lights like a sea of stars. Her eyes fixed on one point in that sea, unmoving. Her palms were sweaty, leaving a blurred fingerprint on the phone case like a stamp pressed crookedly. Then she stood up, walked to the wardrobe, and opened the door. The door creaked, its hinge loose, unable to close properly, left half open. Her hands rummaged through the pile of clothes for a long time, finally pulling out a white dress. It was very old, with a yellow stain at the collar like a thread. That was from the summer 6 years ago when she wore this dress to the seaside. Seawater splashed on it, dried, and left a salt stain that could never be washed away. She took out the dress, held it up before her, and looked at it under the light. The light filtered through the white fabric, casting a patch of brightness on her face like a veil of mist. 2 buttons were missing from the dress, the second and the fourth, leaving broken threads curled like 2 twisted eyelashes. Chen Yi, she said again, her voice a little louder now, like a pebble falling on water. She pressed the dress against her body and looked at herself in the full-length mirror on the wardrobe door. In the mirror, a woman in an old white dress, her eyes rimmed with red, her lips dry, a few strands of hair out of place like a cat that had run in from the rain. A crack ran across the mirror from the top right to the bottom left, splitting the face in 2, half above, half below, unable to align. Lin Xiaoxiao arrived at the hotel at 9 the next morning. Before leaving, she stood before the mirror for 20 minutes. She changed clothes 3 times, the first 2 gaudy, the second 2 plain, the third, that white dress. She applied lipstick 3 times in front of the mirror, the first 2 pale, the second 2 thick, the third just right. She smiled at the mirror, then stopped. The smile was too fake, like it was painted on. Then she sat at the vanity for a while, her hands resting on the tabletop. On the table was a photo of the 2 of them, already tucked into a drawer, only a corner visible. She pressed that corner down and closed the drawer. She stood at the door of room 4208, holding a bag of strawberries, red in a transparent plastic box. The strawberries were fresh with droplets of water on them, like a fine layer of sweat. The lid of the plastic box wasn't sealed tightly, leaving a gap from which the sweet fragrance of strawberries drifted, mingling with the air-conditioned breeze in the corridor fleeting. She wore the white dress, the yellow stain at the collar hidden by a scarf. Her hair was neatly combed back, fixed with hairpins strand by strand. She had put on makeup, her lips red like a cherry. She took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. The corridor was quiet. The doorbell's sound lingered in the air for a second before dissipating like a pebble falling into cotton. The door opened. Chen Yi stood inside wearing a gray t-shirt with sleeves rolled up to his elbows, holding a book in his hand. The collar of the t-shirt was loose, revealing a collarbone, its curve sharp as if drawn in a single stroke. His gaze fell upon her, sweeping from her head to her feet, pausing for 3 seconds. His eyes paused at the hairpin, then at the scarf, then at the bag of strawberries, and then at the buttons of the white dress. The second and fourth buttons were missing, leaving threads. Then he looked away, saying nothing. The air carried a scent of perfume, floral and sweet, mingling with the old smell of the corridor carpet. The two scents collided like two streams, merging, neither clear nor mixed. Chen Yi. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was like a piece of candy, cloyingly sweet. I came to see you. Her hand tightened around the strawberry bag, the plastic bag, emitting a faint rustling sound like an insect chirping. Chen Yi looked at her for 3 seconds. How do you know I'm here? His voice was not loud, but every word bounced back from the walls hard. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice dropped like water dripping from a faucet, drop by drop. I saw the news. Is that so? Chen Yi said. It was not a question but a statement. His voice was like a slab of stone laid down, flat, heavy, without gaps. Chen Yi. Lin Xiaoxiao took a step inside her, heel catching on the threshold. I know I was wrong. Before I was too young, too naive, said things I shouldn't have said, did things I shouldn't have done. But now I know you were right. You have vision, you have ability. Her voice sped up like a car going downhill, unable to brake. What vision? Chen Yi asked. His voice was light, but like a needle piercing the belly of the word vision. Just the stock thing. Lin Xiaoxiao said 6 years ago you saw the potential in Shaoxing Heavy Industries, and now it's gone up over 400 times. You're more capable than anyone I know. Is that so? Chen Yi said. His voice was flat, like confirming a weather forecast. Yes. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice grew sweeter, cloying to the point of bitterness like a sugar-coated pill. Chen Yi, I know I let you down before. When you went to prison, I didn't come to see you. Back then I was scared. I was afraid of gossip, afraid of being associated with a criminal. When she said the word criminal, her voice faltered, her lips trembled, and the lipstick smeared on her upper teeth. She licked it with the tip of her tongue, but couldn't remove it. Didn't you say you were pregnant? Chen Yi said. His voice was not heavy, but like a hammer striking Lin Xiaoxiao's face. Lin Xiaoxiao's face froze for a moment like a mask wrinkled by the wind. Her smile cracked for a second, then pieced itself back together, but not quite aligned. The curve of her lips was askew like a door whose hinge was loose and couldn't close properly. But she quickly smiled again, a professional smile like a membrane. Chen Yi, she said, back then I was too scared. That child wasn't yours. I know, Chen Yi said. His voice was light, but within lightness there was hardness like thin ice. It would break if stepped on, but before breaking it was hard. Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth fell open like a fish out of water. You know. Her voice turned sharp like a needle piercing cotton, leaving a hole. I know, Chen Yi said. January 2020, your company's annual party. You drank, stayed overnight at a hotel. The next day you came home, took 3 showers, and changed the sheets. His voice was flat like reading a report. No ups and downs, no emotion, like a machine outputting data. Lin Xiaoxiao's face flushed red, crawling up from her cheekbones to her forehead. The redness came swiftly like a flame, leaping up, burning through the grass, leaving a patch of scorched marks. How do you know? Her voice went hoarse like a string suddenly loosened. I smelled it, Chen Yi said. You carried someone else's scent. As he spoke, his nostrils fluttered slightly, as if confirming whether that scent was still there. It was gone. Had been gone for 6 years. The room fell silent for a moment. The air conditioner hummed like an old cow chewing grass. Outside a bird chirped once, then again, then fell silent. Lin Xiaoxiao's hands trembled faintly like leaves in the wind. Her fingers clutched the bag of strawberries, and the strawberries were squeezed and deformed inside the plastic bag, red juice seeping out like blood. One strawberry was crushed, its red flesh exposed through the crack like a slightly open mouth. Chen Yi. Her voice seemed squeezed through her teeth. Since you knew, why didn't you say anything? Say what? Chen Yi asked. That you betrayed me. His voice had no inflection, like asking, what did you eat today? Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth fell open like a fish out of water. Something was stuck in her throat as she wanted to speak, but couldn't, like a door blocked by the wind, unable to push open. Lin Xiaoxiao, Chen Yi said, his voice flat as an iron plate. Do you remember what you said to me the day after I went to prison? When he said the words, you went to prison, his voice didn't change, as if saying, you went out. You said, Chen Yi continued, don't overthink it. Even if I come to see you, what can it change? 6 years, you'll be 34 when you get out. What future do you have? As he repeated these words, his voice remained unchanged, like reciting a passage word by word, neither fast nor slow, like a metronome marking time. Lin Xiaoxiao said nothing. Her face was frozen against the door like an abandoned mask. Tears swirled in her eyes, but didn't fall like two suspended beads. You said, Chen Yi continued. I'm already pregnant, it's your child. Every word was crisp, as if engraved. You said, Chen Yi continued. I've already filed for divorce. The property division is done. I've thrown away all your things. With each sentence, Lin Xiaoxiao's body swayed, as if pushed by an invisible hand. Her hand gripping the strawberry bag tightened another degree, the plastic bag, emitting a creaking sound like bones grinding. Lin Xiaoxiao's tears flowed streaming from the corners of her eyes to her chin, like a line. She wiped them with the back of her hand, but the tears didn't stop. They kept flowing, and she kept wiping. The foundation on the back of her hand was smeared, revealing a patch of red skin, like a patch. Chen Yi. Her voice seemed squeezed through her teeth. Back then I was too young. Her hands trembled not from cold, but from a tremor that seeped from the bones, fine, continuous, like a vibrating string. It wasn't youth, Chen Yi said. It was a choice. The two words were like two doors slamming shut with a bang. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and handed it to Lin Xiaoxiao. On the paper was a photocopy of a divorce agreement, the corners curled, slightly yellowed as if old. Her signature was on it, dated March 18, 2020. At the bottom of the agreement was a line. The female party voluntarily waives all postmarital property and assumes no responsibility for the male party's debts. The line was printed in Song font size 14, black, glaring on the white paper. This. Lin Xiaoxiao's hands trembled faintly, like leaves in the wind. Her gaze fell on the paper, on her own signature. The signature was in blue ink, the handwriting somewhat scrawled, but the three characters, Lin Xiaoxiao, were still recognizable. She stared at those three characters as if staring at someone else's name, unfamiliar, as if seeing them for the first time. You said back then, Chen Yi continued. You didn't want my money, you wanted freedom. His voice was flat, like reciting a contract clause. Now you say, Chen Yi continued. You know you were wrong, and you want to get back together. The two says, we're like two bullets. One hitting wrong, one hitting, get back together. Lin Xiaoxiao said nothing. Her tears flowed faster, streaming from the corners of her eyes to her chin, dripping onto the white dress, spreading into a patch of dampness. The damp patch spread on the white fabric like a flower blooming, but without color, only water. Lin Xiaoxiao, Chen Yi said, his voice flat as an iron plate. Do you know why I didn't say anything? Why? Because, Chen Yi said, I didn't care. 3 words. Very short, but like 3 nails driven into Lin Xiaoxiao's chest, each one deeper than the last. His finger tapped on the doorframe very lightly, like a pebble falling on the water's surface. Lin Xiaoxiao, he said, 6 years ago when you chose to leave me, I didn't stop you. 6 years later when you choose to come back, I won't accept. Chen Yi. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice seemed squeezed through her teeth. I can wait. I can wait for you forever. Her voice bent on the word wait, like a twisted wire. You don't need to wait for me, Chen Yi said. I don't need you to wait. The 3 words, don't need, were like 3 doors, each heavier than the last shut tight. Then, Lin Xiaoxiao's voice dropped like a balloon leaking air. Then, can we still be friends? No, Chen Yi said. His voice was flat, but within the flatness was something like the cold of a blade, like the winter wind. Why? Lin Xiaoxiao's voice seemed hauled up from the bottom of a well, wet and heavy. Because, Chen Yi said, I don't befriend people who have hurt me. With that, his gaze shifted away toward the window. Outside was the river with boats moving on it, lights flashing, on and off like eyes, but not looking at him. He folded the divorce agreement and put it back in his pocket. Then he stepped back, his hand on the doorknob. Lin Xiaoxiao, he said, his voice flat as an iron plate. 6 years ago you said to me, you'll be 34 when you get out. What future do you have? 6 years later I'll show you what a real future means. When he said the word future, his voice weighted slightly, like 2 nails driven in, the nail heads sunk into the wood, but leaving 2 pits on the surface. The door closed in front of him with a dull thud. There was a peephole on the door, its lens reflected a glint in the last moment before the door shut, like a blink. Lin Xiaoxiao stood outside the door holding the bag of strawberries. Red juice seeped from the plastic bag, dripping onto her white dress like blood. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. 3 red flowers bloomed on the white fabric, varying in size like 3 wounds. She didn't leave. She stood at the door for a long time. A cleaning lady walked by in the corridor, pushing a cart, glanced at her, glanced again, said nothing, and pushed the cart away. The cart's wheels left a track on the carpet. Then she crouched down, sat on the corridor carpet with her back against the door, and her tears flowed faster. The carpet's fibers pricked her bare feet, prickly and cool. Inside the door, Chen Yi stood at the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingers resting on the glass. The glass was cool, but he could feel the temperature outside. The boats on the river were still moving, the lights on the bridge still shining, the distant skyscrapers still flickering. The sound of crying outside was muffled by the door, dull, as if coming from underground, or like wind swirling in a chimney. His finger traced across the glass from left to right, like outlining a drawing. A thin layer of fog had condensed on the glass. His finger left a transparent trail, the fog slowly closing in on both sides of the trail, like a wound healing, but very slowly. Then he took out that divorce agreement from his pocket, unfolded it, and looked at it for 3 seconds. The handwriting on the paper was clear, her signature, the date, the words waiving property. When she signed, she used a blue pen. The strokes very scrawled, the last vertical stroke of the character Lin dragged very long like a tail. He folded the agreement in half, then in half again into a small square, and tucked it into the deepest part of the drawer. The drawer was very dark, like a well, bottomless. When the agreement fell in, it touched something, making a soft sound like 2 stones knocking together. The drawer closed flush and tight. Outside the window, the boats on the river were still moving, the lights on the bridge still shining, the distant skyscrapers still flickering. And in his eyes there was only calm, like a pool of water. A pool so deep it had no bottom, so deep that throwing a pebble in would yield no echo. Beneath the surface something was hidden, but invisible. Outside the door, Lin Xiaoxiao's voice came through the crack, very soft, like a falling leaf. Chen Yi. Her voice was blocked by the door panel. The latter half didn't come through. Like a pebble falling into water, sinking without a sound. The corridor carpet absorbed all echoes, leaving nothing but a faint sob, like a snapped string still buzzing. Chen Yi didn't move. His finger was still on the glass, tracing from left to right, like outlining a drawing. Where his finger passed, a water trail remained thin like a small river, flowing from upstream to downstream, silent. Outside the window, the sun rose, its light shining on the river, shimmering like a layer of gold. The golden light bounced on the water's surface like countless golden fish leaping. The river breeze seeped through the window crack, carrying a fishy smell, the scent of fish and the rust of the distant dock. On the 39th day after his release from prison, Chen Yi met the first person in the hotel's meeting room. The meeting room was modest, about 20 square meters, with white walls adorned by a monochrome ink painting of mountains and water. Beneath the painting, a row of gray sofas sank underweight, like falling into a shallow pool. A ceramic tea set white with blue floral patterns sat on the coffee table. The curtains were half drawn, allowing sunlight to slice through the gap, casting a bright line on the floor like a blade. The air conditioner hummed, sending a cool breeze down from above like a hand resting on one's shoulder. When the door swung open, the sounds from the corridor surged in. Voices, phone calls, footsteps. A chaotic medley like a pot of porridge. Then the door closed, severing the noise, and the meeting room fell silent. So silent that the hum of the air conditioner was audible like a bee. Old Joe was the first to arrive. He wore a dark blue suit, the sleeves slightly too long covering his wrists. His hair was neatly combed, but his hairline had receded, revealing a patch of scalp, like a white stone. He stood at the doorway for a second, his gaze sweeping across the meeting room like a ruler measuring every inch. Then he stepped and placed his briefcase on the coffee table, the bottom of the bag tapping the table with a soft sound. Xiao Chun, Old Joe's voice was like a slab of iron, yet with warmth beneath it. I'm here. Chen Yi nodded, rose from the sofa, and walked to the window. The window was a floor-to-ceiling one, offering a view of the river. A white boat drifted on the river like a seagull. The wind carried the scent of the river, a hint of fishiness and coolness. In the distance, a bridge spanned the river with cars moving like tiny beetles. Old Joe, he said, I've reviewed your proposal. Old Joe's eyes brightened like 2 light bulbs. How is it? The reduction strategy, Chen Yi said, sell in batches, each time no more than 5% of total position, and choose the timing when market sentiment is highest. This approach is correct. Old Joe's mouth twitched like a fish. But I have one question. Speak. Old Joe walked to the sofa, sat down, knees together, hands resting on them. His suit trousers had a sharp crease, straight as a line. His shoes were black leather with a scratch on the toe like a thin serpent. Your judgment on the subsequent trend of Xiaoxing Heavy Industries is too optimistic. Old Joe said. You calculate 5 years to triple, but I've calculated that based on current valuation the PE ratio has already reached 80 times. This is a bubble. It's not a bubble, Chen Yi said. Why, oi? Chen Yi turned around, walked to the coffee table, picked up the teapot, and poured a cup of tea. The tea was Longjing green in a white cup like a pool of water. Steam rose from the rim, curled, and dissipated. He pushed the teacup toward Old Joe. You calculated static PE, he said. You used this year's profit divided by the current market cap. But you didn't account for Xiaoxing Heavy Industries' HBM3E production line, which will begin mass production in Q2 next year. Each line yields an annual profit of $300 million. 3 lines, $900 million. Adding the existing power semiconductors, next year's total profit will be $1.5 billion. 1.5 billion divided by the current market cap gives a PE of 20 times. Old Joe's mouth fell open like a fish out of water. 20 times, he repeated. 20 times, Chen Yi said. You calculated 80 times because you only saw the present. I saw next year. Old Joe's fingers tapped on his knee lightly, like a pebble falling on water. He picked up the teacup, took a sip, held the tea in his mouth for 2 seconds and swallowed. Then he smiled. A professional smile, but with warmth beneath it. Xiao Chun, he said, you are better than me. Not better. Chen Yi said, it's about having calculated correctly. Old Joe set down the teacup, the bottom tapping the table with a soft sound like 2 pebbles striking together. He stood up, pulled out a stack of papers from his briefcase, and placed them on the coffee table. The papers were covered in dense numbers like a swarm of ants. This is my recalculation, he said. According to your logic, the PE is indeed 20 times. I was wrong before. Chen Yi stared at the papers for 3 seconds. You weren't wrong, he said. You just saw the wall, not the door. Old Joe nodded slowly like a stone. He picked up his briefcase, walked to the door, paused, and turned around. Xiao Chun, he said, 6 years ago inside you taught me how to read annual reports. You flipped to page 37, pointed at a pile of numbers, and said, here lies the profit. I couldn't understand then, but now I do. Back then I knew you would eventually come out to do things. Chen Yi remained silent. Old Joe pulled open the door and walked out. The corridor sounds surged in again, then the door closed and silence returned. Chen Yi picked up the teacup. The tea had gone cold. He boiled water again. The kettle hummed on its base. Chen Yi stood by the window. The boat on the river had changed to a gray cargo ship. Wind seeped through the window crack, carrying the fishy smell of the river mingling with the cool air from the air conditioner. The water boiled. The second person to arrive was Elder Shun. He wore a gray Zhongshan suit buttoned all the way to the top. His hair was white like a layer of snow. In his hand, he carried a black leather briefcase with a metal zipper bearing a few scratches. As he entered the meeting room, his steps were light, as if walking on cotton. The air carried a new scent. Camphor emanating from his Zhongshan suit, faint like a layer of mist. Chen Yi, Elder Shun's voice was like a slab of iron. I'm here. Chen Yi nodded, rose from the sofa, walked to the coffee table, and poured a cup of tea. The tea was pu'er, deep red in a white cup like a pool of blood. The cup was warm, his fingers resting on its wall could feel the heat. Elder Shun, he said, I've reviewed your compliance framework. Elder Shun's eyes brightened like 2 light bulbs. How is it? The structure is correct, Chen Yi said. 3 layers: offshore trust, domestic holding company, project company. Tax optimization, risk isolation, estate planning. But there is a loophole, Chen Yi said. You didn't consider criminal risk. Elder Shun's brow furrowed like a line. Criminal risk? Yes, Chen Yi said. I currently have 12 billion, but my crime was embezzlement. Although the sentence is served if someone reports that the source of this money is questionable, claiming I used my position to obtain insider information, what then? Elder Shun's mouth fell open like a fish out of water. He set down the teacup, his gaze falling on the window, the boat on the river still moving. His fingers brushed over the metal zipper of the briefcase. Cold. You considered civil compliance, Chen Yi said, but you didn't consider criminal compliance. What I need is not just tax optimization. I need this money to be completely clean from a legal standpoint. How to achieve that? Elder Shun asked. 3 steps, Chen Yi said. Step 1, hire a third-party audit firm to audit the source of the original 1.2 million and issue an independent report. Step 2, voluntarily declare all investment income to the tax authorities and pay all due taxes. Step 3, establish an anti-money laundering compliance system, leaving traces for all fund flows and accepting supervision. Elder Shun's fingers tapped on his knee lightly, like a pebble falling on water. Then he nodded slowly like a stone. Chen Yi, he said, you think farther than I do. Not farther, Chen Yi said. I've suffered losses. Elder Shun remained silent. He pulled out a pen from his briefcase and wrote a few words on a piece of paper, tiny characters like ants. He handed the paper to Chen Yi. On it was a name and a phone number. This is the best criminal compliance lawyer in Beijing, he said. Surname Fong, lawyer Fong. He served as a prosecutor for 20 years before switching to defense. If he helps you, this money can be clean. Chen Yi stared at the paper for 3 seconds. Then he folded it and put it into his pocket. Thank you, Elder Shun, he said. Elder Shun waved his hand lightly like a leaf in the wind. No need to thank me, he said. Only when you are clean can I be at ease. During those 6 years you were inside, I transferred 2,000 yuan to your account every month. Not much, but enough for you to buy cigarettes. Chen Yi's fingers paused on his knee. He looked at Elder Shun, whose hair was white like snow. 6 years ago, Elder Shun's hair was graying, not so white. Elder Shun, he said, I remember that 2,000. Elder Shun stood up, picked up his briefcase, and walked to the door. He paused and turned around. Chen Yi, he said, I will personally oversee the compliance matters. Every incoming penny must have a source. Every outgoing penny must be accounted for. Only when this money is clean can you sleep peacefully. Good, Chen Yi said. Elder Shun pulled open the door and walked out. The camphor scent lingered faint like a mist. Chen Yi read the note Elder Shun had left again. Lawyer Fong's name, a phone number. He folded the note and put it back into his pocket. The pu'er tea on the coffee table had gone cold. He walked to the window. The boat on the river had changed to a fishing boat with a man standing on the deck hauling in a net. The third person to arrive was Old Li. He wore a blue work suit, sleeves rolled up to the elbows, revealing sturdy forearms. A scar ran across his hand from wrist to elbow like a serpent. As he entered, his steps were heavy, causing the floor to tremble slightly like a minor earthquake. He carried a smell of motor oil and solda mixed together like a pot of iron. Engineer Chun, Old Li's voice was like a slab of iron. I'm here. Chen Yi nodded, rose from the sofa, walked to the coffee table, and poured a cup of tea. The tea was Tiguanyan golden in a white cup like a pool of light. Old Li, he said, I've reviewed your technical report. Old Li's eyes brightened like two light bulbs. How is it? The direction is correct, Chen Yi said. Solid-state batteries, perovskite photovoltaics, controlled nuclear fusion. These three directions are the main energy lines for the next decade. But there is one problem, Chen Yi said. You are too impatient. Impatient? Old Li's brow furrowed like a line. Solid-state batteries, Chen Yi said, currently only 3 companies worldwide can produce samples and mass production is still 3 years away. Perovskite photovoltaics have reached 25% efficiency, but stability is not yet solved. Degradation is too fast. Controlled nuclear fusion. The ITER project has been delayed by 10 years. Commercialization is far off. Then, Old Li's voice dropped like a balloon leaking air. His hand clenched on his knee, knuckles turning white like 4 pebbles. Not that we won't do it, Chen Yi said. We'll do it in stages. He walked to the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and drew a line. The line was black on the whiteboard like a serpent. Phase 1, he said, invest in power equipment. Transformers, switchgear, smart grids. These can generate profit now. Stable cash flow, low risk. He marked a point on the line and wrote, 2026. Phase 2, he said, invest in new energy operations. Wind power, photovoltaics, energy storage. These offer medium-term returns showing results in 3 years. He marked a second point on the line and wrote, 2028. Phase 3, he said, invest in cutting-edge technologies. Solid-state batteries, perovskite, nuclear fusion. These are long-term bets, 5 years or more. He marked a third point on the line and wrote, 2030. Old Li looked at the line for 3 seconds. The characters on the whiteboard were steady, each stroke like carved. Then he nodded slowly like a stone. Engineer Chen, he said, you are more steady than me. Not steady, Chen Yi said. It's knowing that you have to eat your meal bite by bite. Old Li laughed, a rough laugh like a crack in a slab of iron. He picked up the teacup and drained it in one gulp, the bottom facing up like an inverted bowl. When the cup hit the table, the sound was lighter than old Joe's, but crisper like an ice cube falling on glass. Engineer Chen, he said, rest assured, leave the technical matters to me. I've been to over 30 power stations from Xinjiang to Hainan. What equipment haven't I seen? I know, Chen Yi said. So for phase 1, the power equipment part, you are responsible for selection. You can tell at a glance whether the equipment is good or not. Old Li's hand paused briefly like a leaf in the wind. Then he stood up and extended his hand. Let's do it, he said. Chen Yi extended his hand and grasped his. Old Li's hand was rough like sandpaper, but full of strength. They shook for 3 seconds, then released. The scar on Old Li's hand glistened under the light like a silver serpent. This scar, Chen Yi said, where did it come from? Old Li glanced down at it, like looking at an old object. Inside, he said. The second year's affair. Let's not talk about it. Chen Yi didn't ask further. Old Li pulled open the door and walked out. The smell of motor oil lingered like a pot of iron. Chen Yi walked to the whiteboard and looked at the line on it. The line had 3 points, 2026, 2028, 2030, like 3 nails driven into time. He picked up the marker and drew an arrow at the far right end of the line, pointing beyond the edge of the whiteboard, beyond the whiteboard itself. The future was not limited to 2030. The 4th person to arrive was Secretary Wang. She wore a white blouse buttoned to the 3rd button. Her hair was black, tied into a ponytail with a black hair tie. In her hand, she carried a blue plastic-covered folder. As she entered, her steps were light, as if walking on clouds. The air carried a new scent, laundry detergent, faint like a mist. President Chen's Secretary Wang's voice was like a piece of candy, sweet but not cloying. I'm here. Chen Yi nodded, rose from the sofa, walked to the coffee table, and poured a cup of tea. The tea was chrysanthemum white in the cup, like a layer of snow. Sister Wang, he said, have you drafted the administrative structure? Secretary Wang opened the folder, pulled out a sheet of paper, and handed it to Chen Yi. On the paper was an organizational chart, boxes and lines like a net. It's drafted, she said. The headquarters will be in Hong Kong, responsible for investment and asset management. 3 subsidiaries in the mainland: Shenzhen for power technology, Shanghai for financial operations, and Beijing for legal compliance. Chen Yi looked at the chart for 3 seconds. The boxes on the paper were neatly arranged like a row of soldiers. Then he picked up a pen and added a box under Shenzhen subsidiary, writing RD Center. Add 1, he said. Under the Shenzhen subsidiary, set up an RD Center dedicated to technological upgrades for power equipment. Okay, Secretary Wang said. Also for personnel, I've drafted a preliminary list. She pulled out another sheet of paper and handed it to Chen Yi. The paper was a table with names, positions, backgrounds, and salaries. Chen Yi's gaze swept across the table from the first row to the last. Xiao Wu, he said, legal department, right? Yes, Secretary Wang said. Recommended by Elder Shun. Master of Laws, served as a prosecutor for 3 years, familiar with criminal litigation. His salary, Chen Yi said, add another 20%. Secretary Wang's pen paused like a frozen branch. Add another 20%. Yes, Chen Yi said. He is worth that price. A person who has been a prosecutor knows how the procuratorate thinks, knows how the public prosecutor fights. Such a person cannot be measured by money, but money can make him stay with peace of mind. Secretary Wang nodded and changed a number on the table. The pen tip scratched across the paper with a soft sound like a falling leaf. She looked at the number on the table as if calculating in her mind. Then she looked up. President Chen, she said, there is one more thing. The registration in Hong Kong requires you to go in person. Is next month convenient? Convenient, Chen Yi said. Book the earliest flight. Okay, Secretary Wang said. She closed the folder, stood up, walked to Chen Yi, and extended her hand. President Chen, she said, her voice steady like a slab of iron, we will follow you. Chen Yi looked at her for 3 seconds. Then he extended his hand and grasped hers. Her hand was cool, but he could feel the strength. Sister Wang, he said, his voice flat as a slab of iron. It's not about following me. It's about working together. Secretary Wang's hand paused briefly like a leaf in the wind. Then she smiled. A professional smile, but with warmth beneath it. Okay, she said, working together. She pulled open the door and walked out. The scent of laundry detergent lingered faint like a mist. Chen Yi sat back on the sofa looking at the organizational chart. Boxes and lines like a net. The net was woven by Secretary Wang, tightly woven without any loopholes. He picked up the pen and added a small box next to Shanghai subsidiary, writing, Finance Department. Finance Department set up separately. He murmured to himself, his voice as light as a falling leaf. Money matters cannot be mixed with business. Evening 9 o'clock. Chen Yi stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingers resting on the glass. The glass was cool, but he could feel the temperature outside. The boat on the river still moved, the lights on the bridge still shone, and the distant skyscrapers still twinkled. His finger traced a line across the glass from left to right, like outlining a painting. On the coffee table, 4 documents were spread out. Old Zhou's reduction strategy, Elder Shun's compliance framework, Old Li's technical report, Secretary Wang's organizational structure. For documents, 4 dimensions. Finance, law, technology, administration. Like a 4-sided pyramid, solid at the base, empty at the apex. Chen Yi looked at the 4 documents for 3 seconds. Then he took out a photo from his pocket and unfolded it. The photo was 6 years old, taken at a construction site. A dozen people in the photo, some in work clothes, some in suits, some in Zhongshan suits. They stood together laughing happily. On the far left of the photo was a young Chen Yi wearing a white t-shirt, holding a safety helmet. His eyes were bright, like 2 light bulbs. Chen Yi looked at himself in the photo for 3 seconds. Then he flipped the photo over. On the back was a line of text, March 2020 South City Substation Project Team. He placed the photo on top of the 4 documents like the peak of a mountain. Outside the window, the boat on the river still moved, the lights on the bridge still shone, and the distant skyscrapers still twinkled. But in his eyes there was only calmness, like a pool of water. What lay beneath the surface was invisible. In the distant sky, an airplane was taking off, its tail lights tracing 2 red lines across the night, like 2 serpents. The sound of the plane reached him light as a falling leaf. Then it faded away. On the 43rd day after his release from prison, Chen Yi switched to a different hotel. It was not more upscale, but quieter. It was in the west of the city near the river, and the building was low, only 8 stories. The room was small, 40 square meters, but it had a large window that overlooked the river. A boat lay on the river, white as a seagull, passing by every morning at 7 and returning at 5. Its whistle drifted over low like an ox bellowing. When he checked out, the front desk clerk at the previous hotel asked him, Mr. Chen not staying anymore? He nodded and said nothing. The clerk glanced at him, her eyes resting on his luggage for a second. There was very little, a bag and a suitcase. It was as if to say, this man has no roots. At the new hotel, the receptionist looked at his ID, then at him, her gaze lingering on his face for 2 seconds. Then she lowered her head and handed him the room card. Mr. Chen, 3rd floor, turn left. Her voice was soft like a falling leaf. The hotel corridor was very quiet, the carpet so thick that footsteps made no sound, as if walking on cotton. When he pushed open the door, the room carried a faint scent of disinfectant mixed with laundry detergent, like a layer of mist. Chen Yi set his bag on the table, walked to the window, and pulled open the curtains. The river lay outside the window, gray and hazy like an iron plate. On the table, the bag was unzipped, revealing a stack of paper inside, white as teeth. Every morning, Chen Yi got up at 6, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and put on a white t-shirt and gray sweatpants. The tap water was a little cold, but hit his face like a slap, waking him up. Then he went out for a run along the river, 5 kilometers. There were few people on the riverside path. Occasionally a bicycle passed, its bell sounding like a pebble dropped into water. Willow branches drooped by the roadside, covered with dew. When he ran past, the dew touched his arms, cool. After 5 kilometers, his shirt was half soaked, the wind blew cold against it, but his body was warm. After the run, he showered and had breakfast. The breakfast was a hotel buffet, but he only took plain congee, pickled vegetables, and an egg. It was the same as 6 years ago. 6 years ago on the construction site, breakfast had been the same: 3 things, thick congee, crisp pickles, boiled egg. Some things, once you get used to them, cannot be changed. In the mornings, he read power system analysis, financial engineering, company law. The books were bought from a second-hand stall, covers worn, white, page corners curled. He sat in a chair by the window, sunlight streamed in and cast a patch of light on his shoulder like a layer of gold. When he turned a page, the paper was brittle and made a soft sound like a falling leaf. When he reached an important passage, he would pause, tracing a finger lightly along the line of words, as if outlining a painting. He read the 3 books in rotation, finishing one before switching to another like 3 people waiting in line. In the afternoons, he met with his team Old Zhou, Old Shen, Old Li, and Secretary Wang. Half an hour each, no more no less. He spoke little and listened a lot. His fingers tapped lightly on his knee like a pebble falling into water. Old Zhou reported on the share reduction progress, Old Shen on compliance, Old Li on technical research, and Secretary Wang on administrative matters. When they finished, he nodded or shook his head. He nodded more than he shook. Sometimes he would ask one question, only one, like a knife cutting to the heart of the matter. In the evenings, he watched the news, financial news, electricity, industry updates, legal cases. The headlines scrolled across the screen one after another like a river. Then he slept. At 10:30 exactly. When he turned off the light, the room darkened, leaving only the light from outside seeping through the curtain gap like a thread. Life was like a line straight with no curves. On the 45th day after his release, Chen Yi went back to his hometown. His hometown was in the suburbs. The high-speed train took 2 hours, and then a bus another 40 minutes. There were few people on the train. Chen Yi sat by the window. The scenery outside flashed past like a scroll painting. Fields, factories, villages, rivers, layer upon layer like a stack of paper. He closed his eyes. The vibration of the train rose from the floor, rhythmic, like a piece of music. Then the train arrived at the station. He walked off the platform, and the air changed. There was the smell of earth, of crops, of manure. At the exit stood a row of taxis. Drivers smoked inside their cars, the smoke curling out of the windows like snakes. Chen Yi did not take a taxi. He walked to the bus stop. The bus stop sign was old, its lettering faded like old paper. Beside it was a roasted sweet potato seller. Smoke rose from the stove, and the fragrance of sweet potatoes drifted over like a hand. Chen Yi bought one for 2 yuan. The skin was charred. When he broke it open, the flesh was golden and steaming like a flower. He took a bite. It was sweet and hot, like a small flame falling into his mouth. The bus came, and the door opened with a sigh like an old ox. He was the last aboard. He dropped in 2 yuan in coins. They clinked against the cash box sharp, like a pebble falling into water. The bus was old. The leatherette seats were torn, exposing sponge like yellow stone. The windows were smudged with fingerprints and dust like a layer of mist. A few people were inside. An old man, a woman, a child. They looked at Chen Yi for 2 seconds, then turned away. A child was holding a lollipop, licked it once, and the wrapper fell to the floor like a red fallen leaf. Chen Yi sat in the last row, leaning against the window. His fingers rested on the glass, feeling the temperature outside. Wind slipped through the gap in the window, carrying the smell of soil, just like 6 years ago. He closed his eyes and breathed it in. Within the smell of earth were the fragrance of rice, the stench of manure, and the smoke of firewood. All of it mingled together like a pot of soup. As a child, when he smelled this pot of soup, he found it foul. Now he found it fragrant. Only after staying away for a long time does a person know the taste of home. He opened his eyes and looked out the window. Outside the window were fields, green, stretching to the horizon. At the horizon stood a mountain, gray like a stone. A few people in the fields were bending over, transplanting rice seedlings, their backs curved like bows. The water in the paddies mirrored the sky like a mirror. The bus stopped at the entrance to the village. Chen Yi stood and got off. As his feet hit the ground, he could feel the softness of the earth like a carpet. The smell in the air was stronger, now rice, manure, firewood, smoke mixed together, rushing into his face like a hand pushing him. At the village entrance stood an old locust tree with a trunk so thick that 3 people could barely wrap their arms around it. The crown was enormous, its branches shading half the road, casting cool shade on the ground. Some characters were carved into the bark, crooked, carved by village children like scars. Beneath the tree was a stone bench where an old man sat. The old man wore a gray jacket and held a bamboo pipe in his hand, its surface marked with cracks. The tobacco in the pipe had gone out, leaving only ashes, white like a layer of snow. "Dad," Chen Yi said. The old man raised his head and looked at him. His eyes were faint like a pool of water. Then the pool stirred as if a stone had fallen into it. "You're back." The old man's voice was like an iron plate, but beneath the iron plate was warmth. "I'm back," Chen Yi said. The old man stood up, tapped his pipe against the stone bench, and the ashes fell to the ground like a layer of snow. Then he turned and walked into the village. Chen Yi followed behind the 2 of them, keeping 3 paces apart. The earth on the road was dry. Each step raised a little dust like a layer of mist. The grass along the road had grown tall, some of it already gone to seed, the seeds yellow like millet. In the ditch by the road was water, green as a pool of ink. When they reached the front door, his father paused a step without turning around and said, "Your mother has waited 6 years for you." His voice was soft like a falling leaf. Then he kept walking. Chen Yi's step faltered slightly, lightly like a leaf in the wind. The old house was made of brick and tile. The walls were white, but had yellowed with age like old paper. The roof was of gray tiles. Several were broken, exposing the wood beneath like bones. A couplet was pasted on the doorframe, its red paper faded, and the characters blurred. Only the character meaning fortune was still discernible. In the courtyard was a well with a round mouth covered by a wooden board. The board was old and cracked like a net. Beside the well grew a pomegranate tree heavy with fruit red as lanterns. When the wind blew, the leaves rustled like people whispering. In a corner of the yard was a pile of firewood stacked neatly like a low wall. The wood had been split by his father, the axe marks deep like wounds. A dog ran out from behind the woodpile, glanced at Chen Yi, wagged its tail, and ran off. Chickens strolled across the yard step by step like old women. A cluster of roses bloomed in the corner, red as blood. His mother stood in the doorway wearing a blue jacket, her hair white like a layer of snow. She was holding a winnowing basket filled with green beans. When she saw Chen Yi, the basket almost slipped from her hands. She gripped at her knuckles, turning white like 4 pebbles. "Yi." His mother's voice was like candy, sweet, but not cloying, yet beneath the sweetness there was a tremble. "Mom," Chen Yi said. She set down the basket, walked over, and took his hand. Her hand was rough like sandpaper, but he could feel its warmth. She held on tightly, as if pulling back something recovered after being lost. The warmth of her palm passed through his skin and into his bones. "Yi," she said, "you've gotten so thin." "I haven't," Chen Yi said. "You have." His mother's fingers pinched his wrist. "Your wrist is thinner now." Chen Yi was silent. His gaze fell on his mother's hair, white as snow. 6 years ago her hair had been black with only a few white strands. In 6 years the white had crept from a few strands to cover her entire head. "Mommy said let's go inside." His mother did not let go as she kept holding his hand and led him into the house. She gripped his hand tightly as if afraid he would run away. The room inside was dim with only one window. Paper had been pasted over it, old paper full of holes. Light came through the holes, scattering patches on the floor like stars. A mirror hung on the wall, so old that half its silvering had worn away. The person reflected in it showed only half a face. On the table stood a red thermos, missing a chip of paint like a lost tooth. Chen Yi sat on the edge of the heated bed, which was warm, the firewood burning beneath it. His father sat in the chair opposite, holding the pipe. The tobacco inside had already gone out, leaving only ashes. "Dad," Chen Yi said, "the house needs repairs." "What's there to repair?" His father said, his voice like an iron plate. "It's still livable." "The roof leaks," Chen Yi said. "When it rains, the water leaks onto the bed." "A little leak is nothing," his father said. "When you were a child, it leaked a lot more, and you slept just fine." Chen Yi said nothing. His gaze fell to his father's shoes, a pair of cloth shoes with soles worn so thin they were like paper. There was a hole in one upper, exposing a toe. The toe was dark with dirt like a stone. "Dad," he said, "I bought you a pair of shoes." He took a pair out of his bag, black leather shoes with thick soles, solid as stone. He handed the shoes to his father. His father glanced at them, but did not take them. "How much?" "Not expensive," Chen Yi said. "How much?" 200, Chen Yi said. His father's fingers tightened around the pipe, slightly like a leaf in the wind. Then he took the shoes, set them on the floor, and did not put them on. The shoes sat on the floor, black and shiny. Compared with the old cloth shoes beside them, they seemed to belong to 2 different eras. "He said, voice like an iron plate, "where did you get the money?" "I earned it," Chen Yi said. "How?" "Stocks." "Stocks." His father frowned, the crease like a line. "Isn't that gambling?" "It's not gambling," Chen Yi said. "It's investing." "Investing?" His father's voice grew low like a balloon losing air. "You. How much did you invest?" 1,200,000, Chen Yi said. His father's mouth opened like a fish out of water. 1,200,000. 1,200,000. Now Chen Yi said, "It's worth more than 2 billion. His father's hands trembled slightly like leaves in the wind. The pipe slipped from his grasp and hit the ground with a dull thud. "More than 2 billion. His father's voice seemed squeezed through his teeth, soft as a falling leaf. The room was silent for 3 seconds. Beneath the bed the firewood crackled like people clapping. Through the holes in the window, paper, the light, came in motionless patches on the floor. "Dad," Chen Yi said, his voice flat as an iron plate. "I'm not here to show off. I'm here to—" He stopped halfway. Like a pebble dropped into water, it sank without a sound. "What did you come for?" his father asked. Chen Yi said nothing. He took a piece of paper out of his bag, unfolded it, and handed it to his father. On it was a physical examination report with his father's and mother's names, and beneath them various indicators, red, green, black. "I've booked a medical checkup for you," he said. "Next Wednesday at the city hospital." His father looked at the paper for 3 seconds. Then he raised his head and looked at Chen Yi. His eyes were turbid like a pool of water, but something below the surface was stirring. He said, his voice like an iron plate, yet beneath the iron plate there was warmth. "You. Having money is your own business. Your mother and I don't want your money." "It's not about money," Chen Yi said. "It's about health. Health. Your bodies are no longer well." Chen Yi said, "Dad, your eyesight has been getting blurrier and blurrier, hasn't it? And Mom's hands can't straighten in the morning, can they?" His father said nothing. His fingers tightened on the medical report, lightly like a leaf in the wind. His mother said, her voice drifting out of the kitchen like a layer of mist. "You've suffered." Chen Yi turned and looked at the kitchen door. The door was made of wood marked with cracks like a net. His mother's figure was behind it, blurred like a layer of mist. "Mom," he said, his voice flat as an iron plate. "I'm not suffering. You are." His mother said, her voice like candy, sweet, but not cloying, yet beneath the sweetness there was a tremble. "You didn't come back for 6 years. Mom knows you've suffered." Chen Yi was silent. His gaze landed on the stove. The stove was old, covered with a film of oil stains. In the gaps between its bricks were embedded black ashes like ants. A bowl sat on the stove holding the congee left over from lunch, white as a pool of water. He walked over, picked up the bowl, poured the congee into a pot, and lit the fire. The flame leaped up like a flower. "Mom," he said, "I'll heat up the kanji for you." His mother came out of the kitchen, stood in the doorway, and watched him. Her eyes were turbid like a pool of water, but something beneath the water was moving. "E," she said, her voice like candy sweet, but not cloying you. "You've grown up." Chen Yi was silent. He tapped the rim of the pot with his finger, lightly like a pebble falling into water. The kanji was hot, and white steam rose from it like a layer of mist. He stirred it with a spoon, and the kanji turned in circles in the pot, like a whirlpool. "Mom," he said, "I've always been growing up. It's just that you didn't see it." His mother wiped her hands on her apron, lightly like a leaf in the wind. She lifted the bowl of kanji, and took a sip. It was very hot as she blew on it, as if blowing on a flower. In the evening, Chen Yi did not leave. Dinner was made by his mother, 3 dishes: stir-fried green beans, steamed egg, and braised pork. The braised pork had been made especially for him. The skin was glossy like a coat of lacquer. The meat had been bought at the market the day before. His mother had stood at the stove for 2 hours, first blanching the meat, then caramelizing sugar for color, and finally simmering it slowly. The smell of cooking oil smoke from the kitchen blended with the scent of pomegranates from the yard. His father ate 1 piece of meat, then picked up another, saying nothing. His mother pushed meat into Chen Yi's bowl twice. Chen Yi ate it. The meat was fragrant, exactly the same taste as 6 years ago. His mother's cooking had not changed in 6 years. Some things time cannot take away. After dinner, his father smoked in the courtyard, while his mother cleaned up in the kitchen. Chen Yi sat on the stone bench in the yard looking at the sky. The stars were numerous like a pot of kanji. The moon rose from the east, yellow as a piece of copper. A breeze blew over, carrying the faint scent of pomegranates like a layer of mist. Insects chirped one after another like a song. His father walked over, stood beside him, and also looked at the sky. Neither of them spoke. The silence was like a stone pressing down on the courtyard. In the distant fields, frogs croaked again and again like drumbeats. Fireflies rose from the grass, blinking like green stars. After a long time, his father tapped his pipe against the stone bench and said, "Sleep early." Then he turned and went inside. He slept on the heated bed in the inner room. It was warm with firewood burning beneath it. He lay under a quilt, old and lumpy, the cotton compressed hard as stone. But he could feel its warmth. He closed his eyes and listened to the sounds outside. His father was smoking in the yard. The embers in the pipe glowed and faded like a star. In the kitchen, his mother was washing dishes. The clink of bowls was soft, like pebbles falling onto water. The sounds mingled together like a pot of soup. He opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. The ceiling was wooden, covered with cracks like a net. Moonlight slipped through the gap in the window, casting a patch of light on the floor like a layer of snow. His finger traced across the quilt from left to right, like outlining a painting. Then he remembered 6 years ago. On the night before he went to prison, he had slept on this same heated bed. Back then the quilt was new, and the cotton was fluffy like a cloud. His father sat on the edge of the bed smoking, and said, "Dad believes in you." His mother stood in the doorway holding a bowl of dumplings, and said, "Eat more." At that time his eyes were bright, like 2 light bulbs. He said, "Dad, Mom, I'm fine." Now his eyes were calm like a pool of water. What lay beneath the surface could not be seen. The moonlight streaming through the window gap grew brighter like a layer of gold. The heated bed grew warmer like a blanket. The sounds outside grew more distant like a falling leaf. Then they disappeared. Zhao Lei saw it while scrolling through Moments. The office was spacious, 40 square meters with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of half the city. 3 monitors sat on the desk, 2 lit, 1 dark. One of the lit screens displayed a stock trading platform, its K-lines dancing. The other showed emails, the unread count glowing red like wounds. The dark monitor reflected Zhao Lei's face, blurred like a shadow. That afternoon he sat in his office chair, leather black that sank beneath his weight. His fingers held a phone, scrolling through screen after screen of Moments, each one drifting past like fallen leaves. A teacup sat on the desk, its tea long cold, steeped for 2 hours. The leaves settled at the bottom like dead insects. Then he stopped. On the screen was a screenshot from a financial media's official account. The headline reads, 6 years locked away to 1 billion in net worth, an engineer's investment legend. Below was a blurry photo. A man's profile standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows wearing a deep blue suit. Zhao Lei's fingers froze. Like a branch frozen in winter. He zoomed in on the screenshot. The man in the photo had a familiar outline. The curve of his shoulders, the angle of his head, his stance. He had watched for 6 years, every day of those 6 years. Those memories were like nails driven into his mind, impossible to pull out. 6 years ago, Chen Yi stood in the defendant's box, wearing a gray prison uniform, cold metal handcuffs on his wrists. Zhao Lei sat in the gallery wearing a deep blue suit, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. That smile, Zhao Lei thought no one had seen it. But Chen Yi had. Like a knife thrust into his back, 6 years, and it still hadn't been pulled out. Chen Yi. His voice emerged from between his teeth, barely a whisper, like a falling leaf. He set down his phone and sat in his chair, gazing out the window. Beyond the window lay the city's nightscape, ablaze with lights like a sea of stars. His eyes fixed on a single point in that star sea, unmoving. The documents on his desk were stacked high, forming a wall with a crack through which the window was visible. Then he picked up the calculator on his desk and punched in a few numbers. 1. 2 million times 402 equals 482. For million. No, the article said 2. 1 billion. He calculated again 2 million times 1,770 equals 2. 124 billion. 2. 124 billion. Zhao Lei's fingers pressed down on the calculator gently, like a leaf in the wind. The calculator slipped from his hand, falling onto the desk with a dull thud. Beads of sweat formed on Zhao Lei's forehead, one drop sliding down from his hairline to his brow bone, pausing at the corner of his eye. He wiped it away with the back of his hand, the sweat mingling with the moisture already on his skin, like 2 drops merging into 1. 2. 1 billion. His voice escaped through clenched teeth, barely audible, like a falling leaf. He rose and walked to the window, his fingers resting on the glass. The glass was cold, yet he could sense the temperature outside. Below, a car waited at a red light, its taillights glowing red like 2 eyes. Zhao Lei's breathing quickened, his chest rising and falling. On the windowsill lay a business card, white, with black text, Chen Yi's name. The card was one Zhao Lei had thrown away with his own hands 6 years ago. At some point it had been placed back. His first action was to make a phone call. He dialed the number, it rang 5 times before connecting. Hello, old Lu. Zhao Lei's voice was sweet as candy, cloyingly so. It's me, Zhao Lei. 3 seconds of silence came through the phone. Then a voice returned flat as an iron plate. Mr. Zhao, what can I do for you? Old Lu, Zhao Lei said. Did you see the news? Chen Yi 2. 1 billion. I saw it, old Lu replied. What do you think? Zhao Lei said. Is his money clean? Another 3 seconds of silence on the line. What do you mean? What I mean is, Zhao Lei said, how could an engineer possibly trade stocks while serving a prison sentence? Did he use insider information? Did he engage in illegal trading? That's... Old Lu's voice dropped like a balloon losing air. I don't know. You don't know? Zhao Lei's voice rose sharp as a blade. You work at a brokerage, and you don't know. Mr. Zhao. Old Lu's voice was steady, immovable as iron. Chen Yi's account was a managed account. All his trades were compliant. Besides, his stocks were purchased in 2019, before he went to prison. Then, Zhao Lei's voice fell like a deflating balloon. Mr. Zhao, old Lu said, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. The line went dead with a dial tone. Zhao Lei gripped his phone, his knuckles white as 4 pebbles. He paced 3 steps in the room, then retreated. A stack of documents on the desk was nudged, several pages falling to the floor like white wings. Phone in hand, Zhao Lei stood at the window, gazing out at the city's nightscape ablaze with lights, a sea of stars. His fingers tightened imperceptibly on the phone screen. Sweat stains marred the phone case like 2 maps. His second action was to contact the media. He sat at his computer, opened a document, and began typing. His fingers danced across the keyboard like birds. Title: The Investment Legend of 1 billion net worth. Is it really legendary? Body: recently a former power company engineer, Chen So-and-so, saw his net worth surge to 1 billion due to stock gains during his imprisonment, receiving extensive media coverage. But I cannot help but ask, is this truly merely the investment insight of an ordinary engineer? Or are there other secrets hidden from view? He wrote a paragraph, then paused to drink some water. The water was cold, sliding down his throat like a snake. He set the cup back on the desk, it clinked softly. His hand froze over the keyboard for 3 seconds as he stared at the words he had typed. Those words crawled across the white screen like ants. Not forceful enough, but Zhao Lei didn't care. What he needed was a seed. Plant it, and someone would water it. He continued, before his imprisonment, Chen So-and-so served as technical director at a power company possessing extensive insider industry information. The Shaoxing heavy industry stock he purchased is a core supplier in the power equipment sector. Does this constitute insider trading? He wrote another paragraph, then stopped to stare at the screen. The words on screen were black like ants. His lips twitched fish-like. He clicked send and submitted the article to a self-media account. The account was called Financial Secrets, with 100,000 followers specializing in exposé articles. After the article was posted, Zhao Lei sat in his chair waiting for a response. His fingers drummed on his knee lightly like a stone dropped into water. 10 minutes later, the self-media account replied, Mr. Zhao, we have reviewed your article. But without evidence, we cannot publish it. Zhao Lei's grip tightened on the screen delicately. Evidence? What evidence do you want? Trading records, internal documents, witness testimony, the account replied. Without these, it's defamation. Zhao Lei set down his phone and sat in his chair gazing out the window. The city's nightscape blazed before him, a sea of stars. His gaze remained fixed on a single point in that stellar sea, unmoving. His lips pressed together a thin line. He rose, walked to the window, and planted both hands on the sill, his knuckles curving like claws. The city's night scene spread out before him, countless lights like a bubbling pot. His eyes searched through the illumination, seeking something. All he found was his own reflection, blurred, distorted, in the glass. His third action was to attend an industry gathering. The gathering took place at a club on the outskirts of town, 3 stories high, white walls, red tiles. A row of cars parked at the entrance. BMW, Mercedes, Audi, lined up like metallic boxes. Zhao Lei's car sat among them, a black Porsche, its body dusted with gray like an old garment. Zhao Lei wore a deep blue suit, the sleeves slightly too long covering his wrists. He had stood before the mirror for 5 minutes before leaving, switching between 2 ties. The first was too dark, the second too bright the color of blood. He chose the first, tied it, untied it, then retied it. In the mirror, Zhao Lei's face was pale, his eyes red. His hair was combed neat and fixed with gel, each strand smoothed back. He carried a briefcase, black leather. He entered the club where the lobby was already crowded with people. They clustered in small groups, glasses in hand, filled with red liquid like blood. Warm light poured down from above, casting a golden hue on people's faces. The air was thick with the scent of wine, perfume, and smoke blending together like a stew. Music drifted from a corner, piano soft as falling leaves. Zhao Lei approached a group and stopped. Among them were former colleagues, business partners, and competitors. Ladies and gentlemen, Zhao Lei said, his voice sweet as candy, cloyingly. So, have you all seen the news recently? What news? Someone asked. Chen Yi, Zhao Lei said too. 1 billion. A murmur rippled through the crowd like birds calling. Someone traced a finger along the rim of their glass gently, as if tracing an outline. Someone stepped back half a pace, their gaze shifting between Zhao Lei and the others. In a corner stood a woman in a black dress holding no glass, only a pen and a notebook. The pen scratched across the paper softly. Saw it, someone said. Impressive. Impressive. Zhao Lei's lips twitched fish-like. Do you really think he succeeded on merit? What do you mean? Someone asked. What I mean is, Zhao Lei said, his voice rising like a blade. What does an engineer know about investing? Does he understand finance? Does he understand markets? Does he understand risk management? He paused and scanned the room. No one spoke. They stood like stones. The light fell on Zhao Lei's face, his pupils contracting to pinpoints. His voice echoed through the club's hall, bouncing off the walls. Someone set their glass on the table with a soft clink. Someone looked down at their shoes. He knows nothing, Zhao Lei said. He understands nothing. He's just a gambler who got lucky. Lucky he picked the right stock. Lucky he caught the wave. Lucky he wasn't forcibly liquidated in 6 years. But that doesn't mean he has ability, Zhao Lei said. It only means he got lucky. He paused, raised his glass, and took a sip. The wine was red like blood, sliding down his throat like a snake. And besides, he said, have any of you wondered how he was able to trade stocks while serving his sentence? Whose hands were managing his account? Where did his information come from? That's, someone said. His account was managed. It was compliant. Compliant. Zhao Lei's voice rose sharply, blade-like. Compliance doesn't mean there was no trickery involved. Do you know that before his imprisonment, he was technical director with extensive insider information? The Shaoxing heavy industry stock he bought is a core supplier in the power equipment sector. Did he exploit his position to obtain insider information? Silence hung over the crowd, each person a stone. I don't know, Zhao Lei said. But I know this: an ordinary engineer could not turn 2 million into 1 billion in 6 years. It was luck, coincidence, and it's mathematics. A voice cut through from behind the crowd, flat as iron. Zhao Lei turned toward the sound. His body stiffened statue-like. The glass in his hand trembled, red liquid sloshing against the rim like a tiny flag. The crowd parted, opening a path. At its end stood a man in a gray suit, his hair white as snow. Old Chen. Zhao Lei's voice emerged through clenched teeth, barely a whisper, like a falling leaf. Zhao Lei, Old Chen said, his voice like an iron plate. You say Chen Yi doesn't understand investing. Then let me ask you, do you? Zhao Lei's voice faltered, deflating like a balloon. Last year, Old Chen said, how much did you lose on Shaoxing heavy industry? Zhao Lei's face flushed red, spreading from his cheekbones to his forehead. 4,700,000, he said. 4,700,000, Old Chen repeated. You lost 4.7 million. And Chen Yi made 1 billion. You say he's lucky you have skill. Last year, Old Chen continued, at a gathering just like this, you said Shaoxing heavy industry was a cyclical stock with no investment value. You said anyone who bought it was a fool. Zhao Lei's face burned, even redder like a stone. Now, Old Chen said, Shaoxing heavy industry has risen 1770 times. So tell me, who's the fool? A murmur rose from the crowd like birdsong. Laughter came from different directions, left, right, behind. Zhao Lei's head turned bird-like, searching for the source. But the light was warm, the crowd too dense. He couldn't find them. Those laughs were needles pricking his face, his back. Zhao Lei's mouth opened, a fish gasping for air. His hand trembled delicately like a leaf in wind. The glass slipped from his fingers, shattering on the floor with a crisp sound. Red liquid splashed out like blood, staining his trouser leg like a flower. His voice escaped through his teeth, barely a whisper, like a falling leaf. Zhao Lei, Old Chen said, his voice like an iron plate. Luck is part of skill. But more importantly, Chen Yi calculated all of this 6 years ago. And you, what were you doing 6 years ago? Zhao Lei said nothing. His face froze in the crowd like an abandoned mask. 6 years ago, Old Chen said, you framed him. You fabricated evidence, accused him of embezzlement. You sent him to prison. Gasps erupted from the crowd like birds taking flight. Someone set down their glass. Someone stepped back as if seeing a snake. The retreating person stepped on another's foot, drawing a low cry. Someone raised their glass to their lips and drank. The wine tasted more bitter than before. In the corner, the woman scribbled faster on her notepad, the pen scratching like a silkworm eating leaves. Now, Old Chen said, he's out here making 1 billion. You're in here losing 4. 7 million. So tell me, who's the fool? Zhao Lei's mouth opened a fish washed ashore. His fingers clenched against his trouser leg delicately like a leaf in wind. Red liquid dripped from his trouser leg, pooling on the floor like blood. His voice escaped through clenched teeth, barely a whisper, like a falling leaf. Old Chen said nothing. He turned and walked toward the exit. The crowd parted like a river. Zhao Lei stood rooted in place, glass shattered on the ground, red liquid like blood. His face froze in the crowd, a discarded mask. Whispers began like rats gnawing. Zhao Lei's hands hung at his sides, clenched into fists, nails digging into his palms, a dull pain. His eyes scanned the crowd for an ally. None. Everyone's gaze dodged away, avoiding a snake. His breathing grew heavier like a broken bellows. He turned and walked toward the exit, his steps heavy. No one made way, the crowd was a wall. He squeezed through the gaps sideways like an eel. 11 o'clock at night. Chen Yi sat by the hotel window, fingers resting on the glass. The glass was cold, yet he could feel the temperature outside. Ships still moved on the river, lights still glowed on the bridge, distant skyscrapers still flickered. His finger traced across the glass left to right, as if outlining a painting. On the tea table sat a phone, its screen glowing. A WeChat message displayed from Old Zhou. Zhao Lei attacked you at the gathering today, saying you relied on luck. Old Chen put him in his place. He lost 7 million, you made 1 billion. Who's the fool? The answer is clear. Chen Yi stared at the message for 3 seconds. The screen's light fell on his face, white cold. His expression was blank like an iron plate. Below the message was another from Old Chen. Today's matter is handled. Zhao Lei won't dare speak carelessly again. Focus on your work. His gaze lingered on Old Chen's message for 1 second, then moved on. Then he flipped the phone over, screen down, and set it on the tea table. His finger tapped the phone's back gently like a stone dropped into water. Outside, ships still moved on the river, lights still glowed on the bridge, distant skyscrapers still flickered. But in his eyes there was only stillness. Like a pool of water. What lay beneath the surface one could not tell. He picked up the book on the tea table, opened it, and continued reading. The book was Power System Analysis, its cover worn pale, pages dog-eared. His eyes swept across the pages from first line to last. Then his finger stopped on a particular page, motionless. On that page was a line: the stability of a power system depends on whether after a disturbance it can return to its original operating state. Chen Yi stared at the line for 3 seconds. His finger pressed against the words for 3 seconds, as if confirming something. The paper's coolness transmitted through his fingertip. His breathing was slow, in out, like a machine in motion. Wind drifted in from outside, carrying the scent of the river, faintly briny. The wind turned a page, the paper rustled. Then he closed the book, rose, and walked to the window. His finger traced across the glass left to right, as if outlining a painting. Outside, ships still moved on the river, lights still glowed on the bridge, distant skyscrapers still flickered. But his finger stopped at the center of the glass, motionless. Like a nail driven into wood. The news fell like a stone into a tranquil lake. First came the ripples spreading outward from the center in concentric circles. Then came the waves crashing against the stones along the shore, layer by layer. Finally came the tide, surging ashore in forceful currents, engulfing everything in its path. The power industry was drowned. First came the industry group chats, where on WeChat a single message was forwarded dozens of times. Did you see that news? Chen Yi 1 billion. Then came the industry forums, where a post was pushed to the homepage. 6 years of locked-in investment, 402-fold returns. How did this engineer do it? Then came the industry media, where an article was shared over 10,000 times, from engineer to investment legend. Chen Yi's 6 years. Then came the phone calls. Chen Yi's phone had been ringing since 8 in the morning continuously until 10 at night. One ring, a 3-second pause, then another ring. Like a beating heart. The phone in the drawer vibrated, buzzing like a trapped bee. Each ring made the water glass on the desk tremble, ripples forming on its surface. Chen Yi did not answer. He had muted his phone and placed it in the drawer. Then he sat by the window reading. The book was Power System Analysis, its cover worn white, its pages dog-eared. His gaze swept across the pages, reading from the first line to the last. Then his finger stopped on a certain page, motionless. On that page a line read: the stability of a power system depends on whether it can return to its original operating state after a disturbance. Chen Yi stared at that line for 3 seconds. Then he closed the book, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside, boats still moved on the river, lights still glowed on the bridge, distant skyscrapers still glittered. But his eyes held only stillness. Like a pool of water. The phone rang once more in the drawer, then fell silent. 3 seconds later it rang again. Chen Yi did not move. The black words on the page were like ants marching in formation. The first to arrive was Huadian Group. They came the next morning at around 10. 3 people: a vice president, an investment director, and a technical director. The vice president wore a deep blue suit with golden cufflinks bearing the Huadian logo. The investment director wore a gray suit carrying a black leather briefcase. The technical director wore a white shirt with sleeves rolled to his elbows, revealing sturdy forearms. They stood in the hotel lobby for an hour. The lobby sofa was brown. The vice president sat for 20 minutes, then stood up, then sat down again. The investment director was looking at his phone. The technical director stood by the window, hands in his pockets. The receptionist girl glanced at them 3 times, her smile growing fainter each time. Chen Yi came down at 11. He wore a white t-shirt with sleeves rolled to his elbows, the book clutched in his hand. Mr. Chen, the vice president was the first to step forward, extending his hand. I've long heard of your reputation. Chen Yi looked at him for 3 seconds. Then he extended his hand and grasped the others. This way, please. They entered the meeting room. The meeting room was not large, about 20 square meters, with white walls and a Chinese ink painting hanging on them. Below the painting stood a row of gray sofas. On the coffee table sat a tea set, ceramic white, with blue floral patterns. The vice president sat on the sofa, leaning forward like a tree bent by wind. Mr. Chen, he said, his voice sweet as honey, Huadian Group is the leading enterprise in the domestic power industry. Our asset scale exceeds 500 billion. Our technical strength leads the world. I know, Chen Yi said. We would like, the vice president said, to invite you to join us. Join? Chen Yi asked. Yes, the vice president said, we plan to establish a new energy investment fund with a scale of 10 billion. We'd like to invite you to serve as the fund's chief investment officer. Chen Yi said nothing. His gaze fell on the vice president's cufflinks, golden, with the Huadian logo engraved on them. Like 2 badges. Mr. Chen, the investment director interjected, his voice sweet as honey. We all admire your investment insight. 6 years from 1.2 million to 2.1 billion. This is not something ordinary people can achieve. We'd like to leverage your experience to help us screen projects and optimize allocation. 10 billion, Chen Yi repeated. 10 billion, the vice president said. Your compensation package would be an annual salary of 50 million plus profit sharing. 50 million. Chen Yi's finger tapped once on his knee, very lightly, like a stone falling onto water. Thank you, he said. Then, the vice president's eyes brightened like 2 light bulbs. But I cannot join, Chen Yi said. Why? The vice president's brow furrowed like a drawn line. Because, Chen Yi said, his voice very flat as an iron plate. My money is my money. Your money is yours. I do not want to mix my money with your money. This? The vice president's voice dropped like a leaking balloon. Moreover, Chen Yi said, 10 billion is too much. Too much. The investment director's mouth fell open like a fish out of water. Too much, Chen Yi said. 10 billion means I would have to be responsible for 10 billion. I would have to be responsible for the investors of those 10 billion. I would have to be responsible for the returns of those 10 billion. He paused, looking into the vice president's eyes. Right now I only have 2.1 billion. He said, I am responsible for 2.1 billion, and that is enough. The vice president said nothing. His face was frozen on the sofa like an abandoned mask. The meeting room fell silent for 3 seconds. The air conditioning blew down, rustling the papers on the table. The tea in the cup was still steaming, white wisps dissipating. Mr. Chen, the technical director interjected, his voice like an iron plate. Then, what about technical cooperation? We have some cutting-edge projects, solid-state batteries, perovskite photovoltaics. Would you be interested? I am interested, Chen Yi said. Then, but I only invest, I do not manage, Chen Yi said. I provide the capital, you do the work. I take equity stakes, I do not interfere with operations. This? The technical director's brow furrowed like a drawn line. Those are my terms. Chen Yi said, accept them and we cooperate. Do not accept them and we do not. The vice president, investment director, and technical director exchanged glances. Something flickered in their eyes. The vice president said, we need to discuss this internally. All right, Chen Yi said. He stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. The 3 walked out one by one like a river. Chen Yi stood at the door, watching their backs. The vice president's suit had some wrinkles like crumpled paper. The investment director's briefcase zipper was not fully closed, revealing a corner of documents inside. The technical director's shirt had a stain at the collar like a drop of oil. Chen Yi watched these details for 3 seconds. Then he closed the door and returned to the window. The second to arrive was Goldman Sachs. They came that afternoon. 2 people, a managing director and a senior vice president. The managing director wore a black suit with a red tie like blood. The senior vice president wore a deep blue suit carrying a silver briefcase with a metallic sheen. They stood in the hotel lobby for half an hour. The 2 stood by the reception desk without sitting. The managing director checked his watch 3 times. The watch was gold. The senior vice president was on a phone call, voice very low. After hanging up, he shook his head at the managing director. Chen Yi came down at 3. He wore a gray t-shirt with sleeves rolled to his elbows, the book clutched in his hand. The managing director was the first to step forward, extending his hand. Mr. Chen, nice to meet you. Chen Yi looked at him for 3 seconds. Then he extended his hand and grasped the others. This way, please. They entered the meeting room. On the coffee table in the meeting room sat a tea set, ceramic white, with blue floral patterns. The managing director sat on the sofa, leaning forward like a tree bent by wind. Mr. Chen, he said, his voice sweet as honey, Goldman Sachs is the world's top investment bank. Our asset management scale exceeds $2 trillion. We would like to invite you to become our private wealth management client. Private wealth management? Chen Yi asked. Yes, the managing director said. We have a dedicated family office team that can provide you with comprehensive wealth management services. Portfolio optimization, tax planning, estate arrangements, charitable foundations. Fees, Chen Yi asked. Management fee 1% annually, the managing director said. Performance fee 20% of profits. 1% plus 20%. Chen Yi's finger tapped on his knee very lightly like a stone falling onto water. 1% of 1 billion, he said, is 21 million. Correct, the managing director said. 20% of 1 billion, Chen Yi said. If the profit is 10%, that's 42 million. Correct, the managing director said. 63 million per year, Chen Yi said. Correct, the managing director said, but it's worth it. We have the world's best investment team, which can help you achieve asset preservation and appreciation. Thank you, Chen Yi said. Then, the managing director's eyes brightened like two light bulbs. But I don't need it, Chen Yi said. Why? The managing director's brow furrowed like a drawn line. Because Chen Yi said, his voice very flat as an iron plate. My money, I manage it myself. But, the senior vice president interjected, his voice dripping with saccharine sweetness. Mr. Chen, investment is a professional endeavor. You may have successful experience, but the global market is far more complex. I know, said Chen Yi. Then, but I trust, Chen Yi said, my own judgment. He rose and walked to the window, gazing at the view beyond. The river stretched before him, its surface glittering like a layer of gold. 6 years ago, he said, I made my own judgment that Shaoxing heavy industry would rise. Everyone said it was a cyclical stock with no investment value. But I had calculated it. Their power semiconductor production line would become a core asset in the energy transition. He turned to face the managing director. 6 years later, he said, I earned 1 billion. And you? How much did your clients earn over these 6 years? The managing director said nothing. His face froze on the sofa like an abandoned mask. The conference room fell silent for 5 seconds. Wind from outside drifted and flipping a page on the desk. The tea in the cup had gone cold, a single leaf floating on the surface curled and withered. Mr. Chen, he said, the words seeming to squeeze through clenched teeth. We respect your choice. Thank you, said Chen Yi. He walked to the door and pulled it open. The two men walked out in sequence like a river flowing. Chen Yi stood at the threshold watching their retreating figures. The managing director's suit was impeccably pressed, but there were sweat stains on his shoulders like two maps. The senior vice president's briefcase had a metallic sheen, though a scratch mark ran along its zipper like a thin line. Chen Yi observed these details for 3 seconds. Then he closed the door and returned to the window. 9 o'clock in the evening. Chen Yi stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, fingers resting on the glass. The glass was cool, yet he could sense the temperature outside. Ships continued to move across the river, lights still glowed on the bridges, distant skyscrapers still flickered. His finger traced a line across the glass from left to right, as if outlining a painting. On the coffee table lay a document. The document was brought by Lao Zhou, its title reading, Reduction Plan. The plan specified over 12 months, no more than 4% of the total position to be reduced each month. Target price $15 per share. Estimated funds to be retrieved 1.8 billion. Chen Yi stared at the document for 3 seconds. Then he picked up his pen and changed one number on the document. He altered 4% to 3%. 3% per month. He said, his voice barely audible like a falling leaf. No rush. Lao Zhou sat on the sofa watching him. 3% means it will take 36 months to exit completely. 36 months. Chen Yi repeated. You're not anxious? Lao Zhou asked. No. Chen Yi said, the money is there. It won't run away. But opportunities once missed are gone forever. What opportunity? Lao Zhou asked. A better opportunity. Chen Yi said. He walked to the whiteboard, picked up a pen, and drew a line. The line was black on the whiteboard like a serpent. Shaoxing heavy industry, he said, is currently fairly valued. But its future growth lies in HBM3E. If HBM3E achieves mass production, its valuation could triple again. Triple. Lao Zhou's mouth hung open like a fish out of water. Triple. Chen Yi said, so I'm not in a hurry to exit entirely. I'll sell 30% to retrieve funds for other arrangements. The remaining 70%, I'll keep waiting for HBM3E mass production. Lao Zhou stared at the line for 3 seconds. Then he nodded slowly like a stone moving. Little Chen, he said, you're more composed than me. It's not composure. Chen Yi said, it's knowing that good things are worth waiting for. He set down the pen and walked to the window. Outside, ships continued to move across the river, lights still glowed on the bridges, distant skyscrapers still flickered. But in his eyes there was only stillness. Like a pool of water. What lay beneath the surface was impossible to see. In the distance a plane was taking off, its tail lights carving 2 red lines across the night sky, like 2 serpents. The sound of the plane reached him faint like a falling leaf. Then it vanished. Chen Yi gazed at where the plane had disappeared for 3 seconds. Then he turned and said to Lao Zhou, who else is tomorrow? Tomorrow, Lao Zhou said, there are 3 companies. 1 photovoltaic enterprise, 1 energy storage company, 1 AI chip startup. AI chips. Chen Yi's brow furrowed, forming a slight line. Yes, Lao Zhou said, they make AI computing chips and want your money for their Series A financing. Series A. Chen Yi repeated. Series A. Lao Zhou said, valued at 500 million. They want to raise 100 million. 500 million. Chen Yi said, how's their technology? I don't know. Lao Zhou said they claim their tech is excellent, but they haven't mass-produced yet. Not mass-produced yet. Chen Yi said, which means not yet validated. Right. I won't meet them. Chen Yi said. Won't meet them. Lao Zhou's mouth hung open like a fish out of water. I won't meet them. Chen Yi said, I only meet people who have products. I don't meet people who only have PPTs. He walked to the coffee table, picked up the reduction plan, folded it in half, then in half again, compressing it into a small square that he slipped into his pocket. Lao Zhou, he said, his voice flat as an iron board, the money is in my hands. I'm not in a hurry to spend it. I only spend money that's worth spending. Lao Zhou watched him for 3 seconds. Then he smiled. A professional smile, but beneath the professionalism there was warmth. All right, he said, I'll only arrange the photovoltaic and energy storage meetings tomorrow. Good, Chen Yi said. He walked to the window, fingers resting on the glass. Outside, ships continued to move across the river, lights still glowed on the bridges, distant skyscrapers still flickered. And his finger remained still in the center of the glass, unmoving. Like a nail driven into wood. The next day the people from the photovoltaic enterprise arrived. They dressed simply, unlike Huadian groups, suit and tie formality. The general manager wore a blue worker's uniform, sleeves rolled to the elbows with a scar on his hand. The technical director wore a white t-shirt bearing the company's logo, a sun. They stood in the hotel lobby and waited 10 minutes. Chen Yi descended at 9 o'clock. He wore a white t-shirt, sleeves rolled to the elbows, a book in his hand. Mr. Chen, the general manager, was the first to approach, extending his hand. We're in the perovskite photovoltaic business. Chen Yi looked at him for 3 seconds. Then he extended his own hand and grasped the others. I know, he said. They entered the conference room. The general manager sat on the sofa body, leaning forward like a tree bent by wind. His hands were clasped on his knees, knuckles white like 4 pebbles. Mr. Chen, he said, voice like an iron board, but with trembling beneath the surface. Our company's perovskite solar cells have already reached 28% efficiency. But stability hasn't been solved yet. We need funding for mass production. How much? Chen Yi asked. 50 million, the general manager said, for 20% equity. 50 million, Chen Yi repeated. Yes, the general manager said, we already have samples. They've been running in the lab for 3,000 hours with efficiency degradation under 5%. 3,000 hours. Chen Yi said, not enough. Not enough. The general manager's brow furrowed, forming a slight line. The industry standard, Chen Yi said, is 8,000 hours. 3,000 hours only proves your technology is feasible, but it doesn't prove your product can be commercialized. The general manager said nothing. His face froze on the sofa like an abandoned mask. But Chen Yi said, I'm investing. Investing. The general manager's eyes lit up like 2 light bulbs. Investing. Chen Yi said, but I'm changing the terms. How? I invest 30 million, Chen Yi said, for 15% equity. Additionally, I'll send someone to your board of directors to supervise technical progress. If the 3,000-hour test passes, I'll invest another 20 million. If the 8,000-hour test passes, I'll invest another 50 million. The general manager's mouth hung open like a fish out of water. In installments. Chen Yi said, payment by milestones. This. The general manager's voice grew quieter, like a balloon slowly deflating. Those are my terms. Chen Yi said, accept and we cooperate. Don't accept and we don't cooperate. The general manager and technical director exchanged a glance. Something flickered in their eyes. We. The general manager said, we accept. Good, Chen Yi said. He rose, walked to the door, and pulled it open. The 2 men walked out in sequence like a river flowing. Chen Yi stood at the threshold watching their retreating figures. The general manager's work uniform had some oil stains like scattered maps. The technical director's t-shirt bore a sun logo, but the color had faded like old paper. Chen Yi observed these details for 3 seconds. Then he closed the door and returned to the window. Outside, ships continued to move across the river, lights still glowed on the bridges, distant skyscrapers still flickered. But in his eyes there was only stillness. Like a pool of water. What lay beneath the surface was impossible to see. He thought of 6 years ago. The night before entering prison, he had stood by the window gazing at the night view beyond. Back then he had nothing. Just 2 million and 1 stock. Now he had 1 billion and countless opportunities. But he knew, no matter how many opportunities, only a few were worth grasping. He picked up the book from the coffee table, opened it, and continued reading. The characters on the pages were black like a swarm of ants. And he like a spider picking and choosing from the ant colony, waiting. No rush. Because good things are worth waiting for. 67 days after his release from prison, Chen Yi signed his first acquisition agreement. The agreement was signed in a conference room at the hotel. The room was not large, about 20 square meters, with white walls and a Chinese ink painting hanging on one of them. The painting was in black and white, depicting mountains with faint contours like a layer of mist. Beneath the painting stood a row of sofas, gray in color. On the coffee table sat a set of tea, were ceramic white, with blue floral patterns. The air conditioning was on, blowing gently, causing the corners of the ink painting to flutter slightly. The other party was the director of the Chengdong Transformer Factory, surnamed Zhang, in his 50s, wearing a blue work uniform with sleeves rolled up to his elbows. There was a scar on his hand running from his wrist to his elbow like a snake. When Director Zhang entered, his footsteps were heavy, the soles of his shoes scraping against the floor with a rustling sound. He paused at the doorway, his gaze sweeping across the conference room, landing on the ink painting before moving away. His breathing was somewhat labored, like an old ventilation fan. Manager Chen, Director Zhang's voice was like an iron plate, but beneath the iron plate there was trembling. You really want to acquire our factory? Chen Yi nodded, standing up from the sofa and walking to the coffee table. He picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea. The tea was Longjing green in color, and in the white cup it looked like a pool of water. He pushed the teacup toward Director Zhang. The cup's bottom touched the table with a soft clink. Not an acquisition, he said. It's an investment. Investment? Director Zhang's brow furrowed slightly, like a line drawn in the air. Correct. I'm investing 50 million for 60% of the shares. You continue as director responsible for production. I'll send someone to the board to manage finances and technological upgrades. 50 million. Director Zhang's voice seemed to be squeezed out through his teeth, very light, like a falling leaf. 50 million, Chen Yi said. For equipment upgrades. Your production line is still from 20 years ago. The transformer market is no longer what it used to be. But, Director Zhang's voice dropped like air escaping from a balloon, is 50 million enough? It's not, Chen Yi said. So it's in 3 phases. First phase, 20 million for new equipment. Second phase, 20 million for process upgrades. Third phase, 10 million for intelligent transformation. In phases. Director Zhang's mouth opened like a fish out of water. Payment by milestones, Chen Yi said. First phase, within 3 months equipment in place, trial production begins. Second phase, within 6 months products pass national standard testing. Third phase, within 12 months intelligence system goes online. Director Zhang looked at the agreement for 3 seconds. The paper was very white, the text black, printed very neat. His fingers brushed across the paper's surface as if touching something old. Then he picked up the pen and signed the agreement. The handwriting was very sloppy, like a cluster of earthworms. After signing, Director Zhang set down the pen, but his fingers were still trembling. He lifted the teacup and took a sip. The tea had gone cold, but he didn't put the cup down, cradling it with both hands as if holding a treasure. Manager Chen, he said, his voice like an iron plate, I'll follow you. Not follow me, Chen Yi said. We work together. Director Zhang froze for a moment. His lips moved as if to speak, but nothing came out. Finally he nodded and set the teacup back on the coffee table. The second agreement was for the smart grid. The other party was a startup company with 2 young founders, one surnamed Liu and one surnamed Zhao. Engineer Liu wore a white t-shirt with the company logo, a lightning bolt. Engineer Zhao wore a black hoodie with the hood up, showing only 2 eyes. They stood in the hotel lobby waiting for 20 minutes. There weren't many people in the lobby, the marble floor reflecting the lights like a pool of water. Engineer Liu stood by a pillar, hands in pockets, occasionally looking up toward the elevator. Engineer Zhao sat on the sofa, hood pulled low, tapping his toes on the ground rhythmically. The receptionist girl glanced at them a few times, then looked back down. Chen Yi came down at 2 in the afternoon. He wore a gray t-shirt with sleeves rolled to his elbows, a book pinched between his fingers. Manager Chen, Engineer Liu was the first to step forward, extending his hand. We do distribution automation. Chen Yi looked at him for 3 seconds. Then he extended his hand and shook the other man's. I know. They went into the conference room. Engineer Liu sat on the sofa, leaning forward like a tree bent by wind. His hands were clenched on his knees, knuckles white like 4 pebbles. Manager Chen, he said, his voice like an iron plate with trembling beneath. Our technology is leading in the country. Our distribution automation system can achieve fault location isolation and recovery all within 3 minutes. 3 minutes, Chen Yi repeated. Correct, Engineer Liu said, but right now we lack capital. We need money for mass production. How much? Chen Yi asked. 30 million, Engineer Liu said, for 40% of the shares. 30 million, Chen Yi said. Have you sold your product? We have, Engineer Liu said. Last year we installed a pilot system for the Changnan substation. After a year of operation, the failure rate dropped by 70%. Changnan substation, Chen Yi's brow furrowed slightly like a line drawn in the air. Yes, Engineer Liu said, Changnan substation. Chen Yi said nothing. His gaze fell on Engineer Liu's t-shirt, the lightning bolt logo faded like old paper. Outside the window a bird chirped once, very briefly, like a drop of water falling on stone. I'll invest, he said. Invest? Engineer Liu's eyes lit up like 2 light bulbs. Invest, Chen Yi said. But with modified conditions. What modifications? I'll invest 25 million, Chen Yi said, for 45% of the shares. Additionally, your system must connect to my standard. Your standard, oi. Engineer Zhao's brow furrowed like a line drawn in the air. Correct, Chen Yi said. I'm building a standardization platform for smart grids. Your system must connect to this platform, interoperating with other equipment. This? Engineer Liu's voice dropped like air escaping from a balloon. These are my conditions, Chen Yi said. Accept and we cooperate. Don't accept and we don't cooperate. Engineer Liu and Engineer Zhao exchanged a glance. Something moved between their eyes. We. Engineer Liu said, we accept. Good, Chen Yi said. He stood up, walked to the door, and pulled it open. The two walked out one after another like a river flowing. Chen Yi stood at the doorway watching their backs. Engineer Liu's t-shirt had sweat stains like scattered maps. Engineer Zhao's hoodie hood had slipped down, revealing messy hair like a nest of grass. Chen Yi observed these details for 3 seconds. Then he closed the door and returned to the window. The third agreement was for wind power. The other party was a wind farm owner, surname Wang, in his 40s, wearing a red windbreaker with sleeves rolled to his elbows. There was a scar on his hand running from his wrist to his elbow like a snake. Boss Wang arrived at 4 in the afternoon. He drove a gray pickup truck splattered with mud like scattered maps. When the pickup stopped at the hotel entrance, the engine hadn't been turned off yet, the body of the truck trembling slightly. He pushed the door open, and the wind followed in, making the conference room door sway. Manager Chen, Boss Wang's voice was like an iron plate, but with warmth beneath the iron plate. My wind farm is by the sea. The wind is strong. Their annual generation hours exceed 3,000. 3,000, Chen Yi repeated. Yes, Boss Wang said, but my wind turbines are 10 years old. Low efficiency, high failure rate. I want to replace them with new ones, but I'm short on funds. How much? Chen Yi asked. 100 million, Boss Wang said, for 20 new turbines plus a storage system. 100 million, Chen Yi said. How much is your wind farm worth? It was appraised, Boss Wang said, at 200 million. 200 million, Chen Yi said. I'll invest 100 million for 49% of the shares. You continue managing operations. I'll send people for technology and finance. 49. Boss Wang's brow furrowed like a line drawn in the air. Not 50. Not 50, Chen Yi said. 49, and you're still the majority shareholder. But major decisions require board approval. Boss Wang's fingers rubbed against the zipper of his windbreaker. The metal zipper head turned between his fingers. This. Boss Wang's voice dropped like air escaping from a balloon. These are my conditions, Chen Yi said. Accept, and we cooperate. Don't accept, and we don't cooperate. Boss Wang looked at Chen Yi for 3 seconds. Then he smiled, the expression very rough and bold like a stone. He extended his hand and patted Chen Yi on the shoulder with great strength, like hitting a stake into the ground. Manager Chen, he said, you're straightforward. I'll follow you. Not follow me, Chen Yi said. We work together. At 9 in the evening, Chen Yi sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, fingers resting on the glass. The glass was cold, but he could feel the temperature outside. Ships still moved on the river, lights still glowed on the bridge, distant skyscrapers still flickered. His finger traced across the glass from left to right, like outlining a painting. On the coffee table lay 3 agreements. The transformer factory, 50 million. Smart grid, 25 million. Wind power, 100 million. Total 175 million. His finger tapped on the agreement very lightly, like a pebble falling on water. The door opened, and Lao Li walked in. He wore a blue work uniform with sleeves rolled to his elbows. There was a scar on his hand running from his wrist to his elbow like a snake. Lao Li carried a briefcase, brown leather with worn edges showing white. When he entered, he placed the briefcase on the low cabinet by the door very gently, as if setting down something fragile. Engineer Chen, he said, I've reviewed all 3 agreements. How does it look? Chen Yi asked. The transformer factory, Lao Li said, I've checked the equipment list. The new equipment is the best domestically, but the intelligent transformation still falls short. I suggest adding an online monitoring system. Add it, Chen Yi said. How much? 5 million, Lao Li said. Add it, Chen Yi said. The smart grid, Lao Li said, their technology is indeed leading. But the standardization platform will take time. I suggest first building an interface to connect their system with our platform. Do it, Chen Yi said. How long? 3 months, Lao Li said. 3 months, Chen Yi said. I'll give you 4 months. 4 months. Lao Li's brow furrowed like a line drawn in the air. 4 months, Chen Yi said. No rush. Do it well. All right, Lao Li said. The wind power, he said, for turbine selection, I suggest domestic. The efficiency of domestic turbines has already surpassed imported ones. And the after-sales service is more convenient. Use domestic, Chen Yi said. How much? 20% cheaper than imported, Lao Li said. But the performance is about the same. Use domestic, Chen Yi said. Save the money and add it to storage. Add storage. Lao Li's eyes lit up like 2 light bulbs. Yes, Chen Yi said. Wind power is unstable. More when there's wind, less when there isn't. Adding storage can smooth the output. Chen Yi stood up and walked to the window looking outside. On the construction site across the river, tower cranes still worked, their red lights blinking like an eye winking. Good, Lao Li said. I'll draw up the plan. He stood up and walked to the door, pausing. Engineer Chen, he said, his voice like an iron plate with warmth beneath. You understand better than I do. Not understand, Chen Yi said. I calculated it. Lao Li looked at him for 3 seconds. Then he nodded very slowly like a stone moving. All right, he said. I'll calculate. The door closed behind him with a muffled thud. 75 days after his release from prison, the team was in place. Lao Zhou Fund Management responsible for the secondary market. His office was on the 30th floor of an office building on the Shanghai Bund. Outside the window was the Huangpu River with white ships on the water like seagulls. Chen Lao, legal compliance responsible for all contracts and risk control. His office was on the 20th floor of an office building in Beijing, Guomao. Outside the window was Chang'an Street with black cars like beetles crawling along. Lao Li, chief technology officer responsible for technical oversight of all power projects. His office was on the 15th floor of an office building in Shenzhen, Nanshan. Outside the window was the sea with red ships like lanterns floating on the water. Secretary Wang, administrative director responsible for coordination. Her office was on the 40th floor of an office building in Hong Kong Central. Outside the window was Victoria Harbor with green ships like leaves floating on the water. Xiao Wu, chief legal officer responsible for compliance. His office was on the 3rd floor of an office building by West Lake in Hangzhou. Outside the window was West Lake with yellow boats like flower petals floating on the water. Chen Yi headquarters in a hotel in the western part of the city. The room was not large, 40 square meters, but with a large window overlooking the river. Every morning at 6 he woke up, went for a run, ate breakfast, read. Then he began taking calls one after another. Lao Zhou's, Shun Lao's, Lao Li's, secretary Wang, Xiao Wu's. Each person half an hour. No more, no less. He spoke little, listened more. His fingers tapped on his knee very lightly, like a pebble falling on water. Once Lao Zhou said on the phone, Xiao Chen, you take 5 calls a day, half an hour each, what about your own time? Chen Yi said, my time is outside of phone calls. Lao Zhou didn't ask again. At 11 at night, Chen Yi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, fingers resting on the glass. The glass was cold, but he could feel the temperature outside. Ships still moved on the river, lights still glowed on the bridge, distant skyscrapers still flickered. His finger traced across the glass from left to right, like outlining a painting. On the coffee table lay a map. The map was of China with some red dots on it. Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, Hangzhou, Hong Kong, Qingdong, Qingnan, the seaside. Each red dot represented a project. Each project represented an investment. Each investment represented a team. Chen Yi looked at those red dots for 3 seconds. Then he took a photo from his pocket and unfolded it. The photo was from 6 years ago, taken at a construction site. There were a dozen people in the photo, some in work clothes, some in suits, some in Chinese tunics. They stood together smiling happily. At the far left of the photo was a younger Chen Yi wearing a white t-shirt, holding a safety helmet in his hand. The article was published at 2 in the morning. The article was published by a self-media account called Kai Jing Tanmi. It had 12000 followers and specialized in expose-type articles. The article was titled 21 Billion Fortune Legend or Scam. Deep dive into Chen Yi's investment myth. At 2 in the morning, the streets in the west of the city were deserted. The yellow streetlights illuminated the empty roads. The hotel corridor was also very quiet, with only the hum of the air conditioner. Chen Yi's phone lit up briefly, then went dark. He didn't wake up, he was sleeping soundly. The article was long, 5,000 words. It contained several key points. First, before his imprisonment, Chen Yi served as the technical director of a certain power company possessing a vast amount of internal industry information. The Shaoxing heavy industry he bought was a core supplier in the power equipment industry. Did this involve insider trading? Second, how did Chen Yi operate his stocks while serving his sentence? Who managed his accounts? Were there any illegal operations? Third, was Chen Yi's 21 billion truly legal? Was he exploiting legal loopholes to evade taxes? At the end of the article, there was a conclusion. Chen Yi's investment myth is very likely a carefully designed scam. He used insider information to buy stocks, illegal means to operate accounts, and legal loopholes to evade taxes. He is not an investment genius, he is a fraud. After the article was released, it was shared 3,000 times. In the comments, some cursed, some praised, and some remained neutral. At 3:30 a.m., it had been shared 1,000 times. The top comment in the comment section was from a verified lawyer who wrote, "Accusations without evidence are slander. I hope the involved party defends their rights." But this comment was quickly drowned out by criticism. I've long felt something was off. How could an engineer make so much money? Support the exposed, don't let fraudsters get away. Let's wait and see if there's solid evidence. No evidence, it's slander. A person who has been to prison with 21 billion. Yeah, right. Don't jump to conclusions. The Nye Shubin case was also convicted like this. By 6 a.m., the shares had reached 5,000. Several major financial accounts reposted it, adding their own commentary with cautious wording but glaring headlines. 2 financial journalists began making phone calls to the power company Chen Yi had worked for, to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, and to the Tax Bureau. Phone calls came one after another like grasshoppers tied on a string. The news was like a pebble dropped into a calm lake. First ripples spreading outward from the center. Then waves layer by layer crashing against the stones on the shore. Chen Yi's phone began to vibrate. First Chen Lao, then Lao Li, then Lao Zhou. Everyone asked the same thing. "Chairman Chen, have you seen that article?" Chen Yi didn't reply. He flipped his phone over and placed it face down on the table. The phone kept vibrating, buzzing like a fly trapped in a glass. It vibrated over a dozen times, then stopped. Chen Yi saw the article at 7 in the morning. He had just finished his run and shower and was sitting by the window having breakfast. Breakfast was plain rice porridge, pickled vegetables, and an egg, just like 6 years ago. The steam from the porridge rose, hitting the window glass and condensing into tiny water droplets. His phone vibrated once. It was a link from Secretary Wang. Chen Yi opened it and read it through, taking 4 minutes. His finger slid across the screen from top to bottom at a steady pace, as if flipping through a table of contents. Secretary Wang's call came at 7:15. Chairman Chen. Her voice was like an iron plate, but with a tremor underneath. Have you seen that article? I've seen it, Chen Yi said. The online backlash is fierce, Secretary Wang said. Should we issue a statement? No. Chen Yi said, let Xiao Wu handle it. Okay, Secretary Wang said. Also Shen Lao called. He said there's no legal issue, and to reassure you. I see, Chen Yi said. Okay, Secretary Wang said. The call ended with a busy tone. Chen Yi put down the phone, picked up his bowl, and took a sip of porridge. The porridge was hot, sliding down his throat like a snake. Outside the window, a thin layer of mist rose over the river, white like a veil. A barge emerged from the mist, and then disappeared back into it like a fish. Then he picked up the book, opened it, and continued reading. The book was Power System Analysis, its cover worn white, corners curled. His eyes scanned the page from the first line to the last. His finger stopped on a certain page, motionless. On that page there was a line: the stability of a power system depends on whether it can return to its original operating state after being disturbed. Chen Yi stared at that line for 3 seconds. Then he closed the book, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside, the boats on the river were still moving, the lights on the bridge were still on, and the distant high-rises were still twinkling. But in his eyes there was only calmness, like a pool of water. Xiao Wu began his actions at 8 in the morning. His office was on the 3rd floor of an office building by West Lake in Hangzhou. Outside the window was West Lake with boats on the water, yellow like some petals. At 8 o'clock the mist over West Lake hadn't dissipated yet, the distant mountains only showed a silhouette like an ink line. The willows by the lake drooped their branches with dew on them, glittering like tiny beads. He sat in front of the computer, opened a document, and began typing. His fingers flew over the keyboard like birds. Beside him was a cup of coffee, black, no sugar, with condensation on the cup's wall. At 8:30 Xiao Wu called Shen Lao. Shen Lao, he said, Chairman Shen asked me to handle the matter with that self-media account. Shen Lao said, okay, I'll send you the legal opinion within half an hour. Xiao Wu said, thank you, Shen Lao. Shen Lao said, you're welcome. This matter we are in the right. The first document was a lawyer's letter. It was sent to the operator of Taijing Tianmi, demanding deletion of the article, a public apology, and compensation for damages. The wording of the lawyer's letter was harsh like a knife. The second document was a complaint letter sent to the self-media platform requesting removal of the article, account suspension, and provision of the operator's information. The evidence in the complaint letter was thorough like a net. The third document was a lawsuit filing a defamation lawsuit in court demanding that Taijing Tianmi compensate for reputation damage, mental distress, and economic loss. The logic of the lawsuit was rigorous like a mountain. All 3 documents were sent out before 10 in the morning. The sound of the printer spitting out paper was rustling like spring silkworms eating mulberry leaves. Xiao Wu put each of the 3 documents into envelopes, writing the recipients' names and addresses on them. He stood up, walked to the window, and stretched. His bones cracked 3 times. Snap, snap, snap. The mist over the lake had thinned a bit, the mountain's outline became clearer, and the green color showed through. Then Xiao Wu began collecting evidence. He opened Chen Yi's trading records from 2019 to 2026, every buy, sell, and dividend was clearly recorded. He opened Chen Yi's tax records from 2019 to 2026, every tax payment declaration and refund was clearly shown. He opened Chen Yi's account custody agreements from 2019 to 2026, every agreement, every operation, every signature was compliant and legal. The evidence piled up like a mountain on the desk. When Xiao Wu opened the trading records, his finger paused. In March 2019, Chen Yi bought Shaoxing Heavy Industry at 3.2 per share, investing 1.2 million all in. At that time, no one was optimistic about this stock. Colleagues said Chen Yi was crazy. 6 years later, the stock had risen to 18.2 million, had become 2.1 billion. It wasn't insider trading. It was insight. Xiao Wu looked at that mountain for 3 seconds. Then he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Chairman Chen, he said, his voice like an iron plate, everything is handled. How is it? Chen Yi asked. The lawyer's letter has been sent, the complaint letter has been sent, and the lawsuit has been filed. Xiao Wu said, I've organized all the evidence. Their article has no solid proof whatsoever. It's all speculation, conjecture, and defamation. Xiao Wu paused, took a sip of coffee which had gone cold, but he didn't mind. Regarding the insider trading allegation, Xiao Wu said, Chairman Chen bought Shaoxing Heavy Industry in March 2019, when the HBM3E project had not yet been initiated. The position of technical director did not have access to HBM3E information. The timeline doesn't match at all. Good, Chen Yi said. Chairman Chen, Xiao Wu said, you're not angry. Angry? Chen Yi asked. They slandered you, called you a fraud, Xiao Wu said. I know, Chen Yi said. Then you. I'm not angry, Chen Yi said, because I know I'm not a fraud. He paused for a moment, looking out the window. Outside, a bird perched on the windowsill, small and gray. It tilted its head, glanced at Chen Yi, then flew away. The sound of its wings fluttering was soft like a breeze brushing over paper. Besides, he said, anger is useless. What's useful is doing what needs to be done. Do what needs to be done. Xiao Wu asked. Right, Chen Yi said. They wrote an article, that's their freedom. I sue them, that's my right. But more importantly, I need to continue working. Continue investing, continue working, continue building. Building. Yes, Chen Yi said. I want to show them what true strength is. Strength? Xiao Wu asked. Strength is, Chen Yi said. You curse as you will, and I do as I do. When you're done cursing, I'm still here. And I am stronger than you. Xiao Wu didn't speak. The line was silent for 3 seconds, and the faint sound of a boat horn on West Lake could be heard distant like a sigh. The call ended with a busy tone. Xiao Wu put down the phone and looked out the window. The water of West Lake glittered in the sun, fragmented like a pile of glass shards. He picked up the cold cup of coffee and downed it in one go. Afternoon, 3 o'clock. The self-media platform issued a notice. After verification, the article 21 billion fortune legend, or scam, published by the account Kai Jing Tanmi, contains a large amount of false information and is suspected of defamation. The article has been taken down and the account has been banned. When the notice came out, Chen Yi was reviewing the equipment list sent by the transformer factory. The list was long, 3 pages, densely filled with models, parameters, and prices. His finger traced over the list, paused at a certain line, then continued down. That line was a winding machine model, domestically made, 15 cheaper than the imported one. Secretary Wang called. Chairman Chen, the platform notice is out. I see, Chen Yi said. Should we repost it? Secretary Wang asked. No, Chen Yi said, let the facts speak. The notice was shared 100,000 times. The comment section changed direction. So it was defamation. Support Chen Yi in defending his rights. Writing without solid evidence deserved to be banned. Let's wait and see how the court rules. Support legal means don't let the rumor mongers go free. What about those who cursed the most before? Deleted their comments and ran away. The wind turned quickly. Those who were cursing in the morning had already started sharing the notice by afternoon. The internet's memory is short, but its judgment is also swift. The news was like a pebble dropped into a calm lake. But this time the ripples spread from the opposite direction. Evening, 7 o'clock. Chen Yi stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingers resting on the glass. The glass was cool, but he could feel the temperature outside. The boats on the river were still moving, the lights on the bridge were still on, and the distant high-rises were still twinkling. At 7 the river was darker than during the day, but the water's ripples were still visible. A tugboat passed under the bridge, towing 6 barges in a line like a centipede. The horn sounded once deep and drawn out, like a person sighing. His finger traced across the glass from left to right, like outlining a painting. On the coffee table, there was a document. It was brought by Secretary Wang with tomorrow's schedule written on it. The schedule: 9:00 a.m. meet with the technical director of a photovoltaic company. 11:00 a.m. inspect the transformer factory. 2:00 p.m. attend the smart grid project kickoff meeting. 4:00 p.m. video conference with boss Wang of the wind farm. A full day? But Chen Yi's expression didn't change as he looked at the schedule. He looked at it for 3 seconds. These tasks were the same as yesterday and would be the same tomorrow. No matter what was being said online, the schedule wouldn't change and the work would not stop. That was the real response. Then he picked up a pen and added an item: 7:00 p.m., run 5 kilometers. He placed the schedule on the coffee table like the peak of a mountain. Outside, the boats on the river were still moving, the lights on the bridge were still on, and the distant high-rises were still twinkling. But in his eyes there was only calmness, like a pool of water. What lay beneath the surface was unclear. In the afternoon, Xiao Wu called again. Chairman Chen, he said, the operator of Kai Jing Tanmi posted an apology letter. But in the apology, they're still insinuating that you have problems. I see, Chen Yi said. Should we file additional lawsuits? Xiao Wu asked. No, Chen Yi said, it's enough. Let the court decide. Okay, Xiao Wu said. He remembered 6 years ago. On the first night in prison, he lay on the cell bed listening to the sounds outside. Some were crying, some cursing, some laughing. He closed his eyes thinking about his stocks, his future. The iron bunk was hard, digging into his back. The pillow was thin with a smell of disinfectant. The corridor light seeped through the gap in the iron door, a white line falling on the concrete floor like a knife. In the next cell, someone was grinding, their teeth creaking like chewing bones. At that time, he had nothing, only 2 million and 1 stock. Now he had 1 billion and an empire. He knew that an empire was not built in a day. It required bricks, tiles, and stones slowly piled up. At 4:00 p.m. Chen Yi was in a conference room on a video call with Lao Li. Lao Li's background was his office in Shenzhen, with the sea outside the window, the water surface white under the sun. I've reviewed the equipment list for the transformer factory, Lao Li said. The models are fine, but we need to keep a close eye on delivery. Domestic equipment has tight production capacity. If it's late, we'll miss the trial production. Watch it, Chen Yi said. I'll watch it, Lao Li said. Around noon, Lao Zhou called. Xiao Chen, have you seen those things online? I've seen them, Chen Yi said. Should I find someone to have a word with that self-media account? Lao Zhou said. No. Chen Yi said, let the law handle it. Okay, Lao Zhou said, then paused. Xiao Chen, your temper has changed. It hasn't changed. Chen Yi said, I've learned. Lao Zhou didn't speak again. The sound of keyboard tapping came through the phone once, twice, then stopped. He was not in a hurry. Because good things are worth waiting for. The next day, 9:00 a.m. Sunlight streamed through the conference room window, falling on the ink, painting, making the mountains fainter, as if melting into the light. Chen Yi met the technical director of the photovoltaic company in the hotel's conference room. The technical director, surnamed Zhou, was in his 40s, wearing a white shirt with sleeves rolled up to the elbows. There was a scar on his hand extending from wrist to elbow like a snake. When Director Zhou entered, he was carrying a cardboard box. Inside was a small device the size of a palm with a silver casing. He placed the box on the coffee table gently, as if placing a medal. Chairman Chen, Director Zhou's voice was like an iron plate, but with warmth underneath. Our perovskite battery has passed the 3,000-hour test. Passed. Chen Yi's brow furrowed like a line. Director Zhou opened the box and took out the device. On the device's casing was a serial number and a blue label that read perovskite module, A3. It passed. Director Zhou said, efficiency degradation, less than 3%. As he spoke, he took a folded piece of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and placed it on the coffee table. On the paper was a curve with time on the horizontal axis and efficiency on the vertical. The curve descended slowly from a high point, but the slope was very small, almost a flat line. This is the data curve from our 3,000-hour continuous test, Director Zhou said. You see the degradation is very flat. 3%. Chen Yi repeated. Yes, Director Zhou said, even better than the expected 5%. Chen Yi picked up the device from the coffee table and turned it over to look. The casing was smooth, the seams tight, the workmanship good. He put the device back in the box. Good, Chen Yi said. I'll arrange the second phase investment of 20 million. Director Zhou's hand clenched on his knee, knuckles turning white. His lips moved twice before he spoke the next words. Thank you, Chairman Chen. Director Zhou said. You're welcome, Chen Yi said. You deserve it. Director Zhou stood up, folded the data curve on the coffee table, and put it in his pocket. The movement was careful, like folding a letter. He stood up, walked to the door, and pulled it open. Director Zhou walked out like a river. Chen Yi stood at the door watching his back. Director Zhou's shirt had some sweat stains like maps. His hand was clenched in his pocket, knuckles white like 4 stones. At the end of the corridor, Director Zhou looked back once, then turned and quickened his pace. Chen Yi observed these details for 3 seconds. Then he closed the door and returned to the window. Outside, the boats on the river were still moving, the lights on the bridge were still on, and the distant high-rises were still twinkling. But in his eyes there was only calmness, like a pool of water. What lay beneath the surface was unclear. He picked up the book from the coffee table, opened it, and continued reading. The characters on the page were black like ants. And he was like a spider among the ants, picking, choosing, waiting. The afternoon sun streamed through the window, falling on the page, creating a round spot of light, like a coin. Chen Yi's finger traced over the spot, then back. Not in a hurry. Because good things are worth waiting for. On the 110th day after his release from prison, Chen Yi encountered his former superior at the annual Power Industry Conference. The conference was held in an exhibition center on the outskirts of the city, a 3-story building with white walls and blue glass. A row of cars was parked at the entrance, BMWs, Mercedes, Audis, like a procession of metal boxes. A crowd had gathered around the registration desk, people checking and chatting, exchanging business cards, their voices humming like a swarm of bees. Chen Yi wore a dark blue suit, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, a glass in his hand. The glass held mineral water, transparent like a pool. He stood in a corner of the lobby watching the crowd. Many familiar faces were there. Some had grown fatter, some thinner, some with graying hair. They gathered in 2s and 3s, glasses in hand filled with red liquid like blood. A few people glanced at Chen Yi, their gazes pausing briefly before moving on. Someone murmured something, and the person beside them nodded. But no one came over. Chen Yi didn't mind. He took a sip of water. It was cold. Then he spotted his old superior. The old leader stood at the edge of the crowd wearing a gray Zhongshan suit with the top button fastened. His hair was white like a layer of snow. His back was slightly hunched like a mountain bent by the wind. In his hand he held a thermos, its surface marked with a dent like a small pit. Chen Yi watched him for 3 seconds. The old leader stood at the periphery of the crowd like a shell washed ashore by the tide. The laughter, the clinking of glasses, the pleasantries around him, all separated by an invisible barrier. Then he walked over. Old leader, he said. The old leader turned, his gaze falling on Chen Yi. His eyes were murky like stagnant water, but something moved beneath the surface. Chen Yi. His voice seemed squeezed through clenched teeth, soft like a falling leaf. It's me, Chen Yi said. The two stood there, the crowd around them, shifting glasses, clinking, laughter erupting, but this small patch of space was walled off by something invisible. The air was thick, breathing a little heavy. The old leader's hand trembled softly like a leaf in the wind. His fingers tightened on the thermos, barely perceptible. You're out, he asked. Out, Chen Yi said. 6 years. The old leader's voice dropped like a punctured balloon, slowly deflating. 6 years, Chen Yi said. The old leader said nothing. His face frozen in the crowd like an abandoned mask. Chen Yi, he said, his voice like an iron plate, but beneath that plate there was a tremor. I'm sorry, When the old leader spoke these words, his voice was so low it was nearly drowned out by the surrounding noise. But Chen Yi heard every word as clearly as the text message he'd received 6 years ago. Sorry, Chen Yi asked. Yes. The old leader said, back then I didn't protect you well enough. Chen Yi said nothing. His gaze fell on the old leader's thermos, the dent in its surface like a small pit. Back then, the old leader said, I knew Zhao Lei was framing you. But I didn't step forward. I was afraid Zhao Lei would drag me in too. As the old leader spoke these words, he didn't look at Chen Yi, but at the thermos in his hands. Condensation clung to its surface. His thumb traced a line through the mist, leaving a streak. I know, Chen Yi said. You know? The old leader's eyes flickered like 2 light bulbs switching on. I know, Chen Yi said. You sent me a text message back then. For words, be careful of Zhao Lei. The old leader's mouth fell open like a fish out of water. You remember? He asked. I remember. Chen Yi said. That was the last message I received the day before I went to prison. That night, he lay on his bed. His phone vibrated. He picked it up and looked at the screen. Just 4 words, be careful of Zhao Lei. The number was his old leader's, but no name was attached. He glanced at it, set the phone down, and turned over. The next morning the police came. The old leader's hand trembled softly like a leaf in the wind. His fingers tightened on the thermos, barely perceptible. Chen Yi, he said, his voice squeezed through clenched teeth, soft like a falling leaf. I should have done more back then. You did what you should have done, Chen Yi said. No, the old leader said. I should have stood up and testified against Zhao Lei. I should have protected you. You protected yourself. Chen Yi said, that's not wrong. But, old leader, Chen Yi said, his voice flat as an iron plate, I don't blame you. Don't blame. The old leader's eyes flickered like 2 light bulbs switching on. No, Chen Yi said, back then you had a family, children, a mortgage. You spoke up, Zhao Lei would have dragged you in too. Your family would have fallen apart. When Chen Yi said the word family, his gaze swept over the old leader's hand. On the old leader's left ring finger, there was a faint indentation, the mark of a ring. The ring was gone, but the mark remained like an old scar. So I understand. Chen Yi said, I don't blame you. The old leader said nothing. His eyes were murky like stagnant water, but something moved beneath the surface. Chen Yi, he said, his voice like an iron plate, but beneath that plate there was warmth. You're stronger than me. Not stronger. Chen Yi said, I just calculated. He raised his glass and took a sip of water. The water was cold, sliding down his throat like a snake. Old leader, he said, you've retired, haven't you? Retired. The old leader said, 3 years ago Zhao Lei pushed me out. Pushed out. Chen Yi's brow furrowed slightly like a crease in a line. Yes. The old leader said he submitted a report to his superiors saying I was too old, my health wasn't good, I wasn't suitable to continue working. Then he pushed me out. On my last day, he stood at the meeting and thanked me for my years of service. When the old leader said the word, thanked, the corner of his mouth twitched as if pulled by an invisible string. Is that so? Chen Yi said. Yes. The old leader said, but I don't hate him. I just regret. As he spoke, the old leader shifted the thermos to his other hand. His original hand was a bit numb. He shook his wrist twice, and a bone cracked audibly. Regret? Chen Yi asked. Regret, the old leader said, that I didn't see his true face sooner. He took a sip from the thermos. The water was hot, sliding down his throat like a snake. Chen Yi, he said, his voice like an iron plate, but beneath that plate there was warmth. Do you know? Zhao Lei scandals. It's not just your case. I know, Chen Yi said. You know? The old leader's eyes flickered like 2 light bulbs switching on. Chen Yi said, I'm already investigating. Elder Shun is looking into the capital flow. Xiao Wu is checking the contract archives. The traces Zhao Lei left won't simply vanish. Gathering. The old leader's voice dropped like a punctured balloon, slowly deflating. Yes. Chen Yi said, I've already found some people. Old Ma, Little Li. They are all willing to come forward. When Chen Yi said, Old Ma and Little Li, his voice was flat, but each word was like a nail driven into the air. Old Ma, Little Li. The old leader's mouth fell open like a fish out of water. Yes. Chen Yi said, they were all harmed by Zhao Lei. Now they're willing to tell the truth. The old leader was silent for 10 seconds. The music in the hall shifted to a slower tempo, like someone walking with a sigh. A waiter passed by with a tray. The glasses on it wobbled, the red liquid following the motion like fragments of red silk. The old leader said nothing. His eyes were murky like stagnant water, but something moved beneath the surface. Chen Yi, he said, his voice like an iron plate, but beneath that plate there was warmth. I'm willing to. Willing? Chen Yi asked. Willing. The old leader said, I'm willing to tell you everything I know. He paused, his voice dropping. In my life I've made many choices. Some were right, some were wrong. Giving you this notebook is the last choice. This one I don't want to get wrong. He pulled a notebook from his pocket and handed it to Chen Yi. The notebook was black leather bound, its corners worn like aged paper. As he handed over the notebook, the old leader's hand trembled. The notebook nearly slipped to the floor, but Chen Yi caught it swiftly. In here, he said, are all the records I kept back then. Zhao Lei's every scandal. Including the project funds he embezzled, the bribes he took, the rivals he crushed. Chen Yi took the notebook and cradled it in his palm. The notebook was cool, but he could feel its weight. Old leader, he said, his voice flat as an iron plate. Thank you. Don't mention it. The old leader said, his face flushing red, spreading from his cheekbones upward, climbing all the way to his forehead. It's what I should have done. You did what you should have done, Chen Yi said. He opened the notebook and flipped through a few pages. The pages were covered in dense characters, black like a colony of ants. Each page recorded a name, a date, a sum of money. The paper had yellowed with age, but the handwriting remained clear, blue-black ink from a fountain pen, each stroke neat and deliberate. When the old leader had recorded these things, his hand must have been steady. March 2019, Chen Yi read aloud. Changnan Substation Project. Budget 5 million yuan. Actual expenditure 3 million yuan. Difference of 2 million yuan. Destination unknown. Yes. The old leader said, that 2 million went into Zhao Lei's private account. Chen Yi's finger paused on that page. 2 million. Changnan Substation. He had worked overtime at the Changnan Substation back, then burning the midnight oil drawing blueprints. Every line on those blueprints was his heart and soul. And that 2 million went straight into Zhao Lei's pocket. June 2019, Chen Yi read, Chongbei Substation Project. Budget 8 million yuan. Actual expenditure 5 million yuan. Difference of 3 million yuan. Destination unknown. Yes. The old leader said, that 3 million also went into Zhao Lei's private account. September 2019, Chen Yi read, Chen Yi's embezzlement case. Key evidence of forged IOU. Forger Zhao Lei. Chen Yi's finger stopped on that page, motionless. Yes. The old leader said that IOU was forged by Zhao Lei. He found someone to imitate your handwriting and write that IOU. Imitate my handwriting. Chen Yi's brow furrowed slightly like a crease in a line. Yes. The old leader said, that man was called Old Zhang, a distant relative of Zhao Lei. He specialized in forging handwriting, charging 5,000 yuan per job. Old Zhang. Chen Yi repeated. Old Zhang. The old leader said, he's now teaching children to write at a calligraphy class in the east side of the city. Last year when I passed by, I saw him standing at the blackboard teaching a group of 7 or 8-year-olds to write horizontal and vertical strokes. When he saw me, his face went pale. Chen Yi said nothing. His finger tapped lightly on the notebook like a pebble striking water. Old leader, he said, his voice flat as an iron plate. Is this evidence enough? Enough. The old leader said, embezzlement, bribery, forged evidence, false accusation. For charges combined, Zhao Lei faces at least 10 years. 10 years. Chen Yi repeated. 10 years. 6 years ago, Zhao Lei had given him only 6. Now justice would return Zhao Lei 10. 10 years. The old leader said, but you need more witnesses. Witnesses, eh? Chen Yi asked. Yes. The old leader said, the notebook is your account. But in court you need witness testimony. You need to find those who were suppressed, those who were silenced, and get them to come forward. I will. Chen Yi said. And the old leader said, you need to find Zhao Lei's private accounts. Prove that money actually went into his pockets. I will. Chen Yi said, Elder Shun is already processing it. Applying for a court subpoena to retrieve Zhao Lei's bank statements. The old leader looked at him for 3 seconds. Then he nodded slowly like a stone. Chen Yi, he said, his voice like an iron plate, but beneath that plate there was warmth. You've changed. When the old leader said, changed, his gaze swept across Chen Yi's face, his suit, his posture, the glass in his hand. 6 years ago, Chen Yi had stood before him in work clothes, a safety helmet in hand. Now he held a bottle of mineral water, but his gaze was harder than any helmet. Changed, eh? Chen Yi asked. Changed. The old leader said, 6 years ago you were an engineer who only knew technology. Now you're an investor who understands strategy, understands patience, understands how to wield the law as a weapon. As he spoke, the old leader glanced at the glass in Chen Yi's hand. The water inside was half gone, its surface perfectly still, not a ripple in sight. I didn't change. Chen Yi said, I learned. Learned what? Learned, Chen Yi said, his voice flat as an iron plate, that in this world technology alone isn't enough. You also need to understand people, understand rules, understand how to make those rules serve you. As Chen Yi spoke these words, his gaze was level. No pride, no resentment, as if stating a physical law. The old leader said nothing. His eyes were murky like stagnant water, but something moved beneath the surface. Chen Yi, he said, his voice like an iron plate, but beneath that plate there was warmth. You'll succeed. Not will. Chen Yi said, I will. He raised his glass and took a sip of water. The water was cold, sliding down his throat like a snake. In the hall, applause erupted. The host was announcing some award. Chen Yi didn't listen. He set his glass on the side table. The bottom of the glass met the table surface with a soft click. Then he closed the notebook and tucked it into his pocket. In the hall, the host began speaking, his voice booming from the speakers, buzzing the words indistinct. The crowd gradually moved toward the stage, but only Chen Yi and the old leader remained in the corner, like two stones left behind on a receding beach. Old leader, he said, his voice flat as an iron plate. Thank you. Don't mention it. The old leader said, It's what I should have done. Chen Yi looked at him for 3 seconds. The old leader's eyes were red, but no tears fell. A man of his age, his tears had long since dried. Only the redness remained. Then he extended his hand and clasped the old leader's. The old leader's hand was rough like sandpaper, but warm. The two men held hands in silence. In the hall, people laughed, clinked glasses, exchanged business cards. The lights fell on them, casting two shadows, one long, one short, like two trees. Old leader, Chen Yi said, his voice flat as an iron plate, rest assured. I will make Zhao Lei pay the price. Price. The old leader's eyes flickered like two light bulbs switching on. The legal price, Chen Yi said. The conference hall lights blazed, illuminating two figures, one young, one old. The young one stood straight, the old one stood bent. But in both their eyes the same thing glowed. Chen Yi released his hand and stepped back. The old leader stepped back too. Between them was an arm's length, but somehow closer than before. 9 o'clock in the evening. Chen Yi stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingers resting on the glass. The glass was cool, but through it he could sense the temperature outside. The boats on the river were still moving, the bridge lights still glowing, the distant skyscrapers still flickering. The river at 9 was quieter than in daylight. Occasionally a ship's horn would sound low and distant, like someone coughing far away. His finger traced a line across the glass from left to right, like outlining a painting. On the tea table the notebook lay. Black leather-bound, its corners worn like aged paper. He opened the notebook and flipped through a few pages. The pages were covered in dense characters, black like a colony of ants. Each page recorded a name, a date, a sum of money. Outside the window, all was quiet. The hotel's air conditioning had stopped. Only the refrigerator's compressor hummed softly, like an insect crawling inside the wall. His tea had gone cold, but Chen Yi didn't pour a fresh cup. His finger stopped on a certain page, motionless. On that page it read, September 2019, Chen Yi's embezzlement case. Key evidence of forged IOU. Forger Zhao Lei. Chen Yi stared at that line for 3 seconds. Then he closed the notebook and tucked it into his pocket. Inside the pocket, along with his phone and room key. The notebook nestled between them, sitting flat, like a brick. Outside the window the boats on the river continued their movement, the bridge lights continued to glow, the distant skyscrapers continued to flicker. But in his eyes there was only stillness. Like stagnant water. What lay beneath the surface one could not tell. He thought back 6 years. On the day he was sentenced, he stood in the courtroom listening to the judge's verdict. The judge's voice was like an iron plate. The defendant Chen Yi is found guilty of embezzlement and sentenced to 6 years imprisonment. The courtroom lights were stark white, blinding. The railing of the defendant's box was wooden, varnished, smooth to the touch. He stood behind the railing, looking at the judge, at the prosecutor, at the gallery. The old leader hadn't come to the gallery, but he had received that text message. For words, enough. Back then he had nothing but 2 million yuan and a stock. Now he had 1 billion and a notebook. The notebook held 6 years of Zhao Lei's crimes. 6 years for 6 years. Justice sometimes comes slowly, but it always comes. He knew that the records in the notebook were like seeds, buried in soil, waiting 3 months, and they would sprout. He was not impatient, because good things are worth waiting for. Outside the window the boats on the river continued their movement, the bridge lights continued to glow, the distant skyscrapers continued to flicker, and his finger remained still at the center of the glass, like a nail driven into wood. On the 95th day after his release from prison, Chen Yi opened that box. The box was hidden in the corner of the attic at his family's old house, piled with old clothes like a small hill. The wood had rotted through its edges, webbed with cracks. The attic stairs were narrow, requiring him to turn sideways. Each step creaked as though in pain. He carried the box down, and dust settled around him like snow. He sneezed, the sound echoing through the empty room like a misfire. The lid was lifted, revealing yellowed papers within. On top lay a financial statement from January 2020. Red numbers indicated losses, black numbers profits. Chen Yi's gaze swept from the first line to the last, then stopped. Project reserve, fund -1. 2 million. 2 million. He stared at it for 3 seconds and set the statement aside. The next paper was an IOU, the borrowed amount 30,000 yuan. The borrower Chen Yi, dated February 2020. The handwriting was familiar, it was his. But the content, he had no memory of writing it. Forged. The strokes resembled his, yet not entirely. Some angles differed by a degree or two, like someone imitating another person's walk. He set the IOU down and picked up the next document. A transfer record, February 15, 2020, 30,000 yuan moved from the company account to an unfamiliar private account. 3 seconds. He took out every sheet one by one and spread them across the floor. Financial statements, IOUs, transfer records, contracts, emails, chat logs. Every document was evidence. Every document was a lie. He stood and walked to the window. Beyond it lay fields, green, stretching to the horizon. At the horizon stood a gray mountain like a solitary stone. His finger tapped the windowsill once lightly, like a pebble dropping onto still water. Zhao Lei, he said, his voice as soft as a falling leaf. You thought 6 years would make me forget. On the 97th day after his release, Chen Yi met the first person. On the way to the tea house, he drove for 40 minutes. Rapeseed flowers lined both sides of the road, yellow patches spread like scattered gold. Wind swept through the window, carrying a cloying sweetness. Old Ma sat in the corner of a tea house on the city's outskirts. In his 50s, wearing a gray jacket, his hair white, holding a dented thermos in his hands. He was a former colleague from the finance department. Engineer Chen, old Ma's voice sounded like rusted iron. You've come out. I'm out. The tea in the corner had gone cold, leaves sinking to the bottom of the pot. Old Ma held the cup with both hands, his fingers rubbing the sides repeatedly. 6 years have passed. 6 years, Chen Yi said. Old Ma took a sip and set the cup on the table with a dull thud. I know something about what happened back then. Know what? That 30,000 yuan, you didn't borrow it. Chen Yi's fingers tapped once against his knee. Go on. Back then Zhao Lei came to me and asked me to create a transfer record. 30,000 from the company account to a private one. He said it was a project reserve fund just to move the paperwork along. Did you do it? I did. Old Ma's face flushed red. I didn't know at the time it was meant to frame you. Only after you went to prison did I understand. Zhao Lei used that transfer record and the forged IOU to accuse you of occupational embezzlement. I considered speaking out, but I was too afraid. Why not? Zhao Lei threatened me. He said if I talked he'd make sure I ended up in prison too. Chen Yi said nothing, his gaze resting on the dent in the thermos. Old Ma, why are you willing to speak now? Old Ma's hands trembled faintly like leaves in the wind. I have cancer. Terminal stage. The doctor says I have 3 months left. Wind swept in through the window, making the tissue box sway. Old Ma's white hair drifted in the breeze. 3 months. Chen Yi repeated. I don't want to take this secret to my grave. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a black USB drive, handing it to Chen Yi. This contains all the original financial records from back then, including the true destination of that transfer. Chen Yi took the drive and rested it in his palm. Cold. Substantial. Old Ma, thank you. I owe you an apology. You owe me nothing. Chen Yi stood and grasped his hand. Rough. Warm. Rest assured I will make Zhao Lei pay. Pay. Old Ma's eyes brightened. The legal kind of payment. Old Ma tucked the thermos against his chest and left his back slightly stooped, his steps slow as though measuring every inch of ground. Chen Yi watched his silhouette turn the corner and vanish. On the 100th day after his release, Chen Yi met the second person. Zhao Lei was a former subordinate from the technical department in his 30s, wearing a blue shirt with sleeves rolled to the elbow. A scar ran along his wrist like a coiled snake. They sat in a hotel conference room, 20 square meters, white walls and ink wash painting hanging above. Engineer Chen, Zhao Lei's voice tightened. You wanted to see me? Sit. Zhao Lei sat leaning forward, his hands clenched on his knees, knuckles white. How much do you know about what happened back then? You know? Chen Yi stated, not questioned. Zhao Lei's face froze. Zhao Lei had you install software on my computer, a remote control program. Through it he could operate my computer remotely, including printing that forged IOU. Engineer Chen. You installed it. Zhao Lei's face flushed red. I didn't know it was meant to frame you at the time. Zhao Lei said it was company security software mandatory for everyone's computer. And later, after you went to prison, I learned the truth. I considered speaking out, but I was too afraid. Why not? Zhao Lei gave me 1,000 yuan. He said it was a year-end bonus. But I knew it was hush money. Chen Yi said nothing, his eyes falling on that scar. Zhao Lei, why are you willing to speak now? My conscience won't let me rest. For 6 years I haven't slept well. I dream of you in prison, dreaming you ask me why. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a silver USB drive. This contains the installation records of that software, the timestamps, the installer, the remote operation logs. Chen Yi took the drive. Cold. Substantial. Zhao Lei, thank you. Zhao Lei's eyes reddened, and he wiped his cheek with his sleeve. I owe you an apology. You owe me nothing. Chen Yi stood and grasped his hand. Cold but firm. Rest assured I will make Zhao Lei pay. Pay. The legal kind. That evening at 9 o'clock. Chen Yi sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingers resting against the glass. Boats still moved on the river. Lights still glowed on the bridge. Distant high-rises still flickered. On the coffee table lay 2 USB drives, one black, one silver. The door opened and Shun Lao and Xiao Wu entered. Shun Lao wore a gray Zhongshan suit, buttons fastened to the top. Xiao Wu carried a black briefcase and a white shirt. Director Chen, Zhao Lei said, the evidence is all organized. How does it look? Thorough. Old Ma's financial records can prove the 30,000 transfer was fabricated. Zhao Lei's software logs can prove Zhao Lei remotely accessed your computer and printed the forged IOU. Anything else? Zhao Lei's actions from back then constitute the crime of false accusation and framing. Shen Lao spoke. Article 243 of the criminal law, fabricating facts to frame another person with the intent of subjecting them to criminal prosecution under serious circumstances, carries a sentence of 3 to 10 years imprisonment. 3 to 10 years. Correct. And the recent media campaign constitutes the crime of defamation. Article 246. Fabricating facts to defame another under serious circumstances carries a sentence of up to 3 years imprisonment, criminal detention, public surveillance, or deprivation of political rights. Up to 3 years. Correct. Combined, the two charges carry a minimum of 5 years. 5 years. But there is one issue. Shen Lao frowned slightly. The statute of limitations. The false accusation charge has a 10-year limitation period calculated from the date of the crime. From 2020 to 2026, it is still within the period. Within. The defamation charge has a 3-year limitation period calculated from the date the victim knew or should have known their rights were infringed. Zhao Lei's most recent defamatory acts occurred last month, which is also within the period. Within. Therefore we can file both cases simultaneously, Chen Lao said. One pathway applying for a retrial of the occupational embezzlement case to overturn the original verdict. The other prosecuting Zhao Lei for false accusation and defamation, holding him criminally liable. Chen Yi said nothing gaze falling on the 2 USB drives. Chen Lao, do you think now is the best time to file suit? No. Why not? Zhao Lei is still making mistakes. The media attacks continue, the defamatory acts are escalating. If we sue now, he will only be held accountable for past behavior. Wait a little longer. The more mistakes he makes, the more he can be held accountable for. Wait, Chen Yi said. Cast a wide net to catch the biggest fish. Chen Yi stood and walked to the window. A boat was slowly crossing the river, leaving a white wake behind it. Agreed, he said. Wait. He looked out the window at the shimmering water. But not for too long. How long? Chen Lao asked. 3 months, Chen Yi said. 3 months from now, regardless of whether Zhao Lei continues his misconduct, we file the lawsuit. Xiao Wu, who had been listening nearby, paused with his pen. He looked up at Chen Yi, then returned his gaze to the notebook and wrote a few characters. 3 months, Chen Lao repeated. I don't want to keep old Ma waiting any longer. Chen Lao studied Chen Yi's face for 3 seconds. Then he nodded slowly like a stone settling. Agreed. 3 months. That evening at 11 o'clock. Chen Yi stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingers resting against the glass. The glass was cold. On the coffee table lay 2 USB drives, one black, one silver. He thought back 6 years. On the day he was sentenced, he stood in the courtroom hearing the judge pronounce, the defendant Chen Yi is guilty of occupational embezzlement and is sentenced to 6 years imprisonment. The courtroom was silent, broken only by the sound of the gavel striking, bang bang. In the gallery sat Zhao Lei, dressed in a suit, head bowed, the corners of his mouth turned upward. Back then he had nothing, only 2 million and a single stock. Now he had 1 billion and 2 USB drives. The evidence in the drives was like 2 seeds, buried in soil waiting 3 months to sprout. He was in no rush, because the best things are worth waiting for. Outside the window, boats still moved on the river, lights still glowed on the bridge, distant high-rises still flickered, and his finger remained pressed against the center of the glass, motionless, like a nail driven into wood. The phone rang at 3:17 a.m. Chen Yi's alarm was set for 6:30. So when his phone vibrated on the pillow, he immediately thought it was the alarm going off early. But the sound was wrong. The ringtone was not the soft music he had set, it was the kind of bell from a factory, shrill and urgent, as if something had snapped. That bowl of plain kanji had gone stone cold. Chen Yi remembered clearly, it wasn't the 2 billion figure, nor the red waterfall of stock price surges, it was that bowl of kanji. His mother's pickled vegetables still sat in the dish, their edges slightly yellowed with a small ring of brine seeping out like a lake on a map. The crack on the boiled eggshell resembled a river winding from the top to the bottom, its lines fine and clear, as if one could follow it to someplace. The white steam from the kanji had dissipated, the gray-blue sky light reflected in the bowl, like a patch of sky halos shifting on the porcelain white walls, now bright, now dim. This was the deepest image in his memory. The temperature of the peak moment was a bowl of cold kanji. A thin film floated on the surface like ice on a winter river. He stirred with his spoon, and the film broke, sinking down. The kanji water and rice grains mixed together, no longer showing their original heat and vitality. There was wind outside the window, the curtains swayed gently, and the light wavered in the bowl like a small patch of water. He thought, so this is what the peak looks like. Not gongs and drums, not thunderous applause. Just a bowl of cold kanji, a cracked egg, and a dish of nearly finished pickles. All the excitement was in the phone, in those jumping red numbers, in the excited voices of others. And he sat there, the kanji cold, the sky light brightening, then dimming, everything as calm as if nothing had happened. The news came out at 8 in the morning. A line of red text popped up on the Shaoxing Heavy Industries website. HBM3E memory chips officially mass-produced, capacity ramp up, smooth yield exceeds expectations. 300 characters. Each word was like a stone dropped into a lake, sending ripples spreading outward. First the office, then the industry, then the global market. That line of red text was embedded in the dark gray page, solemn and unquestionable. The countdown on the page was still ticking, but no one was watching it anymore. Half an hour later, the Bloomberg terminal went wild. The pre-market price jumped from 18 to 22 to 24 to 25. The red numbers shot up like flames, cluster after cluster, scorching the retinas of every trader. Coffee went cold, untouched. Breakfast went cold, unmoved. The K-line chart on the screen was like a mad snake shooting straight up with no sign of a pullback. Traders' fingers danced on the keyboards like a flock of birds. Phone rings rose and fell like a room full of bells, one after another, never ceasing. Someone shouted something, but the voice was drowned in louder sounds. Someone punched a string of numbers into a calculator, then widened their eyes, lips moving, but no sound coming out. Buy, full position, leverage, max leverage. The air was thick with coffee, sweat, and anxiety, sticky like a layer of oil. Someone opened a window, but the wind from outside couldn't dispel the smell. The air conditioner vent hummed, blowing cold air onto faces, yet it couldn't extinguish the fire within. At 9:30 the market opened. Shaoxing Heavy Industries jumped directly from 18 to 25. Within 5 minutes trading volume exceeded 100 million shares. 25 jumped to 26, 26 to 27. Each jump was accompanied by a gasp like waves crashing against rocks, each louder than the last. Then at 27 it stopped. It wasn't a limit up, it was a pause. Buyers and sellers were deadlocked at 27, like two armies facing off. On the order book the 5 levels of buy orders were densely packed, and the sell orders were like a wall, with only a narrow gap between them. Occasionally a trade would slip through that gap, like a mouse scurrying across a corridor, only to be filled instantly. Someone tried to test with small orders. As soon as they were placed they were devoured, but whenever a large order appeared sell orders would flood out like a tide blocking the way. Traders' eyes were fixed on that number like hunters stalking prey. Someone started smoking, the smoke swirled under the lights like wandering spirits. Someone loosened their tie, forehead drenched in sweat. Someone placed a large order of 500 shares at 27. Buy orders consumed 300 shares, but the rest were blocked by sell orders again. The price didn't budge like a nail driven into the wall. That large order was like a boulder blocking the order book, immovable by anyone. Chen Yi saw the news at 7 in the morning. He had just finished his run and taken a shower sitting by the window. Morning light leaked through the curtain gaps, painting golden lines on the wooden floor. He wore a dark gray t-shirt, his hair still not completely dry, with water dripping from the tips, leaving a wet spot on his shoulder. His phone vibrated once, and the screen lit up. He glanced at it, put down his spoon, and took a sip of the plain congee. The congee was still hot, emitting a wisp of white steam that rose like a fine thread, curling up and dispersing in the air. The congee was soft and sticky, the rice grains thoroughly cooked, melting in the mouth. The saltiness of the pickles and the blandness of the congee blended perfectly. He put down his spoon and glanced at the phone again. The message on the screen was very short, but each word was like a nail driven into the cross-section of time. He turned the phone over, screen down, and continued drinking his congee. Old Joe's call came at 7:15. Xiao Chen, did you see it? HBM3E is in mass production. His voice was like a steel plate with a tremor underneath, as if a fire was smoldering beneath the plate. I saw it, Chen Yi said, his voice calm as a stagnant pool, unruffled. The stock is going crazy. Pre-market 25. Old Joe's voice carried an irrepressible excitement, like drunkenness, unstoppable. 25. Chen Yi repeated the congee, still steaming, his chopsticks resting on the rim of the bowl, with a bit of congee on the tip slowly dripping down. He picked up the chopsticks and tapped them lightly on the bowl's rim. The drop of congee fell into the bowl, splashing a little rice grain. Your assets have peaked. Old Joe's voice was trembling violently, like a taut string. 2 million times 2,000 is 2. 4 billion. 2. 4 billion. 2. 4 billion. Chen Yi put down his chopsticks. The white steam on the congee dissipated. Outside the window a bird flew by with wide wings, its gliding posture like an open pair of scissors. The bird's shadow flashed across the curtain like an illusion. Sunlight fell on the floor. Those golden lines were slowly shifting. Old Joe, his voice was flat as a steel plate, without a ripple. Execute according to plan. Plan. Old Joe's voice dropped like a balloon, leaking air, hissing. The price is high now. We can sell more. No more. Why? Because, Chen Yi said, a higher price doesn't mean higher value. HBM3E mass production is the first step. Capacity ramp up, yield improvement, customer expansion. Every step ahead is a variable. I'm not in a hurry. But, Old Joe's voice rose again like a rubber band suddenly stretched taut. This window of opportunity. Nobody knows how long it will stay open. The window is always there, Chen Yi said. You just can't see it. There was silence on the other end for 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, Chen Yi heard Old Joe's breathing, rhythmic inhales and exhales like the sound of tides. Xiao Chen, you're steadier than me. Old Joe's voice sank like a stone sinking to the bottom of the water. All right, 3% every month. 3% every month. After hanging up, Chen Yi looked out the window. The bird had flown away. The sky light had dimmed a little, like a slowly fading dream. The curtains stopped swaying. Everything returned to stillness. He picked up the bowl. The congee had gone completely cold, tasteless in the mouth, like drinking plain water. Time moved to the afternoon. The sunlight shifted from east to west, shadows from left to right. The light changed, the heat changed, but the stock price remained at 27, like a statue, motionless. When Old Joe called again, his voice was more urgent. Xiao Chen, it's 27. Are you sure you won't sell? This time he spoke honestly, his voice carrying an unconcealed anxiety. It's already up 50 today. If you don't move now, I'm afraid it will fall back. Chen Yi was watching the boats on the river outside the window. A cargo ship was passing under the bridge, its hull long, with red, blue, and green containers stacked several layers high on the deck, like a floating castle of building blocks. The bow cut through the water, stirring up a layer of white spray that glistened in the sunlight like broken silver. Old Joe, he said, the plan we set is 3% per month. But, no buts. Chen Yi interrupted him, his voice still flat as a lake surface without a ripple. A plan is a plan. Sell 3% today, and on the same day, next month sell another 3%, regardless of ups or downs. Are you sure? Old Joe's voice sounded uncertain, as if asking himself. I'm sure. Old Joe was silent for a long time. Chen Yi could hear the sound of Old Joe's keyboard click-clack, like rain on tin. Then the keyboard stopped, leaving only breathing. Finally, Old Joe let out a single word, okay. Another hour passed, and the phone rang a third time. This time the voice was different. Old Joe's voice carried a weariness like someone who had walked all day, feet aching, not wanting to go on. Xiao Chen, I'll ask you one last time. If you're sure, then forget it. Old Joe's voice was slow, as if squeezing words out one by one. Some people in the team are saying you're too conservative. 2. For billion, they think it's enough, they want to cash out all at once and leave. Chen Yi closed his eyes. Outside the window on the river, the cargo ship had already passed the bridge. The horn sounded low, like a cow mooing, echoing over the water, then fading at the horizon, where water and sky met. He heard his own heartbeat, slow and powerful like a pendulum. Tell them, he said too. For billion is a result, not the end. I don't change what I've signed. Okay. The moment the call ended, Chen Yi opened his eyes. Outside, the cargo ship had already gone far, leaving only a tiny dot flickering in and out of sight at the horizon. The horn still echoed like a sigh. The meeting room. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The air from the air conditioner was very cold. The vent of the central air conditioner hummed. Cold air hit the ceiling and then reflected down the chill like a thin mist enveloping everyone. Bottled water was laid out on the conference table. Fine beads of water on the bottles looked like sweat trickling down the bottles, leaving a ring of moisture on the table. The projector cast a blue light on the white wall like a patch of sky, so blue it seemed unreal. Everyone was waiting for Chen Yi to speak. Old Joe sat up straight, hands on the table, fingers interlaced, knuckles slightly white. Old Chen's brow twitched like grass stirred by wind, then returned to calm. Old Li's hands were clenched under the table, then released, clenched and released again, as if gripping something. Secretary Wang's pen drew a vertical line on the notebook, the tip never leaving the paper, the line growing longer and deeper. Xiao Wu's glasses had a bit of fog. He took them off, wiped them with his shirt corner, and put them back on. Chen Yi slid a document across the table. The paper made a soft sound as it moved like a falling leaf. Everyone, my assets have reached 2 for billion. As soon as he finished, a murmur arose from the crowd like wind through a forest buzzing. Old Li's hands under the table clenched tighter, knuckles turning white. Xiao Wu's glasses fogged up again, but he didn't wipe them. Secretary Wang's pen drew a horizontal line, cutting off the vertical line she had just made. But Chen Yi said, this is only the beginning. 2 for billion is paper wealth. I need to turn it into real assets. How it? Secretary Wang asked. Her voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb something. Invest, Chen Yi said. Transformer factories, smart grids, wind power, photovoltaics. Old Shen picked up his water bottle. The water swirled inside, and the light in the bottle flickered. These have long return cycles. I know. But I'm not in a hurry. He stood up, walked to the whiteboard, and drew a line. The starting point of the line was thick, like a tree root. He picked up a black marker. The tip made a squeaking sound on the whiteboard like a low note. Phase 1 2026. Use the funds from reducing Shaoxing Heavy Industries holdings to invest in power equipment. This is cash flow. He marked a point on the line, drawing it heavily like a nail. Phase 2 2028. Use the cash flow to invest in new energy operations. Wind power, photovoltaics, energy storage. These are long-term returns. He marked another point smaller but still clear under the light. Phase 3 2030. Use the returns from new energy to invest in cutting-edge technologies. Solid-state batteries, perovskite, nuclear fusion. This is the future. The third point reflected the light like a star. Xiao Wu took out his phone and snapped a photo. The shutter sound was soft like a butterfly landing. 2030, Old Joe repeated, his voice with a strange tone, as if chewing the word. 2030, Chen Yi said. By then my goal is to build a trillion-level power empire. Trillion level. Everyone's mouths fell open like a flock of fledglings waiting to be fed. Voices mingled, indistinguishable. Trillion level. Chen Yi said, it's not a dream. It's calculated. Old Shen's brow twitched like a blade of grass, stirred by wind. Old Li pulled his hands from under the table and crossed them on the table, fingers thick, knuckles distinct. His gaze fell on the whiteboard. That line reflected in his eyes like a beam of light. Old Joe spoke, his voice deep. I'll follow you to the end. I'll follow you to the end. Old Shen followed, his voice not loud, but firm like a stone hitting the ground. Me too, Old Li said, his voice a bit hoarse like someone just waking up. Same here, Secretary Wang said, the pen tip making a short scratch on the paper. Boss, me too, Xiao Wu said, the tip of his nose a little red from rubbing it while wiping his glasses. Chen Yi looked at them, scanning the circle. His gaze paused on each face for half a second, as if confirming something. He saw the wrinkles at the corners of Old Joe's eyes, Old Shen's graying temples, Old Li's clenched fists, the sweat on Secretary Wang's nose, Xiao Wu's eyes behind the lenses. Good, he said. After announcing the plan, he returned to his office. The setting sun streamed in through the window, dyeing the river surface golden, like a layer of molten gold flowing on the river. The sunlight shone on the wall, casting his elongated shadow. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingers on the glass, the tips touching the cold surface, the chill climbing up his fingers like a snake. The boats on the river were still moving one after another like beetles crawling on autumn leaves. The lights on the bridge lit up one by one like a ribbon of light spanning the river. The distant high-rises began to twinkle. The color of the lights changed from golden to silver white, from silver white to blood red. The phone vibrated once. On the screen was a number with no caller ID. The number was very short, like a few nails driven into the screen. He stared at the string of numbers for 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, he thought of many things. He thought of the plane kanji, the cracked egg, the kanji surface, without steam, the bird, the cargo ship, the price of 27, and old Joe's 3 phone calls. Then he answered it, and listened for 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, he said nothing. From the receiver came. The picture frame slammed onto the marble tabletop. The sound of shattering glass resembled a finger bone snapping. The crack split down the center of Zhao Lei's face, severing the triumphant smile he wore 3 years ago into 2 halves. In the photo, he was in a suit holding a trophy, standing on the podium of the Person of the Year awards. Now that trophy lay shattered within the cracks. The phone screen was still glowing. Weibo's trending topic number 1, Chen Yi 2. 4 billion. Below it were blue hashtags, Xiaoxing heavy industry, HBM, 3E mass production stock price hits all-time high. He stared at that number. 24 followed by 9 zeros. His fingers mechanically opened the calculator. 4 billion divided by 1. 2 million. Equals 2,000. 2,000 times. Not 2,000 yuan, not 20,000 yuan. 2,000 times. He put the calculator down, then picked it up again. He calculated again. Still 2,000. The numbers on the screen did not change, as if a nail had been driven into his pupils. His hands began to tremble, starting from his fingertips like ripples spreading to his entire arm. Then it spread to his chest, to his throat, to his eyes. A sense of disgrace surged up from the pit of his stomach. 2 million was his entire fortune. House, car, savings, stocks. He had once believed this number was large enough to let him stand tall before anyone. Now it lay in the calculator like a crushed cigarette, but he reached for his coffee cup. When the cup touched his lips, his hand convulsed violently. Coffee splashed onto his white shirt, the brown stain spreading like a rotting birthmark. He did not wipe it. He stared at the stain for 5 seconds, then set the cup back on the table. The cup bottom clinked against the marble, a dull thud. The coffee sloshed inside the black surface, gradually stilling, reflecting his distorted half-face. With his other hand, he wiped the coffee stains from between his fingers. The motion was slow, as if he were peeling off a layer of skin. Then he picked up another phone, not the one on the table. It was the one from the drawer. He rarely used this number, had never even told anyone about it. But now he opened the contacts where only one name existed, Wang Tumu. He dialed. It rang 3 times. Wang Tuer, he said, his voice like iron fresh from quenching. There's a job. The other end was silent for a second. What job? Make him dead. Zhao Lei stared at the shattered picture frame on the table. Dead once and for all. His tone was terrifyingly calm, like a doctor announcing a surgical plan. The door to the tea house private room pushed open, and the smell of smoke mixed with cheap tea leaves hit him head on. Wang Tumu sat by the wall, toying with a lighter in his hand. His thumb rubbed the gear repeatedly, producing a click-clack sound. His nails were yellowed like old copper pieces. On the table were circular burn marks from teacups, one ring overlapping another. Zhao Lei sat down without any pleasantries. He pushed his phone screen across the table. It was a bank transfer page, the amount already filled in 50,000. 50,000 as a deposit, he said. I want it spread across the entire network. Wang Tumu glanced at the screen, and the clicking of the lighter paused for a moment. A corner of his mouth twitched, as if weighing what this number implied, or assessing how much of the man's sanity remained. Mr. Zhao, he put the lighter down on the table. How dark it goes depends on the price. His finger traced a circle around the rim of the teacup. Making him stumble is 1 price. His fingertip stopped at the edge. Making sure he never gets up again, that's another. Zhao Lei did not reply. He tapped the screen once. Transfer successful. The second one, he said. Wang Tumu's eyes narrowed. He didn't look at the phone, but at Zhao Lei. He stared for 3 seconds. Then he reached for the lighter on the table and began toying with it again. Headline. As ugly as possible. Direction. Tax evasion. Insider trading. Bribery. Zhao Lei's voice was like a paper shredder, every word sliced into uniform confetti. Use every word that can ruin a man's reputation. Wang Tumu nodded. 3 days. 3 days later. At 11:47 p.m. Xiao Wu walked into Chen Yi's office holding a tablet. He didn't speak. He simply placed the tablet in front of Chen Yi. On the screen, 10 smear articles were simultaneously trending on the hot search list. Each headline pieced together the same name, using the most venomous words behind the two. 4 billion fortune, Chen Yi's insider trading empire. From engineer to capital player, how many legal red lines has he crossed? Deep dive into Chen Yi bribery, tax evasion, gray industry chain. In the reading count column, a bright red number was jumping 1023891. It was still climbing. Not a single article contained concrete evidence. All were according to informed sources, it is rumored, allegedly. But the writing rhythm of each piece was strikingly consistent, as if produced by the same machine. Xiao Wu's Adam's apple bobbed. Mr. Chen. Chen Yi put the tablet down. Gather evidence. Should we issue a statement to refute? When a dog barks, Chen Yi lifted his eyes, his voice like water quenched in ice. Do you get down on all fours and bark back at it? Xiao Wu froze. Chen Yi had already picked up his phone. On the screen was the name Shen Lao in his contacts. He dialed. It rang twice. The call connected. Shen Lao's voice came through the receiver with the sound of shuffling papers in the background. I've seen them. All 10. Every one that has been reposted over 500 times, Chen Yi said. Screenshot and fix the evidence. Trace the IPs. Find the bank transfer records. Already working on it. Shen Lao paused for a second, and the paper shuffling stopped. Xiao Chen, this technique is too crude. So crude that it doesn't seem professional. It's not professional, Chen Yi said. It's from someone who's been cornered. The light of the tablet illuminated his face, cold and white, revealing no expression. Like a doctor looking at a CT scan under a light box, calmly marking the location of the lesion. Another phone lit up. Zhao Lei sat at his desk staring at the climbing reading counts on the trending list, a twitching smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The comments section began to scroll. His finger slid across the screen, scrolling down one by one. Can this kind of rumor-mongering post even get on the trending list? Any evidence? IP traced. All from the same internet cafe, confirmed, paid trolls. Laughing my ass off 24 hours to post 10 smear articles. How much did that cost? The heat was still rising, but the direction was shifting. Zhao Lei's smile froze at the corner of his mouth. 3 days later, the Tax Bureau, Securities Regulatory Commission, and Public Security Bureau's reporting systems each received a signed report letter on the same day. Sender Zhao Lei. Keyword huge, unexplained assets. The handwriting on the letter paper was hasty and forceful, with several places where the pen tip had torn through the paper. The wording was repetitively stacked, as if someone had revised it over and over late into the night, until they had forgotten what they were even writing. The core accusation of all 3 letters was only one sentence. Chen Yi's personal assets of 2.4 billion are grossly inconsistent with his income. Request a thorough investigation of the source of funds. No evidence. No leads. Only repeated pleas for thorough investigation. Another 3 days later, at 7:40 a.m., the investigation letter arrived on Chen Yi's desk. The red stamp was glaring. Xiao Wu's fingers went white as he tore open the envelope. He pulled out the official letter, scanned 2 lines, and pressed his lips into a thin line. Chen Yi finished reading it. He put it down. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. It was fleeting, like a ripple lifted by wind on a lake's surface, gone the next moment, returning to calm. But Xiao Wu saw it. He had known Chen Yi for 6 years and knew what this expression meant. It was not a smile, it was a chess piece placed on the board. Notify Shen Lao. Shen Lao walked into the office at 7:53 a.m. He saw the investigation letter on the table and frowned slightly. He didn't pick it up. He only glanced at the position of the red stamp. Uproot the whole thing, he asked. Chen Yi nodded. His voice was as calm as a weather forecast. Copy all the bidding records, environmental approval documents, and tax payment certificates for the Transformer Factory project. Shen Lao pulled a pen from his Zhongshan suit pocket and scribbled rapidly on a sticky note. Add one more document, Chen Yi said. Report Zhao Lei for malicious false accusation. Evidence the handwriting on these 3 letters is identical. The postmarks all come from the same district, and the IP addresses all point to his office. Shen Lao looked up. That's not enough. It is enough, Chen Yi said. He'll give us more himself. In the KTV private room, the TV screen was unmuted. The image showed a woman in a sequin dress, singing, her lips moving without sound. Deputy Director Liu lounged on the sofa, tapping a bureaucratic rhythm on his knee. Environmental protection work has always been a key focus for us. The district treats every project equally. What must be investigated will be investigated. What must be rectified must be rectified. Zhao Lei slid a brown paper envelope across the coffee table. The envelope was unsealed, revealing the edges of pink banknotes neatly stacked. On top of the cash lay a black USB drive. Director Liu, Zhao Lei's voice was like a pill coated in honey. Regarding the Transformer Factory project, can't the environmental aspect be examined more thoroughly? Deputy Director Liu didn't look at the envelope. He picked up his wine glass. Some enterprises, he said slowly, the liquor swirling in the glass, do indeed need to be thoroughly rectified. The wine glass clinked against the table, a crisp sound. The transaction was completed in that sound without any need for verbal confirmation. 2 days later, at 8:05 a.m., Factory Director Zhang of the Transformer Factory tore open the seal of the official letter. The sound of tearing paper mixed with the friction of his trembling hands. Upon investigation, the environmental protection facilities of your factory have not met the required standards. You are hereby ordered to cease all production activities immediately and rectify within a specified period. Rectification period, 3 months. His fingers stopped under the 6 characters, environmental protection facilities not up to standard. He didn't move. He looked up. Through the office window, he could see 2 new purification towers outside the factory. The towers were silver white, reflecting the cold metallic light of the morning. They had been completed 2 months ago at a cost of 20 million, and the equipment nameplates still bore this year's production date. The acceptance report was locked in the bottom drawer on his right, the Environmental Bureau's red stamp glaringly bright. The paper trembled slightly in his hands. He picked up the landline receiver. He dialed a number that wasn't in any shareholder list, any directory, only in the deepest recess of his mind. The dial tone rang 3 times. Connected. On the other end, Chen Yi listened to the report. Silence. 3 seconds. Don't panic, his voice came through like a cable thrown into a surging river. Notify all workers that wages will be paid as usual. Give me 24 hours. He hung up. Chen Yi placed his phone on the table. The screen went dark, reflecting his silhouette in the glass. Outside the window was the city's skyline, gray clouds pressing down above the high-rises like an invisible hand slowly clenching. His gaze was cold and hard. It wasn't anger. It was the expression of a hunter who had discovered a third set of tracks on a forest path. The prey's movements were fully exposed. Night. Zhao Lei sat in his office, phone screen glowing. It showed a WeChat post from factory director Zhang an hour ago, a photo of the shutdown notice captioned, 18 months of hard work, stopped just like that. He lit a cigarette. The sound of the lighter was especially crisp in the quiet room. Smoke billowed from his nostrils, obscuring his face. Behind the smoke, the corner of his mouth twisted into a smile. Not satisfaction. It was hunger. Like a beast that had tasted blood, its pupils contracting, staring at a deeper prey in the darkness. Chen Yi's voice was as light as a needle dropping on a carpet. This is just the beginning. At the same time, Shen Lao pushed a file in front of Chen Yi. Zhao Lei's bank records, he said in a low voice. 4 suspicious transfers. The first 50,000 transferred to the account of the troll leader Wang. The second 10,000 to an intermediary. The third 500,000 went through a relative's hands, and finally, into Deputy Director Lu's account. He paused. His gaze lifted from the document and met Chen Yi's pupils. The fourth one is problematic. His voice dropped even lower. 120,000 transferred 6 years ago. The recipient is a name we both know. Chen Yi's eyes turned icy cold. Shen Lao turned over the last page. On it, a name was circled in red pen next to the transfer date and amount. Chen Yi stared at that name for 5 seconds. Then he lifted his eyes. Don't touch it yet. Understood. Night fell. In Deputy Director Lu's office, the door was locked. The curtain was half drawn. He sat at the computer, inserting the USB drive Zhao Lei had given him into the port. A window popped up, a video file and a folder. He opened the folder first. Inside was a detailed list of environmental violations for the transformer factory. 23 pages in total. Each page was accompanied by time, location data, and photos. Emission exceedance values, noise decibel records, wastewater treatment indicators. Every item had precise numbers accurate to 2 decimal places. All of it was fabricated, but fabricated professionally enough to be written into an official shutdown notice. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He closed the folder. Ejected the USB drive. He was completely unaware of the infrared night vision surveillance probe blinking in the corner of the room. The red indicator light was like a spark in the dark night, flickering on and off, on and off. Chen Yi stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. The city's lights stretched out below, a dense cluster of points forming a chessboard with no visible boundaries. Red were the taillights, white were the headlights, every beam moving along fixed trajectories like chess pieces manipulated by an invisible hand. His phone vibrated. An encrypted text message. The screen lit up with 3 words, in position. He deleted the message. Dialed the call. Xiao Wu, he said, contact all board members. Emergency meeting at 8 tomorrow morning. The night outside the window surged in, swallowing his figure. The light on the glass reflected his cold, hard silhouette, motionless. Like a chess player in the final second of stillness before making a move. But that hand hovering over the board, its fingertip paused at a position no one could see. The transfer record of 106 years ago. The recipient's name was circled in red by Shen Lao, and that red circle was now pressed deep into Chen Yi's pupils like an unexploded detonator. Outside the window, the lights were like chess pieces, but this one piece was not on any trajectory he had predicted. 6 people sat around the long table, no one spoke. The evidence had been arranged like a firing squad. A black USB drive and a silver one lay side by side like 2 bullets. Only a gun was missing. Chen Yi knew the trigger had already been pulled. Outside the window, the sky was overcast, the clouds hanging low like a lead slab resting on the rooftop. The conference room was littered with everything amassed over 3 months. Bank statements, communication records, contract copies, scanned testimonies. The smell of paper was dry and stifling like dust in the corner of an old library. 120 days since his release. He glanced at the clock on the wall. The second hand moved tick by tick like a trigger slowly tightening. Old Ma's USB drive held the original financial records from that year, every transaction, complete timestamps untouched. Xiao Li's USB drive contained the software logs, installation time, operation IP, remote records, each pointing to Zhao Lei. The old leader's notebook, its pages yellowed, the ink unfaded. Names, dates, amounts, all vividly clear. Old Li's voice recorder was still blinking the words, 50,000 after the job is done, crystal clear. Xiao Wu's 3 stacks of documents were piled like 3 bricks. Evidence of paid trolls, malicious reports, illegal interference, every page with a source. Chen Lao's opinion letter filled with black ink across 11 pages, his signature at the end precise, as if carved. Chen Yi didn't check them one by one. He had seen these things too many times, so many that he could recite every page. He lined up the 6 pieces of evidence from left to right, like setting up a row of dominoes. When his fingers touched the edges of the paper, he felt that dry roughness like touching bone. Xiao Wu looked at the line, his Adam's apple bobbing. Chen Lao put on his reading glasses, his fingers pressing on the opinion letter. The lenses reflected light, hiding his eyes. Embezzlement, bribery, falsifying evidence, false accusation, defamation, bribery. 6 charges, all can be established. He explained each one, his tone steady like delivering a final statement in court. With each charge, his finger moved a centimeter across the paper, as if counting a pile of nails. Chen Yi asked, sentence. At least 15 years. Chen Lao raised his gaze, his eyes behind the lenses like 2 polished stones. If he pleads guilty and cooperates, at least 10 years. Chen Yi rolled the 2 words in his mouth, like chewing a tasteless stone. 6 years in exchange for 10, not equal. But the law is not arithmetic. It only counts evidence, not emotional debts. He swallowed that thought. His Adam's apple moved like swallowing a bitter pill. The bitterness rose from the base of his tongue, slowly spreading to his chest, stuck there, neither rising nor falling. 10 years then. He closed the indictment, his voice flat as an iron plate. Only after counting clearly do we file the lawsuit. The meeting room fell silent for 3 seconds. From afar, thunder rolled across the window, muffled, like an empty cart moving through the sky. At 2 in the afternoon, Xiao Wu, carrying the briefcase, walked into the courthouse with Chen Lao. The marble floor reflected the shadows of 2 figures, one long and one short, like 2 needles moving across a white cloth. The blue uniform of the bailiff flashed at the end of the corridor, then vanished. The air carried a scent, paper disinfectant, and an indescribable metallic taste like a coin resting on the tongue. The indictment was 47 pages long. Chen Lao's signature filled the bottom right corner of the last page, neat, every stroke deliberate. As the judge flipped through the documents, Xiao Wu shifted the briefcase from his left hand to his right, then back again. His palm was sweaty. He wiped it on his pants and gripped the handle again. The evidence is sufficient. The judge looked up, glanced at Xiao Wu with a professional confirmation, like an inspector after examining a sample. The false accusation charge must be transferred to the original trial court. Defamation and bribery will be filed directly. Xiao Wu nodded. The judge typed a few times on the computer, the keyboard clicks crisp, like ice cubes clinking in a glass. The printer spat out a receipt. She handed it over, her fingers steady, nails trimmed, short, no polish. Case number 2026, X, 1234. Please keep it. Xiao Wu took the receipt. His fingers trembled, not from nervousness, but from a shiver rising from the depths of his spine, uncontrollable. He looked down at the string of numbers, 2026, X, 1234, printed in bold, clear, every stroke seemingly carved into the paper. Like a nail driven into the heart. 3 months of running around, staying up late, flipping through materials, making calls, staking out, waiting. All those endless, interminable days had now become a tangible number. He thanked her, turned around. After a few steps, he folded the receipt in half, then in half again, placed it into the inner pocket of his suit, and patted it twice. 1 pat for confirmation. 1 pat for farewell. As he walked out of the hall, Chen Lao paused on the steps, turned back to look at the high-hanging national emblem. Sunlight leaked through a gap in the clouds, illuminating the emblem golden like a coin. Xiao Wu heard the old man's lips move. It looked like a smile, yet not quite. The weight of that paper in the inner pocket felt heavier than the 47-page indictment. When Zhao Lei opened the court courier in his office, his secretary was reporting contract details. He saw the word defendant and read, his fingers pausing in midair, suspended there, as if nailed to something. The secretary's voice became background noise, humming like a fly hitting a window. The summons listed 6 charges. Each charge was followed by the corresponding statute number, article clause, clear and precise like 6 nails driven into the same board. He remembered the day Chen Yi was released. The sun was bright that day, and he stood by the office window watching the barges on the river, thinking, he's a cripple now. Now this summons lay on the mahogany desk, the red official seal, stamped neatly like an open eye. Zhao Lei's hands began to shake. Not a shake of anger. It was a tremor that started from the knees, traveling up to the fingers like standing on a cliff's edge, the stones beneath his feet loosening. He grabbed the phone, dialing wrong 3 times. The first time he hit speakerphone, the shrill dial tone exploding, he hung up in panic. The second time his fingers slipped, hitting redial. The third time he got it right, pressing the numbers one by one slowly, like pulling his legs out of mud. Lawyerly. His voice was dry like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. I received the summons. There was a silence on the other end. Chen Yi's evidence is very strong. Lawyer Li's voice was like an iron plate, pausing, paid troll attacks, malicious reports, bribery, all documented. Plus the embezzlement case from back then, if it's proven to be false accusation. So what? Zhao Lei interrupted, his voice rising then quickly dropping like a balloon pricked. So what? This case is hard to win. Zhao Lei said nothing. His mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. What about the sentence? Lawyer Li said 2 words. Zhao Lei's hand holding the phone began to tremble. Not the same trembling as before. It was a trembling that came from having all his strength drained, leaving only a skeleton swaying. He set the phone down slowly, like placing a fragile item. The summons still lay on the desk. The red word defendant faced up like two eyes staring at him. The call connected. The person on the other end was silent for 3 seconds. 3 seconds felt long. Long enough for Zhao Lei to hear his own heartbeat. 1, 2, 3. Like someone knocking on a door that wouldn't close. Among Chen Yi's evidence, the voice squeezed through clenched teeth. One piece is fake. The call ended. Zhao Lei heard his own breath bouncing around the office. 6 charges, and one piece of evidence among them was false, but they wouldn't tell him which one. A 1 in 6 chance, so he would have to disprove each one himself before the trial. And that nail was hidden among this pile of ironclad evidence, waiting for him to find it, and also waiting for him to fail. He flipped the summons over face down on the desk. The red seal face down. Another thunderclap from outside the window, muffled rolling from the depths of the clouds. The barges on the river were still moving, chimneys emitting white smoke scattered a bit by the rain, but still rising like a sentence, with only the first half spoken, hanging in midair, the second half unknown. Chen Yi stood before the gate of the substation. The moment his fingers touched the iron railing, a thought flickered through his mind. 6 years ago this land had been barren, without even a road. Now in front of the gate there were 3 fresh rows of tire tracks, the deepest of which could bury a coin. The gatekeeper poked his head out, rubbed his nose, and his voice came muffled from behind the mask. Who are you looking for? This isn't a place for idle visits. Chen Yi's fingertips scraped across the iron gate, where the white paint had lifted and peeled off like sun-dried fish scales. He rubbed the fragments off his finger pad, cold, slightly prickly, the rough texture of shattered artificial paint. When this gate was first installed 6 years ago, the paint was so glossy it could reflect a person's image. And now, new paint couldn't cover the old scars. 3 extra weld marks marred the gateposts. The wall had been fitted with a new stainless steel security mesh, gleaming silver, a head taller than the old wire mesh. In the distance, a new transformer squatted on its concrete plinth, grayish-blue, like a silent beast. Chen Yi withdrew his hand and looked up into the yard. The old locust tree was still there. Its crown had grown a full circle larger than 6 years ago, its branches spreading out like an umbrella, fully opened leaves dense and dark green. When the wind passed it rustled noisily. But the stone bench beneath the tree was gone. In its place stood a green plastic bench, its legs bolted into the ground with a clean mold line on the armrest, unnaturally neat. Chen Yi stared at the bench for 3 seconds. The stone bench had been propped up by 3 old grave bricks. Sitting on it in summer, your bottom felt a cool, soothing chill. He used to sit there eating lunch from an aluminum lunchbox while Master Sun sat at the other end smoking his pipe. Now it was gone. He stood at the gate for a moment, took a deep breath. The air carried the smell of cement, dust, the slight bitterness of fresh paint, and the unique astringent scent of locust leaves. Then he pushed the door open. The hinges let out a creak like a cough. The yard had been repaved. The cement was new, grayish-white, its surface still bearing the concentric circular marks of a machine grinder. It felt hard underfoot. The soles could sense the dryness of concrete that had never been rained on. The building's exterior had been painted a creamy yellow, but a crack still ran from the base of the wall upward like a frozen split finger. Chen Yi's gaze lingered on that crack for 2 seconds. 6 years ago it had been only a handspan long, now it had nearly climbed to the windowsill. In the open space in front of the building, a row of blue sheds had been set up. At the shed entrance, old Joe was squatting on the ground, a welding torch in his hand. The moment he saw Chen Yi, his hand didn't move, but the torch drooped first, its tip touching the ground, burning a scorched black spot on the cement. He didn't stand up. He just squatted there, looking up, his eye sockets deeper than 6 years ago, but the light inside still there. Xiao Chen. Old Joe squinted, as if recognizing a person through 6 years of dust. Is it really you? Chen Yi nodded. It's me. The second person to emerge from the shed was Old Li. Old Li was wearing gloves. He stopped halfway through, taking them off, one glove hanging half off his fingers, revealing the old scar on his tiger's mouth. From a slipping pair of pliers, Chen Yi remembered. Old Li opened his mouth, his tongue seeming stuck to his palate. After a long moment, he managed to squeeze out 3 words. Back. Back, Chen Yi said. The third to show his face was Old Shun. He stood far behind the crowd, not approaching. He was thinner than 6 years ago, his temples completely white, but his posture was still the same, back straight as a ramrod. He nodded at Chen Yi, a tiny movement like a breeze stirring an old branch. You've arrived, Old Shun said only those 2 words. Chen Yi nodded back. I've arrived. The crowd flowed out of the shed, footsteps, uneven, some hurried, some slow. They automatically parted to the sides, leaving a path down the middle. No one directed, no one spoke. Those bodies simply moved aside naturally. Some wiped their hands on their pants, some rolled up blueprints and tapped them repeatedly against their palms, others took off their hard hats, some forgot to. Chen Yi walked along this path. He smelled the odor of machine oil, of rust, of the slightly sour saltiness of dried sweat. These smells piled together like a key inserted into a locked drawer in his memory. He stopped in the center of the yard. Before him was a circular foundation pit, 3 meters in diameter, 1 meter deep. A strip of red silk lay along the edge. When the wind blew, the corner flipped up like a small flickering flame. The pit bottom was covered with gravel gray and blue sharp-edged. Beside the pit leaned a shovel, its wooden handle smooth, its iron blade coated with a thin layer of rust-preventive oil not yet touched by soil. Chen Yi bent down and grabbed a handful of earth. The soil was brown damp, scraped from the pit's edge. Gravel mixed in the dirt trickled through his fingers, rustling softly like quicksand. He applied some pressure, the dirt clumped in his palm, then loosened and fell apart. He picked up the shovel. The wooden handle felt cool in his hand, slightly rough. The first shovelful. The iron blade bit into the pile of earth, his foot pressed on the shovel's edge, sinking in with a dull thud, like a person sighing. He lifted the shovel, the earth fell into the pit, scattering over the gravel with a rustle. This shovelful, he said, his voice flat like a piece of iron lying on the board before heating, is for the past. The second shovelful. He dug deeper. The soil layer turned over, bringing up a broken blade of grass root, white and thin. The earth fell into the pit, covering the gravel from the first shovelful. This shovelful is for the present. The third shovelful. The iron blade scraped the ground, lifting a thin layer of topsoil containing a small round pebble that bounced off the blade with a ping. He turned his wrist, tossing the earth into the pit. This shovelful is for the future. He stuck the shovel into the pile of earth, stepped back. The red silk flapped twice in the wind, then settled back. Old Joe walked over. He didn't walk fast, each step planted firmly. He bent down, picked up the shovel, weighted in his hands, and looked up at Chen Yi. This shovel is heavy enough. The one 6 years ago was too light, couldn't compact the earth. Before Chen Yi could answer, he had already stepped on the shovel's edge, lifted a shovelful of earth, poured it into the pit, then patted it twice with the back of the shovel to compact it. I'll put the first shovel for you. You do the rest yourself. Together, Chen Yi corrected him. Old Li came up second. He didn't speak. First he took off the half-hanging glove and stuffed it into his pocket. His shoveling posture was still the same. Right foot on the shovel, left hand pressing the handle, right hand prying. All in one smooth motion. The earth fell into the pit. He straightened up, looking at Chen Yi. Old Li licked his dry, cracked lips. I've checked the blueprints 3 times. Just waiting for your go-ahead. Chen Yi nodded. Old Li stepped aside, pulled out the glove again, and put it on, but he put it on the wrong hand, the left glove on his right hand. He didn't notice. Old Chen was the third to step forward. He didn't pick up the shovel. He walked directly to Chen Yi, stretched out a dry hand, and patted Chen Yi on the shoulder. The pressure wasn't heavy, but it was steady. His palm landed on the shoulder blade. Through the closed Chen Yi could feel the bone joints of those 5 fingers. Back. Old Chen said it again. The same 2 words as from behind the crowd earlier, but this time the tail, and trembled slightly. Chen Yi responded. Old Chen stepped back, nodded once, the same tiny movement. The rest came forward one by one. Some shoveled earth, some cupped it in their hands, some simply reached into the pile, grabbed a handful, and slowly let it fall. The shovel passed from hand to hand. Layer after layer of earth covered the pit. The gravel at the bottom was gradually buried. The brown new soil grew thicker and thicker. The foundation ceremony ended and Chen Yi was led into the building. The corridor was newly paved with gray PVC flooring. Underfoot, there was a slight springiness. The walls had also been reconfigured. The original open space was divided into individual lab rooms. Through the translucent glass partitions, he could see the new equipment. Oscilloscopes glowing with green light spots, data cables stretching like veins from the cabinets winding around table legs. He went up to the 3rd floor and pushed open the door to the meeting room. 20 square meters, white walls hung with an inkwash painting of a pine tree, the ink dense and somber. The pine branches were rendered with rugged, vigorous strokes like gnarled arms. The long table was covered with dark green cloth. Above, a row of LED strip lights cast a very white light, illuminating every corner of the table with crystal clarity. Chen Yi walked to the long table, reached into the inner pocket of his jacket, and pulled out a photograph. As he withdrew the photo, the air was squeezed out of the pocket with a soft puff. The people in the photo stood before a half-finished substation steel frame. A dozen faces, all smiling. Hard hats in yellow and white mingled with the colors of scaffolding. The edges of the photo were slightly curled, the paper faintly yellowed. In the photo, Old Joe stood second from the left, his hair completely black, then, now his forehead was balding upward. Old Li was third from the right, the scar on his tiger's mouth, not yet formed. Old Chen was in the middle, his back as straight as now, but his hair was still gray, not completely white. Chen Yi was on the far left in a white t-shirt, his eyes so bright they could burn. He turned the photo over. On the back was a line of writing, March 2020 South City Substation Project Team. Written in ballpoint pen, the blue ink slightly blurred. He slowly rubbed the characters with the pad of his thumb. His fingertip could feel the grooves of the pen strokes, the fibers of the paper, and the faint indentation left by the ballpoint. That winter they had eaten and slept on the construction site. He looked up. The people in the meeting room had already sat down. Old Joe, Old Li, Old Shen, Old Ma Xiao Wu, all present. Their faces matched those in the photo, one by one, separated by 6 years of time, by some added wrinkles, whitened hair, deepened eye sockets. Chen Yi placed the photo in the center of the table, pressed down with his palm. When he let go, the photo adhered to the green tablecloth like a painting mounted on canvas. He spoke. I went in. For words his tone as flat as saying, "The wind is strong today." The air in the meeting room suddenly tightened. Old Joe's hand on the table clenched into a fist, his knuckles turning white. Old Lee closed his eyes, his eyelid twitching. Xiao Wu took off his glasses, wiped the lenses with the hem of his shirt, wiping again and again. Chen Yi didn't pause. "Now I'm out." His voice rose slightly like a piece of iron slowly lifted out of water. "I have to. For billion in hand, and all of you sitting here by my side." He paused, his gaze sweeping across every face. "And in the drawer the circuit diagrams we drew together 6 years ago. 17 versions, not one lost." His tone climbed another degree. He pointed to the photo on the table, his fingertip pressing on the edge, leaving a white indentation. "That winter we revised the blueprints to the 17th version. The insulation dried 23 times. Siemens authorization code. 800,000 euros each, just one code." His voice began to sink, then rise again like a tide. "Our necks were choked for 6 years, from the silicon steel sheet formula to the contact spring. Every process had a string of patent numbers underfoot. Behind each number was the same character, pay." He didn't shout, but the intensity in his tone built up little by little like a winch tightening a cable notch by notch. "Now we turn the page. Not to show anyone, not to prove who was right or wrong." He lifted his head, looking at everyone. "We do just one thing." A pause. The meeting room fell silent, leaving only the rustle of the old locust trees, leaves outside, like someone flipping through a thick book in the distance. "Make sure that every person behind every lamp can afford cheap, stable, and clean electricity." As his words fell, no one in the meeting room spoke. Old Joe's fist slowly loosened, his knuckles returning from white to red. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, and said in a rough voice, "I've been waiting 6 years for that." Old Lee took off his glasses, bent down, wiped the lenses, his voice raspy. "All 17 versions of the blueprints are in the file cabinet. The moment you opened your mouth, I knew you hadn't changed." Old Shin didn't speak. He simply pushed his teacup half an inch toward Chen Yi. The leaves outside continued to rustle, wave after wave. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the blinds, laying long, thin strips of light across the table. Dust motes drifted slowly within those strips, one by one golden. That kind of silence wasn't empty. It was filled with something. Suddenly the wooden door of the meeting room moved. It was pushed open, a crack, very narrow, only 3 fingers wide. Xiao Wu's face peeked through the gap. His expression was odd. Excitement mixed with tension, as if he was holding something hot. He clutched a craft paper envelope in his hand, the envelope squeezed so tightly in his tiger's mouth that it left a deep crease. Xiao Wu moved his lips, his voice lowered, "President Chen." "What's wrong?" Chen Yi frowned slightly. Xiao Wu hesitated, his gaze darting quickly across Old Joe and Old Lee's faces, then back to Chen Yi. He swallowed his Adam's apple, rising and falling. "Someone's outside asking to see you." He pushed the envelope half an inch forward, then pulled it back a little. He said he was the real client representative for the South City project back then. The air in the meeting room seemed to be sucked away. Chen Yi's hand stopped on the edge of the photo. His fingertip was pressing exactly on his own young face in the photo, pressing on those eyes that were so bright they could burn. He slowly curled his fingers. The corner of the photo was slightly arched from his grip. Old Joe spoke first, his voice lower than the ramming sound. "When they laid the foundation 6 years ago, 6 years. On the day the file was sealed, that signature line was empty." "Empty?" Old Lee took over, his voice like sandpaper scraping rust. "Only a pencil slash with a question mark at the end." No one answered. That name, no one said it out loud, but everyone was waiting. Like waiting for a red-hot iron nail to fall into cold water, the half-second of dead silence before the hiss. Chen Yi stared at the envelope in Xiao Wu's hand. The crease in the craft paper cast a crooked shadow in the light strip. 6 years ago, on the day the project file was sealed, the client representative's signature line was empty. In the blank space, someone had drawn a horizontal line with a pencil, and at the end of the line a question mark. Now that question mark, through 6 years of cement dust and the rustle of locust leaves step by step, was approaching this door. Chen Yi turned the photo over face down and tapped his knuckle on the table once. "Let him in." 3 days before the trial, when Chen Yi was peeling a boiled egg, his finger trembled. The shell cracked, and a piece of shell embedded into the nail groove of his thumb like a splinter. For 6 years, this was the first time his hands had lost precision while peeling an egg. He picked the shell fragment from under his nail, and a drop of blood welled on his fingertip, round like a red bean. The wind by the river still smelled of 6 years ago. While running, he saw a boat on the river, its light flickering on and off. His footsteps fell on the stone pavement, tapping rhythmically. Dawn had not fully broken. A thread of light on the eastern horizon sliced the river in two. He turned back at the 3-kilometer mark, sweat dripping from his temples into his collar. Breakfast was the same as 6 years ago: white congee, pickled vegetables, and 1 egg. The congee was scalding. He blew on it 3 times before drinking. The pickled vegetables were dried radish strips, crisp when bitten. In the morning he read. Power system analysis, page 123. There was an equation he had copied in the prison library 6 years ago. Back then he had copied it on the back of toilet paper, the handwriting already blurred. He stared at it for 3 seconds, then turned the page. Sunlight shifted from the east window to the west wall, dragging a long patch of light across the floor. When the patch of light reached the corner of the wall, the sky darkened. He closed the book. The drop of blood had long dried. In the afternoon, he met the team: Old Zhou, Elder Shen, Old Li, Secretary Wang, and Xiao Wu, half an hour each. The share reduction plan was proceeding steadily. The legal materials and evidence chain were complete. The first batch of research center samples came out today. Administrative and media channels had been smoothed and trial preparation was fully finished. 5 reports, all data neat. When Xiao Wu finished, she glanced at him, but asked nothing. Understood, Chen Yi said. Continue preparations. Xiao Wu closed the door behind her gently. Chen Yi stood up and walked to the window. The sky was still bright, the river calm, but there was something in the air like the silence before a bowstring snaps. A storm was coming. The RD Center was located on the site of the old Southern City substation. In the courtyard, the old locust tree still stood, and the green bench beneath it remained. The cicadas were shrill, one call after another. The tin-roofed building had been baked by the sun all day. Waves of heat seeped from the walls. The pit in the center of the courtyard was overgrown with grass. The tips of the blades yellowed. Old Ma rose from under the tree. He had shrunk by 2 sizes, his eyes sunken, cheekbones pushing against the skin. But his eyes were bright. Engineer Chen. Old Ma. Chen Yi took his hand. How's your health? The doctor says 2 months, Old Ma said with a smile. I told him 2 months is enough for me to see you make the samples. Chen Yi looked into his eyes. He held his gaze for 3 seconds. His expression was calm, but beneath the calmness there lay something. You will see them. I know, Old Ma said. All these years I've always known. The sample room was on the 3rd floor. In the glass display case, a row of black devices stood neatly arranged. Those were the first samples fresh out today. The surfaces gleamed with metallic luster, standing under the light like a row of silent soldiers. Chen Yi reached out his hand, stopped above the devices separated by the glass. He did not touch them, only paused there. A technician behind him wanted to speak, but Old Ma stopped him. When they came downstairs, Xiao Li was standing at the foot of the stairs. His right hand hung at his side, sleeve rolled up past the elbow. A scar extended from his wrist to his elbow, the suture marks dense and neat like a zipper. Sunlight streamed in from the window, whitening the scar. Engineer Chen, Xiao Li said, we've all heard about the trial. Chen Yi stopped. Evidence is evidence, Xiao Li said, his voice not loud, but steady. But the judge needs to see living people. See us the living proof. The old leader stood up from under the tree. Xiao Wu stood at the gate. Several new young people whose names Chen Yi could not recall. They were all standing. Silence. Chen Yi looked at the pit in the center of the courtyard. A new sapling had been planted inside, its branches still small, swaying in the wind. Then we'll all go. Chen Yi walked to the center of the courtyard and stopped. The cicadas still chirped. Heat rose from the ground, casting his shadow on the cracked earth. Everyone was watching him. These 6 years, he said, his voice steady. Everyone has been waiting for this day. No one spoke. Old Ma stood in the front row, his hands clenched at his sides. But that's not what I want to talk about. Chen Yi paused. What I want to say is keep working. Xiao Li's brow twitched. Leave what happens in court to me. Your job is to get the product made. Chen Yi looked at them. Keep researching, keep producing, keep building. That's what we should be doing. The wind rose. The leaves of the old locust tree rustled. Xiao Li wants us to be afraid, Chen Yi said. We are not afraid. We simply continue to work. Old Ma was the first to applaud. His hands were trembling, the clapping was thin but distinct above the cicada drone. Then another person joined, and another, until the applause merged into a single swell. The cicadas grew louder, their cries mingling with the clapping, echoing across the courtyard. The wind stopped. The cicadas stopped. The pit in the courtyard was filled with the setting sun. The day before the trial, Xiao Li sat in his office. His phone screen lit up with a message from his lawyer. Mr. Xiao, the evidence is stacked against you. I advise you to plead guilty and seek leniency. He flung the phone away. The screen struck the wall and shattered. Shards fell onto the carpet with a faint clatter. The phone's glow still flickered, casting a broken light on his face. Half bright, half dark. Plead guilty. Guilty of what? He rose. The chair slid backward with a screech. He walked to the window, palms pressed on the sill. Outside lay the city nightscape, blazing with lights. But he wasn't looking at the lights. His hands were shaking. He picked up the phone and dialed Director Lu's number. Director Lu, the trial is tomorrow. You need to find people for me. There was 3 seconds of silence on the other end. Mr. Xiao, I'm under investigation by the Discipline Commission. I can barely protect myself. Discipline Commission? Who reported you? Chen Yi's people. The voice on the other end lowered. The evidence is solid. I've been suspended. The call went dead. The dial tone buzzed sharply in the office. Xiao Li stood by the window, phone in hand. A black car was parked at the curb downstairs. Someone sat inside, face indistinguishable. He punched in Boss Wang's number. Boss Wang gets some people to stir trouble at Chen Yi's hotel. Hang banners, shout slogans. The louder the better. Mr. Xiao, Boss Wang's voice quavered. I've been arrested. The whole AstroTurf team was taken down. I'm in the detention center now. From the other end came the clang of a metal door, then the dial tone. Xiao Li stood by the window, phone in his hand. The only sound in the office was the hum of the air conditioner. He put down the phone, walked to his desk, and picked up another. His finger paused over the screen, then dialed a number. Hello. Outside the window, the door of the black car opened. A man stepped out and looked up at his window. Zhao Lei's hand went still. Night wind slipped in through the crack of the window, carrying the scent of the river. The man stood motionless beneath the street lamp, like a tree. Zhao Lei tried to make out his face, but the light only reached his shoulders. His face was hidden in shadow. The black car's engine still rumbled, low, steady, like something waiting. The air conditioner suddenly died, plunging the office into absolute silence. A car door slammed downstairs, then a second one. There was someone else in the car. Zhao Lei's finger was still on the dial button, the number never sent. He stared at the man's shadow, at the impenetrable darkness, waiting for it to move. But it did not move. It simply stood there, as if counting down to something. The corridor of the courthouse was long, stretching like a tunnel. Chen Yi stood at its far end, his fingers resting on his cuff. 7 years ago, he had been escorted through this same corridor by bailiffs. Now the cufflinks, a gift from Elder Shen, felt cold against his skin, and across from him Zhao Lei was being led, and his lips moving soundlessly. He adjusted his cufflink, sensing the fine etchings on its metal surface. From 20 meters away, Zhao Lei's lips moved again. No sound came, but Chen Yi read the shape of the words, "You lose." He did not respond. His fingers slid away from the cufflink and hung at his side. Behind him, old Li's hurried footsteps approached. A rough hand pressed a USB drive into his palm, its plastic casing still warm from body heat. 7 years. Old Li whispered, his voice low. This thing has been under my pillow for 7 years. Chen Yi tightened his grip on the drive. His fingertips touched the metal connector. Cold, but the part Old Li had held was still warm. Secretary Wang hurried toward him from the other end of the corridor, her heels clicking erratically on the terrazzo floor. She leaned close to his ear. Old Ma is in the ICU. The doctor says. She paused, her throat bobbing. He might not make it to the trial. Chen Yi's hand stopped at the edge of his pocket. The corner of the USB drive pressed against his knuckle through the fabric. The courtroom door at the end of the corridor remained closed. A crack ran across the brown door panel from the handle to the frame, like an ice fissure on a winter lake. Let's go in, he said quietly. The bailiff pushed open the door. Inside the 50-square-meter courtroom, the national emblem hung its center, red background, gold characters pressing low. The gallery was full. Reporters' laptops were open, their blue screens reflected in the lenses of their glasses. Old Zhou sat in the second row, a stack of documents spread across his knees. Secretary Wang sat beside him, her fingers gripping the strap of her handbag. Chen Yi walked toward the plaintiff's table. His leather shoes made soft sounds on the floor, as if stepping on a thin layer of ice. He pulled out the chair and sat down, placing the USB drive on the table. A scratch marked the black plastic casing. A date Old Li had carved 7 years ago, 2019. 9/14. At the defendant's table, Zhao Lei adjusted his tie. His suit was new, but the collar didn't sit well, as if borrowed. His gaze swept over Chen Yi, the smirk still lingering at the corner of his mouth. The judge's chair was pulled back. The rustle of a robe, then the rap of the gavel. Court is in session. The sound of wheelchair wheels on the floor preceded Old Ma's entrance. Creak, creak. The rubber wheels ground fine sounds against the terrazzo. When Old Ma was wheeled in, someone in the gallery gasped. He had grown terribly thin. His gray tunic hung loosely on his shoulders, the outline of his collarbone visible at the collar. His hair was completely white, as if dusted with snow. His hands rested on his knees, knuckles protruding, skin so thin the blue veins showed through. The wheelchair stopped before the witness stand. Old Ma pushed himself up, swaying. A bailiff moved to help, but he waved a hand. Witness, state your name, the judge said. Ma Zhangwo. Old Ma's voice was soft, but steady. Each word seemed squeezed from his lungs, punctuated by coughs. When he coughed, his whole body shook like an old tree in the wind. Occupation: retired accountant. Relationship to this case. Old Ma was silent for 3 seconds. The hum of the air conditioner in the courtroom suddenly became distinct. 7 years ago, he began slowly, his voice like sandpaper on rough wood. Zhao Lei made me forge a transfer record. Murmurs rose from the gallery for the first time, like wine through a forest, leaves rustling against each other. Zhao Lei's fingers gripped the arm of his chair. His knuckles turned white. 300,000, Old Ma continued, from the company account to a private account, then recorded under Chen Yi's name. His speech was slow, with pauses between each sentence. A cough, a gasp, then the next sentence. The promissory note was also something Zhao Lei made me do. He said he wanted to make sure Chen Yi could never recover. Witness, Zhao Lei's lawyer stood up, his voice cold. Why didn't you speak up back then? Old Ma lifted his head to look at him. His eyes were cloudy, but beneath the cloudiness something glimmered. Because I was scared. He drew a breath. Zhao Lei said that if I dared to open my mouth, I'd end up like Chen Yi. He paused, his breathing labored. I was scared then. Now I think about it. It's just the difference between having 1 month left and 3 years. The courtroom fell into a sudden stillness. A reporter stopped writing. Old Zhou's hands clenched on his knees. Old Ma turned his head toward the plaintiff's table. Engineer Chen. Chen Yi raised his eyes. I'm sorry. Old Ma's voice was as light as a fallen leaf touching water. Those 3 words spoken from his mouth were almost inaudible, but everyone in the courtroom heard them. Chen Yi's throat moved as if something were lodged there, but only for an instant. He looked at Old Ma for 3 seconds. Then he nodded. What's past is past, he said quietly. Old Ma's eyes reddened. He pressed his lips together, his jaw trembling. On the wheelchair, his fingers slowly released the fabric of his knees. When Little Lee stepped onto the witness stand, his gait was steady. His blue shirt sleeves were rolled up to the wrist, revealing an old scar that ran from his wrist to his elbow. He didn't look at anyone. He sat down directly. Witness, state your name. Li Ming. Occupation. Cybersecurity engineer. Before the judge could ask the next question, Little Lee had already pulled a USB drive from his pocket. The testimony is all in here. Just look at the drive. The projector light came on. Rows of data appeared on the screen. September 14th, 2019, Kilo 7. Little Lee's voice was flat, as if reading coordinates. IP address 192. 168. 1. 105, a MAC address exactly matching Zhao Lei's office computer. He pressed the page key. 2209, that device remotely logged into Chen Yi's office computer. 2211, the printer was activated. A file named Promissory Note of Final PDF was generated. A screenshot of the printer log appeared on the screen. The timestamp was precise to the second. In the file name column, the characters Promissory Note of Final PDF were in Song font black on white. Zhao Lei's lawyer stood up. How does the witness prove that the plaintiff himself did not perform the operation? Little Lee did not look at him. Because Chen Yi was in the hospital that night. He switched to the next image. The registration record is on the drive. September 14th, 2019, 2143, emergency surgery. Chief complaint, right hand laceration, 7 stitches. The sound of writing came from the gallery, the rustle of pins on paper like crawling insects. Someone wrote a few words in their notebook, then crossed them out, then wrote again. Zhao Lei's face began to flush. It climbed from his neck upward, first his ears, then his cheekbones, finally his forehead. The numbers on the screen continued to scroll. Line after line of IP addresses, string after string of timestamps, like nails hammering one by one into Zhao Lei's chair. Before the fourth witness had even finished hearing the judge's question, he had already opened his notebook. The pages rustled. The old leader's hair was completely white, his back slightly hunched, but his motion as he opened the notebook was steady. He put on a pair of reading glasses with black frames, worn and chipped. This Zhao Lei kid, he said, his voice carrying a tone of admonition, has the courage of a tiger and the appetite of a pig. He looked down at the handwriting in his notebook. Inked with a fountain pen, the ink had bled a little, but every number was clear. March 2019, the Chengnan Substation Project. Project funds 5 million. Actual expenditure 3 million. Difference 2 million. He paused and lifted his eyes. Whereabouts unknown. In the courtroom, the air conditioner's airflow stopped for a second. In June, another 3 million was swallowed from the Chongbei project. The old leader turned a page. The sound of paper rubbing was piercingly clear in the silent courtroom. In September, Chen Yi's case. He raised his eyes, a gaze as sharp as a knife. That was his move to silence the witness. Zhao Lei's lawyer stood up a second time. These are records from many years ago with no legal validity. His voice began to falter, the pitch rising at the end. Chen Yi pulled a stack of papers from his briefcase. The bank's logo was blue-printed in the upper left corner. In the transaction records, numbers trailed by strings of zeros. The bank statements are here, he said in a deep voice. The judge took the documents, flipped through a few pages. His brow furrowed into a line. The gallery was so quiet you could hear the air conditioner. A reporter stopped taking notes. Old Joe's fingers tapped his knee once, then stopped. Old Lee stood in the center of the courtroom, holding a voice recorder. His hands were steady, the calluses on his fingerprints polished to a shine. Your Honor, he began, this is a recording of a phone call between Zhao Lei and Director Liu. He first handed over a piece of paper. A court investigation order letterhead document with an official seal in the lower right corner. The judge glanced at it, nodded. Old Lee pressed the play button. The indicator light on the recorder lit up. First came static, a buzzing sound like insects rubbing their wings. Then Zhao Lei's voice came through the recorder. Director Liu, get this done, and the 500,000 will be paid in full. Director Liu's voice was a bit hoarse. Which project do we route it through? The Chongbei substation. Zhao Lei's voice paused. Make up any name for the line item. In the courtroom, Zhao Lei's face drained of color, layer by layer, turning white. Not pale. It was the white of blood being drained. Paper white. His hands were shaking. Resting on the table, his fingers trembled like leaves in the wind. His lips opened, then closed. A bailiff stepped forward. Zhao Lei's knees suddenly gave way as if the bones had been pulled out. He collapsed back into his chair, the shoulder of his suit caught by the armrest, leaving a crease. Chen Yi's hands clenched under the table. His nails dug into his palms, stinging. But his face showed nothing. His eyes were fixed on the judge's bench, his gaze level. In the gallery, it was like the moment before a pot of water boils. The surface still calm, but bubbles already rising from below. The gavel struck. Dong. Defendant Zhao Lei convicted of evidence forgery and corruption. Arrested on the spot. Chen Yi's fingers unclenched. His palms were soaked with sweat. He felt the moisture trickling between his fingers, dripping onto the floor. The bailiff approached the defendant's table. Zhao Lei suddenly laughed. His lips pulled back, teeth showing. Chen Yi, he said, his voice soft, low, like a snake's tongue emerging from the grass. You think taking me down is the end? On that chain, I'm just a foot soldier. The bailiff pressed down on his shoulder. He was still laughing as he was led out of the defendant's area. When he passed the plaintiff's table, his steps paused for a second. The taste of blood spread in his mouth. Pushed by the bailiff, he stumbled, his leather shoes scraping the floor with a harsh sound. The door closed. Chen Yi stood up. In the last row of the gallery, a man with black-rimmed glasses also rose. He wore a gray coat, the skin at his collar slightly dark. He walked past Chen Yi, his pace unhurried. Something flashed at his cuff. Like a silver cufflink, the pattern reversed identical to the one on Chen Yi's chest. "The matter Elder Shin asked you to investigate," he said sidelong, his voice low, his breath carrying the scent of mint candy, "has only just begun." Chen Yi's feet were nailed to the ground. 7 years ago, on the day Elder Shin sent him to prison, one cufflink was missing. Elder Shin said it had fallen off. Now that man was wearing it walking out the courtroom door. Sunlight cut him in half at the waist, his upper body vanishing into the light, his lower half still in shadow. He felt the USB drive in his pocket. Old Lee's words echoed in his ears again, this time with a final phrase he hadn't noticed before. "The second file is the trial record from the night you were imprisoned 7 years ago." Page 40 was torn out. He hadn't looked at it yet. His fingers tightened around the drive in his pocket. The metal connector had grown hot from his body heat, hot, as if he had swallowed a flame. The sunlight outside the courtroom stung his eyes, but he did not close them. At the end of the corridor where the bespectacled man had vanished, only a thin stretched shadow remained on the ground. That shadow suddenly forked at the corner, as if one person had taken another's hand. His phone buzzed in his pocket. An encrypted message flashed on the screen, auto-deleting after 5 seconds. He could only read the sender's code name, Xiao Wu. The Xiao Wu who had resigned 7 years ago, whose avatar was still lit. Chen Yi did not look back. The footsteps of the bailiff were still echoing in the corridor, the creak of old Ma's wheelchair was still there, the sound of old Lee's cough was still there. But he only heard the file he hadn't opened inside the USB drive, throbbing in its plastic casing like a heartbeat once. Very soft, yet like the tinnitus before an explosion, counting seconds for him in the depth of silence. At 2:50 a.m., the telephone rang like an ice pick stabbing into the darkness. Chen Yi opened his eyes, his heart already racing. Calls at this hour never brought good news. The screen's glow was blinding. It was old Ma's son. "Uncle Chen," the voice on the phone whispered low, "my father. Please come over." That voice was like an iron plate. Cold and hard, yet something beneath it threatened to shatter at any moment. Chen Yi said nothing. He dressed his dark blue suit from yesterday, still unchanged. His hand found his pockets. Phone keys, a copy of the verdict. The car waited downstairs, black, its engine still running. He arrived at the hospital at 3:05. Chen Yi pushed open the ward door directly. The sound of the heart monitor greeted him first. Beep, beep, beep. On the screen, a green line rose and fell. The bedside lamp glowed, its yellow halo spreading like a layer of gold across old Ma's face. Old Ma's eyes were open. He was waiting. Chen Yi walked to the bedside and sat down. The mattress dipped slightly. He took old Ma's hand. Cold as clutching a block of ice. "Old Ma." "Chen Yi." Old Ma's voice leaked out like a deflating balloon escaping from deep within his throat. "You came. I knew you would come. I'm here." Chen Yi gripped his hand tighter. "I've been waiting." Old Ma's lips trembled, waiting for a result. Silence fell over the ward. The monitor's beeping grew louder, one beat, another, filling the entire room. "The verdict. Has it come down?" Old Ma's fingers moved across the blanket, his eyes shifting toward Chen Yi. "Tell me." "Zhao lay 10 years. A low sound emerged from old Ma's throat, like a sigh, or perhaps a laugh. His chest rose and fell, the blanket's creases moving with each breath. After a pause, he asked, "And you?" "Acquitted." Old Ma's eyes brightened, like a light bulb flickering to life, bit by bit, light piercing through the murk. "Good." He exhaled slowly, his voice as faint as an echo in the wind. "Good. That's really good." He slowly closed his eyes, not suddenly but inch by inch, like two doors gently shutting. Chen Yi gripped his hand tightly. On the monitor, the green line flattened from waves into a straight line. Beep. A prolonged alarm cut through the ward like a blade slicing through the air. Chen Yi felt the warmth in his palm draining away, beginning from his fingertips, receding bit by bit like the tide pulling back from the shore. Old Ma's face grew gaunt, thin as paper. "You did it," Chen Yi murmured quietly. "You got your result." With that, he released his hand. Old Ma's hand dropped onto the blanket, so light. The funeral was held in Old Ma's hometown. Chen Yi traveled 2 hours by high-speed train, then another 40 minutes by bus. Stepping off the bus, the wind carried the scent of earth. The fragrance of rice would smoke, the stench of cow dung. These smells mingled together, damp and heavy like the wind on the day he walked out of prison 6 years ago. He remembered his last meeting with Old Ma at the RD Center's entrance. Old Ma had his head bowed, afraid to meet his eyes. Chen Yi passed through the village. The dirt road at the village entrance, blue-tiled houses on both sides, red chilies drying on walls, vegetables planted in fields. He didn't see any of it. His gaze fell on the old locust tree at the village entrance. An elderly man sat on a stone, back hunched, wearing a gray jacket. Chen Yi's footsteps halted for a moment. That person's outline, the way he sat, it resembled Old Ma. But it wasn't Old Ma, just a resemblance. The funeral was held in the courtyard. Floral wreaths covered the ground, white paper flowers rustling in the wind. Old Ma lay in the coffin wearing the gray jacket he wore and cored a white flower pinned at his collar. His face was serene, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he had just fallen asleep. Chen Yi stood before the coffin, then turned to face the crowd. Old Ma's family stood at the front. His elderly wife, hair completely white, eyes reddened. Old Zhou, Old Shun, Old Li, Secretary Wang, Xiao Wu, Xiao Li, they stood among the crowd dressed in black, their expressions grim as iron. I am Chen Yi. Silence fell over the crowd, even the wind seemed to still. Old Ma was my friend. When he spoke the word friend, his voice dropped. Wind blew through paper flowers on the wreaths, rustling softly. 6 years ago, Old Ma worked in finance at the RD Center. He watched me walk into prison. He knew the truth, but was too frightened to speak. Someone had threatened him, sealing his mouth. He paused. He fought cancer for 4 years, enduring it all. In his final days, he stood up. He told me. Chen Yi's voice carried a trace of tremor. I can't wait any longer. Old Ma's wife dabbed at her tears. Her fingers wiped across her eyes again, and again, so gently, like wiping fog from a pane of glass. Old Ma was just an accountant. Chen Yi's gaze swept across the crowd. He never did anything extraordinary in his life. But in his final moments, he did something that even terrified him. He paused, looking at Old Ma in the coffin. He told the truth. Wind blew in from outside the courtyard, rustling the paper flowers on the wreaths. The clouds overhead were thick and gray, with only a single gap, golden light leaking through the slit, slanting down onto the courtyard, onto the coffin. Old Ma, thank you. Chen Yi drew from his pocket that piece of paper, a copy of the verdict. White paper, black text, the red national emblem printed above. He walked to the coffin and placed the paper on the glass lid. So gently, so slowly. This is the verdict. Zhao lay 10 years. Chen Yi acquitted. He bowed his head toward that serene face in the coffin, whispering, Old Ma, do you see? At the corner of Old Ma's mouth, there was a faint smile. Chen Yi turned to face the crowd. His voice steadied, firm as an iron plate, but beneath the surface something churned. Old Ma taught me one thing. Speaking the truth requires risking your life. But he told me it was worth it. I will continue forward. Carrying the words, Old Ma couldn't finish. Carrying what he left undone. He paused, his voice growing deeper. Making China's power equipment stand at the forefront of the world. Enabling every engineer to work with their heads held high. Old Ma said, in this life a person must do at least one thing that makes them proud of themselves. The three carrying S drove into the air. The words were light, yet driven deep. After the funeral, the crowd dispersed. Chen Yi stood in the courtyard, the verdict copy resting on the coffin. He prepared to leave. Uncle Chen, Old Ma's son, approached. His eyes were still red, a worn envelope in his hand. Brown craft paper, its edges frayed. My father asked me to give this to you personally before he passed. He handed over the envelope, then hesitated. He said, this is what he still owed you. Chen Yi accepted the envelope. It wasn't sealed. He drew out from inside not a letter, but a receipt. The receipt had yellowed, its corners curled, deep creases running through it, as if folded repeatedly. Dated 6 years ago, the amount was 30,000. The purpose column bore 3 characters, hush money. The signature field had been torn away. The torn edge was ragged, not cut with scissors, but ripped by hand. Half a character remained at the edge. A short horizontal stroke, very brief, like the beginning of a left falling stroke. Chen Yi looked up at Old Ma's son. When did your father give you this? Last month. He said if he wasn't here anymore, I should give it to you. Old Ma's son's voice tightened. He didn't tell me what was inside. Chen Yi lowered his gaze, fixing it on that torn signature. Old Ma had preserved the evidence, yet torn off the culprit's name. Was this protection or another form of accusation? Wind rushed through the courtyard gate, setting the receipt in his hand fluttering. He folded the receipt carefully and placed it in his pocket next to the verdict copy. He turned to look at the old locust tree beyond the courtyard gate. Beneath the tree no one remained, but the tree's shadow swayed in the wind, as if someone had just departed. The green of the field stretched to the horizon, but the cloud gap had closed. That golden light had vanished completely. Chen Yi gripped the receipt in his pocket, its corner pressing into his fingers. The secret of 6 years ago torn down to nothing but a single stroke. And behind this stroke, how many more unknown truths lay hidden. The silver transformer gleamed with a suspicious sheen under the lights. Director Zhang stared at the figures on the inspection report, his fingers trembling. Not from excitement, but from something deeper. It was like standing at the edge of a cliff, seeing a path on the opposite side, but the ground beneath his feet was empty. 30%. The first batch, 100 units. Director Zhang spoke, his voice like a slab of iron, with something trembling beneath it. All passed. Efficiency is 30% higher than old equipment, losses reduced by 15%. In the workshop, the silver transformers sat at the end of the assembly line like giant beasts just awakened. 100 units. Every metal surface still carried residual warmth like freshly baked bread, exuding a scent of heat. Chen Yi reached out and touched the silver casing of the nearest transformer. It was cool. Beneath the coolness was the hum of electric current, soft like a pulse, like a heart buried in metal beating. Good, he said. Director Zhang stood beside him, the sleeves of his blue work uniform still rolled up to his elbows. A streak of oil smeared from the base of his thumb to his wrist like a dried riverbed. He looked at Chen Yi, waiting for the next instruction. Continue. Continue. Director Zhang's brows furrowed. He rubbed his fingers against the seam of his trousers, dragging the oil stain into a dark streak. You mean, next month 200 units. Chen Yi said, his finger tracing a faint line on the transformer's surface. Then 300. Then 500. Director Zhang said nothing. He looked down at his hand, his fingers unconsciously curling, as if calculating. 200 units. 300. 500. The assembly line would need to be reconfigured, more hands added, shifts rearranged. These problems popped up in his mind one after another, like gears interlocking, emitting a sound only he could hear. For 200 units we'd have to dismantle and rearrange the line. He raised his eyes, his voice dropping low. Not enough workers. We need to add a night shift crew, at least 20 more skilled hands. Hire them. Skilled workers are hard to find. Train them, Chen Yi said. Our goal is an annual output of 10,000 units. Director Zhang's fingers stopped. And not ordinary transformers. Smart transformers. Built-in sensors for real-time monitoring of temperature, humidity, and load. Data uploaded to the cloud for remote diagnostics and predictive maintenance. Director Zhang looked up at Chen Yi. His lips moved, but made no sound. 10,000 units. Smart. In his mind, he broke down the words smart, sensors, cloud, remote diagnostics. These things were only heard of in the old factory, like glimpses of another world through glass, blurry haloed. Now someone was telling him to build them. Right on this assembly line. Who supplies the sensors? Which cloud platform? He asked. We'll make them ourselves. Director Zhang's Adam's apple bobbed. What others can't do we can, Chen Yi said. He turned and walked toward the workshop exit. At the door, sunlight slanted through the gap in the iron gate, falling on the ground like a golden knife, slicing the shadow in half. He pushed open the door and stepped out. Director Zhang, he said, this is just the beginning. 3 minutes. Engineer Liu took off his glasses, wiped the lenses with the hem of his t-shirt, and put them back on. His fingers flew across the tablet screen, as if calculating something. The taps, urgent and rapid. We've connected 3 substations, 5 distribution rooms, and 20 transformers. He said his words fast, each syllable like a bead popping from an abacus. Fault location 3 minutes. Isolation and recovery 5 minutes. He paused, his fingers still tapping on the tablet. 10 times faster than traditional methods. On the big screen in the control center, red dots on the map blinked like heartbeats. Each blink updated data from a substation. Current, voltage, temperature, load. All the data converged into a river on the screen, flowing from left to right, endless. Chen Yi looked at the screen. Good. Continue. Continue. Engineer Liu was still calculating on the tablet. His fingers instinctively tapping, calculating, simulating 3 substations. Now how many devices for 50? How many teams for 100? When he arrived at the answer, he paused, startled. You mean by continue? Continue, Chen Yi said. By year-end, connect 50 substations. Then 100. Then the entire province. Engineer Liu's fingers stopped. For 50 substations, the server cluster alone, the server room would need. He looked up at Chen Yi, a flicker of technical instinct, anxiety in his eyes, quickly replaced by something else. It was the light that ignites when facing a tough problem, like developing fluid in a darkroom, slowly revealing a blurred outline. I'll handle the server room. What about the algorithm? The concurrent data load from 50 substations, the current model can't handle it. If it can't handle it, change it. Engineer Liu took off his glasses and put them back on. Change. That word in someone else's mouth was a command in his mind. It was 10,000 lines of code, each waiting to be torn down and rewritten. Our goal, Chen Yi said, is the entire country. He turned and walked out. Exiting the control center in the courtyard, the old locust tree was still there. The green bench beneath it was still there. A cicada chirped once, just once, quickly carried away by the wind like a wisp of smoke, as if nothing had happened. Old Ma was gone. Chen Yi's steps didn't falter. Engineer Liu, he said, this is just the beginning. Below 5%. The sea breeze blew in from the east, carrying salt and the smell of fish damp on the face. 20 white wind turbines stood on the ridge, their blades turning like 20 pairs of giant eagle wings, slicing the wind into segments. Boss Wong stood beneath a turbine, his red windbreaker billowing like a flag, flapping loudly. He looked up at the blades, staring for a long time. 20 units. Running at full capacity. Annual power generation of 200 million kilowatt hours. Volatility below 5%. Lower than coal power. His laugh was light like abacus beads falling on a wooden tray, crisp and clear. Lower than coal power. Those 4 words circled in his mind once, twice. The corners of his mouth lifted, but his eyes held no laughter. That was not laughter, but the gleam of a hunter spotting prey. The coal guys will go crazy. Chen Yi stood beside him, the wind ruffling his collar, messing his hair. Next year, build another 20. Then 40. Then 100. 100. Boss Wong turned to look at him, wind funneling into his windbreaker, puffing it out. Onshore or offshore? Offshore. Boss Wong's lips slowly flattened. Offshore wind power. Those 4 words were no longer abacus beads. They were 4 boulders crashing heavily into the water, sending up invisible splashes. He had worked on engineering projects and knew that the cost of driving a single pile offshore was 3 times that on land. But the wind was stronger. The wind was steadier. Power generation doubled. You're going to challenge coal power with the cost of offshore wind. He said slowly, his tone not like a question, but like reciting a verdict already written. Our goal is offshore wind power. Chen Yi said. The wind at sea is stronger, steadier. Our technology can make the cost of offshore wind lower than coal power. Lower than coal power. Boss Wang repeated. This time he didn't laugh. Those 4 words were too heavy, like 4 boulders crashing into the sea, sinking, hitting the mud at the bottom. This is the ultimate goal, Chen Yi said. He turned and walked toward the shore. Beneath his feet were rocks covered with oyster shells, white, like teeth, biting tightly into the stone. Waves pushed in from the distance, crashing against the rocks, shattering into white foam, emitting a dull roar. He stood on the rock looking at the horizon. The sea line was gray, merging with the sky, indistinguishable, where sea ended and sky began. Boss Wang, he said, this is just the beginning. 28%. Cost 20% lower. Director Zhou's eyes lit up, but the light lasted only a second before dimming. His fingers traced a curve in the air, the degradation curve from 3% to 5%, then stopped. The first production line, monthly capacity of 100,000 wafers. Efficiency 28%. Cost 20% lower than traditional silicon cells. He finished reporting the data, his fingers still suspended in the air, not retracting, as if pressing an invisible button. 8,000 hour stability test passed. Degradation below 5%. He finally lowered his hand, but his eyes still followed the invisible curve hanging in the air between him and Chen Yi. Neither spoke. In the workshop, solar panels slid off the assembly line, blue, like massive scales shed from some giant beast. Each panel was a captive, locking sunlight inside and turning it into electric current. 3 production lines ran like 3 rivers, blue panels swimming out one after another, endless. Chen Yi picked up a panel, turned it over, and looked at the sensor interface on the back. The interface was silver gleaming. By year-end, 3 production lines. Then 5, then 10. Director Zhou's fingers began tracing lines in the air again. 3 lines. 5, 10. He was calculating the degradation rate, the yield rate, equipment depreciation. Numbers always ran in his mind, like rivers flowing day and night, never freezing. For 10 lines, the degradation rate must be pushed below 3%. He spoke, his voice light, as if talking to himself. 8,000 hours isn't enough. Need 10,000 hours of data. Then test until 10,000 hours. 10,000 hours is 14 months. Director Zhou raised his eyes. The equipment has to run for 14 months without major issues. Run it. Director Zhou didn't respond. His fingers paused in the air, the invisible degradation curve still hanging there. 14 months. 10,000 hours. 3%. Those 3 numbers spun in his mind like 3 marbles colliding with each other. Our goal, Chen Yi said, placing the panel back, the blue plate gently clicking against the assembly line, is to have perovskite solar cells replace traditional silicon cells. Director Zhou's hand stopped. Replace. He repeated the word slowly. Not compete. Not supplement. It was replace. That word was too heavy, so heavy that his fingers couldn't lift. Perovskite, higher efficiency, lower cost, more environmentally friendly. What you've achieved, 8,000 hours, is the industry standard. You've done it. Director Zhou said nothing. He looked at Chen Yi, at the blue panels at the assembly line. His lips moved as if to say something, then swallowed it back. What he swallowed sank into his stomach like a stone. Chen Yi turned and walked out. Director Zhou, he said, this is just the beginning. Transformers. Smart grid. Offshore wind power. Perovskite replacing silicon cells. It was not simple repetition. Every step landed on the next foothold after foothold, stretching into the unseen. Transformers were the heart, the smart grid was the blood vessels, wind and solar were the 2 legs. The heart beat, the vessels opened, the legs moved. The power empire was not lines on a blueprint, but something that landed on the ground. It had weight, had warmth, had the hum of electric current. The hum came from the workshop, from the control center, from the offshore wind farm, from the solar production lines. These sounds layered together like a melody, yet unfinished. Chen Yi stood in the courtyard. Half of the old locust trees' leaves had turned yellow, a breeze scattered them, falling onto the green bench. The cicadas were long gone. Old Ma was gone too, but the bench remained. Its green paint was already peeling, exposing the gray wood beneath. He raised a finger and traced a line in the air. Just one line. It traced a direction. Transformers northward, smart grid, nationwide, offshore wind, into the deep sea, solar, toward the sun. For directions, 4 pointers pointing to 4 different places, but sharing the same origin. His finger fell. Director Zhou walked out of the workshop, hands in his pockets. The inspection report paper was crumpled in his palm, pressing against his palm like an unexploded detonator. 8,500 hours. Degradation rate jumped to 7%. Not 5, but 7. This number would eat away the yield rate, eat away the cost advantage, eat away the words, replace silicon cells. It would gnaw everything hollow like termites. He stood at the workshop entrance. Chen Yi's back grew smaller in the sunlight, his shadow shrinking at his feet like a pool of black water almost dried by the sun. His phone buzzed again. A message popped up. Director Zhou, the 3rd round of data is also out. Director Zhou didn't open it. He watched Chen Yi's back turn the corner of the courtyard gate, disappearing into the shadow of the old locust tree. 7%. The locust tree's leaves were still falling. The green bench was covered in a layer of yellow leaves unswept. Leaves piled on leaves making a faint rustling sound. Chen Yi walked out of the courtyard gate and pulled out his phone. On the screen a text from 3 years ago was still there. Director, Chen, the locust tree in the courtyard has bloomed again this year. Send her, old ma. He looked at it for 3 seconds. Pressed delete. The screen went dark. He put the phone back in his pocket, his steps never faltering. The sunlight stretched his shadow long like a pointer pointing north toward the direction farthest from the sea. Director Zhou looked down at the crumpled paper in his pocket, then at the new message notification on his phone. 7%. What comes after 7%? After 8,500 hours. 9,000 hours. 10,000 hours. These numbers lined up like a chain, like an invisible degradation curve stretching to some place he didn't know. He squeezed the crumpled paper, opened his mouth. A bitter taste in his mouth, as if chewing an unripe fruit. Chen Yi had already walked far away. At the end of that road was the next mountain. And behind that mountain no one knew what was hidden. Perhaps another mountain. Perhaps nothing. Perhaps a sea. The police car decelerated before the red light, and Zhao Lei's handcuffs clanked against the door, emitting a sound akin to shattering. 3 seconds later he saw the building. Its marble facade rain-soaked into a deep gray, the words Zhao Lei Capital on the bronze plaque glinting in the downpour like an old scar. The police car did not stop. The light turned green, the vehicle swerved, and the building slid out of the window. Zhao Lei's neck turned half an inch, then froze. The handcuffs struck the door handle with a sharp clink. The officer beside him glanced over, but said nothing. The rain intensified. On the roof it sounded like a handful of gravel being scattered, crackling and popping. Zhao Lei's fingers clenched on his knees, the knuckles whitening against the skin like 4 stones embedded in flesh. The police car drove into a road flanked by gray walls on both sides. Barbed wire curled along the top of the walls, rainwater trickling down the strands, gleaming coldly. At the end of the road were 2 iron gates, black with a row of spikes embedded in the frame. The gates opened with a heavy grinding sound, like some colossal creature exhaling. The car stopped. 2 prison guards approached, their blue uniforms soaked by rain water dripping from the brims of their caps. They pulled open the door, and rain immediately poured in, striking Zhao Lei's face. His foot stepped out of the car, and into a puddle, splashing water onto his trousers, the gray fabric stained with gray mud, boundaries indistinguishable. Move, one guard said. Zhao Lei was escorted across the yard. The puddles on the ground reflected the sky like shattered mirrors scattered about. In the distance stood a gray building with small windows neatly aligned, resembling squares chiseled into the wall. He passed a bulletin board, the paper sodden by rain, the characters blurred into ink blots, only the words confess and leniency still legible. The iron gate closed behind him with a dull thud. The registration office was bathed in harsh white light. A desk, a chair, and a guard seated behind it. On the desk lay a registration book, flipped to a new page, the ink glistening. Name: Zhao Lei. Age: 38. The guard glanced up at him, then returned to the book. The pen tip moved across the paper, producing a rustling sound. Zhao Lei picked up the pen. His fingers were stiff. The pen slipped twice in the crook of his thumb before he held it steady. He bent down, the pen tip hovering over the charge column, paused for half a second, then wrote 2 characters: false accusation. The strokes were crooked like 2 parallel caterpillars. The pen tip moved to the sentence column, paused again, then wrote 10 years. Ink spread from the nib, seeping into the paper fibers. Zhao Lei stared at the characters he had written, his fingers beginning to tremble. He released the pen, which clattered onto the desk, rolled half a turn, and stopped. The guard retrieved the book, closed it. The sound of the paper was soft, like a small door shutting. Move. The corridor stretched long. Gray walls, gray floor, fluorescent lights overhead casting a light like a thin layer of snow over everything. Zhao Lei's feet touched the ground, and he could feel the hardness of the cement through his soles. On both sides of the corridor were iron doors, one next to another, each with a small window. Behind some windows were eyes, gray-brown, flickering and vanishing like bubbles rising from water. The air carried a scent, disinfectant, sweat, rust, astringent like raw iron held in the mouth. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, 1, 2, 3, 4. Each step pushed forward deeper into the depths. At the end of the corridor, an iron door stood open. A space of 10 square meters, gray walls, an iron bed, a mattress as thin as a paperback book. Zhao Lei stepped inside. The door closed behind him, the dull clang of metal bounced between the walls, then died. He stood still, his eyes sweeping the corners. The white porcelain of the toilet had water stains, the brass of the faucet had green rust, the ceiling had cracks like the trails of a spider. Then his gaze fell on the wall. On that wall there were marks. Not random scratches. A systematic, regular record. Zhao Lei approached, his toes touching the wall, then stopped. At the very top was a row of tally marks, strokes horizontal and vertical, precise. Below the marks were numbers: 1st month, 3rd month, 6th month. The characters were small but clear, as if carved into the cement with fingernails, bit by bit. The tally marks continued line after line from the upper left of the wall all the way to the lower right. Beside every 6 marks was a time marker, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years. A full 6 years, 73 tally marks, not a single day missed. Beside the tally marks were another kind of marks, short vertical lines arranged in groups. Each group was annotated with a book title and a date. Under power system analysis were 17 vertical lines representing 17 days to read. Macroeconomics had 21. Interpretation of criminal law had 34. The vertical lines grew denser and the book titles became more complex. The last line was option pricing model with 45 vertical lines. Zhao Lei's gaze followed these vertical lines downwards. 187 books each with a record each carved into the wall. To the right of the bookmarks was another set of counts paper usage. In units of reams. 10 reams, 15, 22, 28, 32. The marks for each ream were deeper than those for the books, as if the pressure had been intentionally heavier. On 32 reams of paper, what had been written? Zhao Lei recalled that during his time at the company, he used less than a ream a year. His fingertips rose touching the marks. The gritty texture of the cement transmitted through his finger pads rough. His gaze continued to the right. At the far right of the wall was a long row of numbers from one end to the other, stock codes. 600 XXX, a 000 XXX, 300 XXX. Behind each code were arrows occupying many rows, dense and packed like a wall of wounds. Zhao Lei's fingers slid down along the arrows. At the very bottom, the suddenly stopped. Stopped at the last month of the 6th year. From then on, every arrow was dense, one overlapping another, filling the last half year's wall space. Beside each was annotated 10, 20, doubled. Zhao Lei's fingers stopped at the last, a beside, which were 6 characters, release. Buy. Hold. His breath halted. The marks ended here. Abruptly terminated. As if the person who wrote them one day stood up, put down the tool, walked out the door, and never returned. Zhao Lei's lips moved slightly, emitting a very soft sound. 6 years. He stepped back, staring at the entire wall. 73 tally marks, 187 books, vertical lines, 32 reams of paper marks, a long string of codes and arrows, spread across the gray wall like a map. A person had spent 6 years rebuilding himself on this wall. The question was, who? Zhao Lei's throat tightened, as if a hook were lodged inside. He turned, walked to the door, and slammed his palm against the iron gate. The sound exploded in the cell. Footsteps. The small window on the door slid open, and a face appeared behind it, expressionless. Zhao Lei stared at the face, his voice dry. Who lived in this cell before? The guard's eyelid twitched. Why do you ask? These on the wall. Zhao Lei's thumb jabbed behind him. Who carved them? The guard's gaze passed over Zhao Lei's shoulder, scanning the wall. Silence for 2 seconds. A prisoner. I asked for a name. The guard withdrew his gaze, looking at Zhao Lei. A faint minute twitch at the corner of his mouth, like a muscle reflex, then it returned to calm. A half-beat of silence. Chen Yi. Zhao Lei's fingers clenched at his side. Which Chen Yi? The one you know. The guard's tone was flat as an iron plate slammed on the table. Sentenced 6 years. Entered 6 years before you, released 6 years before you. Zhao Lei's pupils contracted. Inside he wrote, studied financial reports. The guard cut him off, each word like a nail driven into a plank. When released, his account had 2.4 billion. The stainless steel lunchbox slipped from Zhao Lei's hand. It crashed to the ground, metal against cement, exploding into a piercing noise. Rice and vegetables spilled out, soup splattering onto his trouser legs, and shoes spreading across the floor. Zhao Lei stood still, not looking down. His fingers still retained the shape of holding the box, curved, suspended in the air. The guard watched him for 2 seconds. You're younger than him, though. A pause. The rest is up to you. Then he turned. The small window closed, the echo of footsteps stretched down the corridor, 1, 2, 3, 4, gradually fading. Behind the iron door, silence returned. Zhao Lei's knees bent. He crouched beside the spilled food, hands on his knees. His fingers touched a piece of metal. A sliver of aluminum flaked off the edge of the lunchbox, long, sharp. He picked up the sliver and walked to the wall. The wall, covered in marks, now looked different. Those tally marks, vertical lines, codes, arrows. No longer a record of someone else, but a shadow of a person cast over him. Zhao Lei stared at the wall for a long time. 30 seconds, a minute. Then he raised the aluminum sliver and carved the first vertical line on the blank space at the far right. Crooked, trembling, uneven, enforced cement powder peeling from the sides of the mark. He stopped looking at the line, his fingers resting on the mark for a long time. His lips parted, releasing only a single word: 10 years. Then he fell silent. At night, Zhao Lei lay on the iron bed, eyes open. The water stains on the ceiling took shape in the darkness, ring after ring modeled like a distorted face. Light from the corridor leaked through the iron bars of the high window, casting shadows on the ground, one after another, black, stretching from Zhao Lei's ankles to his chest. He turned over. The iron bed groaned. Outside the window there was the sound of rain. The rain continued, hitting the glass, hitting the roof, hitting the cement yard, the sounds layered, pushing forward and receding. He counted the rain sounds. At 23 he suddenly stopped. He heard something. An extremely faint noise coming from deep within the wall, like fingernails scraping against cement. One sound. Another. Regular, like some kind of counting. Zhao Lei sat up abruptly. In the darkness, the marks on the wall seemed like open eyes staring at him. At the same time on the other side of the city, Chen Yi stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. Raindrops gathered on the outside of the glass, forming streams that flowed downward, pulling the lights outside into ribbons of radiance. A document lay spread on the coffee table, the title reading, Imprisonment Notice, and beneath it the name Zhao Lei. Chen Yi picked up a pen, the tip landing beside the characters Zhao Lei, and wrote read. One character strokes, steady horizontal and vertical. Then he drew a line. The angle of that line, the force digging into the paper fibers, was exactly the same as the marks on the cell wall. He put down the pen. His fingers paused over the character read for 2 seconds, then he turned the document over. The white paper gleamed coldly under the light. Chen Yi lifted the pen and wrote 4 characters on the back of the paper. This is only the beginning. The rain outside intensified, much like the rain 6 years ago. His face reflected on the glass, blurry and calm. He turned and walked toward the desk, leaving the document on the coffee table. The light cast a slanting shadow across the paper, the 4 characters flickering in and out of the darkness. And in the cell, Zhao Lei still sat in the dark, staring at the freshly carved vertical line on the wall, his ears filled with an invisible countdown coming from the depths of the wall, one sound after another. The yellowed edge of the photograph happened to obscure a face, his own from 6 years ago. Chen Yi's thumb pressed against that silhouette, not moving. The cold blue lighting of the Dubai Global Energy Summit fell upon his dark suit, making him stand out like a solitary tower. Around him, guests of various skin tones murmured in low voices, their speech blending into a continuous hum, yet his gaze was fixed solely on the dozen or so people in the photo at the entrance of the Southern City substation. They huddled together, some in work uniforms, some in shirts, laughing with great effort. At the far right stood Old Ma, head lowered as he lit a cigarette. The lighter's flame failed to be captured by the lens, leaving only the gesture of his hand shielding the wind. Chen Yi turned the photo over. On the back, a line of ballpoint pen handwriting, March 2020 Southern City Substation Project Team. The characters were crooked as if written with a trembling hand. 6 years. He placed the photo back into the inner pocket of his suit. The crowd flowed past him as he entered. Someone handed him business cards, gold embossed, plain white cardstock, linen textured. He accepted them one by one, shook hands, nodded. Someone offered a gift bag with a silk scarf. He passed it to his attendant. A Japanese man in a gray suit approached him, bowed, and presented a box of wagashi with both hands. The wooden casket, lacquered in vermilion, set against a pure white handkerchief. He bowed deeply, his head nearly level with the tabletop, holding the position for 2 seconds before straightening up. Chen Yi accepted it with both hands and murmured in Japanese, "Arigatou gozaimasu." He took his seat in the front row. To his right was an American, the president of a European energy fund, with graying hair and sun-spotted cheeks. The man leaned in, his voice very low. "I've been waiting for this speech for a long time." Chen Yi nodded slightly. His fingers unconsciously drifted into the inner pocket, brushing the edge of the photograph. The host announced his name. He stood up and walked to the stage. The light poured down from above. He placed his speech on the lectern, but did not open it. His fingers touched the microphone, the cold metal seeping into his fingertips. 6 years ago, he paused. "I was an electrical engineer." The audience fell silent. "Every day, I drew blueprints and ran to substations. A blueprint spread on the ground. I'd squat beside it, holding a piece of broken brick to push formulas on the floor. If I was wrong, I'd wipe it out and start over until I got it right." His voice was steady without inflection, as if recounting something very ordinary. "When inspecting equipment, I'd squat there all day. In summer, the equipment room was over 40 degrees Celsius. My work uniform was soaked through and clung to my back. But the hum of the machines was good, the data was accurate. That feeling," he paused a beat, "it was very grounding. Then I was framed and sent to prison. Only the faint hum of the air conditioning remained in the hall. The cell was gray. The walls were gray, the iron bed was gray, the mattress was thin. Lying on it, you could feel the iron frame. There were rows of scratches on the wall, made by my fingernails. One scratch for each day." He didn't explain why he made them. Someone in the audience took off their glasses, slowly wiping them with a sleeve. 6 years. Over 1900 days. His tone didn't change. "Every day, I calculated. Without paper, I did it in my head. I calculated the load on the power grid, the losses in transformers, the optimization of transmission paths. Those numbers were the only colorful things in those gray days." He paused. The entire hall was as still as if sealed. "After I was released, I faced a sum of money. 2.4 billion. He raised his eyes. "Some advised me to emigrate, some urged me to buy a house, some told me to enjoy my freedom. I bought a substation." A few faint laughs from the audience quickly stifled. His tone suddenly rose a little, but still steady, not for any other reason. "It's because when I was squatting in that cell, there was a light on the wall. Sometimes it was bright, sometimes dim. The voltage was unstable. At that moment, I understood what it felt like to be without electricity. At that moment, I knew that the rest of my time would be spent on this." His voice sank. "To make every corner use clean, cheap electricity. This is not a dream, it's my debt. I was locked inside for 6 years, owing the world 6 years. I have to repay." He stopped. The entire venue was dead silent. 3 seconds. Then applause erupted. Not starting from one row, but surging up in whole sections at once like thunder rolling overhead. Someone stood up abruptly, their knee knocking over a water glass on the table. Water spilled onto an open notebook, ink bleeding into a blotch, but the person was oblivious, just standing and applauding. The applause lasted a long time. Chen Yi bowed, turned, and walked off stage. The corridor backstage was dimmer than the front. He leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. A pale gray shadow of the wall rose behind his eyelids, then quickly sank. There was a faint smell of rust, whether from memory or somewhere else he couldn't tell. A staff member handed him a glass of cool water. He took it and drank. The water slid down his throat, the cold touch evoking a distant familiarity. The water from the faucet in the cell 6 years ago had also been cool, but carried a taste of rust. He set down the glass. A staff member helped him into his coat. 3 months later, the walls of the Southern City substation were newly built white, with a project identification sign attached. The gate was replaced with iron painted gray. The guard saw someone approaching, first raised his hand mechanically to stop them, then froze for a few seconds. "You're, Engineer Chen." "Hello." Chen Yi nodded. The old locust tree in the yard was still there. Its trunk was thicker, its foliage denser, casting a large patch of shade. The bench under the tree was also still there, its green plastic surface worn shiny with a few newly carved small characters on the backrest. Leaning in, he saw, "Substation Project Team Established." Beside the bench, a gray stone tablet now stood engraved with a line of text, "March 2020 Southern City Substation Project Team." Chen Yi sat down on the bench. Sunlight filtered through the locust leaves, scattering fragments onto the back of his hand. He reached out and traced the carvings on the backrest, his fingertips slowly moving along the strokes. 6 years ago, old Ma had sat on this very bench holding a thermos, unscrewing the lid and placing it on the armrest as an ashtray, the ash still trailing thin smoke. Old Ma took a drag, squinted at him, and said, "Xiao Chun, in the power industry you can't rush. In my whole life, I've only understood this one thing." That voice could still be heard now. He drew the photograph from his inner pocket and unfolded it. His 6 years younger self stood on the left, wearing a white t-shirt, holding a safety helmet with a sunburn mark on his face. Old Ma was at the far right in a gray jacket, a thermos tucked under his arm. The red glow of the cigarette hadn't been captured, but he remembered that red dot. Everyone in the photo was smiling. He turned it over and looked at the line of writing on the back. The crooked ballpoint pen strokes, written by Old Ma. Suddenly a thought flashed. Where did Old Ma go afterward? He didn't know. While in prison, he had received an anonymous letter and signed with only a few words, "Hang in there waiting for you to get out." Was it him? No answer. Wind blew from the direction of the equipment building. The leaves of the old locust tree rustled for a while. He closed the photo and put it back into the inner pocket. His fingers paused for a moment on the lining of the suit. That yellowed photographic paper through the fabric pressed against the spot over his heart like a brand without temperature. High-voltage lines stretched out from the station, heading south-north, extending farther away. He stood up and looked toward the sealed window on the top floor of the equipment building. That window had been locked 6 years ago, and it was still locked now. Oh, behind the glass it was pitch black, nothing could be seen clearly. The wind rose again, the locust leaves rustled a while, then fell silent. He suddenly thought, if that letter was indeed sent by Old Ma, why didn't he leave his name? If not then these 6 years, who was watching from the shadows?